Chapter 311. Go Jin might not have noticed. Tang Zheng, however, noticed that Quirit was clearly trying to extract information from Go Jin about the current locations of the various demi-human races. This behavior immediately made Tang Zheng realize the Holy Kingdom's underlying purpose. No wonder I felt a strange feeling along the way. They'd already detected the enemy's location, yet they continued with their original plan, using the excuse of preventing a trap. A sudden realization dawned on Tang Zheng. For the Holy Kingdom, the appearance of so many undead was both a disaster and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They could seize this opportunity to annihilate the demi-humans throughout the hilly region. But what was Quirit's reason for such confidence? Tang Zheng pondered, glancing at Captain Nigan, whose expression remained stern and perceptible. "Captain!" Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out from the Sunshine Scripture troops. "We've detected life activity, approximately 20 of them, rapidly approaching us." The Holy Order members reported immediately. "Life activity? Isn't it the undead?" Captain Negan's gaze fixed, looking towards the location his subordinate had pointed. Tang Zheng also looked over. If it was a life activity, then in this hilly area, it was most likely subhumans. Go Jin also stood up, a look of joy on his face. A moment later, 20 cyan figures appeared in everyone's field of vision, speeding towards Tang Zheng and the others. The paladins immediately stood up, taking defensive measures. This was a species of insectoid with sharp blades on its arms, and a cyan exoskeleton-like armor covering its entire body. "The Blade Bug Clan," Go Jin exclaimed after taking a closer look at the demi-humans. 20 blade bugs weren't a large number, and since the humans were already interested in cooperating with the demi-humans, the paladins relaxed their guard slightly. As they approached the humans, the blade bugs gradually slowed down, a meaningful display of goodwill. This reassured the paladins even more. "Looks like the demi-humans advance guard." Chi Lat observed this and whispered with a smile. However, the smile froze as soon as he spoke. The blade bugs, initially slowing down, suddenly sped up when they were about 30 or 40 meters away from the humans. In just a few breaths, the blade bugs had already rushed in front of the outermost paladin, their armed blades extending from their arms radiating cold light and slashing down. "Ah! Ah!" The paladins on the outermost flank screamed in agony, as they were instantly slain by the blows from their sword armor. Instantly, the paladins' faces changed drastically, roaring in anger as they drew their swords and charged forward. Remedios, already suppressing his anger and resentment, vanished instantly and charged into the swarm of sword-armored insects. Holy strike! Remedios' eyes shone with cold fury. With astonishing force, he unleashed a blade radiating divine light, cleaving the swarm of armored insects, each possessing protection comparable to plate armor, in half. Damn demi-humans! Kill them! 20 sword-armored insects weren't a large number, and while each was slightly more powerful than an ordinary paladin, they were outnumbered and faced with Remedios' powerful attack. In a matter of moments, the entire swarm of blade bugs was slain. The stench of blood filled the air, and the corpses of 7 paladins lay on the ground, leaving the paladins livid. Every paladin who participated in this mission was determined to die, but they never imagined that their teammates would not be the first to fall at the hands of the undead, but instead, be slain by a sneak attack from the demi-humans. Go Jin! Remedios turned his head in anger, his eyes piercing with coldness as he fixed Go Jin intently. Bang! The ground beneath his feet shook, and Remedios rushed out like a flash of silver lightning. The holy sword in his hand radiated a blazing white light, slicing through the air with a humming sound. Air slash. Strong strike. Go Jin's eyes flashed with coldness, and he swung his mace without hesitation. Bang! The two collided instantly, a powerful wave of air surging. The two closest, Quirit and Captain Negan, retreated first. Tang Zheng, seeing this, followed suit. "Wait, sister!" Quirat threw her arms in front of her face to shield herself from the blast, and quickly spoke to stop them. She, too, loathed the demi-humans. She knew something was clearly amiss. Even if those demi-humans had ulterior motives, they wouldn't attack them, the humans who had come to their aid, in this situation. If they did, they would at least do so after the undead threat was resolved. A brief collision ensued. Remedios and Go King simultaneously took a step back. Quirat, you saw just now that those despicable demi-humans had no intention of cooperating at all. Remedios, hearing his sister's words to stop him, continued to glare at Go Jin. Sir Go Jin, can you tell me what just happened? Quirat motioned Remedios to hold back and demanded sternly, I need an explanation. Go Jin was also somewhat bewildered and confused. He opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. He had no idea why the saber worms would attack humans. Those saber worms must be controlled. Didn't you notice that the saber worms' movements are a bit stiff? Taking notice of the tense atmosphere, Tang Zheng stepped forward and spoke softly. Remedios immediately looked over and said, You actually stood before the demi-human. Sister. Quirit's tone was distinctly serious this time. But, Remedios. I also think the situation just now is a bit unusual, Quirit said seriously, looking at Tang Zheng apologetically. Controlled? Captain Tang, what you're saying is that our enemy shouldn't just be the magic caster who controls the legendary undead. Tang Zheng glanced at Quirit in surprise, not expecting him to figure things out so quickly. As expected, Quirit was far more clever and troublesome than the clueless Remedios. Indeed. Last night, we were attacked by a large number of undead, but we didn't see any death knights. This suggests someone else is controlling those undead attacks. If I were that powerful magic caster, why would I be so cautious? Tang Zheng's face grew serious, and he warned, We don't have just one enemy. After a night of travel, even though it's daytime, it's the perfect opportunity to attack us. Remedios was startled and looked at Krat. Bang! Fireball! A crimson fireball suddenly struck from afar. The members of the priesthood, already on alert, immediately unleashed their magic. Shockwave! The priest shouted. Boom! The blast of flames exploded, its immense intensity causing everyone to pause their previous arguments and look in the direction of the fireball. 100 meters away, in an empty spot, two figures suddenly appeared. An old man in a gray magic robe, a warrior in black armor. Wow, everyone from the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy. Does that greeting seem welcome? The gray-robed mage's sinister laugh reached everyone's ears. Is that teleportation? Captain Negan first glanced at his men. These two individuals were clearly missing from the previous investigation. Then, realizing something, he said, Those who have entered the heroic realm are fifth-tier magic casters of the magical system. Everyone grew serious. Tang Zheng and the others quickly stepped forward, facing the two mysterious figures. Who are you? Quirit said, his eyes cold. Oops, I forgot to introduce myself. We are disciples of Zillanon, and we plan to transform the Ablian Hills into a true kingdom of the undead. The elite gray-robed wizards met his hostile gazes with indifference, speaking arrogantly, So, could you please go back? We don't want to offend two kingdoms at once. That would be very troublesome. The name Zillanon came out. Some looked bewildered, others stunned. That rumored evil secret society that destroyed a city 20 years ago. Karat muttered to himself. So the mysterious magic caster who controls the legendary undead is the leader of Chironon. No wonder. Captain Negan's eyes flashed, their gaze turning cold, yet with a hint of understanding. One of their missions this time was to uncover the identity of the mysterious magic caster. After all, an evil wizard who could control and create legendary undead had suddenly appeared. No matter how vigilant and cautious they were, it was understandable. If it was Chironon, then everything would be explained. Tang Zheng felt like laughing. Well, it seemed Chironon had already taken the blame for this incident in the hilly area. He hadn't expected the other party to reveal their identity right away. He didn't know whether to call them confident or arrogant. Pavel. Remedios didn't have such thoughts. Now that the enemy was identified, he would kill them. Yes. Black Pavel had already drawn his bowstring to full length, and instantly released an arrow emitting a faint reddish glow. The arrow transformed into a long rainbow. It instantly covered the distance of 100 meters, heading straight for the gray-robed mage's head. Sneak attack. The impassive black-armored knight standing nearby suddenly stepped forward, swung his arm, and swung his black sword. It easily struck the incredibly fast arrow. Boom! The arrow exploded the moment of contact, engulfing the black-armored knight in a blazing flame. The faces of the Holy Kingdom's men flashed with excitement, but then they were stunned. And then, the black-armored knight emerged from the flames unscathed, his body shimmering with a faint black glow, like some kind of protective magic. I hate it when people try to play dirty tricks. I kill your captain first, then you. The black-armored knight raised his black sword, pointing it at Black Pavel. The scars on his face wriggled like maggots as he spoke coldly. It seems you refuse to leave. The gray-robed mage's voice followed closely behind, raising his vine-like magic staff and striking it hard against the ground. Come out, everyone. Boom! The ground shook. Skeletons and rotting arms emerged from the ground, and a large number of low-level undead began to appear. Secure the bodies and prepare for battle. Remedios, I want to capture one of them alive, Karat said quickly. Okay. Remedios responded, his eyes blazing. And now? Tang Zheng looked at the attribute panel, visible only to him. A hint of surprise crossed his face. I discovered that the skill Dark Strike requires the mid-level class Dark Knight and the prerequisite class Paladin. These conditions are currently not met. The Genius class has been activated and successfully converted. The learning requirements are met. Do I need to spend 3 skill points to learn it? Paladin prerequisite? Tang Zheng was a little taken aback. If he remembered correctly, the prerequisite class for Holy Knight was Paladin, right? How could this mid-level class in front of him also be a Paladin prerequisite? A brief hesitation. Tang Zheng thought to himself, it's just a mid-level class. What a waste of 3 skill points. Success. Class, Dark Knight. Level, mid-level. Ability effect, passive. Force of pain. Attacks inflict negative damage, increasing the duration of negative damage. Heart of Darkness. When attacked by Holy, reduces fire damage by 10% and increases Holy resistance by 10%. Active skill, Dark Strike. A move transformed from Holy Strike reduces the healing effect received by half for enemies damaged by this move. Introduction. A Paladin fallen into darkness. Light? Justice? Holy? Ugh. Note, each level up, MP, physical defense, magical defense, increases the 3 attributes by 10 points. Seeing the information about this class, Tang Zheng finally understood why a mid-level class, whose name alone seemed completely incompatible with a Paladin, had a prerequisite of Paladin. Fallen Paladin, what a cliché. Tang Zheng observed the differences between the Dark Knight and Holy Knight class information, and found no connection between the 2 classes. He temporarily suppressed his thoughts. Tang Zheng looked forward again, at the people already engaged in battle with the undead. Chapter 312. Thunderbolt. Boom. The gray-robed mage raised his finger, and pointed forward. Blue lightning condensed, transforming into a straight, piercing bolt of lightning, piercing through the layers of undead ahead. Defense protection. A paladin's pupils constricted as he roared loudly, a divine light emanating from his armor. Crack! The lightning struck the paladin's chest armor, shattering the faint protective glow. The silver-white armor was easily pierced through, piercing through the chest and continuing toward a paladin behind him. Puff! The paladin's body, paralyzed by the lightning, froze in place. The charred hole was clearly visible on his chest. Blood foam flowed from his silver helmet, and he collapsed to the ground with a look of resignation in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a single third-level thunderbolt easily killed 2 paladins. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly shifted. The fear and pressure brought on by a heroic realm-level magic caster overwhelmed him. Third-level magic wasn't considered high-level magic, but it was still a realm that most magic casters without true talent had to strive to reach. Different spells unleashed by different casters had varying degrees of power. Thus, even low-level magic, when cast by powerful magic casters, could unleash even more terrifying power and effects. It all comes down to magic attack stats. In another world, perhaps even the caster's dedication to magic would be added to the bonus. Gerald. Leota. The deaths of their 2 companions caused the other paladins, who knew them well, to roar in anger. Across the street. Hey, you just killed over 10 undead at once. The black-armored knight warned. What's the big deal? The gray-robed mage gave a nonchalant, hoarse laugh. They were just a bunch of low-level undead anyway. Oh, your opponent's coming. Bang, bang. A silver-white figure, like a beast charging into a flock of sheep, easily slashed and crushed the numerous undead standing between them. You damn bastards. Remedios sprinted, transforming into a stream of white light, swiftly weaving through the throng of undead, closing in on the 2 of them. Air slash. Good job. A powerful strike. The black-armored knight's eyes lit up with excitement. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, and his body vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye. With a powerful collision, Remedios and the black-armored knight transformed into 2 figures, one white and one black, and engaged in a swift battle. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 shots. Black Pavel drew his bowstring. The exquisite longbow gleamed with magical light, and arrows, one after another, formed a straight line and shot towards the gray-robed mage. Swarm. The gray mage calmly waved his staff. A dense cloud of thumb-sized insects appeared out of thin air at his side, forming a shield that blocked the 3 incoming arrows. And the swarm didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to surround the gray-robed mage, creating a force similar to defensive magic. Fireball! The gray-robed mage swung his staff again. A crimson glow condensed, and an oval-colored fireball the size of a head, blazing with billowing flames, blasted towards Black Pavel. Explosive arrow. Black Pavel's frighteningly sharp gaze radiated a chill. While the fireball was incredibly fast, it was nowhere near the speed of lightning. With his eagle-like vision, Black Pavel easily locked onto the fireball's trajectory and released his arrow. He couldn't let the fireball fall into the crowd. An explosion would cause widespread casualties. Whoosh, bang! The fireball exploded in midair, creating a wave of heat that sent some nearby undead flying, some even engulfing them in cinders. Not just any archer. Troublesome fellow. The gray-robed mage's withered, yellow eyes flickered, his slightly cloudy gaze instantly noticing something. And then, amid the chaotic crowd, 3 figures were approaching him at breakneck speed. Red Aurend, Go King, Clementine. The undead blocking the 3 men's path, like the paladin leader before them, offered no resistance at all. Clementine, slender and clad in black robes, was especially fast, far surpassing the remaining 2. She exuded a sense of danger that made the gray mage's hair stand on end. However, the gray mage was visibly taken aback when he saw Clementine's somewhat demented smile. Is there such a plan? The gray mage muttered to himself. 5th tier undead summons. Heavily armored skeletal warriors. A blue magic circle appeared beneath their feet. An undead, its bones even more rugged and hardened, covered in armor, emerged from the magic circle. Under the gray mage's command, it immediately engaged Clementine in battle. I'm increasingly confused by the leader's intentions. Seeing Clementine fighting evenly against the heavily armored skeleton warrior, a gleam of insight flashed in the gray-robed mage's eyes. The ground trembled closer. Gore King and Red Aurend were already not far away. Deal with this magic caster first, Gore King shouted. All right. Red Aurend grinned, holding a weapon in each hand, lowering his body and sprinting even faster. Seeing the humans and demi-humans joining forces. TSK, I'm truly moved by your spirit. Alas, you're no match for me. The gray-robed mage sneered. Bang, bang, bang. A towering black knight, about 2.3 meters tall, wielded a curved black long sword in one hand and a black tower shield in the other, sprinting wildly from behind. Every footstep shook the ground. A chilling aura surged across the battlefield, dropping the scorching heat by several degrees. Even the lingering smell of decay seemed to dissipate somewhat. From within the demonic helmet, on that decaying face, a pair of crimson eyes flickered like blinking eyes. The intense malevolence and hatred for the living sent a chilling fear through the hearts of all on the battlefield. Death Knight. A voice, tinged with astonishment and terror, echoed across the battlefield. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the terrifying figure charging towards them. The thick negative aura and the intimidating feeling of its high level sent chills down the spines of some weak-minded paladins and priests, their bodies growing stiff. Ah! The Death Knight roared, activating his special ability. Taunt! Gore and King, who had been charging towards the gray mage, uncontrollably passed him, and charged towards the Death Knight behind them. Ha ha, fly! The gray mage soared into the air, clearing the area. Gore, King, and Red Aurend's face was grim, completely unable to control his body, and he faced the oncoming Death Knight head-on. Bang! The black tower shield slammed into Gore, knocking Gore back several steps. Roar! The Death Knight's rotting throat rasped. While pushing Gore back, he swung the tower shield again, slamming it towards Red Aurend beside him. Fortress! Red Aurend quickly activated his martial arts to block the attack. Buzz! The two swords collided with the tower shield, barely dissipating the force. Before Red Aurend could retreat, a wisp of black hair appeared before his eyes. The Death Knight's curved black sword, oozing with dense black negative energy, swung down with a swing of his arm. At this moment, both weapons in Red Aurend's hands were already being used to block the impact of the tower shield, leaving him no time to free his arms for defense. He could only watch helplessly, as the blades were about to strike his head. In the sea of Red Aurend, even memories of his first half of life surfaced. I can't believe I'm going to die so easily. However, dying on the battlefield, and even more so at the hands of the legendary undead, seemed like a good thing. As soon as this thought emerged in his mind, whoosh! A sharp sound of piercing the air came from behind. An arrow accurately struck the Death Knight's shoulder, where he was swinging his sword, and exploded. The impact spread. The Death Knight wasn't repelled, but his previous attack had missed. Red Aurend retreated hurriedly, feeling a sense of surviving a catastrophe. He turned his head and looked behind him. Thank you, Pavel. I assist you, Pavel shouted. Roar! The Death Knight roared angrily, and the vibrations of the sound waves dispersed the smoke and dust. Go King, Red Aurend, and Black Pavel launched a joint attack on the undead knight. Even so, The three were unable to inflict any effective damage on the Death Knight, instead being pushed back step by the Death Knight. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield began to grow increasingly chaotic. Not only did the Death Knight appear, but also 8 burly and powerful demi-humans appeared with him. 2 of them were actually the Water Ogre Taki and the Earth Ogre Dui. Besides these 2 demi-humans, there were also blade-armored insects, stone-eating apes, beast-bodied quadrupeds, winged demi-humans, and other powerful individuals of various sizes. These demi-humans, their bodies rotting and their eyes bleary, were clearly undead, yet they all displayed immense strength and abilities far exceeding those of lower-level undead. Everyone beware. These are follower zombies created by the Death Knight. Don't let them kill them. Karat, using a magical amplification technique, spoke with unprecedented seriousness, carrying his voice across the battlefield. The follower zombies created by the Death Knight's power reached a difficulty level of 51 to 54. At around level 17 to 18, they were half the level of a Death Knight. Unlike ordinary infected zombies, these follower zombies were limited in number, and Death Knights could not create too many. This force put the paladins under immense pressure. The 2 vice-captains, Pink Isaac and Gustavo, led the front, relieving the pressure on the entire paladin order. At the center of the circular defensive formation formed by the paladin order members, a group of priests continuously cast offensive and protective spells. Cui Yi, go assist the 2 vice-captains, Tang Zheng said to the green leaf who stood guard beside him. Yes. The green leaf quickly stepped forward and leapt. Captain Tang. Captain Negan's voice rang out. Please summon another angel of surveillance. I can also summon one. Then deploy an offensive angel of tranquility to assist. Tang Zheng replied solemnly, no problem. 4-tier angel summoning, angel of surveillance. 4-tier angel summoning, angel of surveillance. 4-tier angel summoning, angel of tranquility. A dazzling divine light condensed. 3 4-tier angels appeared on the scene, with 2 angels of surveillance hovering overhead, each casting a magic spell that strengthened their defense. Like the name surveillance suggests, angels of surveillance possess a special ability that boosts the defense of all friendly units within their field of view. With so many humans present, at least 2 would be needed to enhance everyone. Tang Zhengze, commanding the other angel of tranquility, took the lead and soared into the air. Everyone, assist Captain Tang. Captain Negan shouted. 3rd-tier angel summon, Flame Archangel. 3rd-tier angel summon, Flame Archangel. The Sunlight Scripture troops no longer held back, each summoning a Flame Archangel wielding a flaming sword. Led by the Angel of Tranquility summoned by Tang Zheng, a group of Archangels of Flame soared into the air and charged towards the grey-robed mage. The priests, led by Quillet, all expressed astonishment, clearly incredulous at the power of the Sunlight Scripture to summon a Tier 3 Archangel of Flame. An 80-man Tier 3 Faith Magic Chanter. Keelat's pupil shrank, but he quickly suppressed his rising shock, knowing now was not the time to dwell on it. The situation was chaotic. Gradually, Tang Zheng and his team began to seize the initiative. Only the Death Knight, relying on its level 40 defense and a series of special powers, like the Undead's tirelessness, completely suppressed Go Jin and the others. Don't you need to use your backup plan yet? Even though the Death Knight had already appeared, neither Captain Nigan nor Quillet showed any intention of using it. Tang Zheng couldn't help but frown. What were these 2 waiting for? Are they guarding against the leader of the Chiron Alliance? Now, if the Death Knight is eliminated, the undead spawned by the Death Knight will either perish or be transformed into ordinary, low-level zombies without independent consciousness, or into undead entities. No matter what the situation, humans always have various thoughts. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, controlling the attack of the All Angels of Tranquility while observing the entire battlefield. Clementine is indeed problematic. The entire battlefield gradually descended into a tense situation. As time passed, the scattered members of the Paladins, facing the large number of undead, began to suffer casualties. Even with the continuous healing and magical blessings of the priests, injuries could be healed, but physical strength could not be restored. The casualties began to appear. Chapter 313. The casualties were expected, but the manner of their death moved even the truly elite Sunlight Codex troops. These paladins, trapped in the undead siege or exhausted, did not die at their hands. Instead, they all committed self-harm, severing their own neck arteries. The vibrant blood blossomed into a blooming flower. Facing imminent death, the Holy Kingdom's paladins displayed a will and spirit far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Amid the brutality of the battle, Enli stood behind Tang Zheng, covering her mouth in disbelief. She stumbled back a step, her eyes red with confusion. These paladins had been chatting and laughing with her just moments before, but now, this left Inli with an indescribable shock. "Captain, why are they doing this?" Inli's voice trembled, her hands shaking uncontrollably. "Inli." Tang Ding's expression was solemn. He continued to command the Angel of Tranquility to attack the grey-robed mage. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, "Because they are paladins, whether out of faith or inner pride, they absolutely refuse to transform into undead and attack their former companions." Inli then remembered that during the combat meeting, several elders had mentioned that those killed by Death Knights would also become undead. But, Inli's voice was strangely tinged with tears. "As long as they don't become undead, there's still hope," came Tang Jing's gentle yet earnest voice. "Hope? The 5th level of faith magic contains a magic that can resurrect the dead, as long as the body is intact." Tang Jing hadn't finished speaking. "Captain, I want to help too." Hope gleamed in Inli's brown eyes, and she had already rolled up her sleeves and ran out. Seeing Inli's movements, "Xiao Hei." Tang Jing was startled, then spoke immediately. "Aho." The evil dog growled, and the massive black figure leaped out, catching up to Inli in the blink of an eye, its jaws wide open, grabbing her by the back of the collar. "Xiao Hei, put me down." Inli flailed her arms, her voice growing even more tearful. "Captain, I want to help too. Like Miss Cui Yi, I'm also a member of Free Will. I'm not a child." "Roar!" The evil dog gasped, not hearing Tang Ding's next command. It jerked its head upward, tossing Inli into the air, and then landed precisely on her neck. Bang! Its limbs pressed against the ground. "Roar!" The devil dog roared, as if telling Inri to hold on tight, and sprinted towards the outermost battlefield. "No. Thank you, Xiao Hei." Inri finally reacted, tears of joy streaming down her face, her hands tightly clutching the devil dog's thick black fur. A rapid charge. The devil dog reached the corpse of a paladin first, sending a group of lower-level undead flying. Bone chains swung. The paladin's corpse was wrapped in chains and placed on its back. Inri quickly grasped it to prevent it from falling. Not far away. "Ah!" Another member of the paladin order, upon seeing the devil dog and Inri suddenly charging into the battlefield, gasped for breath, then roared, charging towards the undead in front. "Thank you, Miss Inri." On the battlefield, fierce fighting raged. Each army had its own enemies to face. It seemed that Inri, an ordinary person, and the demon dog, who barely counted as a combat force, were the only ones suited to doing the work of the unmanned forces in this situation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dark figures of the demon dog and Inri moved continuously across the battlefield, carrying the bodies of the dead paladins back to safety. Wherever they passed, the paladins glanced at them with gratitude, and calls of Miss Inri echoed throughout the battlefield. "Things are a little off." Tang Jing, seeing Inri's active presence, said with some resignation, "The result is not bad." He had originally planned for Inri to master the commander system, and his initial recollection was that she would accompany Renas. But the war between the Empire and the Kingdom began every autumn, and it lasted too long, so Tang Jing simply included Inri in his current plan. The famous commander among the humans of the other world wasn't specifically mentioned, but the beast General Hector Weiss among the demi-humans explicitly mentioned his ability to command 1 against 10. Seeing that Inli was protected by the evil hound and temporarily out of danger, Tang Jing raised his gaze to the grey-robed wizard in midair, surrounded by a group of angels. "Damn it! Lightning strike!" The grey-robed wizard roared in midair, casting a spell. Blue lightning shot straight at the flame archangel in front of him. Lightning strikes, with their penetrating effect, dealt greater damage to angels than fireballs. Bang! 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 3 flame archangels were pierced in succession, dissipating into white specks of light. A strike against evil. The Angel of Tranquility swung its magical spear of holy light and struck the grey-robed wizard hard. Buzz, buzz! The pitch-black insect swarm formed a shield before him. Under the attack of the magic spear, the insects were scattered, but they blocked the attack of the Angel of Tranquility. An eyesore. The grey-robed wizard quickly retreated, regaining distance, and continued to unleash magical attacks. The fatigue of excessive magic power consumption was already evident on his face. Captain Negan stared fixedly at the sky, continuously directing the sunlight scripture offensive. This shouldn't be a problem. Tang Jing thought to himself. Controlling a 4th-level angel's continuous attack would be a strenuous task for ordinary people, but it was easy for him. Faced with the siege of 80 fire archangels and a 4th-level angel, even a magic caster in the hero realm was somewhat dwarfed. In the future, Even Gazef nearly perished under the dense angelic attack of the Sunlight Scripture troops. Although the disciple before him was more powerful, with the support of the 4th level angel, he should have no problem suppressing them. Magic power is the lifeline of a magic caster. Over time, unless the gray-robed mage flees, he'd be defeated. Remedios sighed. Huh? Tang Zheng averted his gaze, looking at Remedios battling a black-armored knight on another part of the battlefield. Surprise crossed his eyes. How could this happen? And behold, Remedios' armor on his shoulder was damaged, and blood was oozing continuously. And not just from that spot. Bleeding continuously from other wounds as well, his entire silver armor was stained blood red. He's completely at a disadvantage. Tang Zheng raised his brow, clearly surprised. Leaving aside Remedios' personality, he possesses considerable fortitude. Even a head-on confrontation with the clown might not yield an advantage. Among all human paladins, the 6th-placed paladin of the Black Codex is ranked first, Remedios is second, and third is Salabra, leader of the Crystal Tier's squad of steel from the Dragon Kingdom. Remedios also wields a holy sword. The paladin class possesses both protection and healing abilities, giving him exceptional endurance. Continuous bleeding? The Dark Knight class ability only reduces the healing effect by half. It shouldn't have a continuous bleeding effect. The sword in the black armored knight's hand. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes, noticing the divine light that occasionally shone from Remedios' body, yet it was unable to effectively stop the blood from flowing from the wound. Corrupted sword, crocodile. His cursed knight class also has a continuous bleeding effect that causes irreparable damage. If it's similar to the corrupted sword's ability, then low-level healing magic probably can't heal this kind of damage. No wonder it's completely suppressed. Tang Zheng's frown deepened. To heal this kind of damage, at least the 6th level Great Heal spell must be used, a spell Tang Zheng didn't even master. Even using the Magic Ascension ritual. His strongest healing spell was the 3rd level Cure Severe Injury. Increasing it by 2 levels would only bring it to the 5th level, not the 6th. Ah! Suddenly, a scream echoed through the battlefield. Red Auron coughed up blood and flew backwards. One of his thick arms flew into the air and fell to the ground. Alrund! Alrund! Go King! Black Pavel cried out in surprise, immediately unleashing all his strength, briefly repelling the Death Knight, who was about to finish him off. Puff! Blood spurted uncontrollably from the severed arm, and the tender, red flesh surrounding the wound began to rot at a visible rate, corroded by negative energy. Intense pain. A mixture of saliva and blood flowed from Red Auron's mouth, and he gritted his teeth as he struggled to his feet. This hurts like hell. Red Auron gasped and yelled, his face bloodless and frail, but his eyes were filled with the fierceness of a beast on the verge of death. Don't worry about me. Stop it, or the entire defense will collapse. The clash with the Death Knight made Go King and the others truly realized the power of this legendary undead. Facing a tireless, indestructible monster, even with the temperaments of Go Jin and the others, a sense of inexplicable despair rose within them. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered. Go Jin and his 3 companions were no longer able to suppress the Death Knight, and Remedios was also at a disadvantage. The undead were densely packed around them, pouring in from all directions with no sign of slowing down. These two, are you going to wait any longer? Tang Zheng noticed that Quirit's expression was becoming increasingly tense, and Captain Nigan's expression was equally grim. The 2 men were no fools. They must have understood the danger of the situation. They seemed to be waiting for the other to strike first, since they dared to march into the Ablian Hills. Both sides must be confident they can defeat the Death Knight, and this confidence is the trump card held by the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy. Perhaps this is why the leader hasn't appeared yet. Beware of being directly targeted by both sides. Tang Zheng was interested in both sides' trump cards, and the leader was likely interested as well. It would be unwise to rashly show up without any intelligence. It probably won't be long. Tang Zheng looked toward the Death Knight. Red Auron is injured, and Go, King, and the other 2 are completely unable to suppress the situation. The location of the priests. Quillet's hands clenched into fists. Seeing the exhausted breathing of the priests behind him, he glanced at his sister, then at the Death Knight. Damn it! Is the Celian Theocracy still waiting? Quillet's heart was restless. With her wisdom, she naturally understood that she was playing a mental game with Captain Negan. But she couldn't wait. The Holy Kingdom had the largest number of people, the Paladin's casualties were mounting, and the situation on her sister's side was also unfavorable. Wait any longer. Quirit's slender, White fingers reached for the magic leather belt at her waist. This was a chance to completely annihilate the demi-humans. If she used it, there would be no chance again. Heh, I never thought I'd find myself agonizing over something like this one day. Your Majesty, Princess Karko. Karat let out a breath, a hint of weakness flashing in her narrow, sinister eyes. Her hand completely grasped the magic leather bag. Just as she was about to pull it out. Dang, 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 the earth shook, and a fierce cry of killing echoed from the south. Beast General Hector Weiss led a group of demi-humans, charging at breakneck speed. Our dust billowed down, like a giant wave, as the demi-humans charged, sending the undead blocking their path flying and crushing them. The demi-human's sudden arrival was like a shot in the arm, energizing the depressed atmosphere and the already disadvantaged human forces. These bastards. Quillet's hand loosened from his magical belt. He gazed at the multitude of demi-humans approaching from afar, his face etched with anger. He gritted his teeth. There's no way these demi-humans wouldn't notice the movement of so many undead. They're only arriving now. They're clearly trying to harm our elite. Quillet's narrow gaze gleamed with coldness and icy intensity. She didn't believe these demi-humans wouldn't notice the movements of the undead. If they couldn't even do that, all the demi-human races would have been annihilated long ago. In midair, it was the gray-robed mage who first noticed the demi-humans' movements. These demi-humans are here just in time. The gray-robed mage's aura was noticeably weak. Seeing the demi-humans arrive, he realized their mission had failed. Fourth-tier magic, insect swarm. A dense cloud of flying insects emanated from the gray-robed mage's sleeves and quickly entangled the nearest angel of tranquility. The gray-robed mage quickly retreated, dropping from the air. Corrupted sword. Time to go. The gray-robed mage roared at the black-armored knights engaged in a fierce battle below. He flew over Remedios and the other two and arrived in front of the Death Knight. Fireball! A fireball flew out, striking in front of Go, King, and the other two, exploding with a shockwave that drove them back. On the other side. That's enough for now. The black-armored knight sheathed his long sword and sneered at Remedios, his gaze blazing as he swept the holy sword. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Don't try to escape. Remedios shouted, attempting to pursue, but his movements were stiff from the blood loss. Bang! The black-armored knight moved, swiftly leaving his spot and charging towards the Death Knight. If you fail the mission, you inevitably be punished by the leader. The gray-robed mage spoke with a headache, one hand on the Death Knight and the other on the black-armored knight, chanting softly, teleport. As space twisted, the three Death Knights vanished into thin air. Chapter 314. The Lower Water Moon. March 29th, 11:26 a.m. The demi-human troops, led by the Beast General Hector Weiss, began clearing the battlefield of the numerous undead. The human side, stationed at the center of the battlefield, vigilantly watched the demi-humans' every move, like a wounded lion licking its wounds. The bodies of 51 paladins lay quietly before everyone. 10 of them had been transformed into undead, requiring only further slaying. Inri sat hugging her knees not far from the bodies. The Green Leaf Witch and the Devil Dog stood quietly nearby. A female priest crouched across from Inri, seemingly offering comforting words. This female priest was the one Inri had given her handkerchief earlier. Tang Zheng approached a wounded paladin, raised his palm, and released a gentle divine light from his palm. Heal. The paladin's injuries began to heal, and his suppressed, painful breathing gradually became gentle. Thank you, the paladin said gratefully to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng nodded gently, then walked over to another paladin, continuing to cast healing spells. Using experience point casting to cast third-tier spells required 150,000 experience points per cast, and his level finally decreased. Overall level, 52 to 51. Swordmaster, 7 to 6. Experience slot, 1/630,000. As the experience slot empties, only a small amount of experience is retained with each downgrade, meaning that even random spellcasting will result in a downgrade. As long as the experience consumed does not exceed the current slot depth, the level will only decrease by 1. If it exceeds the current slot depth, the level will decrease by 2. The demotions that followed were swift. Every time Tang Zheng used healing magic, he immediately lost a level. Overall level, 51 to 50. Swordmaster, 6 to 5. Experience gauge, 1/560,000. Overall level, 46 to 45. Swordmaster, 1 to 0. In a matter of moments, Tang Zheng's level had dropped from 52 to 45, and the Swordmaster class disappeared from his stat panel. Thank you, the paladin said gratefully to Tang Zheng beside him. You're welcome. Tang Jing replied softly, rising, his face suddenly paler, and taking a step back. Are you okay, Captain Tang? Would you like to rest? The paladin, seeing Tang Jing's expression, thought he had consumed too much mana and asked nervously. Now, the entire paladin order had a favorable impression of free will. This wasn't just due to Tang Jing's immense strength, but also to Enli, an ordinary girl who braved the danger of bringing back their companion's body. It's all right. The paleness on Tang Jing's face instantly faded. He steadied himself, waved his hand with a smile, and said nothing was wrong. What just happened? A hint of surprise flickered in Tang Jing's eyes. Having just experienced a series of rapid downgrades, he clearly felt the temporary weakness brought on by the disappearance of a certain power within his body. It's more than just weakness. Tang Jing focused his attention, sensing his physical condition. It felt as if his life level had also been lowered. Even when I leveled up, the changes in my physique weren't that drastic. I've downgraded before, but it wasn't as noticeable as it is now. Could it be that after reaching level 50, there's an invisible improvement in one's life level? That strange feeling just now reminded Tang Jing of the feeling he had when he first took on the special class Valkyrie. Captain! Sister! A panicked voice rang out from nearby. All the paladins turned their heads, their eyes filled with worry, yet they dared not leave their positions. They needed to keep an eye on the demi-humans. Remedios crouched on the ground with one leg, his holy sword thrust before him. His handsome features were utterly pale, his once rosy lips utterly cadaverous. This was excessive blood loss. Tick! Tick! Drops of red blood continuously flowed from the wound, dripping along the grooves of his armor onto the ground. Several priests, along with the head priest, Kira, surrounded Remedios, continuously casting healing spells. However, although Remedios' complexion had improved slightly, the wound showed no sign of healing, and the blood continued to flow. The massive blood loss. Remedios' breath was growing weaker and weaker. If the bleeding couldn't be stopped quickly, no amount of healing magic would be effective. How could this happen? Kalat was incredulous, and for the first time, a look of panic crossed his usually calm face. The corrupted sword. Remedios' pale lips parted slightly. What? Kalat didn't quite catch it. The corrupted sword, crocodile. Remedios spoke weakly. One of the 4 legendary swords of the 13 heroic Black Knights, the corrupted sword that possesses the power to inflict irreparable wounds. Quillet's pupil shrank, and her voice trembled. If that were the case, it would explain why the healing magic had no effect on Remedios' injuries. But Quillet's eyes welled up as she watched her sister's increasingly weak breath. She had never seen her sister so weak. Was she just going to watch her sister bleed to death? I might have a solution. A calm voice followed the sound of footsteps. Keelalek quickly turned her head and looked over. An excited look flashed in her light blue eyes as she saw it was Tang Jing. Captain Tang, you're telling the truth. These are injuries caused by the corrupted sword. Keelalek felt a mixture of doubt and hope. I'm not sure, but we can give it a try. Tang Jing stepped forward, looking at Remedios, who looked completely distraught and near death. He reached into the magic leather pouch at his waist and pulled out a potion. This is the undiluted regeneration potion. Drink it first. Tang Jing handed the potion to Remedios. Remedios opened his eyes weakly, looked at the serious Tang Jing with short black hair, and turned his head away. No. The two had argued several times before, and Tang Jing had always acted nonchalant, which irritated Remedios. What really irritated her was Tang Jing's attitude toward the demihumans. Both the female demihuman in the opposing team and his friendly interactions with the demihuman Go Jin irritated Remedios. The other party was an adventurer, and a member of the kingdom of Riestais. She had no right to interfere with Tang Jing's attitude toward the demihumans. But the Holy Kingdom and the demihumans have been feuding for centuries. Remedios deeply disliked, even hated, those like Tang Jing who were close to the demihumans. Now, asking them for help? What the hell? Sister. Khalid didn't care about his sister's inner thoughts. Seeing her refusal, he snatched the potion from Tang Jing's hand, reached out, and pinched Remedios' mouth open, and poured the whole potion into her mouth. Cough, cough. Remedios couldn't help but cough, angrily and weakly saying, "What are you doing?" A few breaths passed. Several priests around him suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "It's working. The blood flow has slowed." Clay could see this too, but he wasn't particularly surprised. Although the blood flow had decreased, it hadn't completely stopped. One bottle of regeneration potion doesn't seem enough. Tang Jing observed the injuries on Remedios' body and thought to himself, sure enough, It's the power of the curse. Sir Quirit, if you don't mind, I need to remove Captain Remedios' armor. Quirit nodded without hesitation. No problem. At Quirit's signal, several high priests, despite the frail Remedios' attempts to stop them, quickly removed his paladin armor. Behind his armor, Remedios wore no elaborate clothing, but a pure white lining and trousers. He had a slender, white neck, with a deep collarbone. The material of the garment was somewhat smooth, resembling pajamas, yet slightly tight, like a bodysuit, its towering curves clearly visible. Blood stained the white lining, turning it translucent, allowing Remedios' skin, taut from years of exercise, to be faintly seen. I'm going to gouge your eyes out. Remedios, sensing Tang Jing's scrutiny, spoke with a tinge of rage. She had never been looked at like this by a man before. Don't overthink it, Tang Jing said calmly, his gaze shifting from the exaggerated arc to the rotting wound on his clothes. You're older than I am. Besides, you're a paladin. Repaying kindness with enmity is against the paladin code. As he spoke, Tang Jing took out several more bottles of regeneration potion and handed them to the priests nearby. He whispered, pour it on these wounds. Don't use it all at once. Use the potion to heal, and use healing magic to dispel the negative energy. You? Remedios' eyes widened at the word old. Tang Jing ignored him and nodded gently to Quirit. It should be fine. With that, Tang Jing turned and left. The regeneration potion had a certain healing effect on injuries caused by the curse. He had previously used it to heal Renas's rotting face. Although it had failed, the root cause wasn't the healing potion, but the lingering effects of the cursed night class. Remedios' injuries were simply curse damage. Without the replenishing power of the curse, consuming the curse would completely heal him. Oh my! He could even heal injuries caused by the corrupted sword, one of the 4 great magic swords. He truly lived up to the name the black-haired genius alchemist. Clementine folded her arms across her chest, tilting her head as she looked at Tang Jing approaching, grinning. Miss Clementine. Tang Jing looked at her. You're not injured at all, yet you were entangled by an undead for so long. It can't be helped. Clementine shrugged, her purple eyes blinking. She flicked a short awl from her waistband, and it appeared in her hand. She fiddled with the weapon, feigning a headache. I'm good at thrusting, and I can't really use my full potential against monsters like skeletons. Is that so? Tang Jing replied with a smile. Yes, that's right. Clementine nodded, her fluffy golden hair swaying slightly, hiding her smiling eyes. Within this battlefield, although the undead were numerous, they were quickly eliminated by the equally numerous demi-humans. Very quickly. The demi-human troops regrouped and stopped 100 meters from the human camp, not approaching any further. A moment later, Tang Jing, Quirit, Captain Nigan, and Go Jin met the 2 demi-humans on the opposite side, 50 meters between the human and demi-human sides. These 2 demi-humans. One was none other than the beast General Hector Weiss, while the other seemed not only more intimidating and powerful, but even more dazzling in the sunlight. The other looked like a snake-like demi-human, but in reality, it was not. Instead, it was a rare 2-armed snake king. In appearance, it resembled a naga, yet it was completely different. To be exact, the snake king before them was a mutant. His entire body was covered in crystal-like scales, which, as if wet, reflected light, emitting a dazzling rainbow of colors. It was none other than the strongest demi-human among the 10 greatest demi-humans. 7-colored scale Kokashi. Tang Jing couldn't help but stare at him a few more times. His scales were truly unique. These scales, emitting an eerie rainbow glow under the sunlight, were not only beautiful but also said to possess a hardness comparable to dragon scales, and possess a high degree of magic resistance. This was Tang Jing's first encounter with this 7-colored scale Kokashi. Their appearance made him seriously suspect he was a descendant of the 7-colored Dragon King, one of the true Dragon Kings. Tang Jing remembered that the 7-colored Dragon King seemed to be a dragon race extremely fond of hybridization, and the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom was a descendant of the 7-colored Dragon King. Kylet and Captain Nigan's eyes were solemn. They had also seen the demi-human 7-colored scale Kokashi for the first time, and he was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Why are you here so late? Go Jin said dully, striding forward to stand before Beast General Hector Weiss and 7-colored scale Kakesh. We too have just noticed the undead's movements, Beast General Hector Weiss said in a calm voice, his emotion invisible. Thank you for coming. I am Kakesh, known as 7-colored scale by the demi-humans of the hills. 7-colored scale Kakesh, his dazzlingly serpentine form, took a step forward, bowed slightly, and spoke with kindness. His voice held a unique magnetism, On behalf of all the demi-human races of the Ablian Hills, I thank you humans for your support. This disaster caused by the undead is not just a threat to us demi-humans. It is also a common enemy to all humanity. The other person's words were filled with kindness, but the demi-human's facial expressions were different from those of humans, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. Those crimson, snake-like eyes also gave a chill. Tang Zheng and Go Jin exchanged a silent glance. Captain Negan maintained a stern expression, showing no sign of speaking. Quillet's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, his face displaying a friendly, gentle expression. Kokosher, if it weren't for your support just now, our losses would have been even greater. We need to rest now. I wonder if you could lead us to a safe place first. Colette appeared vulnerable. Human lady. We certainly need to rest after just a battle, but I have a rash suggestion. Seven-colored scale Kokosher smiled. The enemy has also experienced battle, and needs to rest. This might be a good opportunity to press on, and pursue our victory. We've already located the enemy's base. Attacking them now might increase our chances of victory. At these words, the expressions of both Colette and Captain Negan suddenly turned cold. Chapter 315. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Seven-colored scale Kokesh gently raised its serpent head, its dazzling scales reflecting a faint light as its crimson eyes gazed down at the three humans before it. This alliance with the humans was a helpless move. Ah! Seven-colored scale Kokesh sighed deeply. While individual demi-humans were powerful, they were no match for the Death Knight and the powerful magic caster who controlled the undead. Countless demi-humans and races perished at their hands, becoming undead. Unable to defeat these two enemies, they could only retreat into a corner. Go Jin went to request human support, encountering opposition from the surviving demi-human tribes, but seven-colored scale Kokesh could only acquiesce. Perhaps with a desperate attitude. He didn't believe humans cared about the lives of the demi-humans in the hilly region, and he certainly didn't believe the Holy Kingdom possessed the power to defeat the powerful magic caster. Yet, humans actually arrived. Seven-colored scale Kokashi wasn't surprised, but instead felt a deep sense of doubt and wariness. The presence of these humans here only proves their confidence in defeating the enemy. How could humans possess such power? Under these circumstances, how could seven-colored scale Kokashi allow this human woman before him to so easily approach their demi-human gathering place? Watching the atmosphere gradually tense, Tang Zheng turned to look at Go Jin. This is different from what we initially discussed. We're here to provide support. Perhaps there were various problems between humans and demi-humans before, but now our common enemy is the undead. Tang Zheng knew this was the perfect time to have a conversation with Go Jin, to break the tense atmosphere. Go Jin was also somewhat dissatisfied with seven-colored scales Kokesh. The humans had just been attacked. How could they attack the enemy now? I think it's inappropriate too, Go Jin said. This is it. Seven-colored scales Kokesh flicked its forked red tongue, but didn't object. Instead, it continued, the mysterious magic chanter hasn't appeared lately, and I'm worried about a more dangerous situation. That's why I'm a little anxious. In that case, then, humans, you rest here for a while. We will also stay here together to prevent further undead attacks. The two sides then exchanged words again, testing each other's limits. Seven-colored scales Kokesh refused to budge, insisting on leading Tang Zheng and the others to the demi-human gathering place. In the end, the two sides could only end their discussion in a half-hearted manner, each side clearly distrusting the other. Tang Zheng and the other two returned to the direction of the human forces. Captain Tang, thank you for the potion. Quillet's previously cold expression faded, and he spoke gratefully. If it weren't for your potion, I'm afraid. Anyway, I will explain your achievements to Her Majesty the Holy Queen. Please don't take my words to heart. She's a straightforward person, and doesn't really have any opinions about you. Captain Remedios, I'm glad you're recovering. She's an indispensable force in the coming battle. Tang Zheng waved his hand gently. The problem now is the demi-humans, and what to do next. Ha! Captain Negan sneered, his expressionless eyes gleaming coldly. We've basically gathered intelligence on the enemy. This evil organization, Chironon, has 12 disciples besides its leader. The two who appeared earlier are 2 of the 12. Since they've dispatched 2, and also deployed the Death Knight, I suspect the remaining disciples aren't in the hilly area. Captain Negan finally shed his usual reticence at this moment, revealing a cold and ruthless expression. Captain Tang, Captain Quillet, you must have seen the Death Knight's performance. Captain Negan's dark eyes glared at the two men before him. These two, Negan, needless to say, represented the Holy Kingdom. The one Captain Negan truly needed to take seriously was this free-willed adventurer leader. This was the first time he's seen a method for summoning 2 4th-level angels. Captain Negan was deeply shocked. Even with his power, he could only summon 1. 4th-tier angels are high-ranking angels. The Surveillance Angel, in particular, boasts a 3-to-7 ratio of attack and defense, making it the most defensive monster of its level. Captain Negan knew that only a very limited number of people could defeat the Surveillance Angel. Even Clementine, a powerful and arrogant monster, couldn't easily break through the defenses of the Surveillance Angel. Even with his innate ability, Monster Summoning Enhancement, even if he increased the power of a 4th-tier angel, it wouldn't be as powerful as Tang Zheng summoning 2 at once. The opponent was also a genius alchemist. Such strength is undoubtedly a formidable figure entering the realm of hero. In the Celian cult, he could easily be appointed captain of the Holy Scripture Corps, perhaps even drafted into the Black Festival Corps. Such a genius and formidable individual. Captain Negan naturally placed Tang Zheng on par with, or even higher than, Quirit. The Death Knight is indeed formidable, but since we can temporarily suppress it, the threat to us isn't that great. Captain Negan continued. So, the real threat is actually the leader of the Chironon Alliance. Since those demi-humans know their location, that's a good thing. I deal with the Death Knight. Kirat's face flickered with surprise. It wasn't feigned, it was genuine astonishment. Surprised by Captain Negan's sudden action, he also discerned a hidden meaning in his words. The cult actually allowed him to carry items beyond its specifications. Although Quirit had already suspected this, he couldn't help but be shocked by Captain Negan's indirect confirmation. Tang Deng's eyes flickered. This seems inconsistent with Captain Negan's attitude. Could it be that his brief exchange with the demi-humans just now has led him to change his original plan? With that, Captain Negan offered no explanation. With a cold and proud expression, he strode away, heading back to the Sunshine Scripture troops. I stared at Captain Negan's back quietly. Captain Tang, you don't seem too surprised? Quirit asked softly, a faint smile flickering through the corners of his narrow eyes. Surprised? It was just something I suspected a while ago. Tang Zheng smiled broadly, appearing somewhat carefree yet curious. I know Gazef in the kingdom. He's a commoner genius who, through his own strength, defeated all his opponents in the imperial trial. He should have been knighted, but due to the obstruction of the nobles, the king redesignated the title and position of warrior captain. To compensate Gazef, he granted him access to the national treasure. It's a very powerful, even unimaginable magical item. Tang Zheng said this, looking at Quirit, whose thoughts were difficult to guess, and shrugged. If the kingdom possesses such a powerful item, your holy kingdom and the Celian theocracy should possess it as well. You know, I'm an adventurer, and adventurers are always curious about legendary or unique things. Hearing this, Quirit's smile seemed to widen. That's probably why Captain Tang is participating in this extremely dangerous mission. Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression noncommittal. Huh. Colette chuckled, raised a slender, white finger, and gently tapped his chin. What a dangerous gamble and curiosity. I was a little unsure at first, but now that Captain Negan has said so, Captain Tang can rest assured. Even without the help of the demi-humans, we can still defeat the enemy. Colette finished with a firm tone. In the brief conversation with Captain Negan just now, both sides had already considered excluding demi-human interference. I hope so. Tang Zheng didn't seem to fully understand. Instead, he changed the subject. Captain Quirit, you shouldn't have mastered only the power of 4th-tier magic as the rumors say. Kirat gazed at the black-haired young man before him, smiled brightly, gently tossed his long brown hair, and walked briskly back to the team. Thank you, your team, for bringing their bodies back intact. Looking at Captain Negan and Quirit, who had left one after another, really? So confident, one or two of them. Tang Geng's eyes returned to calm. If it weren't for the death spiral ritual, making reasonable contact with the slain theocracy, and other plans, he wouldn't have bothered playing house with these people. When Tang Zheng returned to the human team, he saw the 51 bodies of paladins laid out in the center. 10 of them had their skin turned gray-black, clearly undead, while the others remained intact. And then, Tang Zheng noticed Enri, who was sitting not far from the bodies, hugging her knees. He pondered for a moment, and walked over. Since Enli was taken away from Khan Village, she hadn't actually participated in any normal adventurer missions, merely helping him sell potions. And witnessing someone familiar being killed was a first for her. Captain. Hearing the familiar footsteps, and the sight of a white robe, Enli looked up, her eyes reddening. Looking at the bloodshot eyes and tired cheeks, Tang Zheng gently walked over, sat beside Enli, and said soothingly, "It's okay. Cry if you want." Enli didn't. Enli raised her eyes stubbornly, her lips pursed. A brief silence. Inli suddenly turned sideways and lay on Tang Jing's lap. Her whole body convulsed, but she never uttered a single cry. "It's all right, it's all right." Tang Jing, seeing the gradually dampening white priest's robe, raised his hand and gently stroked Inli's chestnut blonde hair. "Sleep. Maybe they come back alive." "Inli isn't a child. Inli hugged Tang Jing's legs tighter, mumbling softly, like a mosquito's buzz. First, after a long night of marching, then a battle that began at dawn. Even a warrior as strong as a paladin would be exhausted, let alone Inli, a mere ordinary person. After a while, Inli's shaking shoulders stopped, and she fell asleep. Tang Jing didn't move, letting Inli lie on his lap, calmly gazing at the resting paladins and exhausted priests in the distance. The evil hound stood behind Tang Jing, crouching on the ground with its tail gently wagging. The green leaf which also stood quietly nearby, her bright yellow eyes flickering slightly as she glanced at the sleeping Inli, her face expressionless. "She's only 14 now. The village chief and her parents in Khan village handed Inli over to me, probably thinking it was a good choice. Perhaps I was too focused on the goal." Tang Jing said softly, his tone serene. "Her leaving Khan village with me might not be a good thing." "The future." Tang Jing stopped talking. "Master, it was Inli who decided to participate in the mission herself." The green leaf which calmly replied, "It would be a lifetime honor for her to follow you." Tang Jing shook his head imperceptibly. Night gradually fell. Quillet, who had been silent until then, finally arrived before the corpses and gazed upon the bodies of the paladins. Quillet's entire body began to radiate intense magical fluctuations, a sacred white light surging, illuminating him as if draped in a holy garment of light. This movement, instantly capturing everyone's attention, especially in the gloomy night, the sacred light was clearly visible even to the demi-human station nearby. Fifth Tier Magic. Resurrection of the Dead. Quillet began to chant. A blue magic circle condensed and appeared overhead, transforming into a thin, fragmented beam of light that shone upon the corpse of one of the paladins. Amidst the Holy Kingdom's exclamations of disbelief and shock, the deceased paladin's chest heaved violently, and the next moment he abruptly sat up from the ground, gasping for air. "Resurrected? Really resurrected? Lord Quirrell, you've actually mastered resurrection magic. I'd never heard of that before." The clamor erupted amidst the clamor. Quirrett's mastery of fifth-tier magical power was apparently a relatively secret within the Holy Kingdom. Remedios, whose injuries had recovered, saw the paladins and priests' expressions of shock and apprehension, his arms folded across his chest. Turning his head sideways, Remedios' gaze darted through the crowd, quickly spotting Tang Jing, a smug look on his face. Like a child trying to show off something. However, noticing Inri's movement as she lay on top of Tang Jing, Remedios' expression suddenly turned cold. "What an impolite fellow." Remedios snorted. Quirrell continued casting resurrection magic, reviving 5 people in a row before pausing. On the demi-human side, 7-colored scales Kakashi, Beast General Hector Weiss, and Go Jin stood at the outermost edge, gazing in the direction of the humans. "What is that?" Beast General Hector Weiss, sensing the immense power emanating from the sacred light, was somewhat amazed. 5th level resurrection of the dead, that woman possesses such power. Go Jin was equally stunned and astonished. 7-colored scales Kakashi remained silent, his crimson serpent eyes flickering. He felt more and more that the Hill demi-humans had been too arrogant and underestimated the power of humanity. Chapter 316. The resurrection of 5 companions sent the entire human community into an uproar. It was like a shot in the arm, dispelling everyone's inner worries. Even the members of the Sunlight Scripture looked at Quirrell with a different look, their faces, hidden by their hoods, filled with awe. That was the power to resurrect the dead. Even a magic caster of faith in the realm of heroes might not be able to master such power. For ordinary people, this was nothing short of a miracle. No, even for these powerful individuals present, who held high status among ordinary people, it was a miracle. The paladins cheered excitedly, their gloomy mood swept away. Perfect timing, Tang Jing thought to himself. The impact of Quirrett's resurrection of the dead at this moment far exceeded the effect he would have had if he had announced it to everyone in advance. The excited chatter startled Inri awake, and she looked up, bewildered, in the direction of the voice. What happened? Inli frantically raised her upper body, expecting another attack. As expected of Inli, those dead paladins resurrected after a good night's sleep, Tang Jing said, half-jokingly, with a carefree laugh. Resurrected? Inli's eyes cleared, and seeing the captain wasn't anxious, she realized it wasn't an enemy attack. Then, her bewilderment deepened. She vaguely remembered the captain telling her to get some sleep, and the dead might resurrect. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. You're closed. Enli's earlobe suddenly flushed red. She braced herself on the ground with her arms, taking in the spot where she had slept and the tear-soaked patch of her white robe. She hesitated, feeling bewildered. Don't worry about these trivial matters. Those resurrected paladins have you to thank now, Tang Zheng said, hinting. Night fell. Beast General Hector Weiss led the demi-humans in a sweep of the undead near the two sites areas. Their numbers were small, just scattered, low-level undead. Chironon seemed to realize that the combined strength of humans and demi-humans had made up for their numerical disadvantage, and so they refrained from sending large numbers of undead to attack. The entire night passed in an unusually calm state. The next morning, Quillet, having recovered his magic power overnight, resurrected 5 more. Until then, the demi-humans, including the 7-colored scales Coca, again attempted to negotiate with Tang Zheng and his men about a swift attack on Chironon. Quillet rejected the proposal, citing the fact that the humans had not yet fully recovered from their injuries and strength. In a blink of an eye, another full day had passed. March 31st arrived. Quillet resurrected another 10 people. 7-colored scale Kokashi again came to negotiate, but Quillet again refused with the same reason. Shang Fengwei. April 1st. Quillet once again resurrected 10 people. Of the 51 paladins who had died, 30 had been resurrected, excluding the 10 paladins who had become undead and could no longer be resurrected. 11 people remained incompletely resurrected. This time, Go Jin and Beast General Hector Weiss came to negotiate, but Quillet refused outright, not bothering to find excuses. The demi-humans became restless, but were quickly suppressed. Tang Zheng watched all this quietly, feeling a surge of impatience. He had already guessed Quillet's intentions. The demi-humans far outnumbered the humans, numbering over 5,000. Such a large number of demi-humans required food and water. And yet, they didn't carry much supplies. As a result, the demi-humans had already dispatched several teams since last night to gather supplies and water. Remedios, Pink Isaac, and Gustavo, the 3 paladin captains, each led a team of a dozen paladins. Calling on the excuse of a similar lack of supplies, they followed the demi-humans. The Aborian hills were currently experiencing a severe drought. Water could be obtained from established rivers, but crucially, the demi-humans' food supply consisted entirely of goods traded with the Holy Kingdom. Quillet hoped to use this information to determine the approximate location of the demi-human gathering place, as a gathering place of tens of thousands of demi-humans couldn't be too far from where these supplies were stored. As for the location Go King had initially provided, the moment he saw the demi-human troops, Quillet realized that Go King's location was no longer valid. Also, this could also be used to observe the movements of Chironon. Though their numbers were minimal, they actually held the initiative in deciding whether to attack Chironon. The demi-humans lacked the power to counter the Death Knights, and the Alliance leader, relying solely on humans. This was also the reason why 7-colored scales Kokashi repeatedly discussed the timing of the attack. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the demi-humans. In the past few days, Inri had gotten along quite well with the resurrected paladins, perhaps because she had brought their bodies back with her. The average level of these paladins was around level 7 to 8, and after experiencing a death, their level had plummeted to level 2 to 3. Swing the sword. Training. This became the order of these resurrected paladins. They wanted to quickly recover their lost strength, but they were also well aware that they might not be able to help in the upcoming battle. Huff, huff. Enli's breathing was rapid, and sweat dripped from her eyelashes into her eyes, stinging them so much that she could barely open them. But she never wiped them away, her hands trembling as she gripped the heavy sword. This scene fell upon the surrounding resurrected paladins, but no one offered any advice, for they understood Enli's determination better than anyone else. Just like them now. Your arms are too weak. Your grip on the sword isn't right, either. Don't hold it so tightly. Remedios had unknowingly come to Enli's side, sizing her up with a cold gaze. Don't blame me for discouraging you. It's too late for you to train at your age, and you simply don't have the talent. I want to give it a try, Enli said stubbornly, gritting her teeth. Seeing this, Remedios didn't bother to remind her. If Inri hadn't desperately tried to save the bodies of the paladins, she wouldn't even have spoken to this ordinary girl. Turning around. The cloak, inherited from generations of paladins, fluttered. Remedios' shoulder armor and chest armor rubbed against each other, making a sound. He approached Tang Zheng with imposing presence. You can probably tell she has no talent. If she continues training like this, it will only ruin her. Remedios' handsome face displayed a hint of indifference. I know healing magic, said Tang Zheng. You? Remedios's eyes widened, a little furious. By the way, I want to thank Henry. The methods and techniques you paladins use shouldn't be passed down to outsiders, Tang Zheng suddenly said, meeting Tang Ning's gaze. Humph. Remedios turned away, snorted, and walked away. It has nothing to do with me. Those guys were willing to teach me. Those techniques are passed down through the family. Becoming a paladin requires more than just hard work. Compared to Quirit, Remedios, a somewhat stubborn woman with a tendency to be slow to think, was much easier to approach and communicate with. Strange. Tang Zheng looked back at Henry, his eyes narrowing slightly. He wondered if it was an illusion. He faintly sensed a strange change in Henry, but it seemed as if it wasn't there. He used ninjutsu, detection to check. Henry's level was still level 1, with only the basic farmer class. Isn't it possible to truly awaken the paladin class? Tang Zheng thought, but it seemed unlikely. The paladin class isn't just a warrior class. It also requires a spellcaster's talent. Henry possesses neither, so forcing her into the position is pointless. Another day passed. This time, Quirit resurrected all 11 remaining people. This made Tang Zheng realize that Quirit must have gathered some intelligence from the demi-human supply-gathering activities. After observing them for the past few days, Tang Zheng had roughly estimated Quirit's magic power, around 280 points. Compared to his own 568 points, it was nearly half, not even factoring in the bonuses from the 2 newly acquired mid-level classes. The magical power of Quirit, the magic caster from the heroic realm, was a valuable reference for Tang Zheng. A full 4 days of rest. Without warning, Quirit summoned Tang Zheng and Captain Nigan and took the initiative to head to the demi-human encampment to communicate with 7-colored scale Kokashi. The demi-humans, already impatient, agreed without hesitation to this proposed offensive. Shangfengjiu. April 3rd, 5:11 a.m. Just as dawn broke, humans and demi-humans set out for the corpse pits in the southern mountains. 5,000 elite demi-humans led the charge, followed closely by humans. Both sides had already agreed on their respective objectives. The demi-humans primarily dealt with ordinary undead, while the humans dealt with the Death Knights and the evil organization Chironon. The two mighty armies of humans and demi-humans. It took only 3 hours to reach the southern mountains. After a half-hour rest, they set out again. A dry, scorching, hot zone. Grave pits of varying sizes, resembling ruined graves, dotted the ground, leaving traces of the undead emerging from the earth and wrecking the surface. The stench of decay grew stronger. Entering this true core zone, the arrival of both humans and demi-humans completely stirred the previously silent earth. Vast numbers of undead emerged from the ground, and cries of slaughter instantly resounded through the air. A zone of corpses. 3 figures stood silently before the leader, shrouded in black fog. A gray-robed mage, a black-armored knight, and his shadow clone, Tang Zheng. Finally! I've been waiting impatiently for a long time. The armored knight drew his rotten sword and twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. I need your assistance this time. The leader looked at his shadow clone, Tang Zheng, who had remained silent throughout. His pale eyes, hidden behind the black mist, were impassive. Buzz! A blue magic circle emerged. Roar! A roar, like a dragon or beast, emanated from the magic circle, and a bone dragon flew out. Shadow clone Tang Zheng, clutching the orb of death in one hand, stepped on the bone dragon's head, soared into the air, and flew toward the battlefield. You're quite impatient. The gray-robed mage, seeing Tang Zheng's arrogance, sneered coldly, yet internally felt fear. A bone dragon? To be able to control such undead creatures? No wonder the leader values you so much. You two get going too. These insignificant fleas should be swatted to death once and for all, the leader said coldly. Yes, leader. Yes, leader. At this moment, the two factions, human and Asian, had entered the territory once held by the Blue Maggot clan, now utterly dead zone. Even on a scorching day, the temperature in this area was chilly. The air, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, was filled with dead air and negative energy, gathering in large quantities. As soon as they entered this area, Tang Zheng's eyes flickered with a magical light as he observed the pale gray negative energy flowing through the air. Still setting up the death spiral ritual. The Alliance leader is indeed still aiming to create powerful undead. Using the power of the Death Knights to create tens of thousands of undead, the negative energy that such a massive number could unleash would surely be enough to trigger even more powerful undead. Kill! Be careful! Don't get caught by the undead. Roar! Attack according to Lord Beast General's instructions. Don't disperse. If you feel tired, retreat immediately, and let your kin take over from behind. The cries of the demi-humans continued from the front. Seeing this dense swarm of undead, all the demi-humans' eyes turned red and roared in anger. It was these damned undead who had turned the hilly area into this horrible mess. The humans followed behind the demi-humans, advancing calmly according to their usual formation, with the demi-humans taking the lead in dealing with the massive number of low-level undead. At the rear of the group was Enri, and the 40 resurrected paladins. Here they come. Tang Zheng, sensing the approaching shadow clone, raised his head and whispered. Boom! The bone dragon's body pierced the air with a piercing roar, like a white ghost flying from the distant sky. Shadow clone Tang Zheng, clad in a bright red robe, rustled in the fierce wind, his legs firmly planted on the thick bones of the bone dragon's spine. Flame Knight Spear. Shadow clone Tang Zheng raised his arm, pointed his finger at the demi-humans at the forefront, engaged in a chaotic battle with the undead. Whoa! Crimson flames instantly condensed, forming a 2-meter-long flaming spear. It streaked through the air like a rainbow, piercing the crowd below. Boom! With a resounding bang, the blast of flames instantly engulfed everything around them. A large number of undead and demi-humans were swept up in it. Under the powerful force of the 4th-tier magic, they were reduced to ash without a single scream. Experience gained, 80. Experience gained, 139. Experience gained, 72. Experience gained, 8. Experience gained. A deluge of experience information flashed across the attribute panel in front of Tang Zheng. Enemies killed by the shadow clone naturally earned experience as well. Tang Zheng's shadow clone paid no heed. His own undead cast another spell, blasting the ground. A large number of undead and demi-humans perished again. The enemy is in the sky. Casters, activate your magic. Dozens of demi-human magic casters, from all directions, launched spells into the sky, landing on the bone dragon without causing any damage. It's the red-robed magic caster who can control the bone dragon. Don't waste your magic attacking them. That bone dragon has the ability to negate magic. All demi-humans disperse. Don't gather. Send the humans in. Beast General Hector Weiss roared his orders. Chapter 317. Whoa, whoa! The cold white figure of the bone dragon flapped its wings, hovering in midair, illuminating the conspicuous red-robed magic caster perched on its back. The oppressive presence of the opponent's presence abruptly interrupted the demi-humans' offensive momentum. Occupying their advantageous high-altitude position, coupled with the bone dragon's immunity to magic, the demi-humans led by Beast General Hector Weiss felt a sense of suffocation, unable to fight back. The terrifying thing was, the magic the opponent unleashed with such force was incredibly powerful that they could only rely on dispersion to minimize casualties. 7-colored scale Kokashi continuously spat out his venom, his crimson eyes filled with shock and anger as he watched the numerous demi-human casualties. This was the man. He had caused heavy damage to the 10 great demi-humans. If old White Harry Shaw were still alive, the two of them should have been able to defeat this despicable human who only hid behind the bone dragon. What a pity. Old White Harish was dead, and the remaining powerful members of the Stone-Eating Ape clan couldn't hit the Skull Dragon at this distance with their stone-spitting abilities alone. Other demi-human races, the winged demi-humans, though possessing wings, could only glide, not fly. After careful consideration, 7-colored scale Kakesh realized that they, the demi-humans, seemed to lack the means to combat foes capable of flight. In fact, there was a solution. Among the demonic beings, there were chanters who mastered flight magic. Having them cast spells on the winged demi-humans would allow them to fly effectively. 7-colored scale Kakesh himself could also fly using this method, and with his power, he had no problem restraining the red-robed human. However, he now needed to stay behind the demi-humans to deal with any problems on the human side. 7-colored scale Kakesh could clearly sense that the two human females, who looked like twins, harbored a deep malice towards them. And that man with the scar on his face. The only one with less intense malice was the human familiar to Go-Jin, though he gave him an unfathomable sense of danger. With the help of humans, if we can successfully defeat the undead, it would be best to keep these humans in the hills. These people should be the strongest force in the human nation. 7-colored scale Kakesh glanced at the humans behind him, his eyes flickering, his dazzling 7-colored scales twitching slightly as his snake body twitched. That female human who wields resurrection magic must be captured alive. The mysterious red-robed magic chanter. This was the key piece of information Go-Jin had initially provided, and after exchanging information with the demi-humans, he obtained even more concrete information. A suspected member of the Chironon, second only to the leader in threat level. The Bone Dragon is an extremely rare undead creature. While not as dangerous as the legendary undead Death Knight, it possesses the power to negate all magic. It's the nemesis of all magic casters. However, the Bone Dragon itself is not very powerful, so naturally, a corresponding countermeasure has been formulated. The abnormality in the direction of the demi-human quickly reached the humans at the rear, who looked towards the enemy controlling the Bone Dragon high in the sky. Tang Zheng and Black Pavel paused in their advance, and looked up at the oppressive enemy in the sky. I didn't expect the target to appear so soon. According to the intelligence provided by the demi-humans, this enemy is extremely dangerous. We must approach with caution. Black Pavel, bow in one hand and arrow in the other, his terrifying eyes fixed on his target. Tang Zheng nodded, a fleeting smile playing on his lips. Having him deal with his shadow clone was a perfect arrangement. Then follow the plan. The two of us will hold him back while we first try to destroy that undead Bone Dragon. Tang Zheng spoke loudly, his face serious and righteous. Fourth-tier angel summoning, angel of surveillance. Holy light condensed. Two angels of surveillance appeared. Their armor reflected a silver metallic sheen in the sunlight. They flapped their wings and hovered above the two men. Go! Tang Zheng gave the command, and the two angels of surveillance simultaneously took to the air. Flight magic. This power belongs to magic casters of the Mana School. Magic casters of the Faith School cannot use this magic, but summoning angels that can fly can compensate for this. Ordinary angels are no match for the red-robed spellcaster. Tang Zheng, possessing the power to summon two fourth-tier angels, collaborates with the archer Black Pavel, skilled in ranged attacks. These two are the key to dealing with the red-robed mage. Leave it to me. Black Pavel responded calmly. His goal is to destroy the Bone Dragon. As long as the Bone Dragon disappears, the red-robed magic caster will no longer pose such a threat, and the other caster's magic will be able to deal damage to him. Triple shot. Black Pavel drew the bowstring, and a layer of flowing energy emerged from the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows effortlessly tore through the air. With such speed, they easily caught up with the two fourth-level angels that had taken flight first, and shot towards the shadow clone. Besides Quirit and Remedios, he was the only powerful figure on the Holy Kingdom side who could unleash the power of the hero realm. The arrows were filled with immense destructive force. Gravity reversal. The shadow clone unleashed a spell. Invisible magical energy spread, and the three incoming arrows, affected by gravity, began to slow down, then fell uncontrollably from the sky. What kind of magic is this? Black Pavel looked surprised. Magic is indeed troublesome. These bizarre spells are the most difficult for magic casters to understand and deal with. The brief exchange had already made Black Pavel realize that his frontal attack might not work. Then I take the lead, Pavel, and you assist me. Tang Zheng, observing this, readjusted his previous plan. All right. Black Pavel reloaded his bow. The two surveillance angels also rushed to the Shadow Clone's location. Flame Knight Spear. The Shadow Clone unleashed a magical attack. A stream of red light slammed heavily into one of the angels, causing a violent explosion. The scorching heat enveloped both angels. However, faced with the powerful defenses of the fourth-tier angels, the previous magical attack merely repelled one of the angels, causing a dent in the silver armor. The other, less affected, surveillance angel had already rushed forward, brandishing its nail hammer, attacking the Shadow Clone. Black Pavel's arrows followed closely behind, harassing and hindering the Shadow Clone's magic. For a moment, the red-robed magic caster was actually forced to retreat. Everyone noticed that, with the cooperation of Tang Zheng and the other two, they had actually suppressed the mysterious red-robed spellcaster controlling the Bone Dragon, and their spirits lifted. That guy and Pavel did a good job. Remedios tossed his short brown hair, holy sword in hand, and gazed at the scene in the sky with a carefree grin. He averted his gaze. Stingy, only giving me one bottle. Remedios touched his chest, where the potion lay, and muttered, Genius alchemist? He truly lives up to the name. The healing effect of the regeneration potion could actually heal the damage caused by the rotten sword, which was beyond her imagination. With this potion, he would have confidence in facing the black-armored knight again. Sunlight scripture this side. Captain Negan, also gazing at the sky, nodded imperceptibly. As expected of a high-level angel, even if that magic caster were incredibly powerful, it wouldn't be possible to easily break through the defenses of two high-level angels. Captain Negan felt a touch of envy. He wondered if he should discuss privately with Tang how to summon two angels. Oh! Clementine followed Captain Negan's side, with an easy pace, a bored pout on her face. That magic caster controlling the bone dragon doesn't look that impressive. I should be able to kill him once he lands on the ground. Don't be ridiculous. How could a magic caster get so close to a warrior like you? Captain Negan replied sternly, then added a stern reminder. From now on, no matter what happens, you must stay by my side. You should understand why. Clementine toyed with the short spike in one hand and said weakly, I know. The indifferent response made Captain Negan's brow furrow, and a hint of anger rose in his eyes. Clementine's attitude had always angered him. If she were one of her subordinates, such a character wouldn't even be qualified to join the Sunlight Codex. Disrespect for superiors, lack of reverence. Alas, Clementine's status and position were no less than his. Besides, he would need Clementine's strength to prevent any accidents from happening. He could only suppress his anger. Now, at the rear of the army, Inri, riding on the Devil Hound, flanked by the resurrected paladins, was scattering and dispatching the low-level undead that had been left behind at the edge of the battlefield. Observing everything before her, Inri's slender knuckles tightly grasped the black fur on the Devil Hound's neck, feeling increasingly useless. Although she had practiced some of the techniques taught by the paladins over the past few days, it was clear that those techniques were completely inapplicable to the current battle. That's the captain's angel. Is the enemy also controlling undead? Why is that? They should be human, right? Inri craned her neck, her brown eyes wide, hoping to see more clearly the battle between the captain's summoned angel and the enemy in the air. But the vantage point was too high. As a normal person, her vision was limited, so she couldn't see clearly. Even so, Inri could still observe that the spellcaster controlling the strange bone undead was human. But why? The captain had said that the undead were the enemy of all living beings. Inri firmly believed in her heart that such a terrifying monster, one that desecrated the bodies of the dead, should not exist in this world. Everyone seemed to hear Inri's questioning, muttering to herself. Aside, what's there to be confused about? The paladin panted slightly and responded cheerfully and firmly. Chironon is an evil secret society. It's perfectly normal for these bad guys to do anything heinous. We're here to eliminate them now. Hearing this righteous, resolute tone. But they're human too. Why create the undead and kill so many living beings? The confusion and bewilderment in Inri's eyes remained undimmed as she gazed at the undead corpses lying on the ground. These corpses had all been living beings in their lifetimes. Now, all of them had been killed and turned into undead. But why did they do this? When Inri was in Karn village, she had many doubts and mystifications, like the annual war between the kingdom and the empire. The wheat that everyone in the village worked so hard to grow would inevitably be affected by the war, and the tax collectors would also charge them higher taxes. War was a terrible thing. Inri thought it was something for the nobles and important figures to worry about. She just needed to work harder to grow some wheat. Compared to the war, all this before her was even more incomprehensible to Inri. Turning the living into the undead. Why? Inri suddenly felt a surge of anger rising within her. Because they are an evil organization, betraying the faith and teachings of God. The paladin's answer was still simple and firm. God? Inri lowered her head slightly. She didn't seem to believe in God, or perhaps it was more like the people in the village didn't really care about belief in God. Being able to get food was already hard enough to survive. The paladins were all very devout. Inri felt a sudden panic in her heart, and suddenly remembered the captain once saying he didn't believe in God either. It seemed like it was during a festival in the kingdom's capital, and the captain had shown no interest in prayer day. The captain was clearly a magic caster of faith. At this thought, Inri's lips flickered with a smile, and the panic she had just felt within her vanished. Bang! Kill! Seeing the humans suppress the red-robed magic caster, the demi-humans once again clashed with the undead, shouting and fighting. Reform. Sharp-headed, advance. Magic casters in the ranks. Clear them with magic. Beast General Hector Weiss immediately relieved the pressure, and once again commanded the demi-human army, advancing deeper into the enemy lines. The entire battle line advanced again. Skeletons, zombies, scavengers, and other low-level undead creatures with bizarre demi-human appearances continued to pour in from the front. A stench filled the air, blending with the cries of slaughter. Swish! The air twisted and squirmed. Teleport! A gray-robed mage and a black-armored knight appeared simultaneously, revealing the encroaching battlefield. Brilliant! Ha 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 ha! This is an unimaginable scene. Death, blood, and screams. There's no world more beautiful than this. The gray-robed mage gazed upon everything, his withered yellow eyes burning as he let out a manic laugh. Compared to the mere destruction of a city 20 years ago, this was a truly heroic feat. If they could annihilate the combined forces of the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy, along with these demi-humans, Chiron would truly become a feared entity across all humankind. These demi-humans are no match for me. I leave this to you. The black-armored knight glanced around, and suddenly sprang into action. His dark figure, like a savage beast, set flying the undead blocking his path. Destroy these undead in his path. The black-armored knight watched the demi-humans charging towards him, the scars on his face writhing like worms. Holding his rotten sword in one hand, he spread his arms and roared, Remedios Custodio. Chapter 318. The black-armored knight's furious roar was so loud that it briefly drowned out the cries of the demi-humans. Speed up the water. After roaring, the black-armored knight, looking at the numerous demi-humans charging ahead, a sinister grin crossed his face, and he swung his shoulders. The cold light emanating from the rotten sword, under the intense sunlight, seemed to devour the light, forming a fleeting black shadow in the air. Puff! Puff! Blood spurted into the air. One demi-human after another twitched and fell to the ground. It didn't take much effort. A single wound from the rotten sword's blade would cause uncontrollable bleeding. Not to mention these ordinary demi-humans, even Remedios, who had entered the realm of heroes, nearly perished at the hands of this rotten sword. In the blink of an eye, dozens more demi-humans rushed forward. Faced with the demi-humans surrounding him, the black-armored knight calmly wielded his rotten sword, chopping it like melons and vegetables. No demi-human could get close to him. Gojin, leading a demi-human force comprised primarily of ogres, saw this and immediately raised his mace, preparing to charge. Gojin! Just as he moved, he was stopped. Beast General Hector Weiss, wielding a dark golden long sword, shouted, Don't act rashly. Don't forget our mission is to eliminate the undead. Besides, the humans are already here. Gojin paused, only to notice Remedios, clad in silver-white paladin armor, sprinting out from the crowd behind him. Go to hell. Remedios' eyes were cold, his body lithe, moving swiftly between the undead and demi-humans. Holy Strike Breakthrough. Remedios held the holy sword in both hands, a dazzling white light erupting, the blade instantly extending to half its normal length. In an instant, boom! Remedios and the black-armored knight collided. The ferocious force sent the surrounding demi-humans, who hadn't yet reacted, flying back, emitting screams and howls. After being repelled, the black-armored knight's face showed no sign of panic, but instead was filled with excitement and passion. This is fun. Come on! Remedios, I won't let you escape this time. You should be the one running. Remedios roared, his cold eyes radiating a chilling glint. The two warriors who had entered the realm of heroes clashed once again, their every move displaying an undeniable force. The surrounding demi-humans and undead were all slain by the aftermath of their attacks. A completely isolated zone was created. Seeing the demi-humans die in the aftermath, Beast General Hector Weiss and Go King both wore grim expressions. Enemy matters, of course. That human named Remedios had never considered them demi-humans as allies. Suppressing his inner rage, Beast General Hector Weiss knew now was not the time to engage in internal conflict with the humans. He reorganized his forces, bypassing the two engaged in battle ahead, and continued his advance. The Grey Mage, on his side, was surrounded by the Sunlight Scripture troops and the legion of fire archangels they had summoned. Instantly, the three powerful enemies were completely suppressed by the human force, unhindered by the three shadow clones. The combined forces of the human and demi-human forces gradually approached the corpse pit. Among the numerous low-level undead, some powerful undead monsters began to emerge. However, Beast General Hector Weiss, relying on his formidable commanding abilities, overwhelmed the unintelligent undead. The corpse pit drew closer. The human and demi-human forces grew increasingly tense. So far, neither the Death Knight nor the Alliance leader had appeared. Bang, 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 heavy footsteps, like drumsticks striking the ground, shook it slightly. A towering figure, its joints radiating a corrosive black mist of negative energy, finally emerged. On its pure black armor, fine, blood-red lines grew increasingly crimson as the Death Knight ran. The moment the Death Knight appeared, everyone's gaze was uncontrollably focused on this powerful and terrifying undead. A chilling aura spread. The temperature around them dropped a degree or two with the Death Knight's appearance. The crimson gaze, filled with hatred for the living and pure malice, sent a chill through the body at the mere sight of it. It's the Death Knight. Beast General Hector Weiss's pupils shrank. He swung his sword, slashing the nearest undead to death, then quickly stopped in his tracks. Plan 3. A high, piercing voice spread. The demi-human soldiers, already nervous at the Death Knight's appearance, began to disperse. Swish. Thousands of demi-humans were mobilized under the command of Beast General Hector Weiss, like a single arm swinging. The commotion caused by such a massive movement instantly captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Relying on numbers to fight against the legendary undead, like the Death Knight, was futile. The Baharis Empire once captured a Death Knight. The so-called elite troops were completely outmatched by the Death Knight. Ultimately, the Empire could only deploy its ultimate weapon, Floodor, and his elite disciples, employing rogue aerial bombardment magic. They exploited the Death Knight's inability to fly and barely managed to capture him alive. Though this incident was kept secret, the heavy losses inflicted on the Empire during that period were still being investigated and noted by various nations, though the specific cause remained unclear. Soon, a straight, empty path was created by thousands of demi-humans. After sacrificing over 50 of their own demi-human brethren, the Death Knight was finally led into this straight path. Directly opposite them lay the Sunlight Scripture troops. As an annihilation force, a covert unit, the Sunlight Scripture rarely receives such intense attention. Captain Negan, always cold and stoic, instinctively straightened his back and raised his head slightly to face the Death Knight, who instilled fear in everyone. Humph! You, the Holy Kingdom, and those damned demi-humans. Witness the might of the theocracy with your own eyes. No matter how evil a being may be, before the power of absolute purity, it will perish. Captain Negan, with a solemn expression, pulled from his bosom an irregular, translucent crystal that resembled several conical crystals of varying sizes connected together. Tang Zheng, who had been closely observing the scene, was the first to glance at the translucent crystal. Demon Sealing Crystal. Tang Geng's eyes lit up as he gazed at the crystal, which emitted a soft, pale white energy. It's indeed this item. The Demon Sealing Crystal is a magical item with a similar effect to a magic scroll. It can release the magic infused within, but unlike a magic scroll, the magic crystal can freely store magic from the 1st to the 10th tier. Furthermore, the magic crystal can be used multiple times, while a magic scroll can only be used once. This is a magic item that even Tang Zheng wants to obtain. It's like having another magic scroll with unlimited uses. I thought it would be something else. Tang Zheng felt a little envious, yet also disappointed. He thought the situation would force the church to use other magic items. Think about it. The angel summoned by the magic item should also be affected by Negan's innate abilities. This is indeed a magic item more suitable for Negan's use. Looking at the magic crystal in his hand, Captain Negan became excited, his hand shaking slightly. 200 years ago, a being called a demon descends upon this world, wreaking havoc across the continent. The power sealed within the crystal is powerful enough to destroy it. The manpower, material resources, and expense expended to infuse this power into the Demon Sealing Crystal are beyond measure. However, this power is necessary to face the legendary undead Death Knight and the leader. Alas! We never waited. Chiron, the leader, appeared. The enemy is likely also wary of the power of the theocracy. Since you dare not reveal yourself, destroy the Death Knight first. However, upon seeing this power, they will probably flee. Ha ha! Show yourself. The face of the highest-ranking angel. Captain Negan, with this thought in mind, raised the Demon Sealing Crystal in his hand, his passionate voice echoing across the battlefield. Majestic Archangel. Instantly, an indescribable sense of oppression was released from the magic sealing crystal. Everyone couldn't help but look up, gazing upwards. It seemed as if a sun had appeared there. Holy beams of light streamed down from the heavens. The dazzling white light wasn't blinding, but rather had a peaceful warmth that made one want to kneel down in devout prayer. A vast mass of white feathers condensed and fell from the light. As the dazzling white light shrank, a massive angel, radiant with light and far larger than an ordinary angel, appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a mass of feathers. Atop its head, a yellow halo crowned the angel, and it possessed 3 pairs of wings, 1 large and 2 small. These wings were no longer the metallic, constructed forms of lower-level angels, but were truly pure white feathers. Strangely enough, the Archangel of Majesty had no head or feet. In its hand, it held a golden staff, a symbol of royal authority. While it looked somewhat eerie, it conveyed no sense of fear. A faint aroma of fragrant grass filled everyone's nostrils. The rotten, fetid smell in the air was cleared the moment the Archangel of Majesty appeared, and the air quickly became purer. The members of the Sunlight Scripture, upon seeing the Archangel of Majesty in midair, all made prayer gestures, their faces filled with fanaticism and admiration. Beast General Hector Weiss, 7-colored Scale Kokesh, Go Jin, and others stared blankly in disbelief. Just the presence of that air. Even seven-colored Scale Kokesh and the others dared not even move a muscle, and fear shone deep in their eyes. What is this? How could weak, cowardly humans wield such terrifying power? The Holy Kingdom's people were equally stunned. Kyrat instinctively pursed her delicate lips. No matter how skilled she was at disguise, she couldn't help but reveal her shock at this moment. What is this? What kind of power is this? How is it possible? The gray-robed mage, as if struck by something, twisted his cheeks and screamed as he forcibly fled the battlefield. The dark-armored knight, engaged in a fierce battle with Remedios, hadn't even begun to understand why Remedios wasn't bleeding profusely after being struck by the rotten sword. Then the Archangel of Majesty appeared. The aura of death surged into his heart. Asshole! The black-armored knight took advantage of Remedios' momentary moment of distraction and struck him with a sword, then retreated as if fleeing. They suddenly understood why the leader hadn't appeared. Disappear before the gods! Captain Negan excitedly exclaimed, raising his arm and pointing at the Death Knight in front of him. Unleash Extreme Holy Strike! This was the power of 7th-tier magic, a realm beyond the reach of humans, belonging to the realm of demon gods. There was no startling scene. Only a pure bluish-white beam of light descended. Except for Tang Zheng, no one present could capture the trajectory of the magical attack. With my speed, I shouldn't be able to avoid it. Tang Zheng's gaze narrowed slightly, taking in the stunned looks of the people around him. The 7th-tier magic Extreme Holy Strike has been discovered. It requires a Faith Caster level, 43 to 49. Currently, the requirements are met. Do you want to spend 1 point of skill mastery? Tang Zheng glanced briefly at the information on the attribute panel, unconcerned. This was a magical attack leaning towards evil. It dealt significant damage to enemies like the undead, or those with negative justice, making it a targeted magic. However, Tang Zheng's Magic Transcendence passive ability, Super Magic Master, maximized the variable effects within the spell. In his hands, this spell could unleash its full power, even against opponents with good or good aspects. At his current player level, he could also summon a 7th-tier angel, a skill he could master at any time. It's over. Captain Negan, seeing the stricken Death Knight, smiled triumphantly. This was the inevitable outcome. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. With the Death Knight eliminated, the crisis in the hilly area was halfway resolved. The bluish-white beam of light dissipated. Just then, the Death Knight's entire body seemed to be on fire, emitting scalding white steam. The demonic horns atop his head were broken, and even the black tower shield was covered in dense cracks. This clearly indicated severe damage, but the opponent hadn't perished, remaining motionless and standing still. 7-colored scales crackled, and the joy on the faces of Quirit and the others froze, as if they had witnessed something incomprehensible and unimaginable. The magical attack unleashed by the Archangel of Majesty was enough to make even ordinary people feel an indescribable, irresistible force. How could a Death Knight possibly withstand it? At this moment, an eerie silence fell upon the atmosphere. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, noticed that Captain Negan didn't seem surprised at all, and a realization struck him. As expected, the slain theocracy is well aware of the Death Knight's characteristics. He had just noticed. When the Archangel of Majesty unleashed Extreme Holy Strike, he didn't use his special ability to destroy the golden staff to amplify the attack. Humph! Captain Negan snorted softly. The Death Knight wasn't annihilated instantly, lacking the shock factor, a slight regret. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the Death Knight possessed a special ability that prevented him from dying instantly, no matter how severe the attack. It was just one more attack. Captain Negan thought, preparing to command the Archangel of Glorious Light to attack again. Holy Hammer! Amidst the eerie silence, a surveillance angel suddenly flew from the sky, charging in front of the Death Knight. The silver nail hammer, shrouded in holy light, struck the Death Knight hard. Crack! The Death Knight didn't even make a move to dodge. Striking the head, his entire body trembled, and he turned into a black residue, dispersing like snowflakes in the sun. Only the cracked black tower shield remained, silently stuck in the ground. Chapter 319. Everyone was stunned. All eyes turned to Tang Zheng, who was controlling the Omni Angel of Surveillance. Captain Negan also looked over in surprise. Experience gained. 270,000 experience slots. 289, 235/310, 000 so much experience. Tang Zheng was a little surprised, then noticed everyone's gazes on him. It was destroyed all of a sudden? Tang Zheng quickly expressed surprise and bewilderment. At this moment, even the slowest of reactions would have realized that the Death Knight, struck by the Archangel of Glorious Power, was clearly on the verge of death. It was only then that he was easily killed by the angel controlled by Tang Zheng. TSK, someone else stole the spotlight, Captain Negan. Clementine, holding the short axe in both hands, a hint of strangeness in her eyes, spoke with a low chuckle beside Captain Negan. Eliminating the enemy is the most important thing. Captain Negan's face was sullen, but his tone was filled with unconcealed surprise. Even in that situation, such a reaction is still possible. It's truly surprising. Clementine's eyes narrowed slightly, her fluffy blonde hair swaying as her head tilted, half obscuring her eyes. She understood why Negan was so surprised, because she was the same way. As a member of the Black Codex, every member must learn a wide range of monster lore, with legendary undead creatures like the Death Knight being a top priority. The Dark God, one of the 6 great gods of the Church, possesses the ability to control and summon Death Knights, and possesses intelligence on these undead creatures. Both Clementine and Captain Negan knew a great deal. Even so, the shocking pure power unleashed upon actually witnessing the Archangel of Glory. Even knowing the detailed information on the Death Knight, Clementine still subconsciously assumed that the Death Knight would be instantly destroyed. The result, as predicted by the intelligence, was that death had not actually been eliminated. This process. Forget Negan. Clementine was also immersed in the terrifying power of the Archangel of Glory, unable to recover, while Tang Zheng surprisingly reacted immediately and launched an attack. That feels a little strange, little brother. Clementine's lips curled upward, and her eyes, filled with a hint of passion and interest, looked at Tang Zheng. Such decisiveness doesn't match your appearance at all. A brief silence. Ah, we win! Ah! The Death Knight is destroyed. A large number of demihumans cheered excitedly. To ordinary demihumans, the Death Knight was like a shadow hanging over the hilly terrain. The ability to continuously create the undead even caused many ordinary demihumans to despair, fearing genocide. Now that the Death Knights were gone, this repressed emotion was completely released. However, 7-colored Scale Kakashi and Beast General Hector Weiss were even more nervous than before. The angels summoned by humans, beyond their comprehension, left them with no sense of security. The most fearful and nervous at this moment were the 2 from Chironon. What a joke. They could actually use such power. Teleport. Without a moment's hesitation, the gray-robed wizard cast a teleportation spell, vanishing as if fleeing. He immediately abandoned the Dark Knight, who had teleported with him. Old bug. The Dark Knight saw this and cursed, his forehead covered in sweat as he sprinted away. Remedios kicked the ground with his legs and leaped out like a spring. Don't even think about escaping. Except for the 2 of them. Tang Zheng, controlling his shadow clone, also pretended to flee, casting a teleportation spell and vanishing together. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's strongest Death Knight was destroyed, the 2 magic casters fled, and only the Dark Knight was left, fleeing by brute force. The might of a single 7th-level Archangel of Glory had completely reversed the situation. Even the mighty magic casters and warriors, who were considered the pinnacle of human power, those who had entered the hero realm, had only escape. This was the power of God. Being afraid was natural. Captain Negan couldn't help but cry out inwardly, but his face remained calm. Evildoers, let us all be reduced to ashes under this sublime power. Captain Negan gazed at the fleeing dark-armored knight, one hand clutching the magic sealing crystal, the other raised. Pay the price for your foolishness. The Archangel of Majesty shone once more with a holy light. Wait, Captain Negan. Remedios is still pursuing. Not far away, Quillet's face changed drastically, and he quickly spoke to stop him. Now! Remedios was very close to the enemy. If the Archangel of Majesty launched an attack, it would likely affect his sister. Captain Negan, seemingly oblivious to Quillet's warning, commanded the angel to attack. Extreme Holy Strike. The light released by the Archangel of Majesty shone brightly. A pure, holy force descended almost instantly upon the dark-armored knight's head. The aura of death surged. It felt as if his soul was trying to break free of its body and escape. Fortress of Undying. The dark-armored knight's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot, and he roared with all his might. Swish. Ah! Holy light enveloped the black-armored knight, drowning him in terrifying energy. A shrill cry followed. Ah! Another scream echoed. However, this one came not from the dark-armored knight, but from Remedios. The 2 were too close, and Remedios was struck by the aftermath and flung back. The holy light dissipated. Where the black-armored knight had stood, all that remained was his tattered black armor and the rotten sword, swaying slightly in the ground and emitting white steam. One of the 4 great demonic swords, the corrupted sword, Crocodile, has been successfully recovered. Captain Negan's indifferent voice echoed slowly. Sir Negan. An icy voice echoed. Crack clenched his fists beneath his loose sleeves and spoke in an almost hostile tone. What did you just do? I want an explanation. Does the Celian theocracy want to declare war on the Holy Kingdom? The priests and paladins raised their staffs and swords in unison, pointing them at the Sunlight Scripture's forces. Tension erupted between the two sides. Faced with this situation, Captain Negan's eyes remained calm. Don't be so nervous, Captain Negan. The power of the Supreme Angels far exceeds the comprehension and imagination of ordinary people. That pure, holy, and pure power will only cause severe harm to the undead and the wicked. At this point, Captain Negan sneered. If Captain Remedios had sustained significant injuries, then you should suspect he was disrespectful to God and not a devout believer in him. Captain Negan's tone rose noticeably. This caused the expressions of both the paladins and the priests to change. Quillade's expression grew even more grim, and the hostility in his eyes grew stronger. Watching the tense atmosphere between the two sides, Tang Jing felt a headache and prepared to step forward. But just then, Tang! Quickly control the angels and destroy the remaining shields against the Death Knight. Go Jin's roar echoed from the center of the battlefield. He had witnessed the Death Knight's birth firsthand, and knew clearly that this Black Tower shield was the key to its creation. It's finally appeared. Tang Jing immediately sensed something, and looked towards the location of the Black Tower shield. Beside the cracked Black Tower shield, a figure shrouded in black mist appeared out of thin air. Thunderstrike. The Alliance leader's hoarse chant was the first to ring out. Blue lightning burst forth, transforming into twisted thunderbolts that struck the Angel of Surveillance. With a bang, the Angel of Surveillance instantly dissipated into a white speck of light. This demon-level power must have involved the use of unusual items. The Alliance leader didn't even glance at the Angel of Surveillance. Instead, he raised his head slightly, gazing at the sacred and powerful Archangel of Majesty hovering high in the sky. The theocracy remains as wealthy and powerful as ever. In this world, there are 3 types of unusual magical items that even the highest nobility and royal families of various nations know very little about. One was a relic of the 8 Desire Kings. One was a true high-level Dragon King, a secret dragon treasure crafted using special magic. The last was a supreme treasure left behind by the 6 great gods. The present-day Celian theocracy was built and passed down 600 years ago after the 6 great gods descended upon us. Chironon Alliance leader. Captain Negan came to his senses at that moment. Facing such a dangerous figure, he wasted no time. He raised the magic sealing crystal and controlled the Archangel of Majesty, preparing to attack. But the Alliance leader was quicker. Breakbone Prison. A blue magic circle appeared beneath Captain Negan's feet, and a large number of bone spikes erupted from it. Puff! 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 The hard bone spikes instantly blocked Captain Negan's movements, piercing both arms and thighs simultaneously. Crafted from special metal threads and enchanted with magic, the metal suit, which boasted a higher defense than ordinary armor, surprisingly offered no resistance. Ah! Captain Negan screamed, the pain from his pierced arm causing his grip on the demon sealing crystal to loosen. Crack! The demon sealing crystal fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The priests of the Sunlight Scripture paused for breath. Teleport. The air vibrated slightly. The Alliance leader appeared before Captain Negan, a strange smile on his face from behind the black mist. Use this to offset the cost of destroying the Death Knight. The Alliance leader spoke calmly, extending a withered arm from the black mist and grasping at the demon-sealing crystal on the ground. Seeing the Alliance leader's actions, Captain Negan's eyes blazed with fear. Ignoring the pain from the bone spurs piercing his body, he struggled frantically and screamed, "Clementine! Clementine!" He had kept Clementine by his side, just in case. "Break the wind!" Clementine cried out. Whoosh! Her fluffy golden hair instantly spread out, and as if moving sideways, she appeared out of thin air in front of the leader. The short spike in her hand pierced the air, accurately piercing the leader's heart. Bang! A translucent barrier blocked the short spike, preventing the seemingly powerful attack from advancing even a fraction. Dragon Thunder. The leader spoke softly, and a torrent of lightning blasted out from his palm. Boom! A dazzling flash of lightning exploded. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and as the violent force exploded, Clementine was blasted away, her life or death unknown. Let it go, no! Captain Negan watched the leader, holding the magic crystal in his hand, roaring, coughing up blood. It was a tool left by the gods. Such a treasure was more precious than his life. If it fell into the hands of the enemy, he would be a sinner against the theocracy. What a unique item. The leader paid no attention to Captain Negan's outcry. He toyed with the crystal-clear demon-sealing crystal with apparent interest. At this moment, everyone, realizing something, swallowed involuntarily. Even Tang Zheng's expression turned slightly grim. He had never imagined that Captain Negan could be such a loser, allowing the demon-sealing crystal to be taken so easily. Launch the attack, Archangel of Glory, the leader said calmly, holding up the demon-sealing crystal in his hand. Everyone had just witnessed the immense power of Archangel of Glory. When this formidable force became the enemy's, despair welled up in many people's eyes. The Archangel of Majesty flapped its wings gently motionless. Can it only be controlled by the person who cast the spell? The Alliance leader, seeing the Archangel of Majesty completely disobey his command, shook his head thoughtfully. Never mind. It doesn't matter whether it can be controlled or not. It will disappear when the time is up. He put away the magic sealing crystal. The Alliance leader stared into the pairs of terrified eyes, raised his arms, and issued a cold declaration. This will be your grave. Teleport. Swish. The leader teleported himself high into the sky, pale fire. Boom. A black cloud composed entirely of negative energy gathered above everyone's heads at a visible speed. This was due to the already abundant negative energy and dead energy in this area. The range of the pale fire grew even wider. Like raindrops, cold white flames rained down from the sky. A demi-human, unable to dodge, was struck on the head by a drop of fire. His entire body burst into flames, and he screamed and turned to ash. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with screams and wails, transforming into a purgatory. Angel of Surveillance. Tang Zheng quickly summoned a fourth-tier angel to block the damage. He surveyed the surrounding scene with a solemn expression. Things were getting complicated. As originally anticipated, the seventh-tier, majestic archangel. It's possible to fight the Alliance leader. Although the Alliance leader can use seventh-tier magic, Tang Zheng had already used it to test it during their previous battles. From observation, it's clear that the Alliance leader's seventh-tier magic is extremely limited. Even when he unleashed the seventh-tier spell Undead Army, it was only with the aid of a magic boost like Magic Ascension. The lack of high-level magical abilities isn't surprising. This other world isn't a game. There's no easy way to acquire magic. To acquire magic, one must either learn from others or develop it oneself. So, a 7th-tier, glorious Lord Angel is indeed sufficient to fight the Alliance leader. However, Tang Zheng didn't expect the Alliance leader to snatch the demon-sealing crystal before the fight even began. Idiot! Tang Zheng cursed inwardly. As expected, he had to resort to the second option. His shadow clone would have to reappear and fight the Alliance leader. Chapter 320. Painful howls echoed throughout the battlefield. The vast number of demi-humans perished, and the power of 6th-tier magic surpassed the resistance of most present. Magic Armor. The green leaf which unleashed 3 spells in a row, casting a layer of magical protection on herself, Inri, and the evil hound. The rain of negative energy and fire from the sky struck the magic armor, sending ripples of magic waves that continuously drained the magical power. Miss Greenleaf, please save them. Inri anxiously glanced at the green leaf which, pointing to the surrounding paladins. The power of the magic shield won't last much longer. Protecting the 3 of us is already my limit. The green leaf which stared at the cracks in her magic armor, which had appeared in just a moment. Her bright yellow pupils shrank as she responded coldly. Ah! Ah! The screams of the surrounding paladins echoed in succession. Upon hearing this, Inri hurried to the hound's side and rummaged through it for the regeneration potion. It's useless. With this level of magic, the regeneration potion won't be effective in time. Besides, we don't have many potions to begin with, so we can't save many people. The green leaf which guessed what Inri was about to do and warned her again. Inri's hands froze as she watched the paladins, who had just moments before been chatting and laughing with her and even teaching her skills, die one by one without resistance. A feeling of helplessness washed over her once again. That woman named Quirit possesses resurrection magic and can bring them back to life. The green leaf which continued. The captain said they can't be resurrected. Inli muttered to herself, then suddenly raised her head, as if grasping at a lifeline. The captain will definitely find a way. Thinking of the captain, who was always confident and calm in everything he did, Inli quickly turned around and quickly found Tang Zheng, who was quite conspicuous, with the angel of surveillance on his head. Snap! Inli grabbed the evil dog's fur with both hands, yanked hard, and jumped onto it. Xiao Hei, let's go to the captain, Inli said. What are you going to do? The green leaf witch watched Enli's actions, her face grim. This is a dangerous situation. What can an ordinary human girl like you do? Even the master would probably be in a difficult situation right now. But the master also possesses the power of teleportation magic, so he should have no problem calmly leading them away from here. The green leaf witch wanted to reach out and stop the attack, knocking Enli unconscious to prevent further trouble, but suddenly, she remembered Tang Jing's instructions. The green leaf witch's eyes flickered, but she ultimately didn't intervene. Awuh! The evil dog roared, carrying Enli away. The closer Enli got to the center of the battlefield, the clearer she could see the humans and demi-humans killed by the flames falling from the sky. Subconsciously, Enli looked up, gazing at the figure of the leader hovering above. Humans, demi-humans. Everyone's just trying to survive, Enli said, her face pale as she bit her lip. Whoosh! The evil dog was swift, hurtling through the rain of fire, leaping over the corpses on the ground and dashing towards Tang Jing's position. Captain! Seeing Enli rushing towards him from the safe rear, Tang Jing was stunned. He wasn't stunned by Enli's appearance, but by the strange feeling she was feeling, which seemed to become clearer. Captain, can you please save them? Enli's voice was tinged with tears as she stumbled off the hound. Captain, you must have a way, right? Tang Jing reached out and caught Enli, who was about to fall to the ground. He looked at the girl before him, her eyes red and her face full of anticipation. The strange aura became clearer. This strange feeling was a bit like the strange feeling Linus had given Tang Jing when her class was unstable, and a bit like the unstable fluctuations in life force during the process of upgrading and demotion. No! Both feelings were very weak, as if they could disappear at any moment. Tang Jing's eyes narrowed. The way people in other worlds obtain their classes is not fixed, and is beyond their control, so even asking Enli would yield nothing. Looking at Enli's expectant eyes, Tang Jing vaguely sensed a connection between this expectation and the strange feeling she was feeling. Really? Plans really can't keep up with changes. Tang Jing glanced at Quirit's direction from the corner of his eye. They weren't making any movement yet, frantically directing the priests to summon angels to block the magical attacks from the air. Originally, he planned to use his shadow clones to confront the leader. Now, he had to resort to another method. Well, there's another way. Tang Jing wiped the tears from Enli's eyes with his fingers, speaking gently, giving her a reassuring response. In an instant, the strange feeling emanating from Enli suddenly stabilized somewhat, though it remained quite ethereal overall. It certainly related to Enli's own expectations. The thought flashed through Tang Jing's mind. Occupations are often traceable. Even if they are unexpected, they are often related to the otherworldly person's long-term training, occupation, and behavioral habits. Things like Enli's, which appeared out of nowhere, are completely baffling. Really? Enli's tearful eyes flashed with surprise. Tang Jing nodded again, his face turning serious. Leave it to me from now on. You just stay here. With that, Tang Jing sent the angel of surveillance flying over the evil dog and Enli's heads, and summoned another one himself. Look up. Look at the tall, sacred, and motionless archangel of majesty, hovering high in the sky. We have no choice but to give it a try. Snap! The sky of surveillance, holding Tang Jing with one arm, flapped its wings rapidly, and flew towards the archangel of majesty. A cold, white rain of fire fell continuously from the sky. Tang Jing and the archangel of surveillance resembled a long white rainbow, or a moth fluttering towards a flame. The rapid, dense crash of negative energy rain fell on the archangel of surveillance, causing the humans and demi-humans on the ground to stare upward in astonishment. He's crazy! Karat raised his head, speaking in disbelief. Remedios, Go Jin, Clementine, and the others, who had been knocked away and were lying in a corner, all had the same thought. The alliance leader was so powerful, Tang Jing charging into the enemy alone was tantamount to committing suicide. Captain! Enri had also reacted by now, her face filled with horror. High in the sky. Are all priests this brave these days? Since you want to die, then so be it. The leader sneered, raised his arm, and aimed it at Tang Jing, who was rapidly ascending below, Dragon Thunder. Crack! A burst of dragon-shaped lightning traced a curved path through the air, transforming into a bolt of thunder and striking down. Faced with this magical attack. Boom! The angel of surveillance paused in its flight, grabbed Tang Jing with one hand, and flung him into the air. It was then struck by the dragon thunder, dissipating in a roar as it vanished into a speck of light. So, his target isn't the leader, but the archangel of majesty? Remedios swung his holy sword with both hands, blocking the magical attacks from the air, his eyes fixed on the figure in the air. What is this human trying to do? Seven-colored scale Kekesh commanded the demi-humans to cast their magical defenses. Raising his head, his crimson eyes filled with surprise. Clearly, everyone who noticed Tang Jing's actions was baffled. Whoosh! The sound of a gust of wind whistled by his ears. Using the force of the Omni Angel's throw, Tang Jing flew towards the Archangel of Majesty. Thankfully, the opponent's body was large enough, so there was no need to worry about the Archangel of Surveillance throwing him off course. I haven't fully understood the potion's effects yet. This is all I can do now. Tang Jing flipped his hand, pulled out a bottle of fusion potion, and poured it all into his mouth. This potion had been planned as part of a trade experiment with the Celian theocracy, but now he had to test it himself. Under a stream of incredulous gazes, Tang Jing slammed headfirst into the Archangel of Glory. The expected collision didn't occur. Like a raindrop melting into a lake, Tang Jing's entire body merged into the Archangel of Glory. Outcry. The surviving members of the Sunlight Scripture unit gaped, their mouths open, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Gone, gone! Quirit's eyes widened. Whoa! 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 Without the control of the magic sealing crystal, the Archangel of Glory, which had been motionless until then, suddenly began flapping its wings, moving. At this moment, Tang Jing, having merged into the Archangel of Glory, was struggling to control this massive angelic body. The process seemed smooth, but in reality, it was quite the opposite. The entire fusion process was extremely difficult. This was Tang Jing's first time merging into the body of an angel summoned by someone else. I previously speculated that the success of merging with an angel was related to my justice points, and now it's proven true. Tang Jing felt his entire body squeezed in an awkward, unnatural way, struggling to control the Archangel of Glory. It was because his justice value wasn't high, always keeping it at a moderate level. Now, the Archangel of Majesty was not only difficult to control, but also felt a strong sense of repulsion. Tang Jing relied entirely on pure strength to resist this repulsion. As long as I can control it, it's fine. Move! Tang Jing unleashed his magical power, forcibly controlling the Archangel of Majesty. Outside, the Archangel of Majesty, which had only been slowly flapping its wings, began to move. Extreme Holy Strike! The Archangel of Majesty raised the golden scepter in his hand, and swung it toward the sky. A dazzling column of pure, holy light transformed into a beam that pierced the dark clouds of negative energy in the sky. Boom! A violent roar echoed through the air. The pale flame magic was instantly shattered, its attack dissipating. The blazing sunlight, obscured by a black cloud of negative energy, once again shone upon the earth. The chilling sense of terror dissipated. Most humans and demi-humans collapsed to the ground, like survivors. Sixth-tier magic was truly too terrifying and horrifying. In that brief moment, the humans and demi-humans had lost half their forces. The black mist surrounding the leader trembled. Seeing the Archangel of Glorious Light regain his mobility and launch his own attack, his temples throbbed. How did you do that? The leader's white pupils constricted as he demanded loudly. That priest had actually merged with the angel, and even indirectly controlled a seventh-tier angel. What kind of special magic was this? Impossible. Even with the most extraordinary means, that priest's power couldn't possibly control a seventh-tier angel. Innate abilities? No, he had clearly noticed the priest drinking a potion when he merged into the Archangel of Glory. What was that potion, priest? The leader, as if realizing something incomprehensible, his usually calm demeanor flared with agitation. Just tell me, and I spare your life. Of course, Tang Jing wouldn't respond. Even if he wanted to, the Archangel of Glory had no brain, so he wouldn't make a sound. Whoa! The Archangel of Glory flapped its 3 pairs of wings, its massive figure charging towards the leader at a speed far beyond its size. The golden scepter in its hand lashed out like a club. Boom! The golden scepter struck the air, creating a powerful explosion, shattering the air in front of it with a single blow. A golden scepter came into view. A terrifying blast of air swept over, and the Alliance leader could only swallow his words and quickly evade with flight magic. The strike missed. Judgment laser. The Archangel of Glory puffed out his chest. A dazzling red light flashed within the red area at the center, and the bright red beam shot out. Magic shield. The Alliance leader immediately activated a magical defense. The translucent magic shield collided with the Judgment laser and exploded, sending the Alliance leader repelling once again. Extreme Holy Strike. A bluish-white beam of light instantly descended upon the Alliance leader's head. Teleport. The Alliance leader shouted, dodging with a teleportation spell, Magic resistance breakthrough dragon thunder. Crack! The burst of laser light twisted and traced a winding path in the air, striking the Archangel of Glory hard, leaving a charred area on the surface of its bright silver armor. Sentence laser. Negative energy blast. Magic resistance breakthrough acid spear. Angel's protection. Slowdown. Holy attribute defense. Magic resistance breakthrough negative energy blast. Angel's protection. Ultimate holy strike. Teleport. A fierce battle unfolded in the skies. The terrifying aftermath of magic easily blasted deep craters onto the ground. This was a high-level battle beyond the imagination of anyone present. The Lord Angel of Glory didn't care about being injured, but the Alliance leader couldn't. Once struck by magic, the consequences would be either death or crippling. This resulted in the Lord Angel of Glory, controlled by Shang Tangzheng, forcing the Alliance leader to retreat with overwhelming force, forcing him to resort to defensive measures. Damn that priest! The leader was slightly flustered, constantly dodging the Archangel of Majesty's magical attacks. The opponent's attack was too fierce, not giving him any breathing space. What infuriated the leader the most was the priest controlling the Archangel of Majesty, completely resisting his magic and launching a suicidal attack. The opponent was completely unafraid of being injured. Of course, if he was injured, it would be the Archangel of Majesty. This is too shameless. The thought suddenly occurred to the leader. It had been a long time since he had been forced into such a situation. Even the red-robed mage was only a little troublesome because of the bone dragon. No, we must figure out how he merged into the angel's body. The leader's eyes grew increasingly fiery, and he cast another defensive spell, dodging as he flew. A weak magic chant could actually control a powerful summoned creature through such means. What a profound meaning this! With a rare gulp, the Alliance leader's throat moved, his cold white eyes gleaming with greed. He had to capture this priest alive and learn about this power from him. Boom! The fierce collision of magic sent a continuous rumble of thunder through the air. He's really formidable. Tangzheng, controlling the Archangel of Glory, felt a little annoyed as he watched the Alliance leader, who circled and dodged him like a fly. The Alliance leader had too many tricks up his sleeve. Some of his spells weren't very powerful, but they could weaken the angels. Meanwhile, summoned monsters, like the Archangel of Glory, had limited offensive capabilities. However, in this kind of high-intensity magic battle, the Alliance leader suffered the most. This rush of attack is a bit unusual. The leader's eyes glared, yet a hint of thought lingered. The angels that summon monsters have a time limit. Haha, no wonder you're resorting to such a suicidal attack. You're trying to finish me off before the angel summoning ends? We need to conserve our mana further to buy time. The leader quickly formulated a strategy. Chapter 321. Corpse Pit. Puff, puff. Khajiit lay among the corpses, his eyes glazed over, pupils dilated, his heart beating slowly. The overwhelming stench of the rotting corpses around him, and the thunderous roar of magical collisions from the outside, all made Khajiit oblivious. With so many rotting corpses, there should have been a multitude of mosquitoes and flies, but there wasn't even a single insect in this area, for the negative energy was so dense. Any life that entered would be corroded. His already emaciated body was now reduced to a thin layer of skin. A gray layer gradually covered Khajiit's eyes. Is he going to die again? His consciousness gradually faded. The erosion of negative energy had already left his body riddled with holes, and his supposed transformation into undead was simply impossible. In a trance, a gentle, blurry face appeared in Khajiit's remaining consciousness. Who was it? I couldn't see clearly. So familiar. It was my mother. Darkness enveloped him completely. Boom! The terrifyingly vast negative energy and rage that permeated the entire corpse pit, like a drop of water in a frying pan, boiling and exploding. Like a dragon sucking water, it poured into Khajiit's body at a furious speed. Khajiit's body was rapidly eroded. In the blink of an eye, his internal organs and skin vanished, leaving only a skeleton. The seemingly fragile bones, under the constant influx of negative energy, quickly became solid and rugged, transforming into the form of some beast. A pus-like yellow and green haze emerged from each bone, gradually enveloping his entire body. Mother can't be resurrected. Then drag all the living into death together. Roar! A voice, like a whisper from the abyss, echoed from the corpse pit. The gray-robed mage, who had previously fled the battlefield, feared the angel of the Lord of Glory, now stood guard near the corpse pit, his gaze fixed intently on the two figures battling high in the sky. Ahaha, worthy of being the leader. To be able to fight such a powerful angel is no different from the demon god of 200 years ago. The gray-robed mage's face was filled with admiration. No, even the legendary 13 heroes might not be as powerful as the leader. Suddenly, the gray-robed mage felt a chill run through his body, his eyes widening as he looked behind him. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones grinding against each other gradually grew clearer from the depths of the corpse pit. A beastly undead creature, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a horse, its body shimmering in a green and yellow haze, crawled out of the pit. This is... The gray-robed mage's pupil shrank, his body trembling, the urge to escape instantly forming within him. But he could no longer move. As if under the influence of some negative state, the gray-robed mage stood frozen in place. Invisible vibrations surged from the undead. Bang! The gray-robed mage's eyes rolled back, his life force dissipating. He collapsed to the ground in a body, stirring up a cloud of dust. This powerful magic caster, who had entered the heroic realm, a force considered a national heritage in every nation, had died without a sound. Instantly, the yellow-green haze undead, its aura surging, gently swayed as it stepped over the gray-robed mage's corpse and headed towards the center of the battlefield. There was a vast aura of the living, bringing death to all. High above, a vast, sacred figure and a magic chanter chased and battled in the air, leaving the humans and demi-humans on the ground stunned. The scene before them. It was enough to become part of an epic, sung by countless bards. Priests and paladins craned their necks to gaze upward, feeling fortunate to witness this firsthand. Oh my god! The legendary demon god, the 13 heroes, is perhaps no more. A priest from the sunlight scripture gazed at the majestic and powerful figure of the highest-ranking angel, and suddenly knelt, his hands folded in prayer. Captain Negan, bound by magic, was unable to evade the attack of the pale flame and had perished, but his body had been barely preserved by members of the scripture corps. Free will dawn. This guy. Kyrat and Remedios had reunited and exchanged a glance, silent, but with a strange glint in their eyes. As two of the Holy Kingdom's most celebrated geniuses, and the right-hand men of the First Holy Queen, both Kyrat and Remedios were immensely proud. But at this moment, Kyrat and Remedios knew clearly that the battle before them was beyond their reach, not even to offer assistance. Kyrat, that item. Remedios suddenly spoke. No. Although its power is immense, it's not suited for individual combat like this. Kyrat hesitated, then shook his head. I never imagined that in the end, after this catastrophe unleashed by the undead, everyone's hopes would rest on a single adventurer. Remedios gazed skyward, clenching his holy sword before slowly releasing it, a complex mix of emotions welling up within him. Of the two powerful enemies, the Death Knight had been indirectly eliminated by Tang Sheng. Now, even the leader of the most terrifying Chironon had been dealt with by this fellow. It was truly indescribable. At this very moment, both humans and demi-humans were closely watching the battle in the sky. Everyone knew full well that whether Tang Zhang's radiant archangel could defeat the leader would determine their own success. God, please bless the captain. Enri clasped her hands together in front of her chest. She had never believed in God before, but at this moment, she sincerely hoped that the legendary god would descend. Protect everyone, protect the captain. Crack. The strange aura emanating from Enri showed signs of gradually collapsing at this moment. Just as everyone's nerves were tense, a terrified, panicked cry emanated from the front of the demi-humans. What kind of undead creature is this? Kill it. Why are you standing there motionless? Dead, everyone inexplicably dead. An atmosphere of panic quickly spread from the direction of the demi-humans, and the entire demi-human army grew increasingly agitated. Even the two of the 10 greatest, 7-colored scales Kakashi and Beast General Hector Weiss, were unable to suppress their panic. What are these demi-humans doing? Hearing the noise coming from the front, Remedios looked up with an angry expression, then froze. He saw a large number of demi-humans, powerless, fell to the ground like harvested wheat. The cause of all this was a skeletal undead creature, roughly 2 meters tall, resembling a horse or wild beast, emanating a pus-like yellow and green haze. Wherever this undead creature passed, demi-humans stood frozen in place, unable to even resist, before dying without a breath. A bizarre scene sent an inexplicable chill through Remedios' body. What is that? Soul Eater? Why is there a Soul Eater? Kyrat's pale cyan pupils exploded, his fingertips trembling as he practically screamed. Both the Death Knight and the Soul Eater were considered legendary undead. Since he had to deal with the Death Knight, Kyrat naturally consulted texts, and thus indirectly learned of another legendary undead. This undead creature greedily devoured the souls of the living. Legend has it that they once appeared in an orc city on the central continent. They were responsible for the deaths of over 100,000 people, reducing the entire city to ruins, known as the Silent City. To fight this kind of monster, one must possess at least the ability to wield third-tier magic. Otherwise, even confronting it is difficult, as it radiates a power called fear. Remedios. Quirit's neck stiffened. What's wrong? Remedios drew his holy sword. Run! Run! Quirit's face paled. He turned around and roared in a completely unmannerly manner. Paladin order, priests, everyone retreat. Remedios was stunned. She had never seen her sister lose her composure like this. Panic spread like a plague across the battlefield. The demihumans, who were at the front and the largest group, collapsed first, fleeing in unison. Shouts of terror filled the air. The dust kicked up by the fleeing demihumans littered the ground with human and demihuman corpses, as well as the remains of undead, who had been dead for who knows how long. Everyone. Inri stood there, bewildered, gazing blankly at the chaotic, disordered, and panic-stricken battlefield before her. She was at the very center of the battlefield. Inri suddenly felt more insignificant than ever before. Life is so fragile. Inri, get out of here! The green leaf which rushed over from behind, grabbed Inri's arm, and tried to carry her away. No! Inri gently pulled her arm free, suddenly smiling faintly. The captain is still fighting. How can I leave? The captain is safe. The green leaf witch spoke quickly, her eyes filled with fear as she gazed forward. She could faintly see the soul devourer. Wait! The green leaf witch's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She looked down at her freed hand. When had Inri become so strong? Miss Suaya, you know what? I just prayed to the gods with such utmost sincerity, but all I heard was my own voice. Inri blinked, disappointment gleaming in her dark brown eyes, yet a different glint shone through them. I'm just a peasant woman from a border village. From the beginning, I knew the gap between me and the captain was immense. Inri raised her hand, grasping the chestnut blonde braid tied across her chest. She looked up at the sacred figure battling in the sky, her eyes filled with longing. But now, I realize the gap is even greater than I imagined. Because those high-ranking nobles, the captains of the paladins, the legendary 10 great demi-humans, these legendary powerhouses, can now only gaze at the sky or flee. The green leaf witch's face grew increasingly anxious. She felt like she was going mad. No! It was Inri who was mad. What the hell was that brat doing? Looking at the desperately fleeing demi-humans and humans around her, and the soul devourer now completely visible, the green leaf witch broke out in a cold sweat, wishing she could abandon Inri and run away. But if she did that, the master would surely kill her, and her sister too. What the hell are you going to do? The green leaf witch's voice grew muffled. She was now considering whether to disobey her master's orders, knock Inri unconscious, and forcibly take her away. I don't know. Inri muttered, her brown eyes gazing at the soul devourer, emitting a yellow-green haze. I want to get closer to the captain. I want to help the captain. I think everyone's life shouldn't end like this. Inri turned to look at the anxious green leaf witch beside her, her lips pursed in a smile, tears still welling in the corners of her eyes. Miss Greenleaf, I think I can help. Swish. A gust of air blew past, blowing the dirty, slightly torn hem of Inri's skirt. Inri bent down and picked up a long sword from the ground. The green leaf witch's pupils inexplicably shrank, and she took a step back. Remedios and Quorat, retreating, stared at Inri and Quorat, standing motionless in the center of the battlefield, their expression startled. What are those two doing? Are they crazy? Above the battlefield, Tang Zheng, the alliance leader, who was engaged in a fierce battle, also noticed the scene on the ground. Soul Devourer? He actually succeeded. Khajiit, haha, worthy of being my disciple. The alliance leader was clearly surprised, then burst into a triumphant laugh. Priest, you completely lost. Do you know what that is? It's a Soul Devourer, a legendary undead creature even more terrifying than a Death Knight. The alliance leader, not missing any opportunity, attacked. He had noticed the Archangel of Glorious Light's movements slowing, and the feathers on its wings were dissipating. Khajiit? He hadn't expected the alliance leader to even bring out the Soul Devourer. From what he heard, it looked like a Khajiit transformation. If it really was a Soul Devourer, then everyone present would be dead. In the game Yggdrasil, a Soul Devourer would only cause instant death once after a few hundred attacks, so the threat wasn't great. But in this other world, the effects of this instant death aura were persistent. The stronger the strength, the lower the chance of a judgment, but without instant death resistance, a judgment passed is certain death. Tang Zheng immediately controlled the Archangel of Glorious Light, intending to launch a magical attack on the Soul Devourer. I won't let you succeed. The Alliance leader, who had been suppressed for so long, finally seized the initiative and immediately intervened. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Down below, in the center of the battlefield. Boom! A brilliant white light suddenly condensed from thin air. Enli grasped an ordinary longsword in both hands, a white light flickering in her brown eyes. She seemed to be mumbling to herself, yet also to be asking for something. Please lend me your strength. Everyone. The green leaf which took another step back, subconsciously glancing around. Buzz, buzz. A shimmering light, like a dense swarm of fireflies, rose from the battlefield, converging on the sword in Enli's hand from all directions. The sudden appearance of the scene made everyone pause. This white light was not a divine power, but a pure positive attribute that no one had ever experienced. Enli? What the hell happened? Tang Zheng was the most confused at this moment. Buzz, the attribute panel vibrated. Discovered the skill heroic moment, requiring the special class Kai. Current conditions. Failed. Failed to obtain information. Acquiring skill information. Heroic moment. Borrowing the power of a fallen companion, temporarily gains a bonus to the physical attack stat, bringing it up to the same level as the highest rated physical attack stat among allies and enemies. Discovered the skill heroic moment, requiring the special class hero follower unique. No current class. Acquisition failed. Requires 3 skill points. No prerequisite high-level class. Acquisition failed. Requires 6 skill points. No prerequisite mid-level class. Acquisition failed. Requires 9 skill points. No prerequisite basic class. Genius transforming. Genius transforming failed. The prerequisite basic class does not exist. Requires 12 skill points. Should I spend 12 skill points to forcibly acquire this special class? If the class acquisition conditions are not met, acquiring a special class will degrade the class. Warning! This class is the unique class. Please select whether to apply. A dense array of class information appeared on the attribute panel. Enli. Hero class. Tang Zheng was unusually silent. With just a thought, he could gain this power. A completely independent hero class. Through the information revealed on the attribute panel, Tang Zheng could clearly sense the power contained within this special class. Hero? Tang Zheng seemed to sense a certain will within the class, and suddenly understood why Enli had obtained this class. He also knew with uncanny clarity that he would never be able to obtain this class through normal means. Heroism is never about innate strength. It's about will and choice, a confidence that allows one to rise from weakness to strength. This is Enli's unique will and choice. Tang Zheng, trapped within the body of the Archangel of Glorious Glory, suddenly laughed. Since crossing into this world, he had never felt so genuinely happy. It was like walking down a desolate road, and suddenly someone was able to catch up. It's your power, Enli, Tang Zheng said with a brilliant smile. No. Failed to apply. Chapter 322. Accompanied by the notification that her inauguration had failed, Enli's powerful yet somewhat unstable aura suddenly solidified. Swish. Rising from all sides of the battlefield, white dots of light, like fireflies, converged completely around Enli, radiating a unique and dazzling light even under the scorching sun hanging high above. Roar! The Soul Devourer, as if sensing some kind of danger, roared and charged towards Enli. Positive energy continuously condensed on the long sword in Enli's hand, transforming the metal blade into a pure white beam of light. Enli's aura began to rapidly rise, an invisible pressure spreading in all directions, forming a wave of air out of thin air. Swish! Her hair ties snapped. The chestnut gold 3-strand braid tied across her chest broke free, and her long, wispy hair fluttered in the air. This is everyone's power. Enri grasped the glowing long sword in both hands, raised it high, and as if swept by a powerful force, she swung the sword unconsciously. Please disappear. A beam of white light transformed into a slashing blow, traversing the battlefield and slashing down upon the Soul Eater as everyone watched. There was no violent collision as expected. The Soul Eater was like snow in the sun. The moment it came into contact with the attack, it quickly melted into tiny fragments of black energy and dissipated in midair. Silence. The entire battlefield was eerily still at this moment. That was the legendary Soul Eater, a high-level undead creature even more terrifying than a Death Knight, and yet it was destroyed so easily. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The fleeing humans and demi-humans inexplicably stopped, their gaze fixed on the girl at the center of the battlefield, wondering if they were dreaming. Crack! The long sword, unable to withstand the force, shattered into tiny fragments. Inri's eyes rolled back, and the remaining hilt in her hand fell to the ground. Her body limp, and she collapsed to the ground. The green leaf, which was the first to regain consciousness, quickly reaching out to steady her. She stared at the unconscious Inri, lost in thought. Over the battlefield. No, impossible, impossible. The leader was the first to let out a hoarse roar. That's the Soul Devourer. Tang Zheng was controlling the Archangel of Glorious Light, and with the angel's perspective, he could clearly see everything happening below. Compared to everyone else's shock, he remained much calmer. The skill heroic moment seemed to increase the attack to the level of the enemy, or ally, with the highest physical attack. If nothing unexpected happened. Of all those present, Tang Zheng himself probably had the highest physical attack stat, with 548 points, representing a 39% percentage. In other words, using the class attributes of a pure warrior, he possessed the physical attack stats of a pure level 39 warrior, while the Soul Devourer's initial level was between 30 and 35. A newly born Soul Devourer, even if it devoured numerous souls on the battlefield, could never reach level 35 so quickly. Facing a level 39 physical attack, and the restraining power of the positive attribute. After all, it was a special class. There should be other attributes and bonus effects. By this calculation, killing the Soul Devourer with one strike wouldn't be surprising. The skill heroic moment is a bit like the damage stacking in games, seemingly able to completely bridge the gap between level and physical attack. It seems to rely on the power of a dead companion. Tang Zheng recalled the information about the skill and, thinking about this effect, was a bit unsure how to describe it. This skill is indeed quite powerful. Inri's current level should only be 2, Farmer 1 LV, Hero/Follower 1 LV, and this skill allows Inri, at level 2, to achieve Tang Zheng's physical attack level. It can be described as terrifying. This isn't the skill's limit, it's simply that among everyone present, Tang Zheng has the highest physical attack level. It seems reasonable that such a powerful skill has some limitations. Companion is perhaps a general term. In games, companions don't just refer to players, but also pets and summoned creatures. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up at this thought. If Inri were to command a group of angels to fight the enemy first in battle, and then use the skill after the angels were eliminated, the same effect should be achieved. Heroes and sacrifice? Tang Zheng's mind raced with these two words. It's somewhat similar to Shalltear summoning monsters to replenish her health, or the sacrificial rituals Bone King mentioned. The battle below was over. It was time to conclude the battle here as well. The Archangel of Majesty suddenly flapped its wings, and tiny specks of holy light emanated from its feathers. It pressed forward again, even more violently than before. I'm going to kill you! The leader's cold, white eyes were bloodshot, a mixture of shock and anger. Slaying the Soul Devourer with a single blow, such power even frightened him, but he sensed that the girl's condition was clearly abnormal. If he truly possessed that power, why hadn't he used it until now? A natural ability? Or perhaps some other unusual item? The two legendary undead creatures he had painstakingly crafted were completely destroyed. This was already a devastating loss. He felt his heart bleed. A single magic sealing crystal alone couldn't make up for the loss. He had to capture the priest, who had merged with the angel, and the young girl alive. Greed is the original sin. Your Excellency, Alliance Leader. Tang Zheng sneered at the Alliance Leader, who, despite appearing somewhat bewildered, showed no signs of escaping. If the other party was determined to escape now, Tang Zheng wouldn't be able to stop him. He knew that after he demonstrated the effects of the fusion potion, the Alliance Leader would definitely find a way to uncover such tactics. And not just the other party. The Celian Theocracy had been watching the battlefield closely, and were likely equally interested. The sense of repulsion is growing more and more pronounced. The time must be approaching. Tang Zheng, sensing the Archangel of Majesty, who seemed poised to dissipate at any moment, began to slow his movements, feigning a forced retreat. The fusion potion allows the merged entity to coexist with the angel for a longer period of time, but only under conditions of high compatibility. Tang Zheng's compatibility was too poor, making him not only difficult to control, but the Archangel of Majesty was already absorbing his magic power. As soon as the magic power was cut off, the Archangel of Majesty would inevitably dissipate. This is an unexpected bit of intelligence, Tang Zheng thought to himself. Want to leave? Magic resistance breakthrough Thunder Dragon. The Alliance Leader's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he pursued without hesitation. This is the moment. Holy confinement. The Archangel of Majesty suddenly raised his arms, aimed at the Alliance Leader, and released a thin beam of light. Both sides unleashed magic simultaneously. Boom! A blinding dragon-shaped lightning bolt struck the majestic angel's chest first. After enduring the continuous magical attacks, its silver armor finally shattered under the pressure. The majestic angel began to become extremely unstable, its 3 pairs of wings disintegrating, seemingly ready to dissipate at any moment. The Alliance leader, having unleashed his own magic, had no time to dodge, and was also struck by the magic. This is... You've been hiding this magic. The Alliance leader's face suddenly changed when he realized he was being imprisoned. He realized he'd been tricked. From the very beginning, the other party had deliberately concealed this imprisonment spell and hadn't used it. Success? Tang Zheng was certain that after such a long battle, the Alliance leader's magic power was already dwindling, so he was extremely cautious. If he didn't show weakness, the other party wouldn't fall for it. Then let's end it, Alliance leader. Tang Zheng's eyes gleamed coldly. He had exposed a potion he held, not a trump card. Although he had intended to trade it, he still had to claim the reward. Bang! Crack! The golden scepter in the Archangel of Glorious Light's hand suddenly shattered, shattering into golden fragments that wrapped around his body. This was the scene of activating a special skill. Wait a moment. We can talk! The black mist around the leader's body simmered, and his usually magnetic voice became a shrill, crow-like cry. Extreme Holy Strike. A divine and pure power far surpassing its previous power, transformed into a terrifying beam of light that descended with a thunderous thud. The leader's figure was engulfed in the light, and the restraining power shattered along with it. He transformed into a black shadow that streaked through the air and crashed into the distant mountains. Bang! This power was exhausted, and the Archangel of Glorious Light completely dissipated. Tang Zheng's figure, exposed to the air, fell rapidly toward the ground. Whoosh! A brown figure in bright silver armor sprinted from afar, stomping the ground hard and leaping high. Ah! The evil dog moved even faster, its bone chains rapidly soaring into the air. Just as it was about to reach its limit, it swung its head sharply. The straight bone chains curved and spun, forming a spring-like spiral, precisely catching Tang Zheng as he fell from midair. Swish! The bone chains contracted, dragging Tang Zheng down from midair, where he landed securely on the evil dog's body. Bang! The brown figure also fell from the air, causing the ground to shake. Tang Zheng, pale, sat on the evil dog's body, feigning weakness. He looked blankly at the brown-haired figure across from him. Captain Remedios? Remedios' expression was frozen. Well, I was just trying to prevent you from falling to your death. Remedios feigned composure, folding his arms across his chest. He glanced at Tang Zheng, and upon finding he was uninjured, he resumed his usual indifferent demeanor. You've even vanquished a formidable foe like the leader of the Chironon Alliance. It would be truly disgraceful if you were to die over such a minor incident. At the end of his words, Remedios' expression was bewildered. Both the most threatening Death Knight and the leader of the terrifyingly powerful, evil secret society Chironon had perished indirectly at Tang Zheng's hands. Even the legendary undead Soul Eater that had suddenly appeared had perished at the hands of an ordinary girl named Anri from the Free Will Adventurer group. Ordinary? A wry smile played on Remedios' face. If Anri was just ordinary, then what was she? Frustrated? Unwilling? Humiliated? A common girl, previously completely indifferent, suddenly displayed such immense power. A complex mix of emotions suddenly welled up within the ever-proud Remedios. This war, and the undead catastrophe, unleashed by the cult organization Chironon. The ultimate solution was not the Holy Kingdom or the Celian Theocracy, but a small group of adventurers. Anyway, it's over, Captain Remedios. Tang Zheng forced a smile, and replied weakly. Yes, it's over. Remedios paused, then exhaled. A large number of corpses covered the ground. There were humans, demi-humans, and even more undead. Everyone on the battlefield fell silent. Then, cheers erupted. Win! We win! The disaster is over! A variety of excited howls rang out from the demi-humans, a sense of joy filling the battlefield. Some demi-humans dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground and cried loudly, while some on the human side collapsed on the ground. The oppression of 2 legendary undead beings, and a leader with power comparable to that of a demon god had already strained everyone's nerves to the point of collapse. Now, naturally, it was released in one breath. At this moment, Tang Zheng was not immersed in this atmosphere. He was controlling his shadow clone, searching for the leader. Yes! The leader had survived the full-strength attack of the glorious Archangel. This fact could not be hidden from Tang Zheng, because his attribute panel did not show any indication of experience gain. The remaining paladins and priests were located there. We truly won. Quirrell muttered to himself, his face full of complexities, as he gazed towards the center of the battlefield in the distance. Thinking of his sister's sudden dash just now, his expression grew even more complex. She knew Remedios' character well. When had he ever become so concerned about others? Free will. Quillet felt an immense sense of solemnity. This group of adventurers was truly beyond common sense. The entire Holy Kingdom must treat them with the utmost friendliness, both now and in the future. Especially their miraculous means of integrating into the angels. Quillet's eyes flickered with thoughts, but he ultimately suppressed them, believing they didn't need to be considered for now. He raised his head. Looking at the surviving demi-humans on the battlefield, although they were relatively scattered, Quillet could still roughly estimate their number to be around 3,000. These demi-humans were undoubtedly the most elite force in the entire hilly region. He turned his gaze back to the human side. The paladins currently had fewer than 70 men left, the priest corps had lost half of its members, with only 100 remaining, and the Sunlight Scripture had only about 30 men left. They couldn't bring much combat power to bear right now. This opportunity must not be missed. Quillet observed all the demi-humans on the battlefield, his gaze chilling. He clutched the magic leather pouch at his waist with one hand, and spoke quickly, "Prepare for the ritual." Several priests, their faces weary and jubilant with victory, suddenly glanced at each other upon hearing this. They stood up and joined Quillet. The Celian Theocracy. The Divine Capital. Zheng Xingqianli, dressed in a JK uniform, sat on the ground in a daze. A red, half-framed magic item called glasses lay beside her. Zheng Xingqianli pursed her lips, silent for a moment. She was contemplating how to report to the next few head priests. If she submitted this report, they would undoubtedly think she was making it up. The legendary undead soul devourer was slain by a single sword strike from a young girl. What a joke. Chapter 323. Legendary undead, like the soul devourer, require even members of the dark scripture to treat with caution. Just died so simply? I guess I'm not blinded. Astrology Chinli silently reassured herself, her expression tense, for this wasn't the only frightening thing. An adventurer capable of merging with the highest-ranking angels. The leader of Chironon, capable of confronting the Archangel of Majesty. If her clairvoyance wasn't mistaken, that leader shouldn't be dead yet. The demon sealing crystal, an out-of-specification item, is missing. The Sunlight Scripture suffered heavy losses, with less than half its members. Captain Negan is dead. Okay, these last two things aren't a big deal compared to the previous ones. Astrology Chinli gritted her teeth. The excessive force put pressure on her skull, causing even a formidable figure like her to experience tinnitus. As Astrology Chinli stopped observing, cleared his fuzzy mind, and tried to figure out how to report in detail at this moment. A hilly battlefield littered with blood, flesh, and corpses. Quillet's sinister eyes, with a solemn expression filled with holiness, pulled out a crown from a magic leather bag. It was primarily gold, adorned with translucent crystals resembling ice. Looking at the magical item in her hand, Quillet's breathing quickened slightly. Logically, she shouldn't have been required to accompany her on this calamity to quell the undead rebellion. But for the Holy Kingdom, and for Her Majesty the Holy Queen, Colette was hesitant to hand this national treasure over to anyone, not even her sister Remedios. This crown is not only a symbol of status and power, but also a national treasure of the Holy Kingdom. It's called the Crown of the Holy King. It's a magical item that embodies the final holy war, a great ritual magic passed down through generations of the Holy Kingdom, and it possesses terrifying power beyond imagination. As far as Quirrell knows, this magical item has only been used once since the founding of the Holy Kingdom, during the founding of the first Holy King. As Prime Minister and a close friend of the Holy Princess, Quirrell naturally has access to information that even her status would prevent her from accessing, including some of the secrets of the Basara's royal family. Unfortunately, Quirrell's greatest interest lies in how the first Holy King acquired this national treasure. There's no record of it, and he can only speculate that it's connected to the legendary 6 great gods. He suppressed all the thoughts in his mind. Quillet's gaze fixed on the priests, who had risen and gathered around her. Everyone get ready. Clack. As if they had rehearsed the procession in advance, even with half the priests down, other priests quickly filled in for the previously assigned positions. In the blink of an eye, over 50 priests, with Quillet at the center, formed a dispersed, grid-like formation, standing respectfully and upright in their positions. Begin. Keelalek quickly glanced around, confirming everyone's positions, and slowly raised the crown to her head. In reality, not so many people were needed, but everyone had just fought, and their magic power was already low, so more people were needed to gather it. The so-called Grand Ceremony. It concentrates the collective's magical power into a single practitioner, storing a large amount of it for a limited period of time. Precisely because of this, being the bearer is extremely dangerous. The most basic requirement is that the bearer possesses the power to use 5th-tier magic to enter the heroic realm. Of course, a normal grand ceremony wouldn't be as simple as this one, but the crown of the Holy King is a special magical item that concentrates the power of the grand ceremony, omitting the complex ritual process. Swish. The next moment, all the priests performed devout prayer gestures, chanting softly. Streams of pale white sacred magic emanated from their bodies, transforming into a faint pale white light. Like raindrops falling on the surface of water, it formed ripples of energy, converging towards the crown in Quirit's hand. The faces of the surrounding priests visibly darkened, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as their bodies weakened from excessive magical power consumption. The crown trembled slightly. A massive magic circle, covering all the priests present, appeared above Quirit's head. Dong, dong, the astonishing magical fluctuations, and the sight of the massive magic circle caused the demi-humans, who had just recovered their breath, to stare blankly at Quirit's position in confusion. What is that? Tang, sitting on the hound's back, his disguised pale and frail face faltered as he looked up at the sudden development. He had been concentrating on controlling his shadow clones, searching for the missing leader. With the powerful attack unleashed by the Archangel of Majesty, the leader would surely be seriously injured, even if not killed. The crown of the Holy King, Remedios, standing nearby, crossed his arms, explaining without concealing anything. The Holy King's crown? Tang Zheng immediately realized this was the Holy Kingdom's trump card he'd been curious about. It was actually a magic item. He felt a little surprised. This was the crown carried by the Holy Princess, and it had been brought here. This alone showed how much trust the Holy Princess, Carco, had in Quirit. You're planning to attack the demi-humans? Tang Zheng looked intently at it, and suddenly spoke. He remembered correctly. This magic item contained a spell called Final Holy War, the specific effects of which were unknown. In the original novel, the Holy Princess, Carco, was captured by an angry demon disguised as Demiurge before she could use it. According to the intelligence Demiurge had obtained and analyzed, neither the Apollon Hills nor the Holy Kingdom possessed a power he could concern himself with. So, even if the magic within this magic item was unleashed, it would have no impact on the final outcome. How did you know? Remedios' light brown pupils widened in surprise when she heard Tang Zheng say, they're going to attack the demi-humans. She hadn't said anything just now. Karat was planning to use this opportunity to eliminate all demi-humans, and it was her sister who had proactively told her. Tang had actually guessed it. Seeing Remedios' surprise, Tang Zheng was rather surprised. You think it's so hard to guess? Now that the war is over, it's obvious that you'd use the Holy Kingdom's national treasures. Isn't it hard to guess? Remedios muttered softly, his eyes blank, devoid of the fierce, unyielding demeanor he possessed during battle. You came to my side. Tang Zheng was silent for a moment, then looked at Remedios seriously. Isn't this Captain Quirit's arrangement to prevent me from aiding the demi-humans? Remedios' pupils dilated slightly. What? I was just afraid you'd fall and die. Remedios' eyes widened, and he clenched his fists, angrily speaking. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that Remedios might be more, well, smart than he had imagined. And this woman? When had she been so friendly to him? So, you're planning to help the demi-humans, right? Remedios was furious at first, then suddenly realized and put one hand on the hilt of his sword. You bastard. Ah. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, then sighed. What do you mean by that? Remedios said unhappily. Tang Zheng didn't respond, but instead looked back in Quirit's direction. He was very curious about the magic of Final Holy War, because the name of this magic was very similar to a certain magic of the 10th tier. Back then, when he saw Final Holy War, he subconsciously assumed it was a 10th tier spell, but then thought it unlikely. He rechecked the text and realized it was only a single word different. For nearly 20 seconds, the enormous holy magic circle suddenly shone, then dissipated into a point of light. Quillet's spirit trembled. He raised his crown high in both hands and shouted, Final Holy War. In an instant, a massive vortex of pure white bubbles appeared above Quillet's head, followed by a dense, rustling sound from within the vortex. It was like the rubbing of numerous armors. Whoosh, 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 a guardian archangel, wielding a bright yellow spear, was the first to fly out of the holy vortex. Then, as if triggering some kind of reaction, a dense swarm of guardian angels continued to fly out of the holy vortex, rapidly converging in the sky above. In just a few breaths, 128 guardian archangels appeared before everyone's eyes. But that wasn't the end. After all the guardian angels had flown out, movement was heard again within the vortex. A flame archangel, wielding a flaming sword, flew out next. 64 flame archangels gathered in the sky above. The holy vortex shook again. This time, it was the angels of tranquility that appeared, their number reaching 32 at once. Only at this moment did the holy vortex completely dissipate. The sight of 224 angels appearing simultaneously shocked everyone, especially the overwhelming presence of 32 four-tier angels of tranquility. The pressure they felt caused the pupils of the demi-humans to constrict. Is this the power of the crown of the Holy King? Remedios, no longer angry about what Tang Zheng had just said, lifted his head, revealing his fair neck, his face filled with disbelief. Puff, puff, puff. As the magic completed, all the priests participating in the ceremony collapsed to the ground, some falling unconscious. Quirit's shoulders swayed twice, and he stumbled to steady himself. He looked up at the mighty legion of angels radiating divine light in the sky. An unparalleled brilliance shone in his light brown eyes. Is this the power of a national treasure? Quirit muttered to herself, her fingers gripping the crown pale from the excessive force, fearing it would fall from her grasp. At this moment, she finally understood how the first Holy King had used this national treasure to establish the nation. Compared to the shock of everyone on the battlefield, Tang Zheng instinctively straightened his back, his face filled with surprise and astonishment, no less than their own. Final Holy War? Isn't this the 10th tier magic Final War of Good? The attribute panel vibrated, appearing before Tang Zheng's eyes. The 4th tier magic grand ritual, Final War, Good, Degraded, has been discovered. Requires a base casting level of 22 to 28. Currently met. Spend 1 skill point to learn it. Degraded magic has been discovered. Spend a skill point to repair it? Tang Zheng looked at the information on the panel, his eyes, first startled, then filled with delight. It really was the 10th tier magic, only in a degraded state. What surprised and delighted Tang Zheng was that it could actually be repaired. Repair? Tang Zheng muttered to himself without hesitation. This was true 10th tier magic, and a very special kind. This was more than just a surprise. Use 1 skill point to upgrade to the 5th tier magic grand ritual Final War Good, Degraded. Use 1 skill point to upgrade to the 6th tier magic grand ritual Final War Good, Degraded. Use 1 skill point to upgrade to the 10th tier magic grand ritual Final War, Good, skill points, 72 to 67. Skill, Grand Ritual Final War, Good 10th tier. Cost, 80 mana, 1.5 million XP. Instructions. After activating this magic, you can summon 128 angels of approximately level 10. Summon 64 angels around level 20. Summon 32 angels around level 30. Summon 8 angels around level 40. Summon 4 angels around level 50. Summon 2 angels around level 60. Summon 1 angel around level 70. The caster can also, if desired, convert higher level angels to lower level angels to increase the number of angels, roughly doubling the total. This spell can be used 3 times per day. Tang Zheng's pupils dilated slightly as he read the spell's information. You have to remember that the 10th level angel summon only summons 1 level 70 angel, and it's also a 10th level spell. The number of angels summoned by Grand Ritual, Final War, Good, is simply terrifying. It's a truly devastating weapon. Also, 10th level angel summons are affected by the player's level, while this 10th level spell can clearly be used directly. Even with Tang Zheng's current strength, facing this magic would be dangerous, and he might even have to retreat. How could he not be excited? Suddenly, Tang Zheng remembered something, and his excitement instantly dissipated. He remembered that in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, among the 41 players, there was a player named Overlord who had imitated a world-class item that could summon demons infinitely and even engulf the entire world. He had crafted a magic item that contained the 10th tier magic Final War, Evil. It resembled a demon, each of its 6 arms clutching a gem, capable of unleashing 6 Final War, Evil, spells at once. Tang Zheng glanced at the skill information and discovered that it could only be used 3 times a day, making it even inferior to the opponent's item. Instead, it had the same effect as the degraded version of the magic item in Bone King's hand. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng's excitement instantly vanished. Comparing yourself to others is really... Chapter 324. A group of angels gently flapped their wings, hovering in the sky, their divine radiance intertwining and resonating. At the forefront, the 32 angels of tranquility, each wielding a silver spear and staff, their 4 pairs of wings linked together. This incomparable awe-inspiring presence silenced the entire battlefield. Kailat shook herself, a perverse blush appearing on her pale cheeks, weakened by excessive mana consumption. Your Majesty, Princess Karko. Kailat's brown eyes shone with excitement and passion. While this power was no match for the angels summoned by the slain theocracy, it could still easily lead to victory in a war. Humans. Why? The green leaf witch, carrying the unconscious Inri, quickly retreated to Tang Jing's position, her eyes warily directed in Kailat's direction. In her mind, humans had always been weak, but what she had experienced today had shattered all of her perceptions. Cui Yi, place Inli on Xiaohe. A calm, steady voice echoed softly. Suddenly, the witch of Cui Yi came to her senses, and quickly replied yes. Ah! The evil dog crept down, and Tang Jing stepped off its back. The witch of Cui Yi then carefully placed Inli on the evil dog's back. Looking at the unconscious Inli, she's probably just exhausted. Tang Jing felt relieved. The force of the attack was too great, and Inli's level was too low. Even with the power of her class, her body couldn't withstand it. He glanced at the witch of Cui Yi standing beside him. Tang Jing could roughly guess what she was thinking. Wasn't the power displayed by the human too shocking? Huh? Tang Jing chuckled inwardly and turned his gaze back toward the priests, specifically toward the crown in Quirit's hand. The crown, once shimmering with golden light and dotted with bright crystals, had become extremely dim, even the transparent crystals a grayish hue. The magical luster has completely vanished. It probably can't be used continuously, and it might even take a long time to recover. Observing the crown's appearance, Tang Jing had already deduced some information. This was true for the Holy Kingdom, and the theocracy was similar. The demon sealing crystal was part of the Celian theocracy's heritage, an extremely rare item in the eyes of those from other worlds. Even for players, it was a highly valuable item. The Celian theocracy's process of infusing the demon sealing crystal with the 7th-tier angel summoning required immense manpower and financial resources. This was no ordinary method. If I remember correctly, these angels should be considered neutral summon creatures. Tang Jing stared at Quirit, eager to see how he would command them. He actually wanted to experiment with his newly mastered 10th-tier magic. The magic that Quirit had cast using the crown was, after all, degraded, but it was clearly unsuitable for the current situation. Final War, Evil, and Final War, Good, had similar effects. The original novel mentioned that the demons summoned by Final War, Evil, weren't considered companions of the summoner. Besides not attacking the summoner, they would indiscriminately attack everything around them. Thus, they were generally used for sacrifices, offerings, rituals, and other purposes. This was also considered a limitation of magic, as expected of an angel of good status. Tang Jing observed the summoned angels, who hadn't made any movement since their appearance. He mused, at least they're much friendlier than the demons who attack indiscriminately upon their appearance. At this moment, Kailat slowly lowered the crown he held above his head, a reverent expression on his face as he placed it on his chest with both hands. I am Kailat Custodio, High Priest of the Holy Kingdom Temple, and head of the priesthood. I hope all angels will destroy these demi-humans. Kailat raised his head slightly, gazing directly at the angels in the air, and spoke solemnly. A brief silence. Clatter, the angels began flapping their wings, attacking the demi-humans on the battlefield. Seeing this, not a command or an order, but a consultation. Perhaps giving these summoned neutral angels a clearer target of the enemy. Tang Jing's heart stirred, and he vaguely understood the trick to commanding these angels. The other world is real, not a game, so some magic may differ from that in games, which is something Tang Jing was particularly concerned about. Whoosh, whoosh, over 200 angels flew through the air. The 32 angels of tranquility, in particular, charged into the demi-humans in a flash. The demi-human troops, exhausted from a recent battle, were no match for the angels' power. The demi-humans' furious roars and screams echoed through the sky in an instant. As expected, this is how it will develop. Tang Jing observed the scene, his eyes shifting before regaining composure. Was Quirit cruel? Did he betray the previous cooperation agreement? That was for the demi-humans. Tang Jing was no saint. He had slaughtered countless demi-humans himself, and he had no valid reason to stop this. The hatred between the Holy Kingdom and the demi-humans had raged for centuries, and it couldn't be stopped or forgotten with a few words. How could the Holy Kingdom abandon such an opportunity? Unless there was a greater benefit or an unstoppable force. The remaining troops of the Sunlight Scripture watched the whole thing with indifference, also showing no intention of intervening. The head priest of the Celian theocracy had secretly assigned Captain Nigan the secret mission to prevent the Holy Kingdom from completely annihilating the demi-humans. Only Captain Nigan knew of it. Now that Captain Nigan was dead, there was naturally no way to stop it. Tang Zhang's gaze suddenly focused, immediately resting on the shadow clone. Found it. Mountains to the south of the hills. The shadow clone quickly descended from the air, peering into a deep pit nestled between the mountains. The leader's appearance at this moment was beyond description. The black mist that enveloped him completely dissipated, revealing a pure black magic robe, tattered and tattered. His true appearance, hidden until now, was revealed. It was an extremely hideous figure, skinless, resembling a skeleton that hadn't yet completely decayed. A thin layer of red flesh still covered the skeleton's surface. The bright red, withered flesh was particularly noticeable on his cheeks. Without the support of skin and muscle, the remaining flesh on his face lay loose and sagging. Especially those pair of bulging, cold white eyes, one large and one small, were terrifying. Tang Zhang had been skeptical before, but now, seeing the other party's appearance, he was completely certain that he was an undead. The leader's exposed jaw tilted slightly, causing his entire mouth to remain open. I never expected to lose to a mere priest. The leader shakily climbed out of the pit, his body sizzling as the sacred, pure energy corroded it. Fighting back weakness, he looked at the shadow clone falling from the sky, his jaw clacking up and down. No, I'm surprised. I'm not dead? How could I possibly die before the great true God returns? This world is far more vast and terrifying than you can imagine. Do you know why you're doing all this? In the eyes of ordinary people, Chironon is an evil secret society, but in this world, there are secret societies even more terrifying than Chironon. The leader's hoarse, raspy voice rang out, weak and frantic. The fact that the undead leader, despite enduring the full force of the Archangel of Majesty, survived could only mean that he possessed some powerful magical item. Tang Zhang knew the leader was stalling for time. The shadow clone couldn't speak, nor did it show any intention of doing so. He raised his hand, ready to launch a magical attack. Wait! The leader's hopes of stalling for time were dashed when he saw that the shadow clone, despite its clear advantage, showed no signs of inquiry or curiosity. He immediately panicked and mobilized his remaining magic power. Teleport. A magic ring on the leader's left middle finger shimmered, and his trembling body suddenly twisted. One-sided duel. The shadow clone saw the leader about to disappear and immediately followed him, casting a spell. The next moment, their vision blurred. The two of them vanished simultaneously, reappearing in a dry jungle. The shadow clone quickly locked onto the leader not far away and, without hesitation, unleashed another spell, Thunder. The fact that the opponent was able to perform a teleport spell in his current state was already surprising enough to Tang Zhang. There was no way he had the remaining magic power to perform another. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air piercing echoed from behind the shadow clone, so fast that a normal magic caster couldn't avoid it. However, the shadow clone was no ordinary magic caster. For a moment, Tang Zhang considered letting the shadow clone take the attack head-on, but after a brief hesitation, he quickly switched to a different spell. Dimensional move. Swish. The shadow clone quickly vanished from its original position, reappearing over 10 meters away. The short spikes pierced the air with a hissing sound. Oh my! You're so cautious even if you can dodge like that. A surprised voice rang out. The shadow clone stood 10 meters away, looking at the person who had just attacked him. It was none other than Clementine, who had vanished in the chaos after being knocked away by the Alliance leader. Tang Zhang, observing this scene through the shadow clone, immediately understood that this was clearly a backup plan arranged by the Alliance leader. If you don't kill him, his identity will be exposed. Clementine reached for her cloak behind her with her right hand, pulling out another short spike, and smirked at the shadow clone. If you kill him, no one will know that your identity is exposed. The Alliance leader's voice was broken. Oh! Clementine stretched out her words, tilting her neck and head, looking at the Alliance leader with a sidelong glance. Even if he told others, no one would believe it, Lord Alliance leader. Upon hearing this, the leader's cold, white pupil shrank. He immediately realized that Clementine, seeing his weakened state, might have other thoughts. The backup plan he had originally laid wasn't just for Clementine. The Grey Mage was also involved. However, upon seeing the Soul Devourer's birth, the leader realized the Grey Mage was already dead. Hee. The leader's withered arm, covered in a layer of red flesh, drooped. His ugly face twisted, and a faint fire burned in his eyes. My disciple, you should understand that only I can help you achieve your goal. Clementine's sinister smile widened, and her aura became like that of a beast preparing for its prey. Tang Zheng felt that his shadow clone's inability to speak was a problem, because he suddenly wanted to work with Clementine to defeat the leader and secretly control Chironon. The information the leader had just deliberately revealed mentioned another evil organization. This finally clarified what had puzzled Tang Zheng. Why did the Alliance leader stir up such a commotion between the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy, and only brought 2 of his powerful disciples with him? Because from the very beginning, the Alliance leader planned for failure. One could say the Alliance leader's true purpose was to attract the attention of another true secret society by creating a stir surrounding the legendary undead. This secret society is the Body of the Abyss. Tang Zheng also knew another, little-known secret. The Body of the Abyss was currently controlled by a true Dragon King. Utilizing the influence of Chironon to contact the Body of the Abyss was a good approach. But the shadow clone couldn't speak, much less express its meaning. Tang Zheng was currently in the center of the battlefield, and it was impossible for him to suddenly disappear and rush here. Clementine, holding a short spindle in each hand, stared at Tang Zheng again, her round, powerful legs tensing and pressing down, imitating the cheetah's ambush. Shoo! A hoarse scream flew from the sky. It was a skeleton griffin. Clementine licked the corner of her mouth, pausing her attack. The skeleton griffin quickly appeared above the leader's head, relaxing the leader's tense nerves. Snap! The leader pulled a translucent crystal from the magic leather pouch in his arms, and threw it towards the skeleton griffin in midair. This transparent crystal was the magic sealing crystal Captain Negan had used earlier. Clementine's pupils widened, and she looked at the leader with some disbelief. I don't think there's anything we can't resolve. Let's use this magic sealing crystal as a gift for our first meeting. The Alliance leader looked at Tang Zheng and smiled strangely. Shoo! The skeleton griffin clutched the magic sealing crystal and flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, heading towards the center of the battlefield. The opponent was clearly gambling on whether Tang Zheng would continue to fight Clementine or pursue the fleeing skeleton griffin. What an endless supply of tricks. As expected of the Alliance leader, if his shadow clone truly possessed only 5th-tier magic power, he would probably prioritize pursuing the skeleton griffin. Teleport. Tang Zheng's figure instantly vanished. The Alliance leader's gaze relaxed, and he immediately looked at Clementine. Let's go! The skeleton griffin's movement speed was extremely fast. Even with teleport, it would instantly reach its target's location, but if the target was moving quickly, it wouldn't be able to quickly lock onto it. Teleport magic was originally intended to be a support spell, not a combat one. However, the Alliance leader had barely finished his words, barely taking 2 steps. The air nearby twisted. The shadow clone, clutching the demon-sealing crystal in one hand, reappeared before the Alliance leader and the others. How is this possible? The Alliance leader cried in disbelief, his hoarse throat piercing a sharp roar. Silver Knight Spear. Tang Zheng raised one hand and aimed at the Alliance leader. The over 2-meter-long silver spear condensed, piercing the Alliance leader in an instant. Chapter 325. Boom! Despair shone through the Alliance leader's cold, white eyes. The bones in his chest cracked with a resounding sound. The penetrating force of the Silver Knight's spear easily shattered his spine. His body split in 2 midair. His magic power had long been depleted. His armor and various magical items had been damaged in his previous attempts to fend off the Archangel of Majesty. Crack! Deprived of any effective defense, the Alliance leader was reduced to a scattering of bone and a broken body under the magical attack. The silver spear still had some power left as it continued to blast backwards, landing with a resounding crash into the distant jungle. Bang! A large number of trees were pierced and destroyed. The shockwave emanated from the direction of the loud noise, shaking the earth. Experience gained. 368,925 experience slots. 658, 160/310, 000 Alliance leader? Clementine's dangerous smile froze. From the corner of her eye, she glanced at the shattered bone fragments, her pupils involuntarily constricting. Horrifying powerful. The leader feared by all nations was dead? Not at the hands of the Archangel of Glorious Glory, possessing the power to defy demons, but instead at the hands of a minor figure who seemed insignificant. Whoosh! Clementine's slender, powerful arms tensed instantly, veins bulging on her palms as she hurled the short spike weapon at Tang Zheng. The moment the spike left her hand, a flash of blue lightning erupted from it, transforming into a straight, piercing bolt of lightning, piercing the air and shooting towards Tang Zheng. Lightning Strike. This was the 3rd-level magic, Lightning Strike, infused into the spike through enchantment. Clementine seemed uneasy. As she tossed the spike with one hand, The spike in her other hand glowed with a red, magical light. Fireball. This time, the fireball wasn't aimed at Tang Zheng, but instead blasted towards the ground between them. Boom! The fireball exploded as it made contact with the ground, sending a cloud of smoke and rising flames obscuring both sides' vision. She knew that teleport magic required line of sight to lock onto the target and location before teleporting, so she first used Thunder Strike to force the red-robed mage to defend, then used the fireball to block his vision. Break the wind. Clementine cried out inwardly, her entire body radiating a faint blue glow. She retreated at an incredible speed, vanishing like a fugitive. And all this movement took place in almost a breath. As the smoke cleared, the shadow clone emerged unharmed. It gazed at the spot where Clementine had vanished, then remained silent for a moment before walking towards the Alliance leader, gathering the shattered body and vanishing. Now on the battlefield. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he grumbled inwardly. He ran pretty fast, but that's alright. The leader had been dealt with, his body relatively well preserved. Next up was resurrection and gathering intelligence, a task he was familiar with. Also, he needed to observe whether the leader could be resurrected by someone else. Tang Zheng pondered the entire process. The power displayed by the shadow clone was within controllable limits, and didn't reveal any unusual intelligence. Clementine's escape was a minor issue. She already knew her identity had been exposed. On the other hand, the shadow clone's identity not only gave him more leverage, but also gave him the initiative. Tang Zheng currently needed to consider the possibility of controlling Chiron. The only problem was that he couldn't disguise himself as an undead. This would complicate plans to indirectly contact the abyssal body through Chiron, as this true secret society was composed entirely of undead members. Kill these damn humans! Ah! Run! Gather around me! The cries of the demi-humans echoed from all directions. Ordinary angels and demi-humans could still be dealt with, but the 32 fourth-tier angels of tranquility unleashed a terrifying display of power upon their appearance, completely crushing them. Even the more powerful Go Jin, Beast General Hector Weiss, and seven-colored scale Kokash were no match for such a large number of fourth-tier angels. Furthermore, having just endured a life-and-death battle, all the demi-humans were already exhausted. After a brief resistance, the battlefield was a scene of angelic slaughter. A thick, bloody scent filled the air. Screams and angry roars echoed in the air. The faces of the Holy Kingdom were filled with excitement, a radiant indignation at the long-standing demi-human invasion. The Sunlight Scripture troops, on the other hand, remained silent as they watched the scene unfold. Captain Negan was dead, Clementine was missing. The remnants of the Sunlight Scripture troops were clearly unconcerned with the situation. The Green Leaf Witch frowned, her eyes filled with pity and indignation. She clenched her staff tightly, her expression a complex one. Though she had no connection to these demi-humans, she was a demi-human herself, and seeing them being slaughtered, she naturally felt a sympathy. Isn't this a little too cruel? The Green Leaf Witch, hearing the screams lingering beside her, finally couldn't help but glance cautiously at Tang Zheng, whose expressionless face sat beside her. If anyone could stop this, it would be the master. Cruel? Tang Zheng heard the faint trembling voice of the Green Leaf Witch and looked at the angels flying and attacking in all directions. Humans are too weak in this world. The real cruelty comes from those humans in the central continent who are treated as food and livestock. I have no reason to stop it. Tang Zheng raised his palm and gently stroked the evil dog's cheek. He sided with the humans. Tang Zheng also noticed that the angels did not attack the Green Leaf Witch, who was also a subhuman. This situation was not difficult to guess. It was simply a deliberate arrangement on the part of Quirit, a disguised expression of goodwill towards him. The Green Leaf Witch's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head. Suddenly, reason? The Green Leaf Witch's bright yellow eyes lit up. She had a slight understanding of her master's personality. According to her master, he wouldn't talk nonsense unless necessary. She simply followed orders. So, the key was the reason. The Green Leaf Witch's throat twitched as she rapidly considered what kind of reason would convince her master to intervene. After a moment's reflection, the Green Leaf Witch realized that there was no such reason, or perhaps, given her status, she simply couldn't come up with a suitable one. Sister? Not enough. The same was true for the demi-humans. They too had no master to rescue them. No, there was one person. Go Jin. The Green Leaf Witch's mind drifted to the name, and she felt as if suddenly awakened from a slumber. Her throat spasmed uncontrollably, and she glanced at Tang Zheng from the corner of her eye. Thinking of everything that had happened, the Green Knight Witch realized with horror, was this all part of her master's plan? Blood, and the remains of the undead stained the piled earth red. Strike! Gorgine roared, swinging his mace, colliding with the weapon in the hands of an Angel of Tranquility. The brutal force pushed the angel back. But the next moment, two more Angels of Tranquility swung their spears and staffs. Puff! Puff! The sharp spear tips pierced Gojin's chest, front and back. A stream of blood spurted out from the wounds and arrows, staining the ground red again. Skin strengthen. Super skin strengthen. Water acceleration. Divine skill flash. Gorgine grunted, unleashing a series of martial arts, roaring and pushing back the three Angels of Tranquility that were besieging him. He held his mace in both hands, panting heavily. Taking on one Angel of Tranquility was no problem. Two would be enough. But facing three, Gojin knew defeat was only a matter of time. And there were a full 32 Angels of this level. Beast General Hector Weiss and Seven-Colored Scale Kakesh were each surrounded by several Angels of Tranquility, making the situation even more dangerous. This couldn't go on. Facing these powerful Angels, they simply couldn't resist in their current state. Gorgin was no fool. Seeing all the complexities of humanity in the Empire had long taught him that, unlike ogres who relied solely on brute force, trolls had learned to think. Since humans were attacking them now, they probably had already begun to consider annihilating all of them. Gorgin's eyes were bloodshot. He had unknowingly come to consider himself part of the Hill Demihumans. Who can save them? The first person that came to Gojin's mind was Tang Zheng. He recalled his astonishing performance in destroying the Death Knight and defeating the Alliance leader. But he was also human. Would he really save these demihumans? Tang wasn't from the Holy Kingdom, but an adventurer. He had demi-human companions in his party. Perhaps a friend? Gojin shook his head, gritted his teeth, and knowing this wasn't the time for deliberation, he turned and ran in Tang Zheng's direction. The massive figure, over 3 meters tall, charged forward, facing angels one after another trying to stop him. Numerous wounds continuously burst open on his body. By the time he reached Tang Zheng, Gojin was a bloody mess. Help me, Tang! Sorry. Gojin's expression froze for a moment, a wry smile forming on his lips. He turned and prepared to charge back into the battlefield. Cui, Tang Zheng said. Plant growth. Plant entanglement. The green leaf which cast a spell, and thick vines burst forth from the ground, quickly entangling Gojin. What are you doing? Let me go! Gorgin, startled and furious, reached out to tear at the vines entwined around him. The plants grew at an extremely rapid rate, and Gojin, having expended considerable energy, was unable to break free immediately, and was quickly bound. You are my friend. Tang Zheng, looking at the bound Gojin, said earnestly, his face pale and weak, I will ensure your safety. You? Gojin opened his mouth to speak, but the vine sealed his mouth. The scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The entire free will group consisted of only 3 members, one of whom was unconscious, yet their every move captured everyone's attention. After experiencing this war against the undead, no one dared to underestimate the adventurer group called Free Will. Remedios watched the action, one hand on the hilt of her sword, her gaze shifting between Tang Zheng and Gojin. Whoa! The holy sword was drawn. Captain Tang, there's only one demi-human I want you to protect, Remedios said with a sullen face. The thought of this man, possessing such immense power, wanting to protect a demi-human was incomprehensible and infuriating. With that, Remedios rushed out, holy sword in hand. She had already seen that Gojin's actions had given the demi-human some hope. 2 more powerful demi-humans, who had always drawn her attention, rushed towards Tang Zheng. The ground beneath Remedios' feet exploded, and his body vanished in a shadowy afterimage, swiftly charging towards the 2 demi-humans who had rushed ahead. Beast General Hector Weiss, 7-Colored Scale Kakashi. You damn demi-humans, stop pushing your luck. Remedios' eyes were icy, and he roared with murderous intent, all of you die here. Hector Weiss. 7-Colored Scale Kakashi's crimson pupils were unusually solemn. He spoke quickly, help me stop her. The only one who can save us now is that human. From Tang Zheng's attitude toward Gojin, 7-Colored Scale Kakashi noticed that the young, black-haired human didn't seem to harbor any hatred towards them, the demi-humans. Okay. Beast General Hector Weiss nodded vigorously, thrusting his 4 legs hard, and charged forward to block Remedios. 7-Colored Scale Kakashi circumvented the fierce battle ahead, his shimmering, iridescent scales darting towards Tang Zheng's position. The green leaf which immediately took precautions. However, unexpectedly, this 7-Colored Scale Kakashi, the leader of the 10 great demi-humans, the most exalted of all demi-human races, actually prostrated himself before Tang Zheng, his arms resting on the ground, his head resting against the ground, the most humiliating gesture of surrender. For the demi-humans, who always held themselves in high esteem and viewed humans as inferior and weak, to adopt such a posture, shocking not only the demi-humans who were struggling to resist, but even the humans themselves. Humiliation? When the lives of his people, the fate of women and children from all tribes, were like pieces of meat on a chopping block, what did this little humiliation mean? Seven-colored scale Kakashi knew that, as the weaker party, his leverage was limited. To gain this human's help, he had to offer something compelling enough. Aside from the few people at Tang Jing's location, no one knew what seven-colored scale Kakashi said. They only saw Tang Jing sigh and walk towards Quillet. The priests and the paladins looked at Tang Zheng, who was confronting Quillet, with a mixture of surprise and fear. "Let's stop here, how about that?" Tang Zheng said helplessly. "This is the feud between the Holy Kingdom and the Hill demi-humans. You're not from the Holy Kingdom, you don't understand this pain and disaster." Quillet spoke through gritted teeth, his voice sharp with emotion. "After suffering the losses caused by the undead, the demi-humans will no longer pose a threat to the Holy Kingdom for at least the next 20 years. I want to eliminate all of these demi-humans now. They still have tens of thousands, while your army is down to less than 200. So what? Let's stop here. You're an adventurer, you shouldn't meddle in the affairs of nations. The method I used to merge with a powerful angel wasn't through special magic or innate abilities, but a potion I concocted myself." Quirit's pupils dilated slightly. A hint of shock and surprise etched in his narrow, sinister eyes. After a brief silence, he took a step back. "You're actually planning to use your achievements in handling the Hill incident to plead for mercy on behalf of these demi-humans. What do you think of Her Majesty the Holy Queen's reward? Okay, don't regret it." Quirit spoke loudly, appearing extremely angry. Tang Zheng smiled imperceptibly. He knew that Quillet's words weren't addressed to him, but to the paladins and the priests. And he even used the Holy Queen Carco to endorse them. Communicating with a brilliant mind like Quillet was sometimes much easier. The Hill incident is finally over. Tang Jing's eyes swept across the bloody battlefield, reeking of decay. Chapter 326. 3 years before the new calendar. Shangfenjiu, April 5th. Kalinxia. Colorless Tranquility Inn. After a day's journey, the group that had fought against the undead in the hills had returned. Tang Zheng stood before the transparent glass window, gazing out at the bustling streets as usual. This hill war, with its heavy casualties and shocking impact on both the demi-humans and humans, was neither known nor felt by ordinary people. However, Tang Zheng knew that the events in the Ablian Hills would spread quickly. Neither the Holy Kingdom nor the Adventurers Guild would conceal such inspiring news, the news of the unrest caused by the extermination of the undead. But some information needed to be withheld. Tang Zheng, the remaining personnel from the Holy Kingdom, the Celian Theocracy, and the Holy Kingdom had discussed the matter. The main piece of information to be withheld was the information regarding the Archangel of Glory summoned by the Celian Theocracy. If this information was withheld, certain details would require discussion among the three parties. Tang Zheng was well aware that what both the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy truly cared about was his ability to integrate angels. However, the remaining forces of Quirit and the Sunlight Scripture were unable to make decisions, and needed to return to their respective countries to report. Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze from the window, and turned to look at Inli, who lay soundly asleep on the large wooden bed in the guest room. She had been unconscious for a day and 2 nights. There was no particular reason, it was simply due to excessive physical exhaustion. Exceeding one's own level limit, and using high-level strength inevitably resulted in certain side effects. Your level is too low. You need to increase it quickly to adapt to the power. Tang Zheng shook his head slightly, predicting that Inli would wake up soon. When Brian surpassed his limit, and unleashed his level 40 destructive power, his own body collapsed. Inri, however, was merely comatose for a short period, a far lower price to pay. Your fame won't last long. I'm afraid you even surpassed me, the leader. Tang Zheng chuckled, a thought forming in his mind. He stood up, and headed for the hall outside the guest room. The three parties had tentatively agreed that the Death Knight, and the leader of the Chironon Alliance, would be dealt with through joint efforts. This would conceal the matter of the Archangel of Glory and, by the way, indirectly conceal Tang Jing's ability to merge with the angels. However, regarding the achievement of destroying the legendary undead soul devourer, the two factions of Quillet and Quora offered to actively promote it, as compensation for Tang Jing's concealment of his accomplishments. This was still a bad sign. The performance of free will in this incident forced both parties to proceed with caution. In the hall, Aside from the evil hound, the green leaf which was absent. Because she had not returned with Tang Zheng, she had remained in the Abe Lion Hills. Tang Zheng agreed to stop Quirit because seven-colored scale Kokashi offered him sufficient conditions. This was Tang Zheng's original goal, though the outcome was slightly altered. Simply put, the other party's goal was simply to gain Tang Zheng's protection. They offered many conditions, such as tribal treasures, demi-human blood, and so on. But faced with these conditions, which flattered him, and would have tempted any adventurer, Tang Zheng remained indifferent. Finally, seven-colored scale Kokashi suddenly hardened his resolve and submitted to the green leaf which, willing her to become the king ruling over the remaining tribes in the hilly region. The hills, ravaged by the undead, now have fewer than 30,000 demi-humans left, the vast majority of whom are children and women from various tribes. Of the once foremost forces of each tribe, the 10 great demi-humans, who intimidated all, only 2 remain, Beast General Hector Weiss and seven-colored scales Kokashi. Under these circumstances, the demi-humans of the hills can no longer withstand any further disaster. The people of both the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy display extreme hostility toward the demi-humans. Only Tang Zheng, due to his relationship with Go Jin and the green leaf which shows no hostility. Add to this the power displayed by Tang Zheng and Enli. These various factors contributed to the decision made by seven-colored scales Kokashi. By now, the green leaf which should have met with the white mist witch and the lizardman Kuruksu. Tang Zheng stretched, pondering, as he sat down on the sofa in the living room. The lizardman, Kuruksu and the others, had been staying in the true gathering place of the demi-humans. They even used the 4th-tier magic cloud operation to address the lack of water and drought, earning them immense fame among the hill demi-humans. Now, both covertly and overtly, Tang Zheng had absolute control over the entire Abe Lion Hills. As for whether seven-colored scale Kokashi had truly surrendered, or merely agreed to deal with the crisis first while secretly accumulating strength, Tang Zheng didn't care. Once you have a reputation, it'd be difficult to remove it. Tang Zheng spoke to the evil spirit dog beside him. Right, Xiao Hei. Ah Wu. The evil spirit wagged its tail. It seems you agree. Tang Zheng patted the evil hound's head and smiled softly. The twin witches, the lizardman Kuruksu, and Go Jin, combined with Go Jin, should be enough to stabilize the hill demi-humans currently licking their wounds. Speaking of which, the original plan was for Go Jin to publicly command the Abe Lion Hills. But this outcome isn't bad either. Seven-colored scale, though, is a bit nagging. Such a clever demi-human. After using his reputation to stabilize the situation, it's better to deal with him secretly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just stay home and watch over the door, Xiao Hei. Teleport. Tang Zheng took advantage of this moment of solitude to confirm his gains. The air twisted in an instant. Tang Zheng's figure disappeared from the room. As his vision shifted, a fiery red light appeared before his eyes. Lava Zone. The shadow clone stood quietly on the rocky ground, incinerated by the intense heat, the shattered body of the Alliance leader lying beside him. The intense heat charred the dried flesh encasing the skeleton, leaving a faint smell of scorched rotting flesh in the air. Thank you for your hard work, Tang Zheng said softly to the shadow clone, a thought stirring within him. The shadow clone's body became ethereal, dissipating like bursting bubbles, its red robe falling to the ground. Ding dong. The magic sealing crystal also fell from the vanishing shadow clone, colliding with the ground with a resounding sound before rolling to Tang Zheng's feet. After the heroic spirit soul merged with the shadow clone, its duration far exceeded my initial expectations, even compensating for the heroic spirit's inability to cast magic. Tang Zheng bent down to pick up the demon sealing crystal, his eyes brightening. Aside from being unable to speak and use professional skills, it could be used as a true clone. The results of this experiment alone could be considered a tremendous harvest. The demon sealing crystal, a game item from Yggdrasil. Tang Zheng looked down at the crystal-clear demon sealing crystal in his hand, composed of several sharp cylindrical crystals, and felt a surge of anger in his heart. This magic item is truly wasted in the hands of the slain theocracy. The demon sealing crystal can store the power of high-level magic, while the slain theocracy can only store low-level magic. If that were all, it wouldn't be considered a waste. In the game Yggdrasil, magic scrolls, short staffs, and magic wands can all do the same. The true value of the demon sealing crystal is its ability to store the power of super-level magic. The first time Bone King saw Captain Negan take out the demon sealing crystal, he immediately had Albedo activate her special skill to protect him. I was worried that the demon sealing crystal contained Seraphim-level power, and I even wondered if it might contain Star Seraphim or Supreme Seraphim. It's clear. The upper limit of the power the demon sealing crystal can store far exceeds the power of level magic. Strange. Logically, the great underground tomb of Nazarick shouldn't be lacking in demon sealing crystals. The Bone King also mentioned that demon sealing crystals aren't particularly valuable. Tang Zheng held the demon sealing crystal in his hand, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why haven't you used it? After all, unlike scrolls, demon sealing crystals can be used continuously. Of course, it's a waste against someone from another world, but he didn't use it against Xiao Tier. Instead, he used the hourglass, a kryptonite item that eliminates the cast time of super-level magic. Tang Zheng pondered silently. With limited information, he could barely surmise the possibilities. 1. The method of storing super-level magic might be quite specialized, requiring specialized skills for a lifestyle player. 2. Using the demon sealing crystal to cast super-level magic also requires a cast time, so it's better to cast it yourself. He shook his head. This was ultimately just speculation. There were other possibilities. Perhaps, he simply didn't intend to use it at all. In any case, the demon sealing crystal is truly a resource. Tang Zheng admired the crystal and reluctantly put it away in his item box. Without mastering super-level magic, he couldn't even conduct experiments. Currently, he only had 2 things that could barely be considered resources: the newly acquired demon sealing crystal and his stored 10th tier scrolls. I've been crafting since January 15th of this year, averaging 1 per day. So far, I've stockpiled 75 blank 10th tier scrolls. In reality, it should be 80, but I was in the hilly area for 5 days, unable to craft in secret. The acquisition of the demon sealing crystal has made up for the losses. Looking at the leader's corpse, there's been no sign of resurrection. So, there shouldn't be someone hiding behind the leader. Tang Zheng paused. If that's the case, controlling Chironon would be much easier. Let's experiment with another big discovery first. Tang Zheng's spirits grew excited, checking the information on the attribute panel. 10th tier magic. Grand Ritual, Final War, good. 1 spell costs 80 mana and 1.5 million experience points. That's outrageous. Tang Zheng hadn't observed the magic consumption closely before, but now, seeing the magic consumption, his eyebrows twitched. He did know that some special magic not only required mana, but also had experience points or a cooldown. Tang Zheng wasn't surprised by the 80 mana cost alone. Among the 10th tier spells, some had varying mana costs. For example, Instantaneous Destruction had the highest mana cost, and Mercy of the Twin Solitaries was second only to Instantaneous Destruction. There was also a type with a continuous consumption. Memory Operation. This was an even bigger mana hog. According to Bone King, assuming a 5-day memory was erased from a person, the massive MP consumption would exceed the average magic caster's limit of 1,300 mana points. Even someone with exceptional MP like Bone King, trying to find the dwarf's location through the lizardman's memories, could only conduct a superficial search due to the rapid mana depletion. 1.5 million experience points. Experience points are scarce to begin with, and the ways to obtain them are limited. Tang Zheng felt a headache. Oh right. I almost forgot about the Mad Mage class skill, Mad Meditation, which can offset the cost of casting a spell. 10th tier magic. Mad Meditation Grand Ritual Final War, good. Tang Zheng activated his class skill, chanting softly. Buzz. A massive vortex of sacred bubbles appeared above Tang Zheng's head. A rich sacred light surged, illuminating the Crimson Valley with the light and heat of the magma sea, tinting it silver white. Wow wow wow. The sound of wings flapping and armor rubbing against each other emanated from the vortex of white bubbles. The next moment, a dense swarm of guardian angels flew out first. Tang Zheng immediately activated ninjutsu, detection to observe. 128 tier 2 guardian angels, 10th level, 64 tier 3 flame angels, 20th level, 32 tier 5 purifying angels, 30th level. Huh? Tang Zheng was stunned. How could there be no tier 4 angels? They jumped directly from tier 3 to tier 5. Could it be that because of the super magic master, their magic was maximized, so their levels were all stuck at multiples of 10? Except for the tier 4 angels between levels 22 and 28. Tang Zheng had no time to think before another angel, even more impressive, flew out of the vortex of bubbles. It possessed 3 pairs of wings, the topmost more like an ornament than a wing. In its hand, it held a standard circular sun shield. 8 level 6 protective angels, 40 LV. Tang Zheng's mind flashed with the information about this angel. Boom! A vibration echoed within the bubble vortex. As if a wheel were pressing heavily against the ground, the humming sound, like some kind of machinery, emanated from it. The next moment, holy sacred flame surged from the vortex. Amidst the flames, an angel with a profound sense of holiness flapped its 3 pairs of wings, devoid of any metallic texture, and soared out. This angel, somewhat similar in appearance to the Archangel of Majesty, was a strange, headless, and footless angel, its halo atop its head even brighter and larger. Both arms were placed in front of his chest, palms facing each other. In the center of each palm, a flaming wheel emanated, with a hollowed-out, open-eyed pattern inside. The entire wheel, enveloped in flames, shone with a faint bronze sheen. For level 8 control angels, 50 LV, sure enough, just like the level 4 angels, they also skipped the level 7, 43 to 49, Archangel of Glorious Glory. Tang Jing narrowed his eyes. He sensed a powerful aura emerging. The holy white flames gushed out of the vortex, growing even more intense. Swish! 2 angels, nearly identical to the control angel, flew out of the vortex one after another, each shrouded in a holy, white, flame-like, ethereal energy. The invisible pressure surged, even surpassing that of all the previous angels. Tang Jing noticed that while these 2 angels had the same appearance, the flaming wheels they held were different. Inside them was a smaller wheel. 2 level 9 judgment angels, 60 LV boom. The vortex vibrated violently. A massive figure, nearly 6 meters tall and far taller than any other angel, emerged from the vortex. It was as if the bubble vortex couldn't contain the force. Chapter 327. Puff. Like the sound of a balloon popping, the vortex of white bubbles dissipated into tiny specks of light. Finally, the enormous angel fully emerged, its 3 pairs of neat, pure-feathered, holy white wings slowly unfurling. The intense pressure caused the air to shift, sending faint ripples through the surrounding air. Even the heat of the lava fields was suppressed by this force, turning it cool. This angel's appearance was similar to the previous 2 throne angels, but the wheels between its palms were much larger. Comprising a large wheel nestled within a smaller one, a total of 4 silver-colored bronze gears, multiple eyes loomed faintly on the wheels. The 4 wheels shifted in different directions, turning, rising like a living being, as if the entire angel were an empty shell, its true form the strange gears spinning in its hands. 1/10th level judgment angel, 70 LV, a chill rose from the spine. Tang Jing's body subconsciously tensed as he stared intently at the level 70 judgment angel. His intuition told him this angel was extremely dangerous. It was too obvious to ignore. It was like a sudden alarm bell ringing in his mind, a living being's alertness to danger, making him want to keep his distance from this level 70 judgment angel. This sense of danger was new to him. Tang Jing stood still, calmly gazing ahead. At a glance, a full 239 angels hovered in midair, like a veritable army of angels, countless holy lights connected together, unbridled and releasing divine light. The entire crimson lava field was dyed a blanket of snow white. Even Tang Jing, the summoner, felt an unspeakable pressure facing this group of angels. I feel like my life would be in real danger if I were surrounded. Tang Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. I really can't control it directly. A brief moment of thought. Thunder Dragon. Tang Jing suddenly raised his arm and chanted. Blue lightning flashed, transforming into a curved dragon-shaped lightning bolt, piercing the lower-level angels in the front. Boom! In an instant, dozens of level 10 angels were destroyed, and the shockwave from the explosion wiped out another number of lower-level angels. While casting his spell, Tang Jing stared intently at several thrice-level angels, especially the level 71. He was over 20 levels behind it. Wow! Several thrice-level angels fluttered their wings, but made no other movement. Tang Jing's eyes relaxed. Neutral monsters should normally retaliate when attacked, but the caster isn't affected by this. For advanced players, they're indeed suitable as sacrificial characters. This thought flashed through Tang Jing's mind. He glanced at his stats panel, and saw that he hadn't gained any experience points from destroying those angels. It was a pity, but it was also to be expected. Normal angel summon angels also don't gain experience points. The highest level creatures I've encountered so far are probably the Ancient Fire Dragon and the Sun Anglerfish, both between levels 47 and 49. Tang Jing briefly experimented, and a thought occurred to him. Controlling this legion of angels should be able to easily destroy any country. The Celian theocracy probably can't do that, and the Council of State, where the Platinum Dragon King resides. Ordinary angels aren't much to observe. Tang Jing's gaze remained fixed on several throne angels. Level 50, 60, and 70 are all throne angels. According to the level range of tier magic, they correspond to tier 8, tier 9, and tier 10 magic. Tang Jing wanted to complain about the modeler of Yggdrasil, this model. Aside from the wheel in their hands, there's not much difference. In Western angel legends, there are 9 levels of angels. Level 80 and above are cherubim, belonging to the realm of super-tier magic. Level 90 and above are seraphim, likely requiring special skills to summon. Tier magic is based on 7 levels, which inevitably leaves 3 levels unmatched. In legend, throne angels are described as the throne of God or part of a divine chariot, hence their image, a wheel with countless eyes burning with flames. Well, that is it really lazy. Tang Jing looked at the eerie and sacred wheel within a wheel in the hands of the level 70 angel. Through magical connections, he had already figured out the abilities of these angels. The level 70 judgment angel had the passive ability Invisible Eye, which allowed it to detect all invisible units. Its special ability was Glorious Spirit, which acted like a taunt and also blocked damage. The skill that most caught Tang Yang's eye was Judgment Lockdown. In the game setting, summons like angels and demons are supposedly inhabitants of another world. Higher level angels and demons can use a spell similar to the 8th tier magic dimension lockdown. This ability disables teleportation spells within a certain range. Teleport and upper teleport spells, when blocked, prevent the user from leaving the area. Recalling how Quirit communicated with the group of neutral angels. As the caster, Tang Jing still spent some time getting each of the angels to use their skills. Finally, he obtained 3 spells. Level 6, Great Heal, restores 80 HP, cures illnesses and negative status effects. Level 7, Sunburst, AoE attack spell, dealing increased damage to evil creatures, undead, and creatures with low justice. Level 8, Judgment Block, disables teleportation spells within a certain radius. Skill points, 67 to 64. The basic experiment was complete. After about an hour, all the angels suddenly trembled slightly, their bodies disintegrating into a large number of white dots of light and dissipating. Over 200 angels vanished simultaneously, like a glittering sky of stars. This spectacle is far more dazzling than fireworks. Tang Jing raised his head slightly, gazing at the countless dancing, brilliant white dots of light, and sighed, "Next, it's time to investigate the Alliance leader." What a shame! He was the only one witnessing such a beautiful scene. Besides, no one would spend vast amounts of mana and experience points just to watch the angels vanish. Wait! Tang Jing's heart skipped a beat. As he gazed at the star-filled sky, a strange thought suddenly flooded his mind. All these white dots of light are the product of the angels' decomposition. Theoretically, they should be divine energy, Tang Jing muttered to himself. Negative energy is a powerful force for the undead. Holy energy should also be a force for the living, right? Tang Jing's heart couldn't help but beat again. At the same time, Holy Kingdom, capital, Hobans. In the depths of the vast, grand white palace. Is the law so heavy? A mournful voice echoed. It was the voice of the Holy Princess, Carco. Her delicate, yet heroic, beautiful face was tinged with a hint of paleness and unconcealed pain. The paladins and priests were the Holy Kingdom's most powerful elite, and now less than half of them are still alive. They were prepared to die, Your Highness Carco. A hint of fatigue lingered between Quirit's brows, the false smile and hidden malice vanishing in that moment as she offered comfort to the Holy Princess, Carco. Although she possessed the magic of resurrection of the dead, the paladins and priests, save for a few who were transformed into the undead, were largely slain by the Alliance leader's pale flame, leaving their bodies severely damaged. This exceeded the requirements for resurrection magic. This feat will be forever etched in the history of the paladins and priests. Quillet's gentle, comforting voice faded, her tone becoming calmer. Their families and descendants will receive double the compensation and preferential treatment than before. These words left her mouth. Colette appeared quite cold, as if she no longer cared about the fallen members of the knights and priests. In reality, this was the proper behavior of a superior. It was right to grieve over the deaths of subordinates, as it represented a loss of national strength, but it was a mistake to dwell on this sorrow and let it cloud one's emotions and judgment. I've already arranged for personnel to monitor developments in the south. I recently dealt with quite a few southern nobles over a grain trade with the hills. Holy Queen Carco sighed softly, her long, bright golden hair cascading down her cheeks. She looked at the dusty Quirit before her. The paladins and the priests have suffered heavy losses, so it's inevitable they take some action. Kirat, you've hurried back alone. What happened? Being overly kind is a flaw for a king, but Holy Queen Carco is not lacking in the intuition and talent of a king. Currently, the remnants of the paladins and the priests, as well as Remedios, are still in Kalen Shaw. Those idiots. Quillet's anger surged as he thought of the southern nobles trading grain with the hill demihumans. The Ablian Hills are currently experiencing an extremely severe drought, even worse than the previous intelligence reports. Water and food are extremely scarce. If it weren't for the grain from the southern nobles. After this undead disaster, coupled with the lack of food and water, those demihumans, if not extinct, would be reduced to only a few. Originally, we were planning to use the national treasure to wipe out those demihumans. Quillet's expression was somewhat distressed. He respectfully pulled the Holy King's crown from his bosom and carefully placed it in front of the Holy Princess, Carco. After witnessing the power of this national treasure, Colette feared losing or damaging it. Now that he had returned it to His Majesty, he felt a strange sense of relief. I'm giving you this national treasure to fight the undead. Upon hearing Quill's muttering, Holy Queen Carco's expression darkened, a hint of anger rising. You're acting on your own again. If this can be used to eliminate the demihumans, the security of the nation and its people, which your Majesty seeks, will be forever guaranteed, and the massive military expenditures on the fortresses and castles will be eliminated. Kalal lowered his head and replied calmly, Unfortunately, we haven't yet discovered the exact location of the demihuman gathering place. Although we anticipated this outcome from the beginning, we prioritized eliminating the demihuman elite forces. Has something happened? Holy Queen Carco was indeed a little angry, but she also understood that Kalal was acting in the interests of the Holy Kingdom. Kalal reported the entire process in detail, stating that there were matters His Majesty needed to make a decision. Holy Queen Carco was initially calm, but then grew increasingly shocked. The composure that a king should maintain vanished completely in this moment. She felt as if she were listening to a story from heroes' tales. The Celian Theocracy. The Great Temple, the capital of gods. The head priest's council is the smallest, most private, high-level meeting of the theocracy, typically held only once every 6 months. The last meeting had only been about a week. The 6 head priests gathered once again in this sacred, clean, dust-free temple conference room. This meeting, naturally, concerned the events in the hills. The dispatched Sunlight Scripture troops had not yet returned. The 6 head priests already possessed the most detailed intelligence on the hills, thanks to astrology 1,000 miles. The air was remarkably quiet. Anyone witnessing the slaying of a legendary undead being like the Soul Devourer with a single sword strike would be struck by the awe. If you're not surprised, you're in trouble. Even for a member of the Black Codex, defeating a Soul Devourer one-on-one is no easy feat, let alone instant kill. This term, uttered by the gods of the past, is one of those strange, inscrutable words that are difficult to fathom and understand. While some of its specific meanings are incomprehensible, others can be translated. What exactly is the situation with this group of adventurers with free will? Don't you have more specific information? High Priest of Light Ion was the first to break the silence. According to the Adventurers Guild, this team wasn't registered long ago. Fire Priest Ben Ice, a motherly smile still etched across her chubby face, spoke softly. The team leader's name is Tang. He's very famous in the kingdom and the empire, known as a genius alchemist. He's also been offered a bounty by the empire, specifically related to the demi-human war king, Go Jin, implicated in this incident. He appears to be a rather high-profile adventurer. More detailed information about his identity hasn't been fully investigated, but his behavior isn't what we expected. Water Priest Zinding placed his earthy hands lightly on the table, a shrewd look in his withered eyes. This isn't the team leader's problem. It's this girl named Enri. No matter how you look at it, there's something amiss. That's right. A voice echoed in unison. The Adventurers Guild doesn't have any concrete information on this girl named Enri. We need to investigate. Fire Priest Benai's smile faded. It's already been 200 years. You mean? Perhaps it's that time again. Preya? Empathy? The atmosphere in the hall was solemn and tense. In short, we need to investigate immediately. And Captain Tang has a special method for fusing angels. We need to access it as soon as possible. I have a feeling that this ability will have a huge impact on the theocracy. Then, send the water destruction ceremony to the kingdom of Riestais to investigate the situation regarding Enri. Send the wind flower scripture to the Holy Kingdom, and invite the Free Will team. Before the Free Will team reaches the theocracy, we must gather detailed information about Enri. Second. Chapter 328. Under the dim sunset. Orange light shone on Enri's pale cheek, leaving a mottled area. The light and shadows slowly moved upward, covering her eyes. Enri moaned softly. Her return to consciousness made her feel a tingling sensation throughout her bones. It was the same kind of exhaustion she felt after a hard day's work during the busy farming season in Khan Village. No, it was even more intense. Captain, what's going on with everyone now? Remembering that she was still on the battlefield, Inri quickly opened her eyes. A dim yellow light greeted her, and she closed them again. She raised her palms to shield her eyes, then reopened them. This isn't a battlefield? Inri's blurry vision cleared. She looked at the lamppost overhead, and the familiar surroundings of the inn, her eyes filled with confusion and panic. Morning? Oh, it's already evening. It's about the same as I calculated. You've slept for 2 days and 2 nights, Inri. A gentle chuckle came from the side. The familiar voice made Inri, who had just woken up and was feeling tense and nervous, feel relieved. Captain. I can help. Tang Zheng was stunned. He hadn't expected Inri's first words upon waking to be these. You must believe that you possess unimaginable talent, Tang Zheng replied with a smile. Although this talent was slightly different from what he had originally expected. Speaking of which, from the paperback edition, one could more or less notice that Inri seemed to have always had good luck. Yeah. Inri's eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded vigorously. From the beginning, the captain was the only one who recognized her, even though she herself had doubted whether she truly possessed the talent the captain had described. She felt more and more that the captain was truly remarkable. Gurgle. Gurgle. A powerful gut rumble interrupted their conversation, and as if in protest, Inri's cheeks flushed red. Lucky luck. There's a banquet coming soon that invites us, Tang Zheng said with a bright smile. A moment later, a carriage pulled by a demonic dog traveled down one of Kalincha's main streets, slowly weaving through the crowds, drawing attention wherever it passed. While passers-by used to simply discuss and marvel at the terrifying demonic creature, now, upon seeing it, many knew the adventurer group it represented. Captain, could that carriage be? On one side of the street, a team of 5 adventurers stared intently at the carriage passing them. They're the only ones who can use dangerous monsters, like the Fiendish Hound, with a difficulty level of over 30, as horses. Adventurer Team Free Will. A tall adventurer team leader, carrying a hammer, spoke in a deep voice, awestruck. Is it really them? Are those 2 legendary undeads actually taken down by this adventurer team? What nonsense! It's impossible, no matter how you think about it. However, confirmed reports seem to indicate that the legendary undead Soul Devourer was taken down by Free Will. Legendary undead. I've never even heard of them, let alone seen them before. Captain, what's the difficulty level of a legendary undead? Someone in the team asked curiously, incredulous. Probably over 100 difficulty, the burly captain, carrying a hammer, hesitated slightly. A gasp echoed. It can't be true. A voice, its tone sharp with shock, rang out. Who knows? That's what the rumors say. It's utterly terrifying beyond imagination. We low-level adventurers might actually witness a formidable being of this level today. Ha ha. Let's go, everyone. Today might be the most unforgettable moment for all the adventurers in the Holy Kingdom. The burly captain reluctantly turned his gaze from the departing carriage to the unprecedentedly numerous teams of adventurers lining the streets. His chest puffed out. Over the past few days, the events of the Ablion Hills have been spreading. Legendary Undead Death Knights. Legendary Undead Soul Devourers. Tens of thousands of undead armies. Every whiff of the evil society Chironon, and so on was an unimaginable and unbearable disaster for both commoners and nobles. And yet, this disaster, which could threaten an entire nation and cause the deaths of hundreds of thousands, was averted without the knowledge of the vast majority. This indescribable shock made anyone who heard the news think it was a joke. And yet, the Holy Kingdom's most elite paladins and priests were stationed in Kailansha. Some had even spotted the paladins' leader, Lord Remedios. And besides that, the most exciting thing about Kailansha lately has been the surge in adventurers, with large numbers arriving from both the northern and southern Holy Kingdoms, to celebrate the birth of the Steel-class adventurer team in the Holy Kingdom. Due to the Holy Kingdom's long-standing national policy, adventurers have always held a relatively low status. But at this moment, because of their free will, all adventurers who appeared in Kailansha felt the people's gazes turn on them differently than usual. Inside the carriage, Inli held a half-eaten piece of soft white bread, her fingers clenching. Miss Suya, are you staying in the Ablion Hills? Tang Zheng nodded. Inli's shoulders relaxed. She hadn't seen Miss Suya just now, and thought something had happened. Although she didn't understand the captain's reason for this arrangement, the captain must have his reasons. What did Inli feel when she swung her sword? Tang Zheng was curious about Inli's profession. He needed to judge Enli's future strength. I don't know. I just felt. Enli pursed her lips as she recalled, recounting the details of her time without reservation. Tang Zheng pondered. The Soul Devourer possessed the ability to release both Fear Aura and Instant Death Aura, and the two must have been quite close at the time. Because of the Fear Aura, everyone instinctively fled, causing widespread panic, but Enli was able to ignore that. And then, there was the Instant Death Aura. The lower the level, the less likely someone would pass the Instant Death test. At that moment, Enli's level was undoubtedly the lowest on the battlefield. However, at that distance, Tang Zheng couldn't confirm whether Enli was affected by the Instant Death Aura. If so, what if she was? Then, Tang Ning's eyes flashed. The Hero Devotee class possesses at least complete fear resistance and instant death nullification as passive abilities. Special classes typically have 2 or 3 class skills. Heroic Moment is just one of them. The other skills will need to be determined through leveling up. In fact, there's no need to dwell too much. Just from the effect of Heroic Moment, Tang Zheng already had a basic idea of Enri's class structure. I originally intended to play a supporting role in this incident. Tang Zheng felt a headache as he heard the lively discussions on the street outside the carriage. High profile was never his goal. Even when the Chiron leader eliminated the Death Knight, he relied on the power of the Celian theocracy. All of this could be explained away by the excuse of combat awareness and potions. Only Enri sighed. An ordinary girl destroyed a Soul Devourer with a single strike. It was truly an exaggeration. The theocracy might have some assumptions about Enri, Tang Zheng pondered. Let Enli pretend to be a player and stand on stage? The moment this thought arose, Tang Zheng smothered it. Pretending to be a god was safer than pretending to be a player. Besides, Enli could withstand investigation. The biggest difference between players who descended into another world and the locals, besides the difference in power, was their complete lack of prior history, appearing out of thin air. Enli was from Khan village, had parents and a sister. As long as this was investigated, the church would drop its suspicions of Enli as a player. The question was, would the church suspect him because of Enli? That was Tang Ding's real concern. Luckily, I've already had Emina prepare, Tang Zheng thought to himself. Since he knew the characteristics of player blank's past, how could he not have been prepared? His original intention in secretly controlling the 8 Fingers was to leverage their power to control the kingdom's underworld. Making the fake real is sometimes easy. It all comes down to strength. These were originally intended to confuse the Great Tomb. Tang Zheng thought of the ritual he arranged in the lava zone based on his own ideas, and a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. Perhaps his strength would see a significant boost. Still a little short. Tang Zheng's mind flashed to the Death Spiral ritual, and he began to modify and adjust it. The birth of the Death Knight and the Soul Eater had given him a deeper understanding of the Death Spiral ritual, especially the Soul Eater transformed by Kajiat. After the war, Tang Zheng made a special trip to the corpse pit to conduct research and investigation. Also, through his resurrection, he had obtained complete intelligence from the leader. He also knew the identities and current locations of the remaining 8 disciples of Zilinon. The leader actually did have connections to the Celian theocracy, though not with someone from the Celian theocracy as imagined, but rather someone born 200 years ago, during the 13 Heroes period. If anyone asks about your abilities, just say they're the result of innate abilities, Tang Zheng said to Enli. Yes, I understand. Enli was a little puzzled, but she nodded vigorously nonetheless. Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild in Kalen Shah was rather old, having drawn little attention due to the relatively small number of adventurers in the Holy Kingdom. This made the Adventurers Guild's existence seem more symbolic than anything else. At this moment, the Adventurers Guild, previously deserted, was now crowded with adventurers. These were all teams of adventurers who had come from nearby cities, even from the southern Holy Kingdom. The thumping of bones, the vibration of wheels rolling on the ground echoed from the far side of the street. Here they come! A soft cry came from one of the adventurers. Instantly, pairs of excited, fiery, and curious eyes turned to the carriage pulled by the evil spirit dogs coming down the street. As the evil spirit dogs tightened the chains, halting the carriage's forward momentum, the wheels slowly came to a stop. Click! The door slid open. Tang Zheng was the first to dismount from the carriage. A look of helplessness crossed his face as he looked at the hundreds of adventurers gathered in front of the Adventurers Guild. Enli followed closely behind, and, facing the fiery gazes, she subconsciously wanted to lower her head. You're no longer the Enli who needed someone to look after you, hiding behind others. Tang Zheng spoke to the figure behind him, heading toward the Adventurers Guild. The shadow blocking the way ahead gradually moved away from Enli. Miss Suya wasn't there either. Usually, all she had to do was follow Miss Suya. Inli's fingers trembled slightly as she gazed at the white figure in front of her. Suddenly, a voice rose within her. I can help the captain now. That's what she had said not long ago. Tap. Inli took a step forward, the inferiority from the border village in her light brown eyes cautiously fading. Tap. Inli planted her other foot firmly on the ground, suddenly putting her hands behind her back and offering a simple, kind smile to all the adventurers looking at her. Her three-strand braid bounced slightly in front of her chest as she hurried to catch up with Tang Zheng. A hint of heroic spirit gradually gathered in her steps. The young man walking in front is the leader of the Free Will team, right? Yes. It's the genius alchemist Tang. Only 2 people? Didn't they say the Free Will team had 3 members, one of whom seemed to be a demi-human? Demi-human? Could it be that they knew we in the Holy Kingdom hated demi-humans, so they didn't come along? That girl looked so young. Could she be the legendary undead she's said to have slain? She looked so weak. Wait, she smiled at me. So cute. Whispers of discussion echoed from the adventurers on either side. President Bakken had already been waiting at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. Upon seeing Tang Zheng and the others appear, he took the initiative and hurried over to greet them. Welcome back, Mr. Tang, Miss Inli. President Bakken bowed slightly, his face a touch of respectful, as he addressed Tang Zheng and the others. His gaze lingered briefly on Inli. If it weren't for the confirmation from the members of the Paladin Order, he would have found it hard to imagine that this ordinary girl could actually slay the legendary undead. Oh my god! I actually asked Miss Inli to open the door. However, the aura was indeed a little weak. President Bakken suppressed his thoughts and, after a brief pause, immediately withdrew his gaze. This is a bit too lively, President Bakken. Tang Zheng gestured to the adventurers around him. Adventurers changing their rank nameplates wasn't a big deal. Even for a team of adamantite adventurers, there wasn't much ceremony involved. Tang Zheng could roughly guess that this situation was intentional by President Bakken, as it addressed the Adventurers Guild's minimal presence in the Holy Kingdom. Chapter 329. Inside the Adventurers Guild. President Bakken pulled out an exquisite wooden box and opened it. For metal nameplates, each with a rich, light green luster, rested quietly on the red cushions. Fine steel nameplates. Crafted entirely from fine steel, a high-grade metal material with an affinity for magic and exceeding even the hardness of orichalcum and mithril, the material itself is extremely valuable. I hope Captain Tang will leave the gold-level Free Will nameplate for our Adventurers Guild. President Bakken held the wooden box in both hands, his face filled with solemnity and excitement. He bowed deeply to Tang Zheng, his every move a gesture of ritual. Facing the expectant gazes of countless adventurers around him, I understand. Tang Zheng sighed softly, looking at President Bakken, now over 50 years old, and with a hint of gray at the temples. He placed the 2 gold-level nameplates on a tray held by the Adventurers Guild's waitress. Strange. Captain, you don't usually wear gloves. Henry stood to the side, looking at Tang Zheng's light-gloved hands, with some confusion. It's an honor for our Holy Kingdom Adventurers Guild to be able to preserve the Free Will nameplate. President Bakken's emotions grew even more excited upon seeing this, his smile widening. According to the Adventurers Guild's rules, adventurers who upgrade their level and replace their nameplates do not necessarily need to return them to the guild. These nameplates also hold a certain commemorative significance for adventurers. Is that the steel nameplate? I've never seen one before. I heard that small piece of material is worth over 500 gold coins, and these 4 adamantine nameplates are worth, 2,000 gold coins. Humph. How can such things be measured in money? Unfortunately, Free Will isn't an adventurer from our Holy Kingdom, but a team of adventurers from the kingdom. I heard they already have an adamantine adventurer team called Vermilion Drops. Wow, that means the kingdom now has 2 adamantine level teams. Intense discussions and heated emotions filled the Adventurers Guild, and the adventurers were excited to witness this moment. For all adventurers, being able to witness the birth of an adamantine level adventurer team was a true blessing. Many adventurer teams even dreamed of becoming adamantine level adventurers themselves, garnering the same attention as Free Will before them. Tang Zheng picked up the red cushion of the wooden box. The 4 stainless steel nameplates, a touch heavy in texture, were engraved on the front. He didn't recognize the characters, but that didn't stop him from guessing. 4? I thought it would be 2. Tang Zheng muttered to himself. The information he had registered with the Adventurers Guild actually only showed 2 people, well, to be more precise, 1 person and 1 dog. Although Henry and the Emerald Leaf, which were considered members of Free Will by outsiders, according to official procedures, there were only 2 registered members of Free Will, Tang Zheng and the Devil Hound. Also, Tang Zheng thought to himself, addressing President Bakken, there's a banquet going on at the VIP hotel. It sounds like a celebration. President Bakken should have been invited too. Indeed, to be honest, I'm not interested in this kind of banquet. President Bakken reluctantly lifted his eyes from the gold-level nameplate, the wrinkles around his eyes softening considerably. Captain Tang, since Miss Inley is also planning to attend, then as the president of the Adventurers Guild, I, naturally, won't be absent. President Bakken spoke respectfully, then a thought flashed through his mind, his eyes flickering. I hear that nobles of all ranks in Calinxia will be attending, and perhaps even foreign nobles. At the mention of foreign nobles, President Bakken's voice dropped noticeably, and became more emphatic. Then I take my leave, Tang Zheng understood, responding gently, as he led Inley out of the Adventurers Guild. The adventurers on either side grew more awed and enthusiastic, some even shouting for autographs. Huh? Tang Zheng's mouth twitched, and he quickened his pace. As expected, he needed to spend some time learning the language of this world. Currently, he's relying solely on decoding magic to navigate the realm of semi-literacy. After President Bakken personally escorted Tang Zheng and the others away, he immediately rushed back to the Adventurers Guild, ignoring the puzzled gazes of the adventurers. Place the original gold-level nameplate of Free Will in the most prominent place within the guild. Yes. Place it on the center wall facing the main entrance, hanging there as a transparent glass ornament. What? No. Buy it immediately, and have the craftsman forge it. President Bakken shouted excitedly. With the nameplate left by the fine steel level Free Will hanging here, the Adventurers Guild's low profile will surely improve. The carriage moved forward. The evil dog controlled the bone chains, pulling the carriage toward the VIP hotel. As for the so-called banquet, Tang Zheng was equally uninterested. According to his previous style, once the hill incident was resolved, it was almost time to leave the Holy Kingdom. However, because of the integration potion, he needed to make a reasonable approach. Furthermore, in the hill incident, he ultimately assisted the demi-humans and stopped Quirit, which inevitably had some repercussions. Integration potion, a Blind Hills, demi-humans. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. Free Will might need to fade out for a while. He needed to secretly carry out some actions, and most importantly, to level up. While thinking, Tang Zheng casually raised his arms, and removed the light-colored gloves covering his hands. Light blue magic surged into the gloves. Ordinary gloves simply couldn't withstand the power of magic. A tremor of his palm. The two gloves crumbled to dust in his palm. Tang Zheng clenched his fists, and reached out of the carriage window. He opened his palms, and the tiny glove fragments flew from his fingertips, and dissipated into the air. Captain? Henry's light brown eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Tang Zheng's fingertips twitched slightly, feeling the cool evening breeze blowing through his fingers, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In magic, there is a kind of magic called object location, and many similar detection magics that can locate the user's location through objects. As Tang Zheng spoke, he took out a stainless steel nameplate he had received from President Bakken and handed it to Inli. Of course, this requires certain conditions. It requires something the locator can carry with them for a long time. As an adventurer, if an enemy uses objects on your body to locate your location, setting traps, and launching targeted attacks without your knowledge, you'd be in extremely dangerous danger. How could Tang Zheng not be on guard against an item so clearly associated with him as the adventurer's nameplate? And Li's face tensed upon hearing this, and she immediately understood why the captain was wearing gloves. Here's why he wanted to completely isolate himself from the gold nameplate. That doesn't seem right. And Li opened her mouth as if realizing something, then wondered if she was overthinking it. Are you thinking that using gloves to temporarily isolate yourself is pointless? Tang Zheng saw the conflicted look on Li's face and smiled, retracting his hand from the carriage. Because that gold nameplate is fake. I had a craftsman forge it last night. Gold is a softer material, but much easier to work than steel. From beginning to end, Tang Zheng had never actually handled the two golden nameplates given to the Adventurers Guild. Even the temporary craftsman who had been hired had used Auray's charm to create them. If someone in the future truly wanted to locate him using the golden nameplates, they would only be able to locate ordinary craftsmen in Calinxia. Detection and counter-detection are essentially a game of intelligence and information. If someone truly did this in the future, it could actually indirectly gain certain information. The thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. Of course, normal detection magic couldn't locate an item that had been away from its original user for too long. This didn't stop Tang Zheng from taking precautions. After all, the magic he knew was only a small subset. Even if level magic couldn't do it, what about super level magic? Especially the most special wish upon a star. I understand. Inri nodded earnestly, clutching the stainless steel nameplate tightly in her hands, her heart filled with excitement and joy. She had never encountered this kind of knowledge before, and now that the captain had told her, it seemed like he recognized her. The VIP guest house. Located in the heart of the city, it was magnificently built. Although a fortress, it was also the only city in the Holy Kingdom that had to pass through to communicate with the outside world. Since Calinxia was directly under the jurisdiction of the Holy King family, the VIP guest house naturally became a venue for entertaining nobles and important figures from other countries. Now, it was already evening. The VIP guest house was brightly lit. The sustainable lights hanging on the walls and overhead emitted a soft glow, illuminating the hall. Neatly dressed attendants, carrying food and wine glasses, shuttled back and forth in the hall. Men and women in formal attire stood in the center of the hall, some dancing, others chatting quietly, and others drinking silently. Some, clad in armor and slung with weapons, walked, creating a constant clang of metal. This wasn't a normal banquet. It was more of a celebration, celebrating everyone's success in resolving the crisis posed by the undead in the hills. That's right. Most of those present were surviving members of the paladins and priests, with some nobles and important figures from Kailin also in attendance. Faced with the disaster that had caused the exodus of so many of their companions, the mood and excitement of the party were muted. This banquet had come rather unexpectedly. Inri sat in a corner, her gaze sweeping across the banquet crowd. She took a bite of fruit. She was indeed a little hungry. Delicious. The captain wasn't at the banquet, having left with Captain Remedios. Just as she finished her bite, someone else approached, and Inri had no choice but to get up and deal with it, even though they'd already hidden in the corner. Inri, are you getting bored? How about a fight? A gruff voice boomed from the front, filled with eager excitement. Mr. Allrand? Inri saw the muscular, scraggly man with a scraggly beard approaching her. Red Allrand raised his massive arm and waved it, his eyes filled with anticipation. Well, I can't unleash that kind of power right now, Mr. Allrand. Inri refused. Many people at the banquet were asking about her, and she had simply followed the captain's instructions, saying it was due to her innate abilities. What a shame. Red Allrand stared intently at Inri, whose body was devoid of muscle, and showed no signs of training, and shook his head in disappointment. Mr. Pavel, are you all right? Inri asked quietly. Don't worry, he's a strong man. Red Allrand grinned, but a hint of seriousness remained in his eyes. Oh! Inri felt that Mr. Pavel must be heartbroken. After all, his wife had died on the battlefield, which reminded her of something the captain had mentioned earlier about fate. And now, in a luxuriously decorated room on the upper floor of the banquet hall, Quirit and Remedios, one curious, the other expressionless, stared at the 6 vials of potion on the table. This is what you call the fusion potion. Quirit's eyes gleamed. This time, she returned to Kailin with the permission of Her Majesty the Holy Queen, granting her high authority in this matter. These 3 vials are the fusion potion. The general effects have been explained earlier, but they carry a certain degree of risk. Tang Jing spoke calmly, then pointed to 3 other red, transparent vials. These 3 vials contain demi-human blood, the ingredient for refining the fusion potion. At these words, Quirit's eyes flashed with surprise. For such a precious potion, the other party would actually reveal the ingredients? She had originally been planning how to figure out the ingredients, and was already considering a heavy loss. We definitely find a way to research the potion you brought. It's inevitable, and not hard to predict. Tang Jing chuckled and spread his hands, his eyes meeting Quillet's midair. The materials are provided directly to you. Feel free to try to create the fusion potion. If you can, congratulations. If you can't, we can continue the discussion instead of just conducting useless experiments like we are now. Keelat's look of surprise was fleeting, his narrow eyes curled upward, and he said with a sinister smile, Captain Tang is so confident. It seems he's convinced that our holy kingdom can't produce it. Tang Jing remained silent, which in itself was a response. Bang! Hey! The matter of preventing the extermination of the demi-humans has come to nothing. Remedios, seeing Tang Jing and Quillet chatting and laughing, slammed the table. Keelat remained silent, his gaze fixed on the 3 vials of demi-human blood, a look of deep thought. It seems Captain Remedios doesn't understand, Tang Jing said calmly. What do you mean? Remedios asked angrily. I am an alchemist who specializes in using demi-human blood to create potions. At the end of his words, Tang Jing's gentle expression vanished, and he spoke coldly, This is my purpose and reason. Chapter 330. A cold voice echoed through the room. Remediosa's fair cheeks tightened, a hint of irritation evident. As the leader of the Paladin Order, and one of the highest-ranking individuals in the entire Holy Kingdom, she had never encountered anyone as daring as Tang Zheng to disrespect her, even speaking coldly to her. Quillet remained calm, a faint smile plastered on her seemingly friendly face. Neither of them was currently dressed in battle attire. Quillet wore a white gown, cinched by a light blue corset and embellished with pearls and diamonds. Her waist appeared to be only the size of a palm, and her upper body seemed to be strikingly voluminous. Remediosa's attire was distinctly more unusual and androgynous than a typical aristocratic dress. Her upper body was conventional, covered with a white shawl. He wore black hunting trousers and brown animal hide boots. Perhaps because of his sitting posture, his long legs appeared rounder and more powerful through the tight trousers. Same brown hair and almost identical features. The two of them sitting together created a unique and stunning atmosphere. My purpose in coming to the Holy Kingdom was to obtain demi-human blood. Tang Zheng stood up and looked at Quillet and the other man sitting across from him. Now that this matter is over, the Ablian Hills are much safer, and we have better access to it. It's about time we leave. If the integration potion makes any progress, it won't be too late to send someone to the hills and contact me. Leave? Keelalat explained in surprise. She had indeed guessed that Free Will was planning to leave the Holy Kingdom, and this meeting was actually meant to persuade him to stay. But I didn't expect them to head for the Ablian Hills. Even with the demi-humans suffering heavy losses, it remains a dangerous area. Was it the confidence engendered by Marshal King Go Jin and the demi-humans who could remain in the hills? No. Based solely on their own strength, not a single demi-human warrior could threaten them. The idea of obtaining demi-human blood might be a lie, or perhaps there's something in the Ablian Hills that attracts them. Quirret's eyes flashed. Captain Tang, would you reconsider? Quirret stood up and spoke. I have no intention of joining your Holy Kingdom. Tang Zheng waved his hand casually and headed for the door. As he turned, he glanced at the north wall of the room. Huh? Eavesdropping? They can't be from the Holy Kingdom, but the Scion Theocracy? Such swift action. Perhaps they already have spies within the Holy Kingdom. Tang Zheng pondered briefly, his white priest robes flicking slightly. He left the room, ignoring Quirret's attempts to entice him to stay. Tang Zheng was indeed very interested in the Saint's sword. Besides, Quirret and Remedios were both stunningly beautiful, but they were still a step behind Princess Lana and Lacus. The Holy Princess was probably on the same level as Princess Lana in terms of appearance. But interest aside, interest was interest. Simply looking might have piqued Tang Zheng's curiosity, but it wasn't enough to make him waste his time on something meaningless. At this moment, on the other side of the north wall, a young man dressed as a servant stood there, his ears pressed against the wall, forming elephant-like, palm-shaped ears. This was the second-tier magic spell, Elephant Ears. It greatly enhances hearing, allowing for subtler sounds. As Tang Zheng's footsteps faded, the young attendant also lifted the spell and quietly departed. Kalat, is this your goal? Remedios pointed at the potion on the table. Not really. But the result is indeed quite good. Kalat smiled at Remedios. You don't usually pick on one person like you do now, sister. What are you talking about? Remedios' tone grew agitated. Come to think of it, sister, I'm getting quite old now. It's time to find a marriage partner. There aren't many suitable young men in the country. Kalat pretended to be talking to himself, muttering quietly, it's like the story of a noble lady and a commoner. He's not a commoner. Indeed, he's a genius in alchemy and magic, Kalat said with a smile. Remedios finally realized what was happening, his face flushing. You're planning on using me as a bargaining chip. Isn't that possible? Free will is incredibly valuable. Asshole. Shang Fengwe. April 7th, early morning. The white dogs pulled the carriage out of Kalen Shaw and headed for the Holy Kingdom, towards the Apollon Hills. In the carriage, Enli was somewhat happy to see Miss Tsuya. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, closed his eyes, feeling somewhat surprised. He had expected the slain theocracy to come after he left the VIP hotel, but they hadn't made any move. So, the person who eavesdropped yesterday was probably just an ordinary spy, unable to make a decision. And the slain theocracy shouldn't have arrived yet. Tang Zheng shook his head imperceptibly. The integration potion has limited value to the Holy Kingdom, but it holds immense significance for the Celian theocracy. However, since the Celian theocracy members hadn't arrived yet, Tang Zheng wouldn't waste time waiting for them. What he had said to Quirret last night wasn't just to the Holy Kingdom, but also to the Celian Theocracy members. If the Celian Theocracy doesn't get the potion, they might come back again, but more likely they just take the ready-made one. Tang Jing's lips curled up slightly, and he let out a soft chuckle. The rest of the journey was much simpler. Tang Zheng needed his free will to fade out for a while, and the integration potion and materials he provided would take time for both the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy to study. This time was enough for him to conduct some covert operations. After entering the Abelian Hills, the long-awaited green leaf which arrived to take Enri away, Tang Zheng wasn't in a hurry to raise Enli's level. He needed her to first learn how to lead troops from the Beast General Hector Weiss and attempt to obtain the commander class. Next, Tang Zheng bid farewell to Enli and the green leaf which, citing the excuse of searching for alchemical materials, and headed for the manor where the dwarf artisans had been housed. He transported all the dwarf artisans to the hilly area to engage the dark dwarves. It took him 2 days to complete this series of plans. During this time, a major event also occurred in the Holy Kingdom. Quirit and his companions, who were leading the paladins and the priests back to the capital, Habens, were suddenly attacked while stationed in the wild. Rumors indicated no casualties, but it appeared that some important item had been lost. Saint Queen Carco even ordered a thorough investigation, arresting numerous spies. At the same time, the events in the hills spread rapidly over time, shocking the nations. The first to take action was the Bahar's Empire, which rescinded the bounty on free will. The kingdom of Riestais, the royal capital, deep within the princess's palace in Francia. Princess Lana, clutching a steaming cup of red tea, arched her brows, a gentle smile on her face, and gazed calmly ahead. Although Climb remained calm, his emotions remained somewhat agitated as he recounted the rumors he had heard from the Adventurers Guild and the outside world. Your Excellency Tang is truly formidable. You were able to join forces with the elite of the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy to eliminate tens of thousands of undead. The leader of Chironon is as evil as the rumors say. If those undead were to be? Climb's emotions were agitated, as if he were in that same perilous situation, facing the endless undead. After he finished recounting what he had heard, Climb saw Princess Lana, who had been listening to him with a smile, and immediately realized that his actions had been somewhat rude. I overstepped my bounds. Climb quickly lowered his head, bending his body at a 90-degree angle. Huh? Princess Lana put down her teacup and said softly and gently, "Don't be so reserved. I enjoy hearing these things too. I didn't expect that Mr. Tang's free will would become an adamantite rank adventurer so quickly, even faster than Lockhuse's blue rose." Climb still lowered his head, his rough brows furrowed in a frown. He knew this was not the right time to speak. Miss Lockhuse is the princess's friend, so a servant like him naturally has no right to judge. Climb, Princess Lana said. Yes. Climb stood straight, his face a steely determination, as if he would immediately carry out any order Princess Lana uttered. You're the only one with me who can go out. Can you help me find out more about free will? Princess Lana, her face pure and innocent, whispered, "By the way, have Renas come see me?" Climb nodded quickly in response and respectfully exited the hall. Isn't it the Holy Kingdom? It's the Apollon Hills. The demihumans. Chironon. Princess Lana's innocent smile grew even brighter, her deep blue eyes glittering with a strange light. She lifted a white finger to her lips, gently biting her nail. Lava Zone. Tang Zheng, with a wearied look in his eyes, gazed at the death spiral ritual set up on the ground. He had been here for 5 days, constantly testing his theories. Negative energy is a force for the undead. Then, in theory, holy energy is naturally a force for the living as well. The death spiral ritual can channel negative energy into the body, so it can also channel other energies. However, while simple in theory, executing it is another matter entirely. No! There's still something wrong with the ritual. Tang Zheng frowned, constantly checking the ritual, making occasional adjustments. Angel summon. A 4th-level angel of surveillance was summoned. Tang Zheng waved his hand to cancel the summons, and the angel that had just appeared transformed into a white speck of light and began to dissipate. The ritual has begun. Strange, why is there still no reaction? Tang Zheng's brow furrowed even further. This ritual had been modified dozens of times. Not only did it involve the standard death spiral ritual, but it also incorporated the sacrificial death spiral ritual used by the Alliance leader to create the Death Knight, and even referenced the energy absorption path of the wild transformation ritual. Logically, even if it failed, there shouldn't be no reaction. Tang Zheng raised his hands and gently rubbed his temples, pondering. Possessing the passive ability of Magic Master, His perception and understanding of this complex ritual became extremely clear and simple. So, he could easily detect any problems or changes in the ritual. Perhaps, it's not the ritual itself, but the summoned angel? This thought suddenly flashed through Tang Jing's mind. He had been preoccupied with the ritual for a while, not focusing on the angel. The angels he summoned were all created through the normal angel summoning technique, no different from the angels summoned by Final War. Good. No! There is indeed a difference. The angels summoned by Final War, good, are neutral monsters. Thinking of this, Tang Jing simply stopped worrying and used his class skill to cast a 10th level spell without any cost. A brilliant white light enveloped the lava field. Densely packed angels, emitting a sacred aura, appeared in the sky above Tang Jing's head. Remove. Tang Jing's mind flickered. Although he couldn't directly control these angels, as the caster, he could choose when to remove the spell. Crash. Hundreds of angels instantly transformed into white dots of light, creating a magnificent and sacred scene. Tang Jing's eyes narrowed, and he quickly initiated the ritual. Instantly, the previously scattered divine light, as if drawn by some force, began to converge toward the ritual, but soon collapsed and dissipated. Failure! Tang Jing's face lit up with excitement. After studying for so long, he wasn't afraid of failure, but rather of no results. A result in the ritual's viability meant it was feasible. That position is wrong. The energy flow is restricted. No, this material needs to be replaced. Tang Jing recalled the events of the ritual and made adjustments. Next, he cast Final War good twice in succession, still failing, but Tang Jing had a clear idea. Alas, this magic could only be cast 3 times per day, so Tang Jing had to wait until the next day, when he could cast it again, to continue his experiment. 3 more days passed. The entire ritual still looked like the Death Spiral ritual, but in reality, many details had been completely altered. Huh? Tang Jing took a deep breath, standing at the very center of the ceremony. It should be fine now. If it still doesn't succeed, it will only prove our previous assumptions wrong. Final War good. Boom! A huge white, bubbling vortex appeared overhead. Angels flew out of it, eventually gathering into a vast angelic army in the sky. Remove! Tang Jing shouted softly. Clatter. Clatter. The numerous angels disintegrated into a vast sea of white, sacred light points, which began to dissipate in the air. The ritual begins. Tang Jing paused, then quickly channeled his magic power into the death spiral beneath his feet. Boom! A faint blue magical pattern, centered on Tang Jing, rapidly spread outward in all directions, forming an invisible gravitational force, drawing the divine energy that was about to dissipate in the air. Tiny specks of light, drawn by the magical force, began to converge toward the ritual. In an instant, white light transformed into a sacred torrent, pouring into the ritual before converging toward the center, drenching Tang Jing's entire body in a blanket of snow white. Hum! The attribute panel vibrated, appearing before his eyes. Experience point 1. Experience point 1. Experience point 1. Experience point 1. Tang Jing's eyes widened slightly, watching the experience points rapidly flash across the attribute panel. A look of surprise crossed his face. It worked! A full 5 minutes passed. The hundreds of angels' dissipated specks of light finally vanished completely. Experience slots. 11581605100000, a full 500,000 experience points added? For others, that's a real loss. Tang Jing looked at the experience points added to his experience slot, his lips curling slightly into a brilliant smile. Activating Final War, good, requires 80 points of magic power, and 1.5 million experience points. Using the Death Spiral ritual, you can gain 500,000 experience points. Under normal circumstances, this would be a huge loss. But Tang Jing can use his class skill, Crazy Meditation, to activate the spell without any cost, effectively earning 500,000 experience points. This can be activated 3 times a day, meaning you can gain 1.5 million experience points. Chapter 331. Looking at the experience points gained on the attribute panel, Tang Jing's face was filled with surprise. Crack! Crack! As the ritual concluded, the various magical materials used in the ritual shattered with a dense sound like shattering glass, turning into clouds of powder. By repeating this operation, I can gain 1.5 million experience points daily. Tang Jing's heart skipped a beat. The loss of those few magical materials wasn't worth worrying about. For him, currently lacking experience, this was like a pillow being delivered to him when he was sleepy. The goblin breeding project Tang Jing was carrying out in the Tubu Great Forest, and the Ablian Hills, which he now indirectly controlled, were all preparations for this breeding project. But breeding takes time. With less than 3 years remaining, breeding goblins alone wasn't enough to reach level 100 experience points. This would inevitably require the extermination of a large number of demi-humans to make up for the lack of experience. To cope with future crises, Tang Zheng certainly didn't mind slaughtering these subhuman races that posed a threat to humanity, but he was also aware of the consequences of a widespread slaughter. It would likely attract widespread attention. This world is far too complex. Not to mention the true Dragon King, the unknown Dragon Emperor, and the Kind Mother. Players descend every 100 years, but that doesn't mean only one wave of players arrives each time. What Tang Zheng found most puzzling was that all of these descending players seemed to die or vanish within the 100 years of their arrival. Humanity, due to its limited lifespan, can't survive for very long, but that doesn't mean all descending players are human. Clear intelligence. The Dark God, one of the 6 great gods, a professionally constructed undead with no lifespan limit, like the Bone King, died at the hands of the 8 Desire Kings. This very event evoked something strange. Tang Zheng regained his composure, realizing that the most important thing now was to improve his strength. Any other considerations were meaningless. Seeing the ritual completely successful, after his excitement wore off, Tang Zheng immediately resumed the Death Spiral ritual, using the remaining 2 magic opportunities in succession. Another 1 million experience points were gained, bringing the experience bar to over 2 million. Level up. Tang Zheng stared at the attribute panel. A thought flashed within him, and a large amount of experience points began to be consumed. A wave of life force continued to emanate, a faint, invisible aura forming around Tang Zheng, briefly distorting the surrounding air. In an instant, 3 levels in a row. Overall level, 48 experience slots, 478, 160/610, 000 skill points, 64 to 73. Classes, Holy Knight, Level 7, Dark Knight, Level 1. Holy Knight is only 3 levels away. I can reach the maximum level in 2 days, Tang Zheng said confidently. Shangfenjiu, April 16th. 2 days flew by in a flash. On the first day, I accumulated 1.5 million experience points. On the second day, I only collected 500,000, because that was more than enough. Level up, Tang Zheng murmured. Experience slots, 478, 160/730, 000. After reaching level 50, I increased the experience slot again. The depth of the experience slot increased from 50,000 per level to 70,000 per level. The overall level reached 51, and the intermediate class Holy Knight also reached level 10. Buzz? The attribute panel vibrated. Class build information satisfied. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up, but he wasn't surprised. Sure enough, this normal class build could be completely deduced from the class information. Genius class converted to Paladin class build completed. Low-level class Paladin 10th level, mid-level class Holy Knight 10th level triggered high-level class, Lord of Holiness. Will you take the job? Lord of Holiness? Seeing the constructed high-level class, Tang Zheng's face suddenly darkened. I hope it's not what I imagined. Take the job. Class, Lord of Holiness. Level, high-level class. Ability effect, passive. Shelter of Faith. When HP is reduced to half, immediately restore 20% HP and clear negative status, 1/day. Holy Judgment. Deals an additional 10% damage to undead and all enemies with negative HP. Light Pressure. A holy attack skill that grants a certain magic boost and 20% dark resistance. Active skill. Radiant Sword. Summons a holy sword of light, which strikes the target area, dealing physical and holy damage to enemies within range and inflicting a blind debuff. Introduction. When a knight is unable to eradicate evil and is mired in self-blame and crisis, I, in the name of the Lord, declare that all evil will be judged with absolute light. Note, each level increase, MP, HP, physical defense, magical defense, increases by 15 points. So this is the class. Tang Zheng's face darkened. I was a bit unsure at first, but after seeing the class name and the skill Radiant Sword, I was completely certain. This class is held by Salabra, leader of the Crystal Tears, the Dragon Kingdom's only adamantine rank adventure team. I didn't expect Lord of the Holy to be such a high-level class. After all, those who possess high-level classes in the other world are rare. This is level 10 experience. Tang Zheng could easily obtain this class directly from Salabra. Forget it. It's just a waste of 3 or 4 million experience points, and it only takes 2 or 3 days. Tang Zheng muttered to himself, Then carefully examine the class information. If it were in the past, 3 or 4 million experience points would be enough to make him feel the pain for a long time. A high-level class built from 2 low and mid-level classes is indeed stronger than the magic swordsman built from 2 basic classes. But compared to the Cursed Knight, it's indeed inferior. This wasn't Tang Zheng's first time obtaining a high-level class, so he was naturally able to immediately analyze the class's level and quickly discovered its core. It's worthy of being a tank class. Tang Zheng noticed the passive information about Shelter of Faith and immediately thought of the passive power of faith of the mid-level Holy Knight. The effects of the two classes are similar. When HP drops below half, one instantly restores 10% HP, and the other restores 20%. The two passives of the Holy Knight and Lord of the Holy combined, equivalent to instantly restoring 30% HP when HP drops to half. Furthermore, when the passive ability is activated, Power of Faith increases healing by 100%. Shelter of Faith clears negative status effects. These two classes, combined with the base class Paladin, clearly offer the bonuses of a standard class build. What a shame. Tang Zheng shook his head. He was indeed somewhat tempted by the combined passive ability of instantly restoring 30% HP, but he wouldn't keep a mid-level class just for that. While genius brought him convenience, he also inevitably gave up the class bonuses offered by the base class build. There's always a trade-off. Tang Zheng was open-minded about this, and his class build path had been clear from the start. Next, I need to downgrade and eliminate Holy Knight. I still have 2 casts of Final War good today. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered. What happens if I don't use the experience conversion technique? Thinking of this, 10th tier magic. Huh? Tang Zheng was about to cast the spell, but after a brief surge of magic power, his body calmed down again. Failed. I can't cast it because I don't have enough experience points. As expected, normal spellcasting doesn't involve downgrades. If I were to cast it with experience points, the 10th tier spell would cost 1.5 million experience points, for a total of 2 million experience points. Tang Zheng thought about this, and did a quick calculation. Consuming so much experience points in one go would inevitably lead to a loss of several levels. It's indeed a good way to downgrade. Experience points cast spells 10th tier magic. Tang Zheng's pupil shrank, and he was surprised to find that the spell had failed. How could that be? His eyes grew serious. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Fortunately, it wasn't during combat, otherwise, this unpredictable situation alone would have put him in danger. If there's no problem with the class skills, then the problem lies with the level magic? Experience casting technique. You can use regular level magic without mana by consuming level X 50,000 experience points. I see. I hadn't noticed this condition for regular level magic before. Grand Ritual, Final War good, shouldn't be a regular level magic, so the experience cast failed. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment. He had indeed not noticed these details before, but this served as a warning. So, using the crude method, he cast ordinary level magic normally. After consuming the remaining 400,000 experience points, any use of first level magic would immediately result in a level drop. Boom! Boom! The scorching red rock in the magma sea vibrated violently like a surging sea surface as the magic pounded in. In a mere moment, Tang Zheng had completed the level drop and cast Crazy Meditation to gain 1 million experience points. Overall level, 42 experience slots, 100, 0001/360, 000 skill points, 73 to 82. Class, Intermediate Class, Dark Knight First Level. Advanced Class, Lord of the Holy First Level. Completed a new round of class cleansing. Tang Zheng didn't level up immediately. Instead, he planned to wait until he had enough experience points to upgrade Dark Knight to the maximum level in one go, thus acquiring a second advanced class. I last left the Valley of Despair in October of last year. It's been almost half a year now, so it's time to return and check on the human tribe. Tang Zheng gazed at the surging lava sea, his eyes reflecting a fiery red light. The bottom of the Valley of Despair is a good location to explore other areas of this continent. However, unlike the northwest corner of the continent where humans reside, Tang Zheng's knowledge of it is extremely limited, so he is proceeding with extreme caution. Neither the Holy Kingdom nor the Celian Theocracy will come to the hilly area for the time being. Tang Zheng analyzed. The more important the integration potion is to either side, the less likely their leaders will easily approach him. If they do, they will be at a disadvantage in the subsequent negotiations. After obtaining the potion, both sides will likely devote their full attention to researching how to refine it. Only when they are certain that there is no way to produce it will they return to him. Well, There's one thing we need to do before that. Tang Jing's body swayed. Upward teleport. Liestage Kingdom. Northwest. A small town called Pawi Town. A transport caravan consisting of 10 carriages, hauling loads of goods, was heading out of town along the uneven, bumpy streets. The cargo on the carriages was quite varied. Mostly ore, with some food supplies. Because there are mineral deposits near Pawi Town. Several caravans have gathered here, specifically to transport the ore to various locations. However, this caravan was noticeably different, as it was escorted by 2 teams of adventurers. It wasn't hard to guess why this situation had occurred. The caravan must be carrying valuables. Grumble. Grumble. The horses pulling the carts panted heavily, their wheels squeaking against the road, dragging them forward. As the caravan passed the street near the city gate, a figure wrapped in a grey cloak, clutching a long sword, huddled in a corner, quite inconspicuous. As the carriages passed through the street, gradually leaving the town, the grey-robed figure slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of sharp, lazy glances. That must be them. The grey-robed figure raised his head, yawned, and glanced out of the corner of his eye in the direction of the disappearing caravan, muttering to himself. Under his hood, a slightly weathered face with blue hair was revealed. It was Brian, the wandering man. He pushed forward with his feet. Brian stood up easily, swaying his shoulders, as he followed them out at a leisurely pace. As the town gradually faded behind the caravan, the 2 teams of adventurers escorting the entire caravan suddenly exchanged glances, raising their hands in a defensive gesture. Instantly, the entire caravan came to a halt. The ordinary caravan members looked around in panic, clearly unprepared to be attacked just as they left town. Come out. I felt like someone's watching us since we left town. Sorry, your tracking skills are truly poor. The captain of one adventurer team sneered, turning and looking behind him. Sir, are you coming out on your own, or should we invite you? While they were talking, several adventurers had already drawn their weapons, their eyes fixed on a gradually emerging figure. Oh no! We've been discovered. Brian remained casually slouched, one hand in his pocket, the other tugging at the blue hair beneath his hood. Humph! You're just putting on an act. You weren't even hiding. The adventurer leader sneered. After spotting Brian, his eyes quickly scanned the surrounding area. He speculated that this guy was just bait, and the real enemy must be hiding somewhere else. No need to look. I'm alone. Brian raised his head slightly, and waved his hand impatiently. I'm really short on cash lately, so I'd like to borrow some. Would you mind if you all stepped aside? The air chilled. Captain, there's really no one around except this guy. The thief and magician in the adventurer group had already determined the surrounding situation and reported. While they couldn't see much further, at least there were no enemy sights in the immediate area. Captain? The report received no response, and several team members looked at their leader in confusion. The usually calm leader stared intently at the figure across from him, sweat beading on his forehead, as if he had beheld some formidable enemy. Chapter 332. The captain's sweat dripping down his face made several team members tense up. They quickly adjusted their gaze, fixated on the man in the gray cloak. Captain, do you know him? One team member asked nervously. They were a gold-rank adventurer team. An enemy that could make their captain so nervous must be far superior to them. Brian unbrows? The captain's tone was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Wow! The rest of the team was in an uproar, some even showing fear on their faces. Is that Brian? A weak voice sounded, as if confirming. Those who didn't know Brian in the entire kingdom were as rare as those who didn't know warrior Captain Gazef. Especially for adventurers like them, how could they not know about such a renowned figure, even if they had never met him? The name Brian now signifies not only power, but also danger. This is all thanks to the recently sensationalized and influential Free Will, the kingdom's second adamantium-class adventurer team. Last year, Free Will, placed on a bounty by the Baharis Empire, was attacked by the renowned mercenary group, the Death-Spreading Swords. Ultimately, the entire mercenary group was annihilated, with only Brian escaping. It was rumored that this was false. How could such a renowned figure as Brian possibly join such a notorious mercenary group? Now, with Free Will becoming an adamantium-class adventurer, the old rumors have been resurfaced, proving to be true. However, Brian's fame didn't diminish, but rather grew even greater. Narrowly defeated by warrior Captain Gazef, yet able to escape the clutches of the adamantium-class adventurer team, all this proved Brian's immense strength. I think you're thinking some unpleasant things. Brian's sharp gaze was cold. He rested one hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his head tilted slightly. I don't want to repeat myself. Get out of here. As he spoke, Brian's steps never paused, their strides calm and graceful, yet revealing a terrifying, beastly aura. "Captain! Captain!" The two adventurer teams simultaneously turned to their leaders, awaiting orders. The two captains exchanged glances, each seeing the conflict in the other's eyes, yet still refused to issue any orders to retreat. If the enemy were a formidable force, like Brian, even retreating or abandoning the mission wouldn't be wrong. The worst-case scenario would be compensation and a demotion. But being able to fight a formidable force of this caliber is a rare opportunity. Right, Captain Macaria? That's right. He's only one man, and we have two gold-level teams. The captains of the two adventurer teams exchanged a brief exchange, then quickly issued the order to attack. Magic Arrow. Sleep. Acid Arrow. The magic casters in the team immediately launched a magical attack, while the warrior and rogue adventurers quickly charged forward. Seeing this scene, there are more and more self-righteous people these days. Brian grinned coldly, and slowly drew the long sword from his waist. Ah! Ah! No, no, run! In a matter of moments, the two teams of adventurers lay sprawled on the ground, their blood mingling. Total destruction. Brian, unscathed, treaded on the blood-soaked ground, his long sword gently swirling, letting the blood drip from the blade. I've given you a chance to escape. As adventurers, I can't even accurately judge the strength of my own enemy. Even if I don't die here, I die somewhere else. Brian ignored the bodies on the ground, muttering quietly to himself as he walked towards the carriage in front. The merchant, originally responsible for transporting the goods, had already fled with his fellow carriage drivers after realizing the situation was dire. Only 10 carriages remained, isolated on the road. Brian didn't care about the ordinary people who had fled. He could easily catch up if he wanted, but he simply didn't want to attack ordinary people. Tear. The curtain covering the carriage's cargo was drawn aside. Amidst a pile of ordinary, or a wooden box, about the length of an arm, lay buried beneath it. Shoving the ore aside, Brian lifted the box from the inside with one hand and knocked off the chain with the flat of his knife. Crack! In the sunlight, a bright silver metallic gleam reflected from the box's interior. These were chunks of silver metal of varying sizes, mithril, a substance whose value rivals gold. With the strength of steel, excellent magical affinity, and exceptional lightness, adding a little mithril to any weapon greatly enhances its toughness and value. This box of mithril metal would be worth at least 3,500 gold coins on the black market, perhaps even 4,000. A flicker of joy crossed Brian's face. He closed the box and lifted it with one hand. Combined with my previous wealth, I have more than enough to buy the divine sword. Thinking of the rumors of late, Brian's heart skipped a beat. He raised his arm and tugged at his gray hood. He felt that now that he had the divine sword, he needed to find some shelter. I still have to keep training. Brian clenched the hilt tightly in his hand, curling his lips in displeasure. Where on earth did these two guys come from? Before participating in the Imperial trial, he had never tasted defeat, always on the path to victory. And so, first Gazef defeated him, and then he faced his first near-death crisis. The leader of free will. Tang! A man whose appearance was seriously at odds with his strength, even stronger than Gazef. If he hadn't been suddenly attacked by an assassin, Brian felt he would have died there, just like the other mercenaries. I need to think of a strategy, otherwise I might not have the same luck as last time. Brian picked up the box, pondering as he turned and left. During this time, he had been intensively studying relevant magical knowledge. He had learned that the angel Tang summoned was a powerful high-level angel of the 4th rank, and he could actually summon 2 of them. Facing such a formidable foe, if he couldn't break through the blockade of the 2 angels, he would have no chance of victory, and would have to flee again. Escape? There's nothing shameful about that. He longed to fight against the strong, but he wasn't one to engage in a pedantic fight to the death against an invincible foe. He had only one goal in mind, to avenge his previous defeat and turn defeat into victory. Whoosh! A whirlwind formed, sweeping up a cloud of sand. Brian paused and looked up at the dust cloud forming a few dozen meters away, obscuring his vision. A faint scent of danger hung in the air. Are there others escorting this caravan? Brian resheathed his long sword, which he had been about to sheathe. The wind and sand dissipated. A figure, wrapped in a thick black robe, stood where the wind and sand had been. Such a pretentious appearance, a magic caster? Brian sneered inwardly, but his eyes sharpened. A swordsman's instinct told him that the other party was extremely dangerous, completely different from the adventurer from earlier. This also meant that they were probably not part of the caravan escort. Want to defeat free will, Brian Unglaus? The black-robed figure's hoarse voice echoed. I can help you. Ha! Brian's eyebrows raised, his eyes darkening. Bang! In an instant, the ground beneath Brian's feet shook, and his body surged forward like a compressed spring, throwing the wooden box in his hand with all his might. The box soared into the air. The various mithril metal pieces inside scattered in midair. Mithril is light yet possesses the strength of steel. The mithril metal shattered quickly and hurled itself at the mysterious magic caster, obscuring his vision to some extent. I was planning to continue the conversation. Tang Zheng, disguised as the mysterious magic caster, was somewhat frustrated and muttered, "Dimensional shift." Swish. The figure vanished. Brian's sharp eyes caught the moment Tang Zheng vanished, and he froze, his eyes flickering rapidly. No! Gravity reversal. A faint voice rang out from behind him. Brian's forward movement suddenly slowed, unnaturally, as if in slow motion. The heavy pressure stiffened his body. The effect of binding magic. Without resistance to motion, it was clear that this effect was unavoidable. Tang Zheng, appearing behind Brian, walked slowly towards him, his hoarse voice mocking, "Your level is a bit unworthy of your reputation. Perhaps we should invite Gazef." "Who are you underestimating?" Brian's arms bulged with veins as he roared, magic resistance enhanced. Power increased. Brian, originally under the influence of the magic, forcibly broke free. The muscles in his neck tensed, and he twisted his upper body. Then, with both hands, he swung his sword with force, 4 light slashes. 4 flashes of blade light suddenly appeared in the air, slashing with murderous intent, as if facing an incoming weapon. That's more interesting. Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly. As expected of Brian, he had mastered Gazef's signature move so quickly. Boom! A magical flash of light exploded between the two of them, a moment later. Brian's arms drooped unnaturally, the long sword in his hands falling to the ground. Intense pain surged through his body, causing it to twitch uncontrollably. So strong. This was completely different, a true monster. Cough. Fear welled up in Brian's eyes. His throat itched, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his shirt red. Who are you? Brian's eyes blurred. He knew that even if he wanted to escape this time, he couldn't. Another unbeatable opponent. His luck was truly good, encountering such formidable foes time and again. Chiron leader, Tang Zheng said calmly. He had come to Brian this time, naturally intending to recruit him into the Chiron organization. Leader? At the sound of these words, Brian's hazy mind suddenly cleared up. Even in remote towns like this, rumors of what had happened in the Ablian Hills had spread. Such a major event had transcended national borders. Although some important intelligence had been concealed, a powerful individual like Brian naturally had ways to obtain it. This was the first time he had learned about the sinister secret society of the Chiron organization. You're not dead. Brian took a step back, looking at the black-robed magic caster across from him in astonishment. Even his fear and pain were diminished by the terrifying news. According to the intelligence he had obtained, the Chiron leader had been eliminated by the elite forces of the Holy Kingdom, the Scion Theocracy, and Free Will. Even in this situation, Brian's mind remained remarkably clear. Could the news be false? No. The information came from the Adventurers Guild. There was no need to lie about such important information, so the other party wasn't dead at all. Or was the person before him merely pretending to be the leader of the Zillanon Alliance? Tang Zheng didn't answer the question. With a flick of his black sleeve, a bottle of blue potion flew towards Brian. Want to become stronger? Tang Zheng's hoarse voice held a playful tone. Drink the potion. Plop. The crystal-clear potion bottle fell from the air and rolled to the ground, landing at Brian's feet. I hope this potion isn't too bitter. Brian now displayed a carefree air. His frail body gave way, and he sat down on the ground, gulping down the entire potion. According to the information he had learned, this leader possessed the ability to create legendary undead beings. His power was terrifying beyond mortal imagination. An abnormal being above the realm of heroes? Regardless of whether the self-proclaimed leader before him was genuine or not, he was no match for him. The warm liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach. An indescribable taste. Foul, sweet, and a burning sensation. Heat began to expand in his stomach, then rapidly flowed through his body through his bloodstream. Brian's pupils dilated, as he clearly felt a surge of powerful strength surge through his body. His muscles bulged slightly, tensing with a sound. A faint red light flickered across Brian's body, tinging his skin with a flush. A barely perceptible heat seeped from his pores. Strengthening potion? Brian's first thought flashed through his mind, and then he realized This was completely different from a strengthening potion. This power was endless, not the temporary boost you get from a strengthening potion. What kind of potion was this? Becoming stronger. Ninjutsu detection. Tang Zheng activated his ninja detection skill, observing Brian's increase in strength after drinking the dragon blood potion. Level 28. Stuck at this level again? Tang Zheng frowned slightly. The same was true for Renas and Emina. To him, it was just a level difference, but to someone from another world, it felt like a bottleneck. The hero realm didn't seem like a level to be easily broken through. Tick, tick, Brian slowly stood up, kneeling on the ground, hot tears streaming from his eyes. This man actually cried. What were all my previous efforts worth? Brian tilted his head back, gazing at Tang Zheng before him, his voice hoarse, as if questioning himself. Slowly, Brian bit his spine and pressed his forehead heavily against the ground. Welcome to Zillinong, Tang Zheng said calmly. Chapter 333. The Abyssal Body Organization is somewhat peculiar. Although founded 400 years ago, it remains largely unknown. The undead race possesses a long, almost eternal lifespan, yet lacks the three desires of the living. This has led to all members of this organization maintaining a very low profile. So low-key that not even a single rumor remains. Even the three legendary undead kings, the Dragon Dark Knight Archmage, the Giant God Dark Knight Archmage, and the Shadow King Terror, who appear in the legends of various human nations, have not been invited. Simply to avoid attracting attention. It's clear that contacting the Abyssal Body is difficult. One can only passively wait for their members to appear. News of the leader's death might be a good thing. This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. He had now returned to the lava zone, and his plan to recruit Brian had been a success. Given his talent and innate abilities, he was worthy of being recruited. The only concern was whether this incident had dampened Brian's spirit. The leader's desire to contact the body of the abyss was misguided from the start. Tang Zheng shook his head, reflecting on the leader's actions. The body of the abyss doesn't want to attract attention, whether it's Zillinong's actions that shocked nations 20 years ago, or the current commotion in the hilly areas. This kind of high-profile behavior is doomed to fail. That's why Tang Zheng believes that the spread of news of the leader's death might be a good thing. The authenticity of the leader's identity is actually unimportant. To lure these body of the abyss members, the only bait is knowledge. Tang Zheng pondered as he walked across the scorching ground, heading towards the magma sea. The undead, having lost their mortal desires, indirectly intensified their thirst for knowledge, especially regarding magical knowledge. The Alliance leader's creation of the Death Knight and Soul Devourer, two legendary undead powers, also spread with the conclusion of the Hill incident. The people of the Abyssal Body would surely be interested. True Dragon King, I wonder which one it is. Tang Zheng had reached the cliff edge of the magma sea, gazing at the scorching lava flowing below, a deep glint in his eyes. The most important reason he wanted to contact the Abyssal Body was because of the true Dragon King, who had taken control of the organization. Such a crucial clue. Tang Zheng was not about to let it go. Only by obtaining more detailed intelligence could he gain a deeper understanding of this unknown true Dragon King, and thus circumvent or exploit its power. Plop! Tang Zheng's figure leaped from the towering cliff. Wow! A crater formed on the surface of the semi-liquid, crimson-colored, flowing magma, from which a massive burst of flames erupted. Tang Zheng, unfazed by the heat and flames, sank into the depths of the magma sea and disappeared. The Valley of Despair. The oasis where the human tribe resided. The dry, sweltering climate had no effect on the humans cultivating near the oasis's water source. Seeds were precious. In this desolate valley, every seed represented survival and hope. Yaller filled 2 wooden barrels from the oasis's spring, carrying one in each hand, and cautiously approached the newly cultivated land. Each seedling was irrigated twice with 2 scoops of water, never wasting a drop. They worked until noon. Yara straightened her back, stretched out her tanned arms, and wiped the sweat from her silvery hair. Seeing the irrigated fields, Yara smiled happily. By autumn, there would surely be a bountiful harvest, though they weren't short of food now. With the annihilation of the Grey Dwarves, much of the grain and food had been transported to their oasis, but who would begrudge having too much stored food? After a quick lunch, Yara donned her armor, as usual, and patrolled the oasis with her spear in hand. It was a demanding job. The tribe's population was sparse, and it was busy farming season, so she did most of the patrolling herself. Yara didn't find it tiring. Rather, it was one of the few things she looked forward to throughout the day. It's been half a year. Perhaps the hero will return someday. Yalar was convinced, yet also a little worried. Will the hero be in danger? Grandfather told me that the land beyond the oasis is fraught with all sorts of unknown dangers. Along the way, people greeted her everywhere, and Yala responded to each one. Sister Yala, a timid voice called from nearby. Yala stopped and looked at a young man running towards her. His face was gray, and his clothes were a little tattered. No one in their tribe was skilled in making clothes, and they lacked the materials. Furthermore, the valley's temperature was always hot, so most people didn't wear much. The boy's clothes were noticeably oversized at the cuffs and hem, yet they fitted him perfectly. Clearly from the Durgar, perhaps stripped from a corpse. A very common situation. Little Nick, what's wrong? Yala seemed familiar with the boy, bending down and speaking with a grin. Here, you're welcome. Little Nick spread his hands and took out a fist-sized fruit. Yala rubbed Little Nick's head and took the fruit. You're welcome. I still have patrol to do. Sister Yala, when will the hero return? Little Nick asked hopefully. Yala's smile dimmed slightly, then vanished in an instant. I don't know, but I'd definitely come back. Why have you been asking about this all this time? You should help and cultivate the land more, and stop imagining things. Yala reached out and tapped Little Nick's forehead. A bright smile spread across her tanned face. She waved her hand and walked out of the oasis. Watching Yala's retreating figure, Little Nick's timid expression vanished. A cold, disgusted expression shone across his features, and a hint of gold shone around his black pupils. I hate waiting. I hate you. A whisper of deep malice rang out, barely perceptible. There shouldn't be other humans in this place. Supreme King. Is this a punishment for disobeying my orders? No, no. Little Nick's face twisted slightly, then returned to normal in an instant, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. He has been waiting here for half a year, but the other party has never shown up. It doesn't matter, he has plenty of time. It was approaching dusk. Yala had finished her inspection of the area surrounding the oasis, and was about to return when she noticed a dark figure emerging from the desert, approaching with its back to the setting sun. A sudden situation. Yala raised her spear on guard. Yala, long time no see. Yala was startled at first, then her grip on the spear loosened, her face filled with surprise and excitement. Hero! Crackling. The flames of the burning wood bonfire danced in the night, and the oasis tribe danced joyfully around it. Looking at the piles of food before him, Tangjung said helplessly to Yala, who was half kneeling beside him, this food is enough, no need to add more. Okay. Yala's cheeks, rosy in the light of the bonfire, nodded with a smile. Yara, go give me a cup of lukewarm water. Chief Dylon, seeing his daughter's state, coughed lightly and spoke with a mellow voice. Yara's smile faltered, and she reluctantly left Tangjung's side. Yara, you're much more cheerful now. Tangjung turned to Chief Dylon and said, this is all thanks to the hero. Chief Dylon bowed, his tone respectful yet tinged with emotion. That child had so much on her shoulders, and we all put so much pressure on her. If it weren't for the hero's rescue and the annihilation of the Grey Dwarves, we would have vanished from this valley. Chief Dylon again expressed his gratitude with solemn gratitude. We, the Oasis tribe, are truly grateful. Everyone in the tribe had been saved by the young man before them, a fellow human, albeit one with a mysterious origin. But for the Oasis clan, this wouldn't be a problem at all, if Lord Hero hadn't shown any interest. Chief Dylon was even planning to relinquish his position as clan leader. How is the oasis where the Grey Dwarves are located? Tangjung asked with a serious expression. According to Lord Hero's plan, after we evacuate the Grey Dwarves oasis, we will give it to the orcs. But they haven't shown any interest, and the oasis remains desolate. Chief Dylon responded immediately, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. That's a complete oasis. If their human population weren't so small, with only a few thousand people, they wouldn't be able to occupy 2 oases. If someone offered them an oasis for free, they would definitely accept it. Tangjung remained calm, not surprised by the answer. After arriving in the Valley of Despair, Tangjung had already used teleportation magic to visit the Grey Dwarves oasis and inspect the situation there. The previous question was actually partly a test. After all, 6 months had passed, and the human situation remained uncertain. A simple test would determine whether he would trust the Oasis clan. It's indeed strange. Tangjung frowned slightly. An entire oasis lay empty, and the orcs showed no interest at all. This was a desolate desert with no water sources. Have you gathered any other information from the orcs? Tangjung asked again. Chief Dylon, not daring to hide anything, said, we're using the weapons, food, and other resources we obtained from the Grey Dwarves to trade with the orcs. Everything went smoothly. But we didn't have much information about the outside world or the Orc Kingdom, and the orcs didn't seem to know much either. Chief Dalan explained in detail, fearing Tang Zheng might be dissatisfied with the result and suspect he wasn't doing his best. Strange. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment. He felt something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint the cause. Chief, if you don't mind, could you please describe the past 6 months in detail? Tang Zheng said to Chief Dalan. Of course, hero. Chief Dalan began to recount the events of the past 6 months, detailing the transactions with the orcs. The crowd was dancing in celebration. Noticing Tang Zheng and the chief discussing something, they stopped the dancing and frolicking, lowering their voices to avoid disturbing Tang Zheng and the others. Yaller soon fetched some warm water and sat quietly to one side, occasionally refilling the cups for Tang Zheng and Chief Dalan. The night passed quickly as they exchanged thoughts. A faint glimmer of light appeared in the east. The bonfire had died down, emitting a shimmering smoke. Tang Zheng, waking from his thoughts, noticed Chief Dalan's exhausted face, his eyelids twitching as he fought to keep from falling asleep. Not far away, on the ground, the Oasis residents lay soundly asleep, evidently having spent the night with him. Yaller, please let everyone go back and rest. Tang Zheng spoke softly to Yaller, a glint of insight in his eyes. He sensed something was wrong. The orcs were surprisingly able to trade so smoothly with humans. You have to understand that humans are an inferior race in the eyes of these subhumans. Even if it was because of the destruction of the Grey Dwarves, the orcs wouldn't have shown such a friendly attitude. Also, Tang Zheng also discovered a problem he had overlooked. Why did the Grey Dwarves attack humans? The reason the Grey Dwarves attacked humans was because of a lack of water and a surge in their population, which meant the Oasis could no longer support their entire race. That's the problem. Why did the Grey Dwarves wait until the Oasis could no longer support their entire population before launching their attack, instead of annihilating the humans beforehand? With the Grey Dwarves' abilities, they could have done so beforehand. It's a bit like they had no choice but to exterminate the humans, Tang Zheng muttered to himself, his eyes growing serious. Hero, a timid voice rang out. Tang Zheng came to his senses and looked across at a boy of about 11 or 12, cautiously approaching. Who are you? Tang Zheng spoke softly, trying to create a gentle smile. His name is Little Nick. Yaller then helped the Dalan chief to his feet and spoke first with a smile. Oh, Little Nick, what's up? Is the hero here alone? Yes, I'm the only one. Tang Zheng smiled. Little Nick lowered his head slightly and muttered softly, so there's only one. In an instant, Little Nick appeared in front of Tang Zheng, as if by teleportation. Tang Zheng's eyes instantly changed. Air explosion fist. The small fist swung out, instantly shattering the air in front of it. A visible, expanding impact struck Tang Zheng in front of him. Boom! A rumble like muffled thunder exploded from the air. Tang Zheng's figure transformed into a streak of black light, shattering the trees in the oasis before plunging into the distant desert. Chapter 334. Boom! The roar was deafening, and the impact of the fist toppled the food on the surrounding tables, creating a tremendous tremor. Yara and Chief Dalan were both blown away by the shockwave, falling to the ground and tumbling several times in a panic. Ah! Chief Dalan screamed and fainted. Yara felt her blood surge through her body. She propped herself up, her hair standing on end as she stared at Little Nick, her face filled with disbelief and horror. The sleeping Oasis residents in the field were also startled awake, each one frozen in place, bewildered and terrified. A terrifying sense of oppression permeated the air. You're not Little Nico. Yara's voice trembled. Little Nico was just an ordinary child. But the Little Nick before her was so terrifying. Just standing there gave Yara a sense of powerlessness and inability to resist. It was like a carnivore dominating an herbivore, its only outcome, surrender and death. He looked down at his fist. The touch isn't right. Little Nico frowned. Air explosion palm doesn't directly contact the opponent, a technique designed to prevent the negative effects of contact, but he could still feel the feedback from the attack. Little Nico's face was sullen, and he walked calmly toward the spot where Tang Zheng had been sent flying. He ignored the panicked gasps of the humans behind him, and Yala's trembling questions. A bunch of inferior creatures, who would care about bugs? It looked like he was walking, but he was actually very fast. In 2 or 3 breaths, Little Nico had reached Tang Zheng's location, and a large pit had appeared in the crumbling desert. Inside lay a corpse, half covered by sand. A noticeable dent could be seen on its chest, and its clothes were stained red with blood. A horrible death. Seeing this corpse. There's magic like this? Oh haha, so interesting. You inferior creatures always provide some entertainment from time to time. As he spoke, Little Nick's eyes swiveled, locking onto a small sand dune in the northwest. Whoosh! 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 Magic arrows fire. 3 crimson streaks suddenly shot out from behind the dune, piercing the air with a sharp sound, each accurately striking Little Nick. Bang! The 3 magic arrows shattered the moment they made contact, dissipating into a faint magical energy. Tang Jing emerged from behind the dune. Unharmed? Magic nullified. No way. Tang Jing narrowed his eyes, using ninjutsu detection to observe the changes in Little Nick's aura. Even after being attacked, his aura showed no sign of weakening. Fire attribute nullified? What a shocking surprise. Under the detection vision, Little Nick's entire body was enveloped in a layer of flaming life energy, constantly rising, a life energy far exceeding that of a hero. This level is around LV 45. Tang Jing was stunned, his eyes scanning the information that had just appeared on the attribute panel. Chi sense? And the Chi explosion palm just now is a class build for the cultivating monk. Tang Jing quickly made a judgment, somewhat surprised and alarmed. A powerful being of this level could exist in this valley of despair. Among the powerful beings he had encountered so far, his power was second only to the ancient fire dragon and the sun anglerfish. He first noticed the abnormality in the corpse, then used Chi sense to determine my location. Therefore, he possesses a considerable degree of intuition. Tang Jing used the magic element illusionist to cast the spell Fake Death, creating a completely convincing corpse. While he didn't deceive the opponent, as expected, he did inadvertently gain some intelligence. The information is unclear now. At around level 45, defeating the opponent would likely require revealing some of his strength. No! I can't confirm the opponent's identity, or if he has any companions. Looking at Tang Jing, covered in dust and looking disheveled but not seriously injured, Little Nick's eyes changed. He had obtained detailed information about this alien from the Oasis humans. Logically, the alien shouldn't be able to withstand his punch. These inferior creatures were like dead branches, easily broken in half, yet the alien was able to block them. Using some kind of magic item? What are you doing? This fragile magic won't kill me even if you cast it tens of thousands of times. Little Nick said with disdain, his cold eyes fixed on Tang Jing. This place is so boring. The appearance of an interesting human is indeed worth investigating. Can you tell me where you're from? How dare you ruin my plan? Plan? What plan? You're not human. Tang Jing's face was serious. He needed to extract information from the other party. Although his tone was interrogative, he was unusually certain. He made this judgment because humans couldn't possibly exceed the level of abnormal. Also, Tang Jing didn't notice anything unusual about the other party's disguise as a human. There wasn't even any indication on the attribute panel. This could only be possible. The other party was using a pan-magic skill, similar to a talent or racial ability. How could I be such an inferior creature as you? Damn it, damn it! Little Nick seemed insulted, his expression contorted. It's all because of you damn humans that I've been trapped here. It's all because of you. You ruined my plan. Crack. Crack. The petite humanoid body began to expand at a visible rate. Cracks appeared on the surface of its skin, its disguise completely vanishing. In the blink of an eye, its body soared 2 meters. Pupils turned golden, its entire body covered in a dense layer of dark golden scales, its muscles well developed, and its tail short. The head was completely beastly, with upturned horns on either side. A terrifying aura made the air heavy, and waves of air rose, causing the desert beneath its feet to ripple and spread. Seeing this unusually conspicuous appearance. Dragon Man? Tang Jing. How could there be dragon people in this place? The question is, do dragon people even exist in this other world? It's certainly possible. Dragon kings can communicate deeply with any creature. For example, the Dragon King's daughter of the Dragon Kingdom, and the lizard man Kuruksu both possess dragon blood. The problem is, the opponent's level is a whopping 45th, comparable to some older dragons. A true offspring of the Dragon King? That's a lot of information. Tang Jing's eyes darkened. He stomped his foot on the ground, retreating while chanting softly, third-tier magic, composite elemental summoning, sandstorm elemental spirit. Swish. A whirlwind suddenly appeared, and the desert sand transformed into a sandy, whirlwind-like spirit figure, sweeping up a vast expanse of dust as it rushed towards Little Nick. Idiot! The desert beneath the dragonman's feet collapsed, and his powerful body sped across it at breakneck speed, sending yellow sand flying everywhere he passed. Aura of destruction. A faint white light enveloped the dragonman's hands, and slammed into the sandstorm elemental spirit. The swirling sand and dust rubbed against the dragonman's body, creating a fierce crackling sound. The next moment, a beast's claw emerged from the dust and ripped the sandstorm elemental spirit in two. It clearly has the effect of suppressing elemental damage. The aura has weakened somewhat, though not significantly, but wind and earth elements should be able to inflict damage. The opponent has no resistance to such elements. Tang Zheng retreated, analyzing. Also, like a normal monk, it should lack long-range attack methods. You're not surprised to see the elemental spirit. Is it because you already have information about me from the Oasis humans? Not bad. Tang Zheng was certain that the information he had revealed in the Valley of Despair was only the skills of a third-tier magic caster and the abilities of a warrior. Bang! After dispatching the elemental spirit, the dragonman rushed in front of Tang Zheng, the distance very close. The timing and distance of the incantation were too long to cast magic at this point. Swish! Tang Zheng waved his hand and drew the magical great sword hidden by his cloak, hanging from his waist. It was the one he had obtained from the ogre Gu. The cuffs of his sleeves opened. The bronze arm guards appeared faintly. They were the Death Guard arm guards he had equipped earlier during the trial. Although he didn't think the opponent would master instant death moves, he still had to be on the safe side. Concentrated energy blast. A fist covered in tiny golden scales came into view. Quick slash. The magic greatsword swung. Bang! The blade and fist collided, a powerful shockwave exploding instantly. To avoid suspicion, Tang Zheng even disabled his Valkyrie's aura of courage, a move that deals double damage on initial impact. Bang! Tang Zheng flew backward, landing heavily on a sand dune dozens of meters away. The ninja's hidden aura passive activated, and Tang Zheng's face immediately turned pale, his breath weak, as if he were seriously injured. Oh ha ha ha! The dragon man retracted his fist, seeing Tang Zheng defeated by his punch, and laughed triumphantly. How foolish! Seeing my true form, you dared to take my punch head-on. What kind of monster are you? Tang Zheng shouted in disbelief. Monster? You ignorant person. I am a dragonman. The dragonman spoke proudly, seemingly unsurprised by his easy victory, acting as if it was natural. Lack of combat experience. Tang Zheng thought to himself that the opponents he had faced before must have been too weak, so he could feign defeat without even a shred of doubt. It was indeed a dragon man. Tang Zheng had actually just encountered this race for the first time, and he was still a little unsure. Now that he had personally acknowledged it, it was naturally a blessing. This reminded him of Sebastian, one of the level guardians in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, who was also a dragon man. You are the one behind the Grey Dwarf's extermination of humanity. Tang Zheng, as if realizing something unbelievable, said weakly, No, with your power, you could easily destroy humanity. The dragon man had mentioned earlier that he had disrupted their plan. Tang Zheng recalled that the only thing that could be linked to this was the actions of the Grey Dwarfs. Too strange? This was what had always seemed to him to be off. Shut up. Shut up. The dragon man, as if provoked by something, shouted as he stamped on the ground, looking a bit nervous. Bang, bang! The ground shook with each footfall. Seeing him like this, Tang Zheng felt as if a flash of inspiration had struck him. I understand. Cough, cough. Tang Zheng spoke loudly, then coughed, his breath growing weaker. With your power, you don't need to disguise yourself as a human and launch a sudden attack in the Oasis. You're protecting the Oasis. Or more precisely, you're protecting the humans within it? I heard a rumor from the now extinct Grey Dwarfs. Humanity is a cursed race. Any attack on humans will bring disaster. That disaster is you, right? You clearly view humans as inferior, yet you want to protect them, and yet you manipulate the Grey Dwarfs to destroy them. This complete contradiction. There's only one possibility. The dragon man stopped stamping his feet, his nervousness subsiding. He slowly raised his head, a pair of bloodshot, golden eyes glaring at Tang Zheng, a murderous intent threatening to burst forth. You've been ordered here to protect humanity by a more powerful being, one you simply cannot resist. You'd rather indirectly manipulate the Grey Dwarfs to exterminate humanity than dare to do it yourself. What kind of being could so terrify you, even? It's been rumored for at least 100 years, yet you still dare not disobey such an order? The air grew eerily quiet at that moment. Inferior creature. The dragonman's sharp arms, covered in dark golden scales, moved slightly, and with powerful strides, he approached. You talk too much. I will personally break your neck. Tang Zheng had initially suspected the dragon man before him might be the offspring of a dragon king, but now that suspicion was ruled out. How could a being like a dragon king care about humans, who, in their eyes, were like insects. In another world, someone possessing immense power and harboring some affection for humans could only be a player. Could this dragon man before him be an NPC placed here by a player who had descended into another world? My name is Mission Kemplet, Tang Jing suddenly spoke. An ant crawling on the ground, unworthy of my name. The dragon man's face remained expressionless as he continued his cold approach, as if pondering how to painfully slay the human before him. Okay, not an NPC. And even more so, a player. Really? Tang Jing somersaulted back to his feet, his weak breath gone, and his pale complexion regained a rosy glow. The dragon man's murderous intent paused, and he stared in a daze at Tang Jing, who had suddenly recovered from his near-death state. Intelligence gathering complete. Exploration complete. There are no companions here, only you. Tang Jing dusted himself off. He wasn't just asking rhetorical questions, he was constantly probing the surroundings. The possibility of this area being observed had been ruled out, because any magical observation here would be instantly indicated on the attribute panel. I have many questions, but I better get them straight from you. Tang Jing reached out and grabbed the magic greatsword stuck nearby. Ah! The dark golden dragon man let out a sharp roar. You inferior creature, how dare you fool me? Boom! The two sides were dozens of meters apart when a golden afterimage suddenly broke through, its sharp claws fiercely grabbing Tang Jing's neck. Iron grip. For light slashes, magic slash, wind. Tang Jing swung the magic great sword with a single hand, combining martial arts with the magic swordsman class skill, and infusing it with elemental shifting elements. The translucent, sharp magical wind blades, swung by the magic great sword, formed 4 elemental slashes. Wind magic is known for its speed. Before the dragon man could even reach Tang Jing, both arms and legs were struck simultaneously by the wind-attributed slashes. Puff! 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 The dark golden scale shattered, and blood burst from his arms and legs. Ah! The dragon man roared in shock and anger, flying backwards at a speed even faster than before, leaving a clear trail in the desert. Chapter 335. Hot, boiling blood flowed from the dragon man's limbs, and shattered dark golden scales scattered in the air. Impossible. How could a human hurt me? The dragon man roared, a powerful man's disbelief at being wounded by a weak creature. Bang! The distant desert shook. Tang Jing rushed over, clutching his magic great sword, his ninjutsu detection continuously monitoring the dragon man's aura. For magical slashes reduced the fiery energy on the opponent's body, but not significantly. Tang Jing's sharp eyes quickly swept over the dragon man's limbs. Although the seemingly solid scales were shattered, the wounds were not deep. I didn't hold back on that strike just now. Even with the racial advantage, the damage shouldn't be this low. No magic item found, so the only possibility left is physical armor. Tang Jing pondered as he rushed in front of the dragon man. He switched from one-handed grip to two-handed, slashing down from above, quick slash wind. The surface of the magic sword was enchanted with a layer of sharp, pale cyan wind element. To put it nicely, his classes were comprehensive. To put it bluntly, they were rather disparate, lacking a unified build system. It was only because of the genius ability, coupled with the fact that all of it was a high-level class build, that the disadvantages of this build system were significantly mitigated. The advantage, however, was the comprehensiveness of his countermeasures. He could choose tailored strategies based on the opponent's needs. For example, at this moment, Tang Jing was utilizing the combined power of Magic Swordsman and Mad Mage. Magic Infusion and Elemental Attribute Transformation worked together. Iron Grip. The Dragon Man saw the magical great sword slashing down from the air, his eyes blazing with rage. He swung his sharp, dark gold claws at the blade. I will crush every bone in your body. Bang! The blade and claw collided, sending out dazzling sparks. Crack! The stronger scales covering the claws only lasted a moment before shattering again. A force far beyond the Dragonman's imagination poured down from the blade. Aura of Courage triggered. Bang! The Dragonman's body lurched forward uncontrollably, his pupils constricting, his entire arm pressed heavily into the sand by the blade. A vast amount of yellow sand, centered around the two of them, was dispersed by this powerful force, forming a spreading sandstorm. Ka! The sound of broken hand bones rang clearly in the ears of Tang Jing and the others. Ah! Who are you? The Dragon Man screamed. Humans can't be that strong. He had already realized the problem. The magic sword pinned one of the Dragonman's arms to the sand, causing him to uncontrollably kneel before Tang Jing due to the inertia of his body leaning forward. No matter who you are? I will kill you. I will kill you. Feeling the humiliation of this position, the dragonman's dark golden eyes flashed with extreme resentment and anger. Fire breath. The dragonman suddenly raised his head, staring at Tang Zheng, who was so close. The dark golden scales on his throat glowed red, and he opened his mouth. A crimson flame gathered in his throat. Dragon men possess the innate ability to breathe. The type of person skilled in this ability could be judged by their appearance. Furthermore, due to their size, the attack range of dragon breath was much shorter than that of a real dragon. It's hard to pretend I didn't see it coming, launching a surprise attack at such close range. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his left leg high, then brought it down with a swift blow, like a battle axe. A dull thud. The dragonman's open mouth was crushed by a kick, and the force crushed his entire head into the sand. Although he possessed a passive immunity to fire, he didn't intend to reveal this information. Furthermore, the dragonman's scales were a dark gold. This wasn't a typical type. His breath might contain more than just the power of fire, perhaps even some negative effects, like toxins. Ah! The dragonman struggled to raise his head, but his attack was forcibly interrupted, leaving him in a more humiliating position. He felt a surge of frustration, nearly going mad. Iron grip. Swinging his other arm, with a sharp, piercing sound and powerful force, he fiercely grasped at Tang Zheng's ankle, which was stepping on his head. I thought the dragon's breath would explode in his mouth. Disappointed, Tang Zheng activated his martial art, instant reflex. The leg that had just fallen rose, like a backward afterimage, dodging the dragon's claw attack and stomping down again with even greater force. Boom! This blow completely crushed the dragon man into the desert. Ah, you're a god! The dragon man's scream, this time contained a hint of fear. God? At those two words, Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed. How could this dragon man before him even know of the existence of a god? Chi explosion palm. Using this brief moment, the dragon man unleashed his skill, this time aiming not at Tang Zheng, but at the desert beneath him. Chi explosion palm is one of the few area of effect attacks mastered by the monks. It releases a shockwave without making contact with the opponent. Bang! With the dragon man at its center, the entire desert area shook violently, sending yellow sand soaring into the air. The powerful, diffuse impact produced a repulsive effect. Clatter. The soaring sand began to fall under the influence of gravity, bringing a dense rain of yellow sand down upon the area. How could a divine being appear here? The dragon man quickly retreated, one arm dropping unnaturally. The arrogant expression on his face vanished, and a flicker of unease rose in his golden eyes. No ordinary human could possess such formidable power. Even subhumans and aliens could not set foot in the realm of the demon god. The only possibility was of being similar to himself. If only he had discovered it sooner. A tinge of fear welled up in the dragon man. Due to his carelessness, he had now lost the use of one of his arms. For a monk skilled in melee combat, this had a severe impact on his combat effectiveness. Get out of here! Taking advantage of the yellow sand obscuring both sides' vision, the dragon man turned and swiftly fled deeper into the Valley of Despair. This desolate land was vast. As long as he could escape, the other side would have no chance of finding him. Damn bastard! He cursed inwardly. He was confident he could escape the human. The brief clash between the two revealed that the human was surprisingly stronger than him, but noticeably slower. This indirectly proved that the human was even more powerful than him. Where are you escaping to? A cold voice came from the front. The dragonman's pupils constricted slightly as he saw the human suddenly appear in front of him, blocking his path. So fast! This is impossible. The other party's speed is clearly slower than his own. Even if they were deliberately disguising themselves, they shouldn't be able to catch him. Mobility magic? It's dimensional movement. The dragon man realized again that the other party was not only a powerful warrior, but also a third-tier magic caster. Tap! Thick, sharp toes stomped on the gravel, making a subtle sound, and he paused in his flight. The dragon man realized he might not be able to escape. He opened his mouth, baring his sharp teeth, and spoke in a high, solemn voice. Mission complete. The name was pronounced. Tang Zheng showed a brief moment of surprise, but quickly realized that this was the name he had just given the dragon man, to test whether it was an NPC. Because this name actually means mission completed in the game, after completing a mission. Complete. My name. Laden Tifuos. The dragon man shouted, I am the heir of a god, the son of the almighty god king. Hearing the other party's name, Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. When he heard the words god king, he already had a suspicion. Most of those who claim to be gods in the world are players, and the name of the dragon man before him made him even more certain. You are the heir of the 8 Desire Kings. Tang Zheng stared at the dragon man laden and said, Shut up. You, the descendant of a defeated god, dare to address the almighty god king in such a way. The dragon man laden reacted with an extremely violent roar at the words 8 Desire Kings. Seeing the other party's excitement, Tang Zheng's eyes flickered with realization. He felt he had almost figured things out. The title 8 Desire Kings wasn't a self-proclaimed title given by the second wave of players after their arrival, but rather a derogatory term given to these 8 players by the natives of a later otherworld. So you call yourself the God King? Thinking of the 8 Desire Kings' behavior, it certainly resembled the God Kings of ancient Greek mythology. Laden Typhos? What a good name! Tang Zheng sneered, raising his magic sword. If these 2 names were mentioned individually, Tang Zheng might not be able to guess anything, but when combined, the story becomes quite interesting. Laden is the 100-headed dragon guarding the golden apples in ancient Greek mythology, while Typhos, also translated as Typhon, was one of the Titans. He was also Laden's father. If Laden in ancient Greek mythology guarded the golden apples, then the dragon man Laden before him should be guarding the humans of this oasis. However, players might casually name themselves, but if they transmigrated to another world, they would certainly pay more attention to naming their offspring. A name of this level could also reveal information in another way. Of course, I am the first-generation offspring of the Supreme Great God King. The dragon man Ladong responded, as a matter of course. His beastly eyes focused on Tang Zheng's movements as he channeled his inner chi into the middle of his injured arm to alleviate the injury. The practitioner monk class system boasts a relatively comprehensive combat style, including some healing methods. Because of this, it's considered a mediocre system, excelling in none. Oh, really? Tang Zheng's face flickered with a mocking smile. With your status, you've actually stayed in such a remote place. You've been completely abandoned, haven't you? But at least you were lucky enough to have escaped the destruction of a fellow heir of the gods. As far as Tang Zheng knew, after the 8 Desire Kings had dealt with the dragon threat, they later recruited beauties from all races around the world to form a harem. Since even the 6 great gods share a common bloodline, it's impossible for the 8 Desire Kings, with their vast harem, to not have a bloodline. Theoretically, their number should be enormous. However, at least in the northwest continent where humans reside, it seems that, aside from the Elf King, there are no descendants of the 8 Desire Kings. This suggests that after the 8 Desire Kings' deaths, these descendants must have been purged. The dragon man Laden clenched his fists, his golden pupils turning crimson, as if burning with flames. Seeing that the dragon man Laden didn't object this time, Tang Zheng was somewhat surprised. He had indeed been right. Die! The dragon man Laden roared. Sinful transformation. Boom! Like a heartbeat pounding against a drum, it echoed from within the dragon man Laden's body. His already 2-meter-tall, muscular body began to swell again, far more intensely than when disguised as a human and untransformed. 3 meters, 4 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Roar! A massive golden dragon appeared in Tang Zheng's field of vision. Its massive 20-meter-tall form cast a shadow over Tang Zheng below. The golden scale shone brightly in the sunlight, and its long, slender tail resembled nothing so much as a normal dragon's, resembling a fish's tail with fins connecting its upper and lower parts. Boom! A massive dragon claw swung, smashing down with force. Tang Zheng quickly glared at the ground and retreated. Watching the dragon man Laden transform from a dragon, his previously calm heart trembled violently. How did you do that? Tang Zheng looked at the golden dragon and shouted with a hint of astonishment. Dragon men are one of the races in Yggdrasil. While they have a lot of connections to dragons in the game setting, they have nothing to do with dragons in the other world. Or rather, the two are fundamentally different races. Just like Shaltir supposedly believes in the original bloodline, God ancestor Cain and Abel, but in reality, she doesn't care at all. In the other world, races with the bloodline of the Dragon King are even less likely to become dragons. There's a fundamental difference between them. In the eyes of a dragon, even races bearing its own bloodline are inferior creatures. Die! Die! The dragon man Laden continuously swung his claws, leveraging his massive size to attack Tang Zheng. Each strike was met with a thunderous, earthquake-like roar. Has the aura level increased? Now it's LV50. Tang Zheng dodged quickly, keeping an eye on the opponent, who had transformed into a giant dragon. His level had unexpectedly changed as well. Boom! The attacks continued. Dragon claws, tail, wings, bites, Nearly every beast-like attack method was unleashed. Faced with this intense, seemingly terrifying attack, Tang Zheng frowned. Although the opponent had transformed into a giant dragon and increased its level, the threat he posed was not as great as it had been in its previous Dragonman form, purely relying on physical attacks. You haven't used your monk skills. Tang Zheng noticed a number of anomalies. I have more questions. So let's end it. Tang Zheng now felt that the opponent had no more tricks up his sleeve. Dimensional shift. Swish. The figure vanished from its original position, dodging the Golden Dragon's attack. Tang Zheng had already appeared above the Dragonman laden. Chapter 336. Tang Zheng stepped on the Dragonman's massive golden head and swung his magic sword. 4 light slashes wind break. Whoosh. 4 sharp sword beams coalesced in midair, then instantly merged into one, forming a destructive point that slashed across the head. A mist of blood gushed from the top of his head like a fountain. Ouch! The Dragonman laden howled in agony as a slash over a meter long, piercing his skull, struck his head. The massive body, over 20 meters tall, stumbled forward. Just as it was about to fall, the 2 pairs of dragon wings on its back flapped vigorously, creating a blast of air that helped it regain its footing. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 dragon claws swung, striking Tang Zheng overhead. Dimensional shift. Tang Zheng vanished, this time standing on the back of the golden dragon. It's become harder again. After transforming into a giant dragon, its defense has increased significantly. Based solely on pure stats, it's already stronger than an ancient fire dragon. Boom! The golden dragon groaned in pain, flapping its wings and soaring into the air, twisting its body constantly, trying to throw Tang Zheng off its back. At the same time, Laden, the Dragonman transformed into a giant dragon, twisted his long neck and blew the flames accumulated in his mouth towards Tang Zheng on his back. Dragon breath. Red-orange flames transformed into a sea of fire, covering his entire back. Waves of flames lashed the figure on its back. The intense heat and the thick smell of sulfur distorted the surrounding air. A blinding red light dyed the sky red. Everyone in the oasis could already see the suddenly appearing golden dragon in midair, and fear filled their faces. They had been hearing terrifying vibrations since a while ago. It was the hero battling a suddenly appearing monster. But they hadn't expected a legendary dragon to appear. Hero! Yaller's face was filled with worry. Even from such a distance, she could still sense the terrifying aura emanating from the dragon in the sky. This was not a battle she could intervene in. Only legendary gods could withstand such power, right? Yaller's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. In midair. Where are you attacking? Tang Zheng's figure suddenly appeared from in front of the golden dragon. This caused the Dragonman laden to freeze in his breath. He hadn't noticed Tang Zheng's departure. He quickly stopped breathing fire, and looked at the figure floating in the air across from him. 3rd tier magic flight? You bastard! The golden dragon roared, his head spinning. Intense pain surged from the wound on his head, radiating throughout his body. Blood continuously flowed down his golden scales, and dripped into the desert below. 3rd tier magic could do no harm to him, but this creature possessed both movement and flight magic. This made the Dragonman laden realize that even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't run. This unprecedented experience made him feel the breath of death so close, and an inexplicable chill permeated his body. Fear lessened the negative emotions he had felt since transforming into a dragon, including his irritability, and his mind seemed to clear up considerably. The supremely great God King, and the bloodlines of these defeated gods were enemies. There was no reconciliation, only a fight to the death remained. The Dragonman lad on quickly analyzed Tang Zheng's strength. His 3rd tier mana magic wasn't worth mentioning, but his opponent's warrior skills were powerful, synergizing with elemental magic. Even knowing this, it seemed useless. The Dragonman Ladong thought about it, and concluded that his only chance of victory was a war of attrition. The opponent's melee abilities were extremely strong, so he could only leverage his Dragonman race and the natural resistance to physical and magical attacks after transforming into a giant dragon, constantly using his aerial advantage to stall for time. The opponent excelled in warrior tactics, so his magic power was definitely limited. As long as he could hold off until the infuriating creature's magic power was completely depleted, he could leverage his aerial advantage to seize a certain degree of initiative and retreat calmly. Thinking of this, roar! The golden dragon roared again, flapping its wings to distance itself. He had already decided to use his size and natural flight ability to engage in a war of attrition. Skin of Steel. The special ability of the monk class allows him to manipulate the chi to envelop his entire body, making his skin harder, and even capable of deflecting weapons to a certain extent. With high HP and defense, this kind of opponent is truly troublesome. Tang Zheng noticed the Dragon Man Layden's movements and guessed his intention, but I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. Ninjutsu, immobilization technique. The retreating golden dragon suddenly froze in midair. Dimensional shift. Tang Zheng's figure vanished with a whirring sound, and in an instant, he was behind the golden dragon, at the point of its left wing. Power up. Mind's eye. Possibility perception. For light slashes, wind, destroy. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered as he located a weak spot on the dragon's wing. With a twist of his wrist, a translucent stream of wind elemental energy coated the surface of his magic sword, swirling as the blade swung. A massive wind elemental slashed down. Puff! A massive golden dragon wing was severed amidst a scream. Tang Zheng's figure flashed, teleporting to the right dragon wing, swinging his sword once more. A second pair of golden dragon wings were severed. Crimson blood dyed the sky red, pouring down like a bloody rain from midair. Ow! The Dragon Man Layden howled in agony. The intense pain forced him to break free from the restraining skill, but without his wings, his body plummeted uncontrollably from midair to the ground. Boom! The massive body fell with a tremendous roar, then slammed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. The golden dragon's body began to shrink at a visible speed, transforming into its previous Dragon Man form. Whoosh! Tang Zheng also descended from the air. Looking at the Dragon Man Layden, who had lost his arm and was writhing in agony, he cast a spell, All-Raise Charm. It hurts, you blood of a defeated god, I'm going to kill you. The Dragon Man Layden cursed and wailed in agony. Tang Zheng noticed the charm spell was resisting and failing. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Even with such severe injuries, you can still withstand it? Bang! Casually stabbing his magic sword into the sand nearby, Tang Zheng stepped forward and punched the Dragon Man in the head. The astonishing force stunned the Dragon Man, and his screams and curses abruptly ceased. All-Raise Charm. Huh, you can still withstand it? Is it a race ability? Tang Zheng cast the spell from behind again, but found it was still resisted. He could only raise his fist and strike again. Bang! All-Raise Charm. Bang! All-Raise Charm. Bang! Wait! Bang! He hammered away repeatedly, hitting Dragon Man Layden's head until it was a bloody mess. All-Raise Charm finally succeeded. Looking at Dragon Man Layden, the golden scales crumbling from his head, his cheeks swollen like a bun, his eyes barely visible, Tang Zheng's mouth twitched slightly. After repeated attempts at charm magic had failed, he suspected the opponent might possess a passive ability that negated all charms. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. And the reason this moment succeeded was probably because Dragon Man Layden had subconsciously given up resistance, allowing the charm to fully take effect. Another piece of useful information. Tang Zheng shook his numb fist. The opponent had the advantage of race, and his physical defense stats might even be higher than his. This reminded him of undead like Bone King. Despite possessing passive abilities, like fear negation and calmness, they could still experience fear or emotional agitation. Where exactly is this place? Tang Zheng asked, his first question, hoping to confirm it. Li yes Dalyadong? The Dragon Man Ladong raised his swollen, bun-like face, and spoke incoherently. Tang Zheng expressionlessly took out a bottle of regeneration potion, and sprinkled it on the man's face, alleviating the injury. This is the desolate land at the easternmost end of the continent. The Dragon Man Ladong's eyes were glazed over, his speech still a little unclear, but he could already make out the meaning. After hearing the man's answer, Tang Zheng finally understood the location of this place, and a look of surprise crossed his face. This Valley of Despair and desert area was located at the easternmost end of this vast continent. After all, the human map showed that the location was in the northwest corner of the continent. In other words, one is at the easternmost point, and the other is at the westernmost point. No wonder I can't teleport here even with higher-level teleportation. Tang Zheng muttered to himself. Perhaps only a higher-level teleportation portal would do the trick. Why do we have to exterminate the humans here? Tang Zheng asked again. My mission is to protect the humans here. If these humans don't die, we can't leave. The Dragon Man Layden said blankly, I want to return to the supremely great land of Lynchus. Lynchus? Tang Zheng knew this place. A city beneath the 8 Desire Kings floating city guild headquarters. Tang Zheng didn't know the exact location, but he knew that Flutter from the Empire had once gone to the 8 Desire Kings guild to borrow items, though unsuccessfully. He did know the location of the floating city. And this descendant of the 8 Desire Kings would know even more. How did the 8 Desire Kings die? Tang Zheng asked, his eyes fixed. I don't know. Dragon Man Layden shook his head. Hearing this answer, Tang Zheng frowned slightly and asked again. Supremely Great God Kings, after the Battle of the War to eliminate the Dragon King, I was dispatched here because I didn't inherit the power of the King's aspect. I don't know what happened after that, Dragon Man Layden replied. Tang Zheng pondered. While the information was scant, the amount of information was astonishing. King's aspect? A descendant of a god who possesses the power of the King's aspect can continuously grow stronger. But my strength has stagnated since 500 years ago. Furthermore, I am a failure. Dragon Man Layden said this, his voice filled with loss and depression even in his enchanted state. After the other party's patient explanation, Tang Zheng finally understood the meaning of King's aspect. Simply put, only the heirs of the 8 Desire Princes, who had broken through level 50 possessed the power of the King's aspect. According to the Dragon Man Layden, among the many heirs of the 8 Desire Princes he knew of, only a handful truly inherited the King's aspect. A failure? Among the powerful dragon races capable of confronting the Supreme God King, those who reached the ancient level or possessed special abilities were called Dragon Kings. Among the Dragon Kings, those who wielded the power known as Origin Magic were called true Dragon Kings. This power was so formidable that even the Supreme God Kings felt its might. After defeating numerous true Dragon Kings, the 8 Supreme God Kings sought to obtain this power known as Origin Magic. They began researching this power. The Dragon Man Layden continued to reveal little-known secrets lost to history. Tang Zheng became increasingly alarmed as he listened. A serious expression etched across his face. He suddenly realized he might have overlooked something crucial. If he could study the magic and rituals of another world, then how could the 6 great gods, the 8 Desire Kings, and others who had arrived earlier not also study the powers of that other world? No one is stupid. The Bone King, leveraging the NPCs and resources of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, had conducted a wide variety of experiments in just a few years. Not to mention the other players. To study the power known as original magic, the supremely great god kings collected the corpses of numerous true dragon kings and conducted various experiments. I even activated a supreme treasure, a world-class item called the Nameless Mantra. Dragon Man Layden concluded, his voice dejected. Because my power could no longer grow, and the Supreme God King speculated that the Dragonman race had some connection to dragons, I participated in the experiment. After obtaining the heart of a true Dragon King, I gained the ability to transform into a dragon. However, this power didn't significantly increase my strength. Instead, it imposed various limitations, even preventing me from using some class abilities. The experiment ultimately failed. As for whether I continued the experiment after leaving Alunchus, I don't know. After digesting this information, Tang Zheng looked at Dragon Man Layden. Where is the heart of the true Dragon King? Dragon Man Layden weakly raised his hand and pointed to the location of his heart. Bang! Tang Zheng swung his arm and slashed the opponent's neck with his hand knife. Dragon Man Layden, already severely injured and weak, was easily knocked unconscious. Charm magic only affects the mind and can't cause it to harm itself. Tang Zheng could only knock it unconscious before examining it. He picked up the magic greatsword stuck in the sand. He aimed it at the opponent's chest. Tang Zheng infused the sword with wind attribute magic, sharpening the blade. With some effort, he finally cut through the skin. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the next moment, Tang Zheng saw a faintly beating heart. It was definitely not a normal heart. The entire surface was covered in a golden coating like a spiderweb. Faintly, he could see dense magical characters, floating and flickering on the hard surface, shimmering with the beat. A true Dragon King's heart can't be this small. Has it undergone special magical transformation? Tang Zheng stared at the magical patterns on the heart. A brief moment later, he felt a wave of dizziness, causing him to quickly look away. The Master of Magic's abilities couldn't even be immediately analyzed. The power of the world-class item Nameless Spell Book. Tang Zheng was in shock and subconsciously cast a spell at the heart. Item identification. Item. Special craftwork heart of the true Dragon King. Level. ? Restriction. ? Effect. ? Description. ? Looking at the series of question marks, there was only a simple name, which he had learned from the Dragon Man Layden. Hero! Hero! From the distant desert, the shouts of Yaller and the others rang out. Tang Zheng regained his composure, suppressed his shock, and took out the healing potion again, sprinkling it on the man's chest to heal his injuries. He still had much important information to interrogate, and this true Dragon King heart, which allowed the Dragon Man Layden to transform into a giant dragon, was probably worth more than any magic item he had ever seen. Chapter 337. Shangfengjiu, April 19th. Valley of Despair. For the past 3 days, the people of the oasis have been afraid to approach the central area of the oasis, because the Lord Hero is temporarily residing there. Of course, they aren't afraid of the Lord Hero, but rather of the dragon he's captured. A terrifying pressure hangs over that area. The mother who lost little Nick wanted to see the dragon that killed her child, but before she could even get close, she was stunned by the pressure. Only Yalar, the most powerful of the oasis, could approach that area. Trampling. Yalar, carrying her meal, stepped on the soft green grass and reached the central area near the water source, a layer of sweat breaking out on her forehead. This wasn't her first time approaching this area, yet her body tensed uncontrollably, a sense of fear and panic rising from her heart, like a cat's for suddenly standing up at the sight of danger. Huff, huff. She took 2 deep breaths, calming her palpitations. Yalar walked deeper into the cave. She could hear the gurgling of running water, and saw a small wooden house. The air stank faintly of blood, and she could faintly sense that the temperature here was higher than the surrounding area. Just a glance at the wooden house. Yalar felt a wave of fear, wanting to drop her food and flee. This fear was completely beyond her control. Even when she had faced the powerful Grey Dwarves, and her entire race was on the verge of extinction, Yalar had never felt as terrified as she did now. The hero mentioned a power called Dragon Might that could suppress the enemy. Terrifying. Even after being defeated and captured by the great hero, he could still unleash such power. Yara simply couldn't imagine how powerful and majestic a great hero, capable of battling and defeating a dragon, must be. Yara sighed inwardly. That was beyond her comprehension. This unimaginable power filled Yara, who revered strength, with a gaze filled with obsession, adoration, and a yearning longing. Thank you, Yara. A soft, gentle voice echoed from within the house. Yara's heart followed the voice, and her body trembled unnaturally, like a believer's uncontrollable excitement and adoration after receiving a response from the gods. She carefully placed the food in her hands about 10 meters away from the cabin. Your meal. I leave it here for now, Master Hero. Yalar stuttered slightly, not knowing if it was the pressure in the air or simply a bit of nervousness. She didn't dare get any closer to the cabin, fearing the dragon's might would cause her to behave awkwardly and be seen by Master Hero. After putting the food away, Yalar left the place. Creaky, creaky. The wooden door opened. Tang Jing emerged from the cabin, his face full of thought and a complex mix of thoughts as he approached the plate. He sat cross-legged and began to devour his food. With his current strength, even a few days of starvation wouldn't be a problem. However, as a human, breathing, eating, and sleeping didn't disappear with increasing strength. For the past 2 days, he had been studying the true Dragon King's heart. The more he studied, the more he discovered its special qualities, revealing that it contained more than just alchemical techniques. There are also special magic and ritual powers. In short, it's a real headache. The 8 Desire Kings possess the world-class item Nameless Spell Book. The basic function of this world-class item is to record all the tiered magic in the world. This naturally includes all the tiered magic in the game Yggdrasil before its advent. Moreover, Tang Jing couldn't be sure whether this world-class item would possess other derived abilities after appearing in the other world. After all, in the background, each world item is a condensed item from a destroyed world, possessing power that rivals an entire world. If this true Dragon King's heart was crafted using the power derived from the Nameless Spell Book, no matter how much he studied it, it would inevitably yield no results. So, Tang Jing's current focus wasn't on understanding how this heart was made, but how it transformed the Dragon Man Layden into a dragon. Simply put, he didn't need to know how to make a refrigerator for now. He needed to first understand how to use one. 3 days yielded no results. But Tang Jing was able to extract some information about the 8 Desire Kings from the Dragon Man Ladong. For example, their respective appearances, their races, and other speculations. There was also something else that concerned him. 500 years ago, the Dark Gods Shana, the only surviving of the 6 great gods, initially did not clash with the 8 Desire Kings. Based on the timeline, it seems the 8 Desire Kings only suddenly went to war with the Dark Gods Shana after annihilating numerous Dragon Kings, and ultimately killed him. There must have been some kind of irreconcilable conflict. Perhaps the Scion Theocracy would know more. Tang Jing finished his meal in deep thought, then stood up and walked back to the cabin. Click! The wooden door closed again. In the empty house, the Dragon Man Layden lay unconscious on the ground, still under the control of the All-Race charm. Tang Jing speculated that the dragon power emanating from him must have come from the heart of the true Dragon King. It had little effect on him, negligible. The level difference between the two was not that great, and the Valkyrie's divine blessing also provided strong resistance to various negative status effects. Tang Zheng didn't look at the Dragon Man Laden for the time being, instead focusing on his stat panel. In addition to studying for 2 days, he also made sure to collect experience points. Experience slots. 550, 000/360, 000 in 3 days, he had collected 4.5 million experience points, which, combined with the previous 1 million, brought the total to 5.5 million. Enough to upgrade the Dark Knight to the maximum level. Tang Zheng smiled. In the past, he couldn't have wasted time researching magic and items. Just collecting 5.5 million experience points would have been enough to give him a headache. Consume experience. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. The experience in his experience bar began to rapidly decrease. Overall level, 51 experience bars, 440, 001/850, 000 class, basic class, genius 10th level, warrior, intermediate class, Dark Knight 10th level, advanced/special class. With 5.5 million experience points consumed in one go, Dark Knight was fully upgraded to the maximum level. Tang Zheng sat cross-legged in the wooden hut, his aura rising with each level. As he passed level 50, a faint glow flickered across his skin. Unlike the numerical increase, Tang Zheng carefully sensed this time, sensing a shift in his physical being from the inside out. Though fleeting, it was incredibly clear. If one wasn't paying close attention, it could easily be confused with the increase in physical strength that accompanied the numerical increase. If the heroic realm from level 28 to 29 is a bottleneck, then level 50 is the second bottleneck. Based on the level of tiered magic, it's the 8th tier, 50 to 56 levels. This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, and after reaching the maximum level, his Dark Knight completely stabilized. Instantly, the light in the entire cabin seemed to be distorted, centered around Tang Zheng, causing the brightness within the room to drop several degrees. A stream of black energy overflowed, transforming into a faint black mist that loomed and formed irregular shapes around Tang Zheng. Buzz. The attribute plate vibrated. Class build information complete. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the attribute panel, reading the information. He looked as if it was just what he expected, but he was still a little excited. Genius class converted to Paladin class build completed. Low-level class Paladin 10th level, mid-level class Dark Knight 10th level triggered high-level class, Lord of the Fallen. Do you want to take the job? Take the job, Tang Zheng replied mentally. Class, Lord of the Fallen. Level, high-level class. Ability effect, passive. Corrupted power. All attacks and skills now add damage that corrupts negative attributes. Gift of the Fallen. Gain a bonus to negative attributes and stealth-type abilities, increasing holy resistance by 20%. Heart of Darkness. Gain complete resistance to movement impairment. Active skill. Sinking Aura. Releases a special aura that envelopes a 15 m radius, imprisoning everyone within it. Description. Betray the useless faith. The body is but a useless vessel. Only darkness and despair remain eternal. We are the destroyers of order. Note, each level up, MP, HP, physical defense, magical defense, increases each of the 4 attributes by 15 points. Swish. Accompanying the successful completion of the class, the faint black mist surrounding Tang Zheng quickly thickened, a faint black light flickering on its surface, giving it a strange and terrifying appearance. Opening his eyes. A sense of oppression permeated the room. A faint black light flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes. He looked at the black mist swirling around him, raised his arm, and waved it casually. Swish. The black mist completely dissipated. Similar to the Holy Knight and Lord of Holiness, both are further enhancements to the previous classes. Tang Zheng scanned the Lord of the Fallen class information on the attribute panel, comparing it to the Lord of Holiness. He found that the new class seemed more practical. The Dark Knight's power of pain and power of corruption looked somewhat similar. But power of corruption had the effect of adding negative attributes not only to normal attacks but also to skills, adding more diverse attack methods. The class name is impressive, but overall it's still rather mediocre, Tang Zheng commented. Among the class's passive abilities, the most surprising addition was complete resistance to movement impediment. Even the class skills were within the scope of control skills, and they were all quite practical. He raised his hand and grasped at the void, a magical great sword appearing in his palm. Holy attribute. The blade surface trembled slightly, and a layer of holy energy coated the magic great sword. Tang Zheng flipped his wrist, negative attribute. The holy energy on the magic greatsword immediately distorted and dissipated, instead being covered by a layer of black energy, looking somewhat terrifying. Mad Mage and Magic Swordsman worked together to use physical attacks from the 4 elements. Now with Lord of Holiness and Lord of Corruption, we could also use holy and negative attributes. Tang Zheng chuckled softly. Unconsciously, he realized he could now wield the power of 6 attributes. He checked his resistances on the attribute panel. Full resistance to curses, full resistance to movement hindrances, fire negation, poison resistance, under level 30, dark resistance, 80%, holy resistance, 40%, additional weapon specialization, /100%, range 50%. Holy and negative attributes are supposedly diametrically opposed, yet now I can wield both powers simultaneously. Tang Zheng pondered. He remembered the time when he was preparing to learn undead summoning and discovered a skill conflict with angel summoning. But now there's no class conflict, presumably because the base builds of the 2 high-level classes all originate from the base class, the Paladin. Next, I upgrade these 2 high-level classes. I wonder if that will trigger special classes. Tang Ning's eyes lit up. Next, continue the downgrade process, removing the Dark Knight from the class build, retaining only the newly acquired high-level class. Tang Zheng continued to study the true Dragon King heart of the Dragon Man Laden, indirectly learning from him the true situation surrounding the Valley of Despair. This place is located at the easternmost tip of the continent, in a very remote location. Apart from the Dragon Man Laden, there are no powerful beings. Tang Zheng's greatest concern was whether other true Dragon Kings or remaining player forces might also vanish. The next night, Tang Zheng emerged from the cabin and arrived at the water source, where he saw the 2 men already waiting. Hero! Hero! Yaller, the Dalan tribe leader, spoke respectfully. Ever since Tang Zheng defeated a giant dragon in front of everyone, the entire oasis's people have shown more than just respect for him, but also admiration and fanaticism. I plan to leave the oasis tomorrow, and I'm letting you know. Tang Zheng casually waved his hand, signaling the 2 men to relax, and spoke with a smile. Ah! Yara exclaimed, looking up quickly. Master Hero is leaving so soon. Last time, Master Hero stayed here for half a month, and she assumed he'd stay even longer this time. Yara unconsciously pinched her pants. Yara, Master Hero naturally has his own ideas, Chief Dalan rebuked. Don't be so serious, Chief Dalan. I've gained more detailed intelligence about this area from the dragon man who attacked you, so I have a new idea, Tang Zheng said gently. Chapter 338. Information from the outside world. Chief Dalan's thin, dark face was etched with shame and panic. He bent down and said, I betrayed Lord Hero's trust and failed to complete the mission Lord Hero entrusted to me. Before leaving last time, Lord Hero had asked him to contact the oasis where the orcs were located to gain more information and intelligence from the outside world, but he had gained nothing. Chief Dalan knew full well that the oasis humans had survived to this day entirely thanks to the power of the heroes. If Lord Hero abandoned them, the consequences would be. Chief Dalan felt a surge of despair within him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lord Hero, please give us another chance. We will never let you down again. Yaller's wheat-colored face paled slightly, and she spoke quickly and excitedly. After hearing what she had just said, she felt that Tang Zheng had learned the information he sought from that terrifying dragon, and that the oasis humans were completely unable to help Lord Hero. They're no longer useful. Yara's eyes welled up. Living in this desolate, resource-starved land, she knew that to gain something from others, she had to demonstrate corresponding value or something that could be exchanged. Looking at Yara and the other person, who had suddenly become excited, Tang Zheng was speechless, thinking they were overthinking things. He had no intention of abandoning this place. On the contrary, after learning detailed information about this area from the Dragon Man Laden, he became even more interested in it. This place was located in a remote area in the Far East, with a vast expanse of desolate desert. Aside from the Orc Kingdom that ruled the area, there were no other powerful forces. If the future Great Tomb of Nazareth proves unstoppable, this place would be a suitable retreat. The Dragon Man Laden has survived until now precisely because this place is so remote. Chief Dalan, how many young and strong individuals are left in the entire oasis human population? Tang Zheng initially wanted to explain, but stopped himself. Given his current prestige among the oasis humans, explaining too much would only lead to overthinking. 2,137, Chief Dalan responded quickly, giving the exact number down to the single digit. After all, the total population of the entire tribe is less than 5,000, and as a tribe leader, he needs to know every member of the tribe. Half of the population is young and strong, which is a bit alarming, but it's normal for the Oasis humans. After the war with the Grey Dwarves and food shortages, there are naturally very few elderly people. Tang Zheng paused briefly. The abundant food we've received from the Grey Dwarves should be enough to maintain our supply, Yeller. Yes. Yeller immediately stood up straight. During this time, you will train all the young and strong. Tang Zheng began to make arrangements. The human population was too small to launch a war, or even to conquer the Orc Empire, so Tang Zheng planned to organize the Oasis humans into a kind of association to carry out operations. Hearing this, the panic in Chief Dallon and Yeller's eyes vanished. The hero had clearly not given up on them. I will definitely not let the hero down. Yeller responded happily. Training the young and strong? Chief Dallon had more in mind. The Oasis humans were not afraid of casualties. No matter what the hero decided to do in the future, as long as he had the hero's protection, it would be enough. Aborian Hills. Tang Zheng returned to the hilly area with the Dragonman laden. Thanks to his passive ability of fire negation, he could pass through the lava, otherwise, he would have had to be killed and revived again. Black Castle. This strange-looking castle was originally built by the Blue Maggots, Ogres, and other races. It was said that the red-robed magic chanter, Zillanon, controlled the demihumans to build it. Now, the castle has been occupied by the Twin Witches and serves as their current base. There are only 3 people in the hall. The Green Leaf Witch has a melancholy expression, her eyes a little dazed, and she sits wearily on the wooden chair at the round table. She had inexplicably become the demi-human king of this hilly area. At first, she was excited, but now she feels unfitted to rule as a king. Although it's still only nominal at the moment. I should have refused then, the Green Leaf Witch muttered softly, raising her hand to her forehead. Hee. The White Mist Witch saw her sister's distressed expression, like the look she'd gotten after eating some extremely bitter fruit, and couldn't help but chuckle. Even so, sister wouldn't dare refuse the master's order, would she? The Green Leaf Witch wrapped her hand on the table, and glared at the White Mist Witch, expressing her disapproval of her sister's gloating attitude. Kuruksu, what do you think we should do next? The Green Leaf Witch looked at the third person in the hall and asked. Through their recent interactions, she had discovered that the Lizardman Kuruksu seemed more suitable to rule this hilly region than she was, so lately, she had been asking for his advice on certain matters. Back in the Great Wetlands, the Green Leaf Witch had vaguely heard of a unique lizardman in the Lizardman tribe, but she hadn't expected them to become her colleagues. He had once been the chief of a Lizardman tribe, so it's no wonder he was familiar with certain matters. The Lizardman Kuruksu didn't respond immediately. His white-scaled paws rested on the wooden table, his red eyes flickering with thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, I feel that the hills, having just endured the dual disasters of the undead and drought, are not suitable for major changes. The Lizardman Kuruksu spoke softly, his white-scaled tail wagging gently. Is that so? The Green Leaf Witch somewhat agreed, though a hint of worry crossed her face. The Master's goal is likely to allow us to control the entire hill. If we let them, will the situation get out of control? Indeed. The White Mist Witch tilted her upper body, shaking her shoulders from time to time as if she were suffering from a seizure. She spoke with a mixture of fear and anger. That 7-colored scale, Kekishi, is not an easy person to get along with. Though he appears to obey our orders, he actually has quite a few ulterior motives. And then, there's Beast General Hector Weiss. As one of the only remaining 10 heroes in the original Hills, his attitude may be friendly, but his true intentions are unknown. At the mention of these two, a moment of silence fell in the hall, and all 3 of them felt a little wary. After all, both were truly powerful demi-humans from the heroic realm. One was formidable individually, while the other could command an army capable of defeating 10 enemies at once. None of the 3 of them were a match. Because of the Master, Gojin is on our side, so we're not invincible. The White Mist Witch stopped swaying and spoke in a pleasant voice. And Kuruksu can use 4th-tier magic to create rain clouds, and currently holds great prestige among the hill demihumans. Not enough, the Green Leaf Witch shook her head. Demihumans admire the strong, and the Lizardman Kuruksu's reputation alone isn't enough to subjugate all the demihumans. In fact, the 7-colored scale Kakesh's reputation is even higher. As long as the Master is here, these aren't problems. Kakesh, the 7-colored scale, and Hector Weiss, the Beast General, can all be easily dealt with. The White Mist Witch spread her hands, leaned back in her chair, and said with a carefree smile. White Mist. The Green Leaf Witch sternly warned, you can't rely on the Master for everything. Every plan the Master makes in the hills carries significance we cannot comprehend. Whether it's the Holy Kingdom of Humanity, the Celian Theocracy, or even the terrifying leader of the Chironon Alliance. They're all manipulated by the Master's plan. The Greenleaf Witch's tone gained a touch of excitement and enthusiasm as she spoke. As someone who had personally experienced it, she didn't understand the Master's overall plan, but through her recent conversations with the White Mist Witch and the Lizardman Kuruksu, the three of them confirmed their understanding. Even though the entire Hills incident was over, they still only had a vague idea of the Master's plan. "Master, you're amazing," the White Mist Witch, her chin resting on her hands, agreed with equal admiration. He had single-handedly caused such a massive incident on the hilltop, yet remained undetected. Instead, he was able to withdraw with ease, even earning gratitude from all sides and gaining control of the hilly region. The thought of this. The three Greenleaf Witches felt a sense of honor and admiration. If the Master relied solely on strength, he alone could have wiped out these rebellious demihumans. Since the Master has given us control of the hilly region, it must be because he wants us to truly control the Ablian Hills, rather than using a crude method. The Greenleaf Witch expressed her thoughts, but still had no idea what to say. "Miss Henry." The Lizardman Kuruksu whispered a name, but then stopped talking before she finished. "Henry is currently studying with the Beast General Hector Weiss, learning how to lead troops, and is clearing out the remaining undead in the hilly region." The Greenleaf Witch shook her head and spoke calmly. Though she didn't say it explicitly, her implication was clear. There were some things that were inappropriate for Henry to know. If only Henry could truly master that power. Seven-colored scale Kakash must have received detailed information about Henry from Beast General Hector Weiss. The White Mist Witch snorted coldly, a hint of dissatisfaction, knowing that Henry can't freely unleash that terrifying power. She's become so arrogant lately. "All right," the Greenleaf Witch interrupted, frowning. To be honest, of the two witches, the Greenleaf Witch had a relatively better relationship with Henry. The White Mist Witch rarely appeared, and having spent most of her time in the hilly area, her perception of Henry was relatively neutral. The hall fell silent again. The three of them were clearly at a loss for a good point. The Greenleaf Witch pondered for a moment, her amber eyes fixed on the Lizardman Kuruksu across from her. Suddenly she asked, "Kuruksu, what are you working so hard for?" "Huh?" The Lizardman Kuruksu was stunned. "I can see you have some aspirations, right?" The Greenleaf Witch smiled. Perhaps I want to bring my fellow lizardmen from the Great Wetlands to the Ablian Hills. The environment and resources here are richer, and should allow for better development for our tribe." The Lizardman Kuruksu, folding his hands on the wooden table, wavered unnaturally and spoke softly. "Is that so?" The White Mist Witch was a little surprised. This was the first time she understood the Lizardman Kuruksu's thoughts. "You are indeed well suited to be a clan leader." The Lizardman Kuruksu suddenly felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. Across from her, the Greenleaf Witch, on the other hand, seemed lost in thought. She had grasped a useful clue from the Lizardman Kuruksu's words. Foreign aid. The reason their current control over the demihumans in the hilly region was so limited was because there were only a few of them, with no kin. Bai Wu and I are just the two of us, with no kin. Kuruksu's lizardmen are a good choice. This requires the Master's consent, and it's too late now. Perhaps we could first recruit those less numerous demihumans. The Greenleaf Witch pondered. Buzz? Suddenly, the air not far away suddenly rippled, followed by a terrifying pressure. The Greenleaf Witch and the other two's faces changed drastically, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying beast. The next moment, a figure appeared in the hall. "Oh, are you three here?" Tang Jing greeted them with a smile, looking at them. "Master! Master! Master!" The three men's defensive expressions vanished, and two respectful, slightly hesitant, nervous voices rang out. Sensing the magical fluctuations that surged reflexively through the three men, did the influence of the dragon might emanating from the Dragon Man Laden also spread during the teleportation? A thought flashed in Tang Jing's eyes, and he glanced at the Lizardman Kuruksu unexpectedly. "He didn't call me master before, but human master. Have you changed your words now, along with the two Greenleaf Witches?" Tang Jing didn't mind these trivial matters. "Did you three get together? Did you encounter some kind of trouble?" Tang Jing asked curiously. The White Mist Witch and the Lizardman Kuruksu exchanged a glance, a little hesitant. "Not really, master," the Greenleaf Witch spoke first. "Yes." Tang Jing nodded. "Have the dark dwarves in the hills been settled with the dwarven craftsmen?" "They have been. These dark dwarves are very obedient, and are currently under the leadership of the dwarven craftsman, the Emerald Leaf, which responded immediately. "That's good. Have these dwarves craft 2,000 or 3,000 sets of magical armor and weapons. There shouldn't be a shortage of raw materials in the hills right now." Tang Jing began to give orders. He planned to prepare a complete set of magical props for the Oasis people first. I give you a list of the specific equipment. Since he a capable craftsman, there was no reason not to use them. Chapter 339. 3,000 sets of magic armor and weapons? A look of surprise crossed the face of the Green Leaf Witch, as did the White Mist Witch and the Lizardman Kuruksu. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent. Is there a problem? Tang Zheng, noticing something unusual, asked in confusion. Master, I don't have a comprehensive understanding of the process of crafting a magic item, but I know that even a skilled craftsman would find it quite difficult to create one. The Green Leaf Witch gathered her words and spoke respectfully. 3,000 sets of magic items. Even if those dwarves worked at full capacity, it would probably take quite a while. She could tell from her master's words that he seemed eager to complete the crafting of the magic items as quickly as possible. Tang Zheng then realized that his demands were indeed a bit high for these ordinary dwarven craftsmen. If it were just ordinary weapons, there shouldn't be any problem, but magic items are different. Calculated by value, the most common magic items cost around 500 gold coins. The price of over 3,000 sets of magic items is at least 1.5 million gold coins, a considerable expense even for the human nations. Come to think of it, the elite troops in each human nation equipped with magic items only number a few hundred. Sure enough, we must go the elite route. Tang Zheng thought to himself, looking at the Green Leaf Witch with a hint of surprise. You actually know about this? When my master asked me to sell magic potions to Enri, I was curious about the magic items sold in the human item workshops, and made a special effort to learn more about them. The Green Leaf Witch bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Tang Zheng smiled softly, realizing he hadn't really paid much attention to these matters before. He truly didn't care much for ordinary magic items. Most of his energy was focused on gaining experience and improving his strength. Ask the Dark Dwarves and Dwarven Craftsmen to come up with a timeline for crafting a magic item. Tang Zheng pondered, deciding to first determine how long it would take these dwarves to create a magic item. The Green Leaf Witch replied, yes. I will remain deep in the southern mountains for the time being. If anything goes wrong. Tang Zheng said this, looking at the Lizardman Kuruksu beside him. Use the 4th tier magic cloud operation to alert me. Understood, master. The Lizardman Kuruksu lowered his delicate white scaly neck, still a little unnatural when he said the word master. Use teleportation magic. Returning to the depths of the southern mountains, this area is surrounded by mountains, with some tall weeds and obscure treetops. Either using flight or detection magic like clairvoyance could easily reveal this place. Tang Zheng appeared before the enchanted Dragon Man Layden, his research aroused. Although this true Dragon King's heart is highly valuable, item identification can't reveal any useful information. We can only conduct experiments bit by bit. And there's also the ability to transform into a dragon. In short, there's a lot to figure out. Tang Zheng frowned. He had been researching for a while, but still had no clue. One thing is certain. This true Dragon King's heart has replaced the original heart of the Dragon Man Layden. Logically, given the opponent's strength, Tang Zheng should have killed him first, then downgraded him using resurrection magic to ensure complete control. However, due to this situation, Tang Zheng couldn't immediately determine whether the original heart would be restored during the process of killing and resurrecting the Dragon Man Layden. If this were to happen, there was a possibility that the true Dragon King's heart would be rejected or accidentally damaged. Transform into a dragon. Tang Zheng addressed the Dragon Man Layden before him. Roar! The Dragon Man Layden roared subconsciously, his frail body expanding at a visible speed, transforming into a 20-meter-tall golden dragon in the blink of an eye. The aura has become weaker. There's some consumption involved in the transformation. Tang Zheng's eyes, a magical glint flowing, observed the entire process carefully. The next few days. Besides gathering experience through the daily ritual of launching the grand ritual, Final War, Tang Zheng devoted the rest of his time to research. 4 days flew by. Shangfengjiu, April 23rd. Experience gauge 6,000,000/360. 000. Tang Zheng shook the blood off his hands and sat expressionlessly on a rock, chewing a piece of wild boar's hind leg. His hair was a little disheveled, and his pristine white priest's robe had turned gray, stained with stains and blood. I roasted it a little too long, but it's still a little tough. Tang Zheng chewed a few mouthfuls of the boar meat, swallowed it, and took a sip from his water skin. He took a look at himself and said, I should have spent a skill point to learn the magic of cleansing. He shook his head helplessly. He had gained a little over the past few days. Enough experience points. It's almost time to level up. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the experience bar, his eyes brightening slightly, as he silently muttered to himself. Buzz! Powerful aura surged from Tang Jing once again, rising higher and higher. Invisible waves of air spread out, shaking away the weeds and rotten leaves beneath the rocks. The priest's robe rustled without a breeze, making a clear sound. Tang Jing once again felt the power of his ascending life level, and a faint glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The rapidly growing aura paused. Ability table overall level, 50. Experience gauges, 1720001/780000. Skill points, 109 to 133. Classes, Basic Class, Genius 10, Warrior, Intermediate Class, None. Advanced/Special Class, Magic Swordsman 5, Ninja 5, Lord of the Holy 5, Lord of the Fallen 5, Curse Knight 5, Valkyrie 5, Crazy Mage 5, Magical Transcendence 5. Attribute Table Justice Value, 20. Neutral HP, 655 becomes 795, 61%. MP, 568 becomes 718, 55%. Physical Attack, 438, 34%. Physical Defense, 380 becomes 520, 40%. Agility, 448 becomes 348, 26%. Magic Attack, 498, 38%. Magic Defense, 525 becomes 675, 52%. Combined Resistance, 445 becomes 585, 45%. Special, 670 becomes 730, 56%. Total, 407%. Looking at the information on the panel, I waited quietly. Huh? Nothing happened. A look of surprise crossed Tang Jing's face as he continued to wait. A minute passed. Still, no prompt appeared on the attribute panel to trigger a class build. What's going on? The two high-level classes, Lord of the Holy and Lord of the Corrupted, have already reached maximum level. According to normal class builds, new classes should be triggered. Why haven't they appeared? Tang Jing's casual demeanor vanished. A look of surprise and confusion crossed his face. He raised his palm and pointed forward. Sword of Radiance. A longsword over 2 meters long, radiating divine light, materialized from thin air and plummeted rapidly from the sky. Boom! The moment the Sword of Radiance touched the ground, it exploded, enveloping everything within a 15-meter radius with divine energy, shattered all the shrubs. As the light faded, a deep pit appeared in the ground. Degenerate Aura. Tang Jing narrowed his eyes, and a thick black negative energy overflowed from his body, transforming into a visible tide like a wave. The surrounding bushes, grass, and rocks were all corroded and eroded by the negative energy. Even the solid stone Tang Jing sat on became brittle and loose in the blink of an eye, crumbling to dust with the slightest effort. The skill has no effect. Two similar classes should be able to form a stronger class. Could I have guessed wrong? The class construction in Yggdrasil is more complex, but why was there no problem before? Tang Jing stood up, raised his hands, and using the magic swordsman technique, black negative energy and holy energy surged from his palms. The puzzlement in his eyes deepened, or is there some missing condition? Without an answer for a moment, Tang Jing could only put the matter aside for the time being. Originally, he had planned to wait until he activated his special class, then continue his downgrades, and then pursue other mid-level classes, eventually acquiring a new high-level class. The current situation. Tang Jing temporarily extinguished this thought. He needed to figure out why he couldn't activate his special class. The Celian Theocracy. The Divine Capital. The morning light appeared, tinting the spire of the tower in the city center golden. Then, a clear bell chimed. Dong. The dull, piercing sound echoed through the air. The clock atop this massive church is one of the oldest buildings in the entire theocracy, said to have been built in accordance with the will of the God of Light. It's called the John's Bell. Although there's no historical record of the word John, over the centuries, it has long since become a sacred symbol. At this moment, beneath the bell tower, several priests in white robes arrived at the base of the bell tower. The priest in front held what appeared to be a baby. The priests paused, gazing up at the towering bell tower, then at the fish-white clouds rising to the east. A sigh was heard. The priest holding the baby stepped forward, gently placing it on the ground, then knelt before it. The priests behind him did the same. A low prayer, a voice resembling a confession, slowly rose. Giggle. The baby chuckled softly, waving its delicate white hands. May God bless. The priest kneeling before the child raised his head, carefully picked up the child, and stood up with the other priests before hurriedly departing. In the deepest reaches of the theocracy. In that sacred and inviolable conference hall. This was the second meeting held this month, and the third of the year's Chief Priests' Council. The previous 2 meetings had only 6 chief priests present, but the meetings were of a higher standard. This time, even the highest chief priest was present, a rare occurrence. The meeting begins. Regarding the first topic, the loss of the demon-sealing crystal, High Priest Zinding, acting as the MC, spoke solemnly. Ahem. High Priest Dominic coughed softly and leaned forward to explain. Negan has been resurrected. You have all seen the detailed report. The strength of the leader of the Chironon Alliance exceeded our expectations, which led to this significant loss. As the former captain of the Sunshine Festival, he had personally promoted Negan, and he shared some responsibility for such a serious mistake. What's the point of saying all this now? High Priest Ion of Light snorted, his bony face cold. Such a significant loss and mistake negates any previous contributions. Just follow the rules and revoke Negan's position as captain of the Sunlight Scripture. Second, voice after voice echoed, leaving no room for easing this matter. The second topic concerns the possibility that the leader of the evil organization, Chironon, is dead and the missing demon-sealing crystal is in their possession. High Priest Zinding spoke again. This time, the discussion among the high priests was much more heated than the first topic. The demon-sealing crystal is an out-of-specification item, and its positioning magic is completely ineffective. So the leader might not be dead? That's certainly possible. Judging from the reports from all sides, everyone only saw the leader being struck down by the Archangel of Glorious Light. Whether he died or not is uncertain. The chief priests debated intensely, ultimately deciding to closely monitor Chironon's movements. One final topic. Water High Priest Zinding said this, his face, so aged it was hard to tell, his skin a dull hue, yet a hint of cheeriness appeared on his cheeks. Regarding the research results on the fusion potion, here are all the materials. Please take a look. The chief priests, their faces filled with confusion and astonishment, took the materials passed across the table and began to study them carefully. This? How could it be? Impossible. Today, such a potion exists. Voices of shock and disbelief echoed around the conference table. The high priest, who had been silent in the main seat, was the first to raise his finger and tap the table, bringing a moment of silence to the room. What are the results of the investigation into the Free Will team? The high priest asked solemnly. We've completed the investigation. Water High Priest Zinedin nodded and responded, except for the demi-human member, for whom no further details are available. The remaining 2 adventurers have been fully identified. Inley Emmett, a civilian from the border village of Khan in the kingdom of Riestais, has no abnormalities. Tang, a civilian from the northern border village of Shurian, on the border with the kingdom of the council, has no abnormalities. At the mention of council kingdom, the expressions of the priests present changed. The high priest nodded gently. You've all witnessed the true effects of the integration potion. I think you all understand what this means to the theocracy. No! To all of humanity. Send someone to invite that Tang to our theocracy. This time, we must invite him, no matter what. This concerns all of humanity. The high priest raised his arm and placed it on the table, his voice grave and serious, as it fell heavily. Chapter 340. Second. As the high priest spoke, the other high priests present paused. The high priest's white hat swung slightly as he glanced at the water high priest, Zinding, who presided over the meeting. He faintly detected a hesitation in his final words. What's the matter, Zinding? Anything else to add? The high priest asked calmly. No. Water high priest Zinding shook his head, a subtle hint of hesitation crossing his withered, earthy face. He actually had information on the fusion potion in his hand, but he didn't feel it was appropriate to share it right now. The fusion potion was of grave importance. He had no contact with the young man who had crafted it, so he knew nothing about his personality or thoughts. High Priest Zinding felt it wouldn't be too late to present this information after the young man arrived at the theocracy. Perhaps he could still discern something from his reaction. Bringing it out now at the meeting would only add to the futile arguments. Suppressing his inner thoughts, High Priest Zinding calmly moved on to the next topic. According to current information, the Free Will team is in the Ablian Hills. We need to dispatch personnel there. Do you have any recommendations for suitable personnel? Some of the high priests present noticed something unusual about High Priest Zinding, but made no move to inquire. Since he hadn't mentioned it, High Priest Zinding naturally had his own considerations. The group of veterans present all trusted his judgment. Currently, the only ones who have come into contact with free will are the Sunlight Scripture team and Clementine. No, they've caused significant damage to the nation. If they accept such an important mission, what if something goes wrong? Not impossible. It's easier to connect with familiar people. After all, both sides have experienced the disaster caused by the undead together. To atone for their mistakes, the new Sunlight Scripture captain should give his all to complete this mission, and it will also test their abilities. Clementine will be used as a last resort unless necessary. Stroke month, May 1st. 7 days have passed since I last upgraded the Lord of the Holy and Lord of the Corrupted to their maximum levels. Also, almost a month has passed since the hill incident ended. Deep in the mountains south of the hill, a massive golden dragon crouched on the ground, its ever-present dragon power silencing even the chirping of insects in the valley, creating an eerie silence. Tang Zheng stood beside the golden dragon, examining its body. His eyes, bathed in a pale blue magical light, he observed it closely. This is becoming increasingly interesting, Tang Zheng muttered softly, occasionally examining the details of the dragon's scales. He even swung his magic sword at the dragon, creating wounds for observation. After examining the details, Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, then raised his arm, and waved it toward the empty space nearby. Instantly, a dragon corpse of similar size appeared in the open space nearby. It was the corpse of the ancient fire dragon he had slain. Tang Zheng examined the fire dragon's corpse alongside the golden dragon's. Based solely on the comparison results, the two are identical. After transforming, Dragon Man Layden seems indistinguishable from a real dragon. This isn't an ordinary transformation at all. It's more like he's the dragon himself, simply returning to his original form. Tang Zheng placed his hand on the ancient red dragon's corpse, pondering. Then, with a sudden thought, he returned it to his item box. He himself possessed the magic that allowed him to transform into other beasts or monsters, the forest priest's wild transformation. But while this transformation resembled the appearance and possessed some of the abilities of the transformed monster or beast, the caster's essence remained unchanged. It's somewhat similar to wild transformation, or perhaps even more advanced. Tang Zheng pondered. The prerequisite for using the wild transformation technique was that one must be a magic caster of the Faith School, and Dragon Man Layden was a complete monk. This true Dragon King's heart can truly be considered an alchemical magic item. Really. Judging solely by the results, the transformation was perfectly effective. Why did the former 8 Desire Kings and Dragon Man Layden consider it a failed experiment? Just because they couldn't become stronger? Tang Zheng shook his head. The 8 Desire Kings' goal was to gain the power of original magic by studying the true Dragon King's corpse. And Dragon Man Layden wanted to become even stronger. Since neither achieved their ultimate goal, they could be considered failures. Dragon Man Layden's situation is somewhat similar to that of the Green Leaf Witch. One is stuck at level 50 after transforming with the true Dragon King's heart, and the other is stuck at level 28 with the power of the Forest King. Tang Zheng chuckled sarcastically, then suddenly his eyes flickered as a thought occurred to him. Level 28 and level 50. For the races of the other world, these are two bottlenecks of varying difficulty. Level 50, in particular, seems an insurmountable barrier even for the dragons. The dragon race has 6 levels. Child 10, Juvenile 10, Young 10, Old 10, Elder 5, and Ancient 5. The race level alone reaches 50. Calculated by the corresponding professions, 4 of the 6 levels are mid-level professions, and 2 are high-level professions. With this level of racial class structure alone, it's no wonder the dragon race is the most powerful in the other world. So even among the dragon race, only a handful can surpass level 50 and earn the title of Dragon King. Whether it's the Ancient Fire Dragon, the Frost Dragon King, or even the Dragon King counselors of the Council Nation, their levels are all below 50. Thinking this way, Tang Zheng suddenly realized that, aside from players, the Dragon Man Layden's inability to surpass level 50 was quite normal. For a Dragon King to master origin magic, the most basic requirement is to surpass level 50, and then consider a class. By the way, what class would these Dragon Kings, having surpassed the racial cap of 50, obtain? This question suddenly popped into Tang Zheng's mind, and he shook his head, temporarily putting this meaningless question aside. The next experiment. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the golden dragon. Cancel the transformation. Roar. The golden dragon roared, its entire body visibly collapsing, returning to its dragon form within a few breaths. He calmly approached the dragon. Tang Zheng waved his palm, striking the dragon Layden hard on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. Swish. He swung his magic sword at the dragon's chest. Crack! Hiss! The scales on his chest were easily severed, blood spurting down his chest. The intense pain caused the dragon laden to groan uncontrollably even in his unconscious state. Looking at the wound that continued to bleed, Tang Jing skillfully took out 2 bottles of regeneration potion, stuffing one into the dragon's mouth and inserting the other into his torn chest. Dragonman Layden's physique was inherently formidable, and even a laceration to his chest wouldn't be life-threatening. The regeneration potion was primarily intended to prevent excessive blood loss. Looking at the split chest, a heart covered in silver spiderweb patterns and etched with magical symbols like molten gold, Tang Jing expressionlessly extended his hand, reached into the man's chest, and gently grasped the heart. Humph! Dragonman Layden's body twitched uncontrollably. Time, 1 minute, experiment 12. Tang Jing pressed the pocket watch on his wrist, his other hand carefully grasping the still beating, strange heart. Injecting a trace of magic power. Thump! The heart beat vigorously. Relying solely on magic power has no effect. I also sense an extremely strong energy repelling magic. Sense its repulsion. After several consecutive tests, this result was essentially confirmed. Today, he decided to adopt a new approach. His other hand reached into the air. The fusion potion appeared in his hand, and he uncorked the bottle with one hand. Tang Jing picked up the potion and prepared to pour it into his own mouth, but paused. After a moment's thought, he poured the fusion potion into the mouth of the Dragonman Layden. Continued to inject magic power. The true Dragon King's heart suddenly released a burst of power. Buzz! A pale golden light enveloped Tang Jing and the Dragonman Layden. Tang Jing's pupils shrank sharply. Roar! The massive figure of the golden dragon reappeared, roaring terrifyingly from its spot, while Tang Jing vanished with it. A blind hills. Enri, riding on the back of the evil hound, raced across the desolate wilderness. During this time, following Gogo King and the Bee's General Hector Weiss, clearing out the remaining undead in the hills, she had learned a great deal. Hey, the demi-humans report that someone is looking for the captain. I wonder who it is. Enri half lay on the hound's back, one hand gripping the bone chain, the other gently supporting the hound's neck. She murmured softly, I haven't seen the captain in ages. I wonder what he's been up to. It must be a new potion. The captain seems to enjoy researching potions. Oh, the hound responded with a soft growl. A black figure scurried across the desolate hills, reaching the periphery. Soon, Enri spotted several humans engaged in a standoff with a squad of demi-humans. Clementine, draped in a black cloak, crossed her arms in boredom. She glanced at the demi-human staring at her not far away, a dangerous glint in her eyes. What are you planning? This unpleasant uncertainty. A flicker of displeasure crossed Clementine's face. She had long been prepared to defect completely at any moment. The mysterious red-robed wizard, who had killed the leader, remained silent, which was not a good thing. They possessed intelligence about her collusion with Chironon. If they didn't exploit it now, it would indicate they might be plotting something dangerous. Sir Clementine, our goal this time is an invitation. Until we are certain of the final outcome, please exercise restraint. A tall, silver-haired, middle-aged man, dressed in the Sunlight Scripture captain's uniform, black attire, and a short silver cape, spoke softly. This man was Ian, the new Sunlight Scripture captain, possessing the strength of a commanding officer. He had heard Clementine had some personality issues, and this was, after all, his first mission as captain. Heh, you're just as nagging as Negan before. Clementine's purple eyes flickered dangerously, her tone thick with impatience. Captain Ian gave a wry smile. Plop! Plop! The sound of a rapidly running force approached both sides. Enri arrived from a distance on her devil hound. After a brief exchange with the demi-human group, she easily arrived in front of Clementine and the others. Is it Clementine? Enri immediately spotted Clementine's familiar face. She had a deep impression of the woman who had clashed with the captain. She nimbly dismounted from the devil hound. Enri tucked her chestnut-brown hair behind her ear. The faint outline of her muscles etched faintly on her arms as she strode forward. Everyone from the Celian Theocracy? Enri asked uncertainly. Hello, Enri. I'm Ian, captain of the Sunlight Scripture. Captain Ian, a warm and bright smile spread across his face. He stepped forward and introduced himself, sizing up the powerful girl who, according to legend, had slain the Soul Devourer with a single blow. Completely different from the image I imagined in my mind. I wondered if it was an illusion. Captain Ian felt that Enri seemed weak, or perhaps the rumors were wrong. Ah, I remember the previous captain was Mr. Negan. Enri, a little surprised by the introduction, asked, could it be? Captain Negan has been seriously injured and is currently recuperating, so I'm taking over as the new captain," Ian explained simply. After all, it wasn't possible to say that the previous captain had been dismissed due to a serious mistake. "I see," Inley said a little embarrassedly. In her haste, and the scorching heat, sweat trickled down her cheeks and onto her collarbone. "I don't know the current whereabouts of our captain either. Is Mr. Tang not in the hills?" Captain Ian was stunned. If Captain Tang wasn't in the hills, things would become complicated, and we might not be able to complete the mission in a short time. "No, our captain enjoys researching various potions, and the hills are so vast, it's difficult to find him immediately," Inley explained. "We have something important to discuss with Mr. Tang," Captain Ian said softly, a smile of relief in his heart. "Well, I take you to Miss Tsuya first, and then we find a way to notify the captain." Inley suddenly became serious when she heard something important. Clementine stood silently by, observing Inley, and finally curled her lips. Chapter 341. Very weak. No matter how you look at it, the village girl named Inri before her is no match for an elite soldier of the theocracy. Clementine lifted her chin, her golden bangs half obscuring her narrow eyes. Her desire for love was waning. She had pretended to be knocked away by the leader and fled the battlefield, so she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, and could only hear the full story from others. Terrible, amazing. Clementine thought of these two words to describe her, and the corners of her mouth curled up as she greeted, "Hi, little Inri." It's not a magic item. Perhaps it's some powerful innate ability. Can it be used normally? Or does it only activate in dangerous situations? Clementine's fair face grew a deeper smile. She knew that some special innate abilities had limitations, even those unknown to the user. Historically, there was a person in the theocracy who possessed a unique innate ability that only triggered after death. Sir Clementine. Inri's back felt strangely cold at Clementine's smiling greeting, and she responded with a stern face. Captain Ian stepped forward to block their view and coughed softly, ahem. "Thank you, Inri." Along the way, Inri led the way on her devil hound. The 10-man slain theocracy squad followed behind. Captain Ian silently observed the surroundings, his gaze growing more and more alarmed. They encountered many subhumans along the way. Traditionally, the various subhuman tribes in the hilly region were in a chaotic state of hostility or non-interference. Now, patrols composed of various demi-humans could be seen. The unrest caused by the undead had caused heavy losses to the demi-humans of the hills. But it had also brought the various races together. Captain Ian's heart was heavy. He felt the need to report his observations to the High Priest upon returning to the theocracy. What surprised him most was Inri up ahead. Regardless of the demi-human race they encountered, all of them treated humans. No, Inri with extraordinary friendliness and even respect. If it weren't for the clear hostility these demi-humans harbored towards them, not just Inri, but also humans, Captain Ian would have suspected they had come to the wrong place. How long has it been? Has the reputation and influence of the Free Will Adventurer team in the Ablian Hills reached this high? How did this group of adventurers do it? A glimpse reveals the whole picture. Captain Ian's brow furrowed deeply. Even if it seemed unbelievable, he could sense the significance of free will in this hilly region from the demi-human's treatment of Inri. Deep in the southern mountains, the golden dragon twisted its long, golden-scaled neck in a strange manner, its soaring wings flapping left and right in an uncoordinated manner. The thick trunks and shrubs of the surrounding valley were easily broken and bent by the gusts of wind generated by the dragon's casual flapping of its wings. Rumble. A terrifying gust of air swept through, impacting the trees in all directions. Leaves tossed and turned, the treetops torn and clashed. A sky full of green leaves flew, echoing dully in the valley. Boom! The golden dragon suddenly flipped in midair, slamming sideways onto the ground with a roar. It then soared into the air again, then plummeted back down. Boom! Boom! After several seemingly uncontrollable movements, the golden dragon seemed to finally regain control and stabilize itself. Roar! Vomit! The golden dragon suddenly stretched its neck, opening its mouth, brimming with cold, sharp teeth. Its abdomen and throat writhed, producing a retching sound. With a pop sound, the dragon-man laden was ejected from the golden dragon's mouth and fell heavily to the ground, weakened and unconscious. On the chest, the torn wound continuously oozed blood, and the true Dragon King's heart glowed a dark golden light. The silver spider-like patterns and magical characters on the heart's surface dimmed with each beat. And now, the golden dragon suspended in midair also began to shrink, though not in the same way it recovered when it untransformed. Like a punctured balloon? The sharp golden scales became brittle, the wing membranes shrank like curled-up paper, and its massive body rapidly shriveled. In a mere moment. Bang! The golden dragon had shrunk by half, unable to maintain its mid-air flight. It plummeted to the ground, shrinking further. This is the effect of the true Dragon King's heart. Damn. Cough, cough. The shrunken dragon's mouth opened, emitting a weak sound. The next moment, the dragon's body collapsed uncontrollably. Tang Jing emerged, coughing up blood. His vigorous energy began to wane at an alarming rate. HP 621. HP 603. HP 587. HP 321. In a mere moment, his health had dropped below half. 6th-tier magic, great healing. Tang Jing's face paled, clearly feeling his vitality rapidly draining, as if vanishing into thin air. Instantly restored 100 health points. The 3rd-tier cure severe injury restores 50 HP, while great healing, though 6th tier, only restores 100 HP, making it the highest tier healing magic. Positive energy restores the health of the living, while negative energy restores the health of the undead. This is the same level of magic as the Great Death used by Ains and Shaltir to restore HP during their battle. A holy white light enveloped his entire body. Tang Jing's body relaxed, a hint of flesh appearing on his pale face. However, he still sensed that his declining health showed no sign of stopping. Great healing. Great healing. Great healing. As the healing magic was cast, the amount of health gained gradually exceeded the amount of health lost. What the hell is going on? Tang Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his pale face grave. He monitored the values on the attribute panel while continuing to cast healing magic. Just now, after injecting the fusion potion into the Dragon Man Layton, it seemed to have accidentally triggered the true Dragon King's heart, and we both transformed into a giant golden dragon. Tang Jing's eyes flickered as he recalled the entire process. Upon transforming into a dragon, he felt a strong repulsion, even more intense than the one he felt while controlling the Archangel of Majesty. It wasn't him who was repelled, but the Dragon Man Layton, while he himself surprisingly retained his golden dragon form. This can only be the effect of the true Dragon King's heart. However, after repelling the Dragon Man Layton, I was still able to briefly maintain the golden dragon form. This transformation must be sustained by my own strength. Tang Jing gradually pieced together the entire process, his eyes suddenly trembling. This is. While constantly losing health and releasing great healing to continuously restore health, Tang Jing gradually sensed a subtle shift in his own aura, a state of instability at his life level. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar. He had only experienced it with two people, Renas before her inauguration as a cursed knight, and Enri before her inauguration as a hero worshipper. Tang Jing closed his eyes, and sensed it carefully. What a shame! Before he could grasp the feeling, the continuous blood loss had disappeared. What's the reason for the continuous blood loss? Tang Jing reopened his eyes, not feeling any loss, but pondering the reason for the continuous blood loss. Then let's try it again! Tang Jing had no answer for a moment. He glanced at the unconscious dragon man Ladong not far away, and silently cast a spell, Major Healing. Let's restore his HP first. Thankfully, his health bar was high enough, otherwise, with that terrifying rate of blood loss just now, his health would likely be completely gone in an instant. A moment later, Tang Jing's pale face returned to a rosy glow. He shook his head. I didn't expect to use Great Heal here for the first time. Recovery magic isn't actually suitable for use in combat, as it requires time to cast. Unless both players simultaneously distance themselves and use healing magic to recover, if one casts recovery magic while the other uses attack magic, the caster using recovery magic will inevitably suffer. This reminded Tang Jing of the wasteful use of potion bottles in his old turn-based games. Every time you recover, the enemy knocks back your HP. Crack, boom! A sudden thunderclap echoed from the sky. Tang Jing turned his head and looked at the dark cloud that had gathered in the distant sky in a short time. What happened? Pausing to continue his experiment, Tang Jing remembered that he had previously instructed the lizardman Kuruksu to notify him using cloud control if anything unmanageable arose. Hope is truly an impossible thing to deal with. Tang Jing thought, slightly annoyed, just as his thoughts were interrupted. At this moment, the dim sun was setting in the west, approaching dusk. In the strange black castle, the green leaf which sat calmly and naturally at the round table in the hall, a steaming glass of black tea on the table. The demi-humans here didn't drink black tea like humans did, but the green leaf which loved the taste of black tea. She had first tasted it in the palace of the beautiful human princess in the kingdom, and she had fallen in love with this deep red human beverage. The taste will be much worse if the temperature drops. The green leaf which noticed that the black tea placed before the humans hadn't been consumed, and a hint of dissatisfaction crept into her tone. Thank you for your hospitality. I wonder when we can meet Mr. Tang. Captain Ian spoke politely and gently, remaining untouched by the tea on the table. He didn't think they'd poison him, but he wouldn't drink anything from a demi-human casually. After all, this was deep in the hilly region, and they had to be prepared for any accidents or dangers. Our captain often loses track of time due to his potion research. I've already sent someone to notify them. As for when will our captain meet you? The Green Knight Witch paused and shrugged. At this point, the faces of the people of the Celian theocracy grew somewhat sad. Could you please tell me Captain Tang's location? I'd like to visit him in person. Captain Ian, still smiling, spoke again solemnly, because there is indeed an important matter that requires a personal meeting with Captain Tang. I'm sorry, the Green Leaf Witch said calmly. Heh. Clementine suddenly sneered and tried to stand. This action caused Captain Ian's face to change, and the Green Leaf Witch's eyes also turned serious. She was well aware of this crazy woman's strength. Oh! So it's you from the Celian theocracy. Just then, a faint voice came from the stairs. Captain Ian and the others quickly turned around, and saw Tang Zheng standing on the stairs. This demi-human woman. Captain Ian's mouth twitched violently. From what the Green Leaf Witch had said, Captain Tang wasn't even here. She hadn't expected him to be upstairs. Captain. The Green Leaf Witch quickly stood up and spoke respectfully. Captain Tang, I'm Ian and I'm. Captain Ian also stood up, trying his best to be friendly, and began to introduce himself. No need for introductions, just tell me your purpose. I'm busy. Tang Zheng waved his hand from the stairs, seemingly making no move to come down. How rude. A member of the Sunlight Scripture, who had followed him, muttered quietly. On behalf of the Celian theocracy, I would like to invite Your Excellency Tang's free will team as guests to the divine capital. Captain Ian's expression remained unchanged. He smiled, placed his hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. For a nation to represent a team of adventurers, even if they were adamantine-grade adventurers, was a matter of great honor for any adventurer. Purpose. Tang Zheng leaned on the stair railing, his eyes flashing. Upon meeting the people from the Celian theocracy, he had already guessed they were here for the fusion potion. However, he hadn't given the potion to anyone from the theocracy at the time. Now, nearly a month had passed, and the theocracy's arrival meant they must have already completed their research on the fusion potion. The pace was remarkable. As befitting the power of a nation, even the creator of the fusion potion hadn't fully grasped its effects. It concerns an alchemical potion created by Captain Tang called the fusion potion. Perhaps Captain Tang still doesn't understand its true value. Captain Ian's voice grew agitated. I don't recall ever giving this potion to the Celian theocracy. Captain Ian suddenly froze, his smile faltering. If you want to trade the fusion potion, you can talk to Cui Yi. Tang Zheng waved his arm nonchalantly, then said to the witch Cui Yi, come up for a moment. Yes. With that, Tang Zheng turned and returned upstairs, not even bothering to speak to the slain theocracy members. The witch Cui Yi followed him. For a moment, only the slain theocracy members remained in the hall, standing stiffly in their places. You're truly annoying, little brother, Clementine sneered. Chapter 342. Second floor of the Black Castle. Tang Zheng stood before the empty wooden window, his eyes thoughtful. Cui Yi, send someone to the Holy Kingdom to inquire about the loss of the regeneration potion I gave them earlier. Yes, master. Cui Yi Witch's heart trembled as she responded respectfully. What is master planning again? It seems the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy have unwittingly fallen into master's trap again. Cui Yi Witch glanced at Tang Zheng's back in awe before cautiously retreating. I didn't expect the high priests of the Celian theocracy to be so impatient so soon. I'm sure they're very satisfied with the true effects of the fusion potion. Tang Zheng was equally curious about the information the theocracy had about the fusion potion. It seems the trip to the theocracy will have to be brought forward. Tang Zheng sighed softly. He wasn't sure whether taking out the integration potion ahead of time was a good idea or a bad one. After all, there were too many things in the Celian theocracy that he feared. Clementine? Thinking of Clementine, who had reappeared in the theocracy's ranks, Tang Zheng couldn't help but feel a little amused. I thought they'd already defected, but I didn't expect them to still be within the theocracy. Perhaps, it might even be to my advantage. A faint smile played on Tang Zheng's face. His earlier indifference toward the Celian theocracy had been a deliberate gesture. Will they take the bait? If they do, it means the theocracy's stance is questionable. Just to be on the safe side, we have to drag the Holy Kingdom into the fight. Tang Zheng's eyes grew dark and penetrating. Due to the complete failure of their invitation, The Celian Theocracy team could only stay overnight. Late at night, the bright crescent moon was obscured by a thin layer of dark clouds. Clementine walked gracefully down the first-floor hall, heading for the stairs. The castle's architecture was predominantly dark, and without any permanent lighting, rendering it pitch black in the dead of night. This wouldn't be a problem for most demihumans with night vision, but as a human, even after carefully adjusting to the darkness, Clementine could only discern the outlines of some objects in the darkness. Just follow my memory, and you be fine. Her long, round legs moved nimbly across the ground, as silent and quiet as a cat. Invitations are too much trouble. Just kidnap them. The head priest only needs to take them back. Clementine grinned, a dangerous smile on her face as she ascended the stairs, one-handedly holding onto the 4 enchanted short spikes hanging from her waist to prevent any noise from her movement. She actually had an enchanted meteor hammer, but it wasn't suitable for this situation. Want a quick fight? I want to have a good romance with my little brother. Clementine's grin widened a little, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. My little brother's strength is quite good. If he hadn't summoned 2 angels, it would have made a lot of noise. Clementine felt a pity. She nimbly ascended the stairs, and quickly reached the 2nd floor. A faint moonlight shone through the window. Clementine's eyes quickly scanned the 2nd floor lobby. Empty. Not even a single decent piece of furniture. For rooms, it doesn't look like anyone's living here. Clementine tilted her head, pulled a triangular, crystal-shaped bell from her pocket, and silently approached the first room. This was a magic item called a trap disarm bell, capable of disarming warning and trap spells, preventing accidental activation and detection. In a moment, she had checked all 4 rooms, but found no sign of the man, not even a trace of normal habitation. You were so careful. No warning spells were used at all. Clementine glanced at the unresponsive magic item in her hand, her gaze rising to the stairs. The castle was 4 stories high. Since Tang Zheng hadn't been seen leaving, it meant he was on a higher floor. Clementine leaped lightly onto the stairs, approaching the 3rd floor. Still, no sign of him. Then we can only go to the 4th floor. Clementine exuded a sinister and impatient air. She felt a bit frustrated after searching 2 floors for nothing. She planned to strike harder later. I really want to fall in love with my little brother, fall in love. Clementine's eyes grew increasingly dangerous as she slowly ascended the stairs. The hall remained identical, though compared to the 2nd and 3rd floors, it seemed less inhabited. She could smell a faint herbal scent in the air. Clementine grinned, and like a black shadow, she silently approached the nearest room in the darkness. A room with various minerals. A room for storing supplies. A room for storing herbs and other magical materials. Empty. Clementine stared at the last, empty room. Even in the darkness, her expression was so gloomy it looked as if water could drip from it. No one. When did they leave the castle? Clementine stood at the doorway, her eyes cold and questioning. Suddenly, the mist that had obscured the bright crescent moon dissipated, letting moonlight stream in through the window. A shadow stretched rapidly, appearing on the floor of the empty hall. Are you looking for me, Miss Clementine? A calm voice rang out. Clementine's shoulders paused, then she slowly turned, her purple eyes fixed on the figure sitting on the windowsill. Since the figure was shielded from the moonlight, she couldn't clearly see Tang Zheng's expression. Hi, little brother. Clementine put on a cute expression, smiling broadly as she greeted him, her short blonde hair swaying slightly. I thought you were gone, and I was worried about you. Miss Clementine, isn't it rude to come to my room alone so late? It seems you're not married yet, are you? Tang Zheng chuckled softly. Finding a suitable marriage partner is difficult, especially for outstanding people like me and little brother. Clementine mentioned the word marriage, raised her hand, and ruffled her short blonde hair, pretending to have a headache. Then, Clementine's chin suddenly lifted slightly, her purple eyes glancing at the windowsill, gleaming slightly in the moonlight. What are you doing, little brother? I just checked, and there's no one in the hall. She was absolutely certain that no one had been on the windowsill before, or rather, no one in the entire hall, and that Tang Zheng had suddenly appeared. Some kind of magic? Or perhaps, he had noticed something unusual from the start, and used the invisibility spell in advance. The 2nd level invisibility was a magical spell. Since the opponent was an alchemist, also a magical spell, it seemed normal for him to master this level of magic. Tang Zheng said, I'm curious. Miss Clementine didn't die at the hands of the leader. Quick wind acceleration. Quick wind break. In an instant, Clementine's muscles tensed, transforming from a cat into a bloodthirsty, dangerous beast. The previous conversation was merely a chance to strike. She knew Tang Zheng could summon 2 4th-level angels, a formidable summoning type specialization. Giving Tang Zheng the opportunity to summon them would not only make it impossible to defeat them quickly, but would also cause a huge commotion. Her goal of taking Tang Zheng away tonight would be thwarted. Whoosh! Since the hall was relatively empty and lacked any obstructions, the straight attack path was quite advantageous for Clementine. Her fluffy blonde hair spread out in the darkness, like a flash of yellow lightning, vanishing into thin air in the pitch-black environment. In an accelerating world, Clementine saw Tang Zheng's every movement and speech as if it were agonizingly slow. He didn't even attempt to chant any magic. Clementine's clear vision captured Tang Zheng's clean face. "You're too careless, little brother." Clementine thrust the short spike in her hand, her eyes narrowed, a confident expression of victory in her pupils. Even if the opponent summoned an angel now, it would be too late. As a top-tier warrior, her thrusting prowess was unmatched, even by the Black Festival. A magic caster couldn't possibly withstand it. The short spike aimed at Tang Zheng's heart, slightly off to the right. This strike would severely injure him, rendering him unconscious and unable to resist, but wouldn't kill him instantly. Under normal observation, Clementine appeared out of thin air before Tang Zheng and said, "It hurt a little." Swoosh! The short spike thrust in relentlessly. And then, the short spike stopped in front of Tang Zheng. It wasn't that Clementine gave up the attack, but rather that she suddenly clamped it between 2 fingers. A lightning-fast attack. Top-tier thrusting technique. All these other methods, at that moment, seemed as ridiculous as childish movements. No matter how hard she tried, the short spike couldn't move even a fraction further. Clementine's dangerous smile froze on her face. As if she had been electrocuted, a chill ran down her spine, enveloping her entire body. Looking at Tang Zheng, who was still smiling faintly at her, the moonlight outside the window suddenly became incredibly dazzling to Clementine. It was the overstimulation of her brain, unable to process the information before it, like a needle pricking her. "What are you doing?" Tang Zheng whispered softly. Clementine's mind stopped even thinking at that moment. Terrified by fear, she subconsciously activated the magic on the enchanted short spike. Even though the magic attack would cause a huge noise, she couldn't care less now. Monster! The other party was a monster. Crack! Clementine's forearm, holding the short spike, snapped easily like dead wood, and the enchanted short spike fell to the ground as her hand loosened. Ah! Ugh! Clementine opened her mouth, ready to scream, but the next moment, her voice stopped abruptly. Tang Zheng reached out with one hand, grasping Clementine's smooth neck like a shadow. With a slight force, he silenced her screams. He then lifted Clementine from the ground. "Shh, Miss Clementine." Tang Zheng raised a finger and gently pressed it against Clementine's somewhat pink lips. "Be quiet. Shouting so late will disturb others." A suffocating feeling came over her. Clementine's face flushed red, and her whole body trembled with fear. Her rosy mouth gaped, unable to speak or breathe. She raised her hands and legs, and lashed out frantically at Tang Zheng's body and face. As a powerful warrior in the heroic realm, even a thrusting warrior, even without weapons, could withstand a punch no ordinary warrior could withstand. However, this frenzied attack, upon Tang Zheng, felt like a child's feeble fist striking resilient cowhide. "Really? Could you please be more quiet?" Tang Zheng said expressionlessly, facing the fist swinging towards his face. His physical defense was 520, 40% points, which, in a normal warrior class build, was roughly equivalent to the defense of a level 40 warrior. The heroic realm ranged from levels 29 to 35, and Clementine before him was around level 32 or 33. His opponent's strength was simply not enough to break his defense. Weapons are a different story. Future Brian, at the cost of his life, unleashed a powerful strike far exceeding his strength, reaching the attack level of a deviant 40 levels above him. That strike should be able to break his current defense and inflict damage. Of course, real combat isn't just about numbers, but when the gap between the two is significant enough, the one with the higher numbers is completely overwhelming. Bang! 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 The dull sound of blows echoed in his ears. In this situation, Tang Zheng's thoughts suddenly became radiant, and he thought of Brian. When he realized what he was thinking, he realized that this mentality was completely wrong. Is this what they call the surplus of the strong? Clementine's purple pupils began to turn white, and under the influence of suffocation, her swinging fists gradually lost strength. Her legs and arms gradually drooped, hanging in the air, swaying slightly. Bang! Tang Zheng casually threw Clementine to the ground. Ha! Ha! Clementine's body went limp, sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Her face pale, She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Ugh." Excessive fear and tension caused her to vomit uncontrollably. "You look like a cute little kitten now." Tang Zheng looked at Clementine, who lay before him, her shoulders shaking. To survive the Alliance leader's hands is a bit suspicious. "Are you a member of the Chironon? You aren't human?" Clementine rolled over, supporting herself with one hand, the panic and fear in her eyes still lingering. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm a genuine human, just a little stronger than you," Tang Zheng immediately corrected sternly. "No objection. It seems you're indeed a Chironon. So why did you join Chironon?" Faced with this question, and the powerful, irresistible man before her, Clementine thought of the captain from the Black Festival, and the abyssal second-in-command, who transcended human imagination. Heh. The fear in Clementine's eyes gradually faded, and a madness and resentment appeared in her expression. She stared at Tang Zheng without hesitation and spoke. A moment. After listening to Clementine's explanation, Tang Zheng looked at her strangely. "You're truly insane. You're a member of the theocracy, yet you're actually thinking of destroying it? So what?" Clementine held her head high, her tone frantic. "I was planning to defect anyway. It's just that you've discovered me now. Are you going to hand me over to the theocracy, or are you planning to kill me now because of Chironon? I never imagined. The person behind the Hill incident, and the most powerful person, was you." "Ha, it seems you misunderstood." Tang Zheng leaned forward, smiling at Clementine. "Why would I kill you? Defection? What's the point of defecting, Miss Clementine?" "You?" Clementine was startled. "Nothing happened tonight, Miss Clementine," Tang Zheng said softly. Chapter 343. In the corridor of the Black Castle's first-floor guest rooms, Clementine returned to her room. Her broken arm had healed. The other person was a magic caster of the Faith School, so naturally, he could use healing magic. Asshole. What kind of magic caster could catch her thrust with his bare hands? What a complete monster. Clementine's mouth curled up at the thought, revealing a perverted grin. "Oh!" Clementine narrowed her eyes, only then noticing a dark figure standing at the front of the corridor. "Ian, the new captain of the Sunlight Scripture. I couldn't sleep late at night." Captain Ian spoke with a smile, as if by chance, glancing at Clementine without leaving a trace. Bang! Clementine, expressionless, returned to her room and closed the door behind her. She was turned away. Captain Ian scratched his short silver hair, gave a wry smile, and then his eyes flashed with a deep gaze. He didn't think Clementine had gone for a walk late at night. Given Clementine's personality, she wouldn't have held back. "I didn't hear the sound of fighting. After all, Mr. Tang is a powerful figure in the realm of heroes. It's normal that he couldn't find an opportunity to strike." Captain Ian put his hands in his pockets, thinking silently. At least judging by the results, forcible removal is impossible. No matter what happens, tomorrow we can only adopt the second plan and make amends. Ian pondered briefly, and sighed deeply. Fortunately, he had prepared multiple plans. On the top floor of the castle, Tang Zheng leaned against the window with his hands, a sneer on his face. Although Clementine's actions were spontaneous, this might also be what the Celian theocracy wants. The Celian theocracy has placed greater importance on the fusion potion than previously anticipated, even choosing to implement this method. It seems the Law Holy Kingdom made the right move by launching this initiative. Tang Zheng grew increasingly curious about the extent of the Celian theocracy's research into the fusion potion. After all, it was the power of a nation, and many of his previously uncertain speculations, even effects he hadn't noticed, could be quickly verified. However, even more than the fusion potion, Tang Zheng now valued the true Dragon King's heart. Rather than letting Clementine, a chess piece, waste time in Chironon, it would be more useful to place her within the theocracy. Tang Zheng raised his left hand, looking at the two fingers that had just gripped the short spike. They were trembling slightly, and he chuckled softly. Skill points. 109 to 107. By spending 2 skill points, Tang Zheng mastered the 2 martial arts Clementine had just used, Wind Speed and Wind Break. One temporarily increases agility by 20 points, the other by 30 points. Activating both skills together increases agility by 50 points. Very practical martial arts. Deep in the southern mountains, Tang Zheng continued his experiments. Since the people of the theocracy were willing to wait, then let them wait. Roar! The golden dragon reappeared, roaring and circling in midair. And then, the Dragon Man Laden was ejected from the golden dragon's mouth. Tang Zheng fell to the ground, his health rapidly decreasing. He quickly cast the healing spell Major Heal, reminiscent of the previous scene. Carefully sensing the unstable aura, Tang Zheng still couldn't grasp the feeling. It's still not right. I feel like something's missing. Tang Zheng frowned. With the preparation, this experiment wasn't without its rewards. My health points dropped rapidly because I lacked the two crucial agents, Dragon Man Layton and the true Dragon King's heart. Maintaining the dragon form I just took was actually consuming my own health points. If I could maintain the dragon form longer, perhaps I could capture that mysterious aura. Tang Zheng wasn't entirely sure, as this method was quite difficult. He had triggered the true Dragon King's heart entirely, with the power of Dragon Man Layton. After transforming, he quickly expelled the opponent, making it impossible to maintain it for long. Perhaps I could use a ritual. Tang Zheng considered changing his approach. The wild transformation ritual can absorb flesh and blood to maintain the transformation. Although it's been tested before, it only works on wild beasts or monsters. Honestly, though Tang Zheng knew how to use these rituals, it would be presumptuous to claim he had mastered them all. The wild transformation ritual only works on wild beasts and monsters. Tang Zheng still hasn't figured out the principle behind this. It's like a skill in a game. It only works under the corresponding circumstances. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The stroke month, May 4th. 10 days have passed since reaching level 50. Experience gauge, 16.72 million/780, 15 million experience points gained, plus the remaining experience points, approaching 20 million. Holy Kingdom. Capital, Hobans. 3 days ago, the message Tang Zheng had the green leaf which deliver had appeared on the conference table of Holy Princess Karko. It concerned the Celian theocracy. And it was related to the loss of the fusion potion they had received from Tang Zheng a month earlier. Holy Princess Karko had to take it seriously. As usual, Holy Princess Karko summoned Quirat and Remedios first. The Celian theocracy. I knew it was them. Remedios' angry voice echoed through the room, even hinting at a cold murderous intent. To be attacked within the nation's borders, and to lose important items was a disgrace for Remedios, the leader of the Paladins. Quirat and Holy Princess Karko, on the other hand, remained much calmer. Your Majesty Karko, Quirat, did you know this all along? Remedios quickly noticed something was amiss and spoke in surprise. Hee. Quirat smiled sinisterly. It's not hard to guess, sister. Before that, how? Remedios was shocked and angry. Our relationship with the Celian theocracy has always been poor. And we were attacked within the kingdom. Even if we make this known, it will only harm us. Quirat pointed out the key point, biting her lip as she spoke, her eyes flickering. This unspoken loss also made Quirat extremely unhappy. Free Will's Captain Tang passed this news to us. Holy Princess Karl gritted her teeth. As a king, Holy Princess Karl was more concerned with the implications of this matter. The integration potion may be even more valuable than we imagined. Quillet stared intently at the information on the conference table, whether it's the Celian theocracy's shameless attempt to seize it, or now their approach to Captain Tang. This further proves the value of the integration potion. They even revealed to Captain Tang that our stolen potion was stolen by them. For this reason, we don't care about the potential diplomatic conflict between the two countries. This is an opportunity. Your Majesty Karko. Quirat's eyes sparkled, as if she were planning something. Remedios was bewildered, completely confused by what Quirat was saying. She knew it wasn't the right time to interrupt. Holy Queen Karko didn't speak immediately. Her flower-like face, a blend of cuteness and sternness, revealed a look of thought and confusion. The happiness and safety of her people is what she strives for. Holy Queen Karko has no intention of clashing with the Celian theocracy unless absolutely necessary. Leader Tang of Free will delivered this message to us in the truest sense, hoping to gain our assistance. Holy Queen Karko, with her keen sense of smell, naturally discerned the true purpose behind the message. That's right, Quirat nodded. Since the people of the Celian theocracy dared to seize the potion Captain Tang gave us, it's only natural for the potion's creator to have some concerns about the Celian theocracy's invitation. Holy Princess Karko, her long golden hair swaying slightly, smiled in agreement with Quirat's words, but also raised a question. With Captain Tang's strength, he could easily refuse such an invitation, right? As expected of His Majesty Karko. Quillet complimented respectfully, his sinister smile growing even wider. I suspect Captain Tang is also curious about the fusion potion. Didn't he create that potion himself? Remedios, who had remained silent until then, quickly offered his opinion. The importance of the potion can be inferred from the actions of the Celian theocracy. However, Captain Tang seemed quite casual when he initially approached us for the transaction. Quillet licked his lips, his tone growing even more fiery. This suggests that Captain Tang may not have fully grasped the true value of the fusion potion, or perhaps the Celian theocracy has made some significant discovery using it. Hee. For a genius alchemist, and one who developed his own potion, to have achieved even greater results in the hands of others, anyone would be eager to find out. Holy Queen Karko's expression grew increasingly serious. She didn't want to clash with the Celian theocracy. If the potion was truly valuable, then Captain Tang, the creator, was worth winning over. Besides, the Celian theocracy's recent actions had also infuriated Holy Queen Karko. Who's suitable? Once Holy Queen Karko had made up her mind, she stopped hesitating. Remedios, Pink Izadro, Black Pavel. Quirid recited the name she had already in mind. 3 hero levels. Okay, I leave now. Remedios didn't show any sign of refusal, and hurriedly turned and left. Seeing this, Quirat smiled strangely. Izadro is steady, and Pavel is close to that Captain Tang. There's nothing wrong with those two. Remedios. Saint Princess Karko didn't stop him, but she was a little worried. Remedios' personality was indeed a problem. She felt that Quirat was the most suitable person to go to the theocracy. Haha, Your Majesty. Quirat's eyes narrowed, her sinister expression no longer concealed. Some things are only suitable for my sister. I'm being too rational. Only someone like my sister could cause such a scene without scruples. Otherwise, the people of the Celian theocracy would underestimate me. Saint Princess Karko was speechless, staring at Quirat. Suddenly, she whispered gossipingly, besides this reason, do you have other ulterior motives? For example, Remedios and Captain Tang? Quirat blinked. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Ablayan Hills. A valley deep in the southern mountains. A large-scale magical ritual unfolded deep in the valley. Utilizing the characteristics of the wild transformation ritual, combined with the sacrifice death spiral ritual I obtained from the Alliance leader, we should be able to stabilize the transformed state. Tang Zheng stood at the center of the ritual, his face weary, rubbing his temple as he deduced the entire process. This was a plan, theoretically feasible, based on his days of research. We know if it works after a try. It's a bit of a waste of this precious ancient fire dragon's corpse. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the massive crimson figure lying in the ritual not far away. He was short on dragon corpses, and the entire other world was extremely limited. Walking up to the dragon man laden, Tang Zheng took out the fusion potion and poured it into his mouth. The next moment, he quickly extended his hand, thrust it into his chest, and grasped the beating heart of the true Dragon King. Injecting magic power and pushing. Wow! A golden light enveloped the two of them. A massive golden dragon appeared on the ground, its wings spread wide. A gust of wind blew, and an astonishing pressure and aura filled the air. The battered branches and trees in the valley shook with a rustling sound. Ugh! The golden dragon retched, and the dragon man laden was expelled from its abdomen. The next moment, the golden dragon's body collapsed and flattened like a punctured balloon. Tang Zheng, controlling his massive body, raised his dragon claws and stomped heavily on the magic circle on the ground. Swish! The magic ritual was instantly triggered, and a blue, red-tinged light began to emerge, forming a translucent magic circle that enveloped the ancient fire dragon's corpse. Instantly, the fire dragon's massive body seemed to dissolve, transforming into streams of blood-like energy that began to surge toward Tang Zheng's transformed golden dragon. First step successful. Tang Zheng's heart sank with surprise. The wild transformation ritual cannot devour species, or creatures other than wild beasts and magical beasts. He wanted to bypass the ritual's rigid rules. With his current knowledge, he couldn't alter the ritual itself, so he could only try on the creature being devoured. Tang Zheng's solution was simple. Sprinkle the fusion potion on the ancient fire dragon's corpse, rendering it unstable. Then, with the power of the sacrifice, death spiral ritual, he completely disintegrated the ancient fire dragon's corpse. Boom! The dragon's corpse rapidly decomposed, generating waves of energy that continuously impacted in all directions. Fortunately, this location is deep within the mountains, keeping the movement hidden from anyone. With the infusion of the ancient fire dragon's power, the golden dragon's shrunken body was supported by a similar force, halting its shrinkage and even seeming to fill out slightly. Chapter 344. The golden dragon's hollow, balloon-like body was infused with the power of the ancient fire dragon's corpse, its withered muscles refilling. The thin golden scales also solidified, thickening and hardening. The gaps between the scales, visible to the naked eye, were now covered with layers of dust. The sunlight streaming down from above the valley shone on the golden dragon's body, and the scales reflected a faint golden red luster like molten gold. This feeling is a bit like a wild transformation, but more real. Tang Zheng couldn't help but raise his dragon head, controlling the golden dragon, fully extending its wings, which were wider than its entire body. He felt the comfort of being bathed in warm sunlight in the cold winter air. The wing membrane stretched out and fluttered gently, sending gusts of wind sweeping in all directions, sweeping up the fallen branches and leaves of the surrounding trees, transforming them into a sea of green and yellow. Golden brown eyes revealed. Through his dragon pupils, Tang Zheng could clearly observe objects hidden in the shadows of the rocks deep in the valley. Even his hearing became acute. At this moment, Tang Zheng clearly noticed that he seemed to have truly transformed into a dragon. This wasn't a false transformation, nor was it a disguised magical power like wild transformation. The true power of the true Dragon King's heart? Tang Zheng understood that this transformation was the result of the true Dragon King's heart being triggered. Wow! The light of the magic circle on the ground suddenly brightened. The ancient fire dragon's massive corpse emitted a puffing sound, disintegrating and melting at a visible speed. This. Tang Zheng abruptly withdrew from the dragon's perception, his pupils wide with surprise. He once again felt his newly inflated body begin to deflate like a balloon, though with the infusion of the ancient fire dragon's power, the rate of deflating was much slower. As I suspected before, even with the ritual's blessing, this state won't last long. Tang Zheng remained calm, unsurprised. The true Dragon King's heart was like a magical item that could transform into a dragon. He triggered its effects through contact. This was also the reason he could transform into a golden dragon, like a combination door that Tang Zheng unlocked with the Dragon Man Layden's fingerprint. As for why Tang Zheng didn't use the true Dragon King's heart himself, it was because he had a strong aversion to the magical item. In game terms, it means the conditions for use are not met. The heart forged by the 8 Desire Kings originated from a true Dragon King, and a dragon worthy of the title True Dragon King must have mastered primordial magic. Tang Zheng possesses the power of tiered magic, and this power is in irreconcilable conflict with primordial magic. What a pity for the ancient fire dragon's corpse, Tang Zheng thought to himself. He had originally planned to wait until his level reached a certain level, allowing his flesh armor to absorb the ancient fire dragon's scales, bones, and other remains. Now, he could only wastefully maintain the form of a golden dragon for a short period. First, the effects of the true Dragon King's heart have been clarified. Second, confirm whether it can trigger the class. Tang Zheng controlled the golden dragon's body to descend from midair, closing his eyes, and carefully sensing the changes in his own aura. Not long ago, Tang Zheng felt a surge of excitement after noticing his own aura mirrored that of Renas and Enri. Obtaining a class in another world isn't complicated. Most are related to life experiences and personal training, while special classes are more closely tied to encounters. Renas's Cursed Knight was shaped by contact with a cursed forest gnome, and Enri's state of mind was also affected by a special state of mind. Now, contacting a heart related to the true Dragon King, and suspected to have been forged by the 8 Desire Kings using worldly items, if only it could trigger a class. Even if I couldn't count on obtaining a special class, at least a high-level class would be a sure thing. After all, there were so few high-level classes in the other world. Tang Zheng had no confidence that he could continue to deduce high-level classes from mid-level classes. Time passed. The ancient fire dragon's corpse was being consumed at an increasingly rapid rate. Tang Zheng, however, could not quite grasp the feeling of power he felt upon acquiring a class. After a moment, he opened his eyes and sighed softly. Failed? He subconsciously summoned the attribute panel and glanced at it. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's majestic dragon head, covered in spiraling scales, revealed a clear expression of shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? Tang Zheng stared intently at the attribute panel, only to see that all the classes listed had turned gray, as if they were unusable in the game. Magic Arrow, Ninjutsu, Detection, Magic Slash. Continuously using magic, skills, and class abilities, none of them worked. Mind's Eye. Huh? Finally, he tried using a martial arts, and found it worked normally. What the hell is going on? Tang Zheng was also facing this situation for the first time, and a rare flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Power restricted? No, my level hasn't decreased, and all my strength and passive effects remain. Except for my martial arts skills, all my active skills have been affected due to my class. This unexpected situation, completely out of his control, made Tang Zheng nervous, and he immediately tried to cancel his transformation. Though he didn't know what was going on, it was undoubtedly related to the situation at hand. Bang! Tang Zheng, controlling the golden dragon, quickly raised his sharp paw, ready to disrupt the magical ritual beneath his feet. He moved quickly, then hesitated. This strange situation might be a starting point. Tang Ning's eyes flashed. He used the true Dragon King's heart effect to transform himself into a golden dragon, then used a magical ritual to devour the ancient fire dragon's flesh and blood energy to maintain this state. His current form is essentially indistinguishable from a true dragon. I'm level 50 now, theoretically equivalent to a level 50 Dragon King. Tang Jing seemed to grasp something. Before level magic corrupted the world, dragons who wanted to become stronger should have focused on increasing their racial level. Only after breaking through the racial level cap of 50 can they access primordial magic and become a true Dragon King, a rarity even among Dragon Kings. I've now transformed into a golden dragon. Does this mean I've reached the racial cap of 50? Perhaps this is why all the classes have turned gray, replaced by fake racial classes. Tang Zhang's thoughts began to clear. It's extremely difficult for a Dragon King to break through level 50. This isn't something that can be achieved solely through hard work, just as it's difficult for humans to easily break through to the hero realm. But for players, it's too easy to advance a level. Tang Zheng wasn't sure if his guess was correct, so he simply verified it. Join Sword Saint. Since the skills of the previously eliminated mid-level class are still retained, they can be re-employed at any time based on their skills. Combined level 51. Boom! Tang Zheng's aura suddenly increased. The newly appeared Sword Saint class on the attribute panel, unlike the other grayed out classes, was a normal color. Buzz. Class build requirements met. Build error. Class build requirements met. Build error. Class build requirements met. Build error. As if confirming Tang Zheng's speculation, the information about the job suddenly appeared. The text on the panel flickered continuously, but it remained in focus. The golden dragon Tang Zheng had transformed into began to become more real, with corrosive liquid oozing from the corners of its mouth. With every breath, faint sparks flew from his nose. From the gaps between its golden scales, wisps of heat emanated, raising the temperature of the surrounding air. Not enough. Not enough. Tang Zheng's entire body tensed, a surge of anxiety rising within him. He sensed a crucial element was missing. What was missing? Ah! A shrill scream suddenly rang out. The unconscious dragon man Layden awoke, howling, even breaking free from the effects of the enchantment spell. The indescribable pain left him paralyzed on the ground, twitching non-stop. Tang Zheng hadn't even realized what was happening. The next moment, a burst of blood erupted from the dragon man's chest. The true Dragon King's heart, covered in silver spiderweb-like patterns and etched with blue magic characters, burst forth from his chest. A flash of blue and gold shimmered in midair. It flew in front of Tang Zheng. Boom! Boom! The true Dragon King's heart beat, seemingly in sync with Tang Zheng's aura. The Dragon King's breath? Tang Zheng's expression shifted slightly, staring at the heart floating before him in astonishment. He had felt this aura before, even in the ancient fire dragon's lifetime. Whoosh! After a brief pause, the heart suddenly slammed into the chest of the golden dragon Tang Zheng had transformed into. Instead of a normal collision, it melted like snowflakes, blending into the golden scales. Class build requirements met. Class build successful. Special class obtained. Dragon Transcendent joined the job? Dragon Transcendent? Tang Zheng was stunned. Isn't this a class only available to dragons, and only to true Dragon Kings? Yes, yes. Tang Zheng swallowed subconsciously, his voice trembling uncontrollably. His original intention was simply to see if he could obtain a high-level class related to dragons. Job successfully obtained. Class, Dragon Transcendent. Level, Special Class. Passive, Golden Dragon Scales Enhanced. Scales shimmer like gold, reducing damage from physical and magical attacks by 15%. When taking critical hits, the bonus damage from critical hits is ignored. Critical hits are negated. Claws strike wings enhanced. Golden dragon claws become sharper, and the molten gold membranes of the wings become more resilient. Slash damage, effectively destroying the opponent's structural functions, negating movement obstacles. Bite enhanced, sharp teeth can shred everything. Piercing damage, capable of penetrating and critically damaging creatures' weaknesses. Tail hammer enhanced, the sturdy tail becomes even more powerful. Blow damage, dealing increased damage to fragile structures. Slamming the ground creates an earthquake and knockback within the area. Dragon Might enhanced, when unleashed, it inflicts fear, panic, confusion, and weakness on the opponent. Lower enemy levels experience a greater impact. Golden Bloodline Dragon King grants fire negation, poison negation, night vision, double ice penalty, and vulnerability penalty. True Dragon King's Whisper. Filth. Filth. Power. Untouchable. Dragon's Transcendent Power. Triggered at max level. Increases HP, physical defense, physical attack, magical defense, and agility by 10% of their maximum stats. Class Skills. Level 1. Golden Dragon King Transformation Degraded. This is a power that shouldn't exist. Consume 10% of your HP and 10% of your MP to transform into a Dragon King. Level 5. Fire Breath Degraded. Sprays a fan-shaped burst of flames, inflicting continuous burning damage to the opponent. Higher levels increase the damage, 1/day. Level 10. Sulfur Breath Degraded. Sprays a fan-shaped yellow, sulfurous haze, inflicting continuous heavy poisoning, blinding, and obstructing vision. Higher levels increase the poison damage, 1/day. All base attributes increase by 20 points per level. Introduction. My name is Aremulus XXXX. Even a mortal's claws are worthy of the Dragon King's power. The majesty of gold cannot be violated. You stole not a shell, but the true Dragon King's crown. Pray, blasphemer. Death as atonement before you're discovered, or this shame will be etched upon all dragons. Roar! The instant Tang Zheng assumed office, he completely mastered the massive golden dragon's body. The overwhelming power from within forced him to unleash a roar. Raising his head, his terrifying golden eyes seemed to blaze with flames, gleaming with gold and red light. Golden Dragon. No! Now the true Golden Dragon King. Untransform. Tang Zheng whispered. The massive body no longer flattened like a pop balloon, but rather shrank naturally. Tang Zheng's figure appeared, standing steadily on the ground. Ripples of air spread out, and a flash of golden light flashed in his eyes. He quickly glanced at the attribute panel. Have the grayed out classes been restored? After confirming that there were no issues with the class, Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the new class, Dragon Transcendent, which appeared on the panel with surprise. I can actually get this class. This is incredible. This is a class only available to dragons. Is it the work of the true Dragon King's heart? Tang Zheng subconsciously touched his chest, hesitant. It disappeared into the transformed dragon body. The whole process had actually left him a bit bewildered. Either way, it's an amazing gain. Tang Zheng looked at the Dragon Transcendent class information with anticipation. 8 passives in total, his eyes dazzled. These passives. Are they completely dragon-specific passives? Tang Zheng's excitement waned after seeing the first few passives. Chapter 345. The passive abilities aren't complicated. Tang Zheng raised his arm and looked at his palm and skin. Nothing changed. The first 5 passive abilities were Golden Dragon Scales strengthened, Claw Strike Wings strengthened. These were clearly passive abilities that could only be used after transforming. The human state didn't have any passive amplification. True Dragon King's Whisper. Tang Zheng's expression changed slightly when he saw the vague description of this passive ability. He quickly chanted, Magic Arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. 10 white arrows shot out, striking a distant rock with precise precision, shattering it. Magic can still be used. Tang Zheng's concerns didn't materialize. He frowned slightly. Then what is this passive ability? He continued to review the information. Consume 10% of your HP and MP to transform? It's actually a percentage cost. This skill shouldn't have existed originally. Did it appear because I took on the Dragon Transcendent role as a human? Tang Zheng pondered, even a little surprised. He realized his understanding of the class was still a bit superficial. Looking at the remaining 2 class skills, he noticed they were both grayed out. Flame Breath Degraded, usable after transformation. Sulfur Breath Degraded, usable after transformation. This probably means it can't be used. Tang Zheng thought he might need to study human form and Dragon King form more closely. Some abilities between these 2 forms might not be shared, as expected of a special class for the Dragon Clan. In addition to the standard Dragon Clan combat specializations, it also possesses the additional stat boost of Dragon Clan Transcendent Power, and most uniquely, it has a cap of 10 levels. Tang Zheng raised his palm and rubbed his cheek. He felt like today was truly a lucky day. Just this incredibly high stat bonus alone was a steal. You know, in the game Yggdrasil, whether high-level or specialized, classes are only at level 5. And yet, the native classes possessed by the Dragon Clan in this other world can generally be upgraded to level 10. No wonder the Dragon Clan is the strongest race in this other world. Golden Dragon King Transform. Tang Zheng shouted. Boom! The air roared. The over 20-meter tall Golden Dragon King reappeared in the valley, its golden scales gleaming in the sunlight. A sulphurous odor emanated from his mouth and nose. With every breath, the Golden Dragon King, transformed by Tang Zheng, exhaled sparks of fire. Simply standing still. A terrifying sense of oppression permeated the surroundings. This time, Tang Zheng lost his initial apprehension as he transformed. Curiously, he waved his dragon claws and wings, even controlling the dragon's tail to curl into a circle. There's no awkwardness at all. It feels as familiar as controlling my own body. The voice he emitted was unlike his original human voice. It became rough, cold, and possessed a sense of authority and metallic quality. He glanced at the attribute panel again. The Dragon Transcendent class skills had been restored and were now usable. However, the magic skills listed on the panel were now all grayed out, indicating they were unusable. Magic Arrow. Tang Zheng activated his magic and chanted, but nothing happened. So that's the effect of the passive ability, True Dragon King's Whisper. In human form, magic is unaffected, but in Dragon King form, I can't use the power of level magic. Tang Zheng tried his other skills one by one, only to discover that magic was the only thing he couldn't use. Faced with this, Tang Zheng's pupils brightened. Does this mean that in Dragon King form, I can learn origin magic? Level magic and origin magic conflict. Once you master level magic, you can't use origin magic. This is why the Dragon King calls level magic filthy. But at this moment, the inability to use normal magic in Dragon King form is actually good news. It's not certain yet. Further verification is needed, Tang Zheng said with agitation. He felt that this situation was most likely due to the influence of the true Dragon King's heart. It's impossible not to be excited. This is primordial magic. The strongest power in another world. Not to mention the power of primordial magic itself, a true Dragon King's class structure, in addition to the standard 50-level racial classes, generally includes 3 more. Dragon Transcendent 10th level, Primordial Chanter 10th level, World Connector 10th level. The standard class structure at level 80. With the remaining 20 levels, different true Dragon Kings will develop in different directions based on their own strengths. For example, the Platinum Dragon King Soul Worshipper, the Rotten Coffin Dragon King Soul Desecrator. If I could get the World Connector class, I'd be truly jackpotting. Based on the situation of these true Dragon Kings, this world-class class clearly possesses the world blessing of a world-class item. It took a long while. Tang Zheng finally calmed down. The mention of origin magic subconsciously reminded him of the decaying coffin Dragon King's soul-destroying breath. But that was just a thought. Soul-destroying breath is different from other origin magic. It's a power unusable by the living. Unless one is determined to sacrifice their souls and perish together, similar to the world-class item Saint-Slaying Spear, everyone would be eliminated together. Of course. The decaying coffin Dragon King's self-transformation into an undead bug is a different matter. Tang Zheng currently doesn't know if he can obtain origin magic, and even if he can, he has no plans to transform himself into an undead. Plans can't keep up with changes. Why do you think we're going with 2 panels? Tang Zheng muttered, thinking of some abilities that differ between human and dragon forms. Thankfully, the stats aren't affected. Next, we need to experiment with some skills to determine more detailed information. First, Heroic Spirit, Tang Zheng shouted. Swish! A white divine light emanated from the golden dragon Tang Zheng had transformed into, splitting and, in the blink of an eye, condensing in midair, a dragon identical to Tang Zheng, only white. Amazing! It's truly a special class's signature move. Even the dragon's form can be transformed. Tang Zheng's pupils dilated slightly, as he gazed at the pure white dragon, also flapping its wings, hovering in midair. By the way, if this were coordinated. Flesh armor. The white dragon, the heroic spirit, was rapidly covered in a layer of crimson armor, its entire body covered in a pattern of scales the size of a wash basin. The heroic spirit dragon, which had just appeared to be a tectonic creature, transformed into something resembling a fire dragon. Interesting. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. 2 days later at dusk. In the courtyard outside the castle, the Holy Kingdom team, led by Remedios, was confronting a member of the Sunlight Scripture. Who do you think you're talking to? Remedios, holding a member of the Sunlight Scripture in one hand, spoke in a condescending and cold manner. I didn't. The Scripture member was a little stunned and instinctively took a step back. But as a magic caster, how could he match the speed of a warrior? Remedios looked at the frightened Scripture member in front of him with disdain. Doesn't the Celian theocracy teach proper etiquette when dealing with people of higher status from other nations? Although the figure was taller, Remedios easily grabbed the collar and lifted him up with one hand. The commotion here. The other members of the Sunlight Scripture present were all on guard, and the situation became tense. Captain Ian was the last to leave the castle, his usually gentle expression now unusually gloomy and grim. Not only had the mission made no progress, but the appearance of the Holy Kingdom had added many variables. It was impossible for them to just happen to appear by chance. It was obvious. It was Captain Tang of Free Will who sent someone to inform the Holy Kingdom, indicating that they were wary of their Celian theocracy. It's all the fault of the Windflower Scripture. Why would they steal the potion Captain Tang had given to the Holy Kingdom? Captain Ian felt a little annoyed at the head priest's lack of consideration, but he naturally kept this thought to himself. Captain Remedios, I apologize to you on his behalf. Captain Ian stepped forward, trying to maintain a calm tone as he spoke apologetically, offering a concession. He didn't ask what had happened. He didn't dwell on right or wrong, for that was pointless. The moment the Holy Kingdom's men appeared, Captain Ian knew they would inevitably cause trouble, even though he had already warned his men. Ha! Remedios sneered. My personal honor and disgrace are irrelevant. I am the captain of the Paladins. I represent the honor of the Lobel Holy Kingdom. Such disrespect cannot be ignored. Whoa! Hiss! The sound of a blade scraping against its scabbard rang out. Remedios drew his holy sword and planted it in the ground before him. He placed both hands on the hilt, solemnly and seriously saying, So, as a paladin, initiate a fair duel, and respond with victory or defeat. In the back, Black Pobble had been watching silently, his arms folded. Suddenly, upon hearing about the duel, his expression changed. The captain has grown too. A hint of relief crossed the face of the middle-aged man, Pink Isadro. Paladin status represents an individual. No matter what the outcome, it won't rise to the level of a nation. But, Captain Ian's forced smile froze. Given their status, how could they possibly represent only individuals? What infuriated Captain Ian even more was that Remedios never even looked him in the eye. The so-called fair duel wasn't meant for him. This was an invisible humiliation. No matter how furious Captain Ian was, he knew that he was even weaker than his predecessor, Captain Negan, and was no match for Remedios. Oh, it's the handsome paladin. Clementine was leaning against the gate, greeting him with a sickly sweet voice, her lips gradually cracking. Clementine! Remedios' tone was icy. Hey, Lord Paladin, you're so serious, you must look great crying. Clementine smiled slightly. Speed up. In an instant, Clementine's figure vanished from the spot. Remedios narrowed his eyes, grasped the holy sword in his hand, and held it to his left chest. Dang! A crisp clash echoed. Remedios lowered her sword, her eyes cold, and raised her right foot to kick sideways. Her super-fast reflexes enabled her to execute the most appropriate attack at the moment. For a woman, you're so rude. Clementine taunted mercilessly, stepping back and thrusting the short spike in her right hand once again. Strike! A flash of blue light flashed from the holy sword, and its speed and power suddenly increased. Clementine's purple eyes flashed with frantic excitement. She shifted her thrusting short blade to a horizontal grip, fortress unbreakable. Bang! A soft, muffled thud. Remedios' sword swing was neutralized by a defensive technique, his neat brown hair unfurling. His voice grew even colder. Water acceleration, strong strike. Hee, water acceleration, super evasion. Clementine didn't retreat, but instead took a step forward, her bestial aura growing stronger. Both sides pressed close, relentlessly swinging holy swords and short spikes. Ding! Ding! Clang! Clang! The fierce clash echoed through the courtyard, and the sparks from the metal weapons lit up the pupils of Remedios and Clementine. One was icy and cold, the other brutally joyful. Their movements grew faster and faster, practically turning into afterimages. Few in the crowd could catch a glimpse of their movements. The overwhelming power of the hero realm was on full display, shocking everyone and forcing them to step back to give the two more space. You only know how to hide. That expression is fantastic, completely unlike a small fry. Clementine's face was filled with greed and passion, her lithe body displaying a terrifying flexibility. A little too slow. Clementine's heart was filled with excitement, her eyes like eagles. Swords had the advantage of range over the short spikes in her hands. Extending the distance would be disadvantageous. Close contact could further inhibit the opponent's sword movements. As expected of the Holy Kingdom's strongest paladin, the suppression I can offer is limited, but it's enough. Clementine's eyes caught a glimpse of a flaw, and her delicate waist bent at an incredible angle. The short spikes instantly passed through the gap in the holy sword. In that instant, Remedios instinctively tilted his head as the sharp, icy spike barely grazed his cheek. Air slash. Remedios roared, unfazed by the previous attack. Bang! Clementine reached from her waist and drew another spike, blocking it in front of her. The powerful force caused her to recoil, leaving a shallow scratch on the ground. Good reflexes. Clementine tilted her head, laughing impudently. You managed to dodge that. At this moment, on the highest floor of the castle, Tang Zheng stood by the window, watching the battle below with a mixture of surprise and calm. Are these two actually fighting? He had just returned from the depths of the southern mountains, and hadn't expected to witness such a spectacle upon arriving at the castle. Chapter 346. For the past 2 days, Tang Zheng has been exploring his Dragon King form. While his human form and Dragon King form share common stats, their combat styles are distinctly different. It took Tang Zheng quite some effort to finally adapt to the Golden Dragon King's body. After all, it had a pair of wings and a tail, and its size was even larger. He now had a glimmer of understanding of the dragon race's power. The attack methods in Dragon King form were extremely diverse, encompassing all 3 physical attack types: slashing, thrusting, and striking. Simply put, his entire body could be used as a weapon. Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze and chuckled as he addressed the green leaf which behind him, Cui Yi, have Inli stop them. Now that everyone's here as the host, it's time for you to show up. Inli? The green leaf witch's respectful expression froze for a moment, her bright yellow pupils revealing hesitation. She whispered, those 2 human women are powerful. Inli, should I? The words escaped her completely. Clementine and Remedios were powerful figures in the realm of heroes, but even after training with King of War Go Jin and Beast General Hector Weiss for a while, Inli remained weak. Just give her an iron sword, Tang Zheng smiled. Understood, master. The green leaf witch's eyes lit up, and she bent down, turning away. She glanced at the attribute panel. Overall level, 52 experience gauge, 19.72 million/920, 000 class, basic class, genius 10th level, warrior, intermediate class, swordmaster 1st level, advanced/special class, magic swordsman 5th level, dragon transcendent 1st level. In 2 days, my experience gauge has increased by another 3 million, bringing my experience points close to 20 million. I previously took on the swordmaster role in order to advance 1 level. The experience bar also increased by 2 levels, reaching 920,000. Each level after level 50 increases by 70,000 experience points. With the Dragon Transcendent class, while transformed, it might be possible to trigger the acquisition of origin magic. However, experimenting with this is quite difficult. Tang Zheng shook his head thoughtfully. According to his previous assumptions about classes, to obtain origin magic, one must first be exposed to it, and then use the power of origin magic to trigger the Dragon Origin class. After much deliberation, currently, there are only 3 ways to access origin magic. 1. Contact the true Dragon King. If he uses origin magic, you can indirectly confirm whether he can gain the power of origin magic. 2. Attempt to contact the Blue Rose Destroyer. His innate ability contains the origin magic of Soul Drain. Although we had contact with her last time in the kingdom, the lack of the Dragon Transcendent class, which blocks tiered magic, meant there was no chance of triggering it. We can try again this time. 3. Contact the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Queen, Drawdalin Oriclus. She possesses the bloodline of the 7-color Dragon King and possesses the innate ability to wield primordial magic. These are the 3 ways Tang Zheng currently knows of accessing primordial magic in this other world, or rather, the number of people who can wield primordial magic. Blue Rose is not currently in the capital, so I have to have Imina activate the power of 8 fingers to locate her. After a brief moment of deliberation, Tang Zheng decided to try contacting the Destroyer Kingdom first. The first method was eliminated outright. Perhaps it was the most efficient, potentially allowing the acquisition of not only the original chanter, but even the World Connector. But this required confronting the true Dragon King, or at least witnessing him cast primordial magic. Tang Zheng wasn't that stubborn. Tang Zheng had never been to the Dragon Kingdom before, and without a magic mark, he would have to constantly transfer via teleportation magic to get there. Furthermore, the Dragon Queen's primordial magic consumed souls, requiring her to kill living beings to acquire souls. Given her personality, she wouldn't activate her innate abilities unless forced or manipulated. Cyan Rose? Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. He hadn't placed any magic marks on Cyan Rose and the others. After all, Miegwe and the others weren't weaklings. If they had left any magic marks, they would likely be discovered, which would have been counterproductive. With all the experience points accumulated, let's improve our strength first. After all, we're heading to the Celian Theocracy next. Tang Zheng regained consciousness, activated teleportation magic, and disappeared again. He needed to find a quiet place to level up first. Deep in the southern mountains. Level up. Tang Zheng muttered to himself the moment he appeared. Boom! Boom! Powerful forces continuously surged through Tang Zheng's body, filling him with a brutal and terrifying sense of impact. In the blink of an eye. Combined level, 60 experience gauge, 8.92 million/1.48 million occupation, Dragon Transcendent level 9. This power was truly violent. Tang Zheng's skin began to flush red, wisps of white steam emanated from his pores, and veins popped out on his arms and neck. Far beyond the power he had previously easily controlled, he was momentarily unable to completely suppress this surge of strength. A muffled bang sounded. Tang Zheng swung his fist and struck the air. The air in front of him shattered with a thunderous boom. Boom! The blast of air created by his fist was like a powerful shockwave, destroying everything in front of him. A stout tree was shattered by the impact. The shattered with chips and leaves, like brown-green blood, splattered into the air. The attribute increase is a bit too strong. Tang Zheng exhaled a puff of white mist and gazed forward, his eyes twitching slightly at the fan-shaped destruction left by his full-strength punch. He had experienced rapid leveling before, but never with such a powerful feeling. There's still over 8 million experience points left. More than enough. Increase. Tang Zheng was surprised to see the experience bar on the attribute panel jump from 1.48 million to 1.88 million. You know, from level 50 to 60, each level only adds 70,000 experience points, but after level 60, it suddenly jumps to 400,000. Before I could even recover from the massive increase in the experience bar, Dragon Transcendent reached the maximum level, and the passive effect of Dragon Transcendent power was triggered, and his attributes experienced another massive surge. Hiss bang! The sudden surge of aura transformed into an invisible gust of air, bursting Tang Zheng's white priest robes, turning them into rags. Bang! The ground beneath Tang Zheng's feet began to sink and crack. The shaking soil and gravel didn't rise at all, but were instead pressed firmly to the ground by an invisible pressure. That's a bit too much. This is my own power, how can I not control it? Tang Zheng's face flushed even redder. He raised his veined arms and clenched his fists. Snap! A wave of energy exploded from his palms. The blood in his body seemed to flow rapidly, creating a sound like running water. A faint golden sheen emanated from his skin, giving the exposed skin and muscles a metallic texture. The hot white steam continuously transformed into waves of heat, distorting the surrounding air. Humph! Tang Zheng clenched his fists, his pupils widening as he snorted coldly. The explosive power and throbbing veins in his body began to contract. Roar! A faint dragon's roar echoed in Tang Zheng's ears. As his pores gradually contracted, hot white steam gathered above Tang Zheng's head, and the metallic energy emanating from his body instantly transformed into shattered golden fragments. Above Tang Zheng, a giant dragon, composed primarily of hot white mist, dotted with golden fragments, condensed and then dissipated. Simply increasing stats as happened before. Is this strong feedback because the increase in strength at higher levels is more pronounced than at lower levels? Tang Zheng looked at his palm. His skin had returned to normal, but a closer look revealed a noticeable change in its robustness. Looking at the attribute table, Tang Zheng couldn't help but gasp when he noticed the total percentage had reached 573%. The overall bonus to Dragon Transcendence was truly impressive. If he remembered correctly, Aura, one of the tier guardians, only had a total of 568%. Of course. Numbers are numbers, and combat power is combat power. Aura is a Beastmaster build, and her strength lies in group combat. The enemy has over 100 monsters, with the highest level reaching 80. They can also be boosted to level 90 through support magic. In short, none of these tier guardians are simple creatures. Without instant death resistance, using the super level magic sacrifice of Dark Harvest might be able to wipe out all the monsters in one go. Well, probably not likely. Tang Zheng subconsciously pondered a countermeasure, then shook his head. It was too early to think about such things now. He suddenly noticed a faint golden luster on his nails. Tang Zheng reached into the air, pulled out a mirror from his item box, and looked at himself. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, he could clearly see that he seemed more handsome. The most noticeable thing was his hair. There were surprisingly a few more golden hairs, intermingled with the black. Golden Bloodline Dragon King passive ability actually had such an effect. Tang Zheng frowned slightly, immediately realizing the reason for this change. Huh? He sneered. I don't need this kind of external manifestation. Tang Zheng suddenly tensed his entire body, regulating his internal strength and growling, a mere influence of a profession. Get back. An invisible wave of palpitations overflowed. The golden hair sprouting from his head seemed to be driven away by an invisible force, gradually darkening from the roots until it returned to black. There are no more classes to upgrade, and I still have over 7 million experience points. I need to defeat the Sword Saint. If I use all of that to unleash the 10th level papermaking, I can use it 14 times, barely enough to create a 10th level scroll. Tang Zheng did a quick calculation and felt that millions of experience points were too much to spend. The 10th level papermaking can produce 2 sheets of 10th level paper, while creating 1 scroll requires 20 sheets. Besides, it's only level 60 now, and the experience bar depth has already begun to increase to 400,000 per level. The experience point consumption will probably increase even more with the remaining levels. This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. Now, outside the castle, the people of the Holy Kingdom and the slain theocracy were nervously watching Clementine and Remedios in battle. The clash of Holy Sword and Short Spike intensified. Hee, your attack is as serious as you are. Clementine's attacks grew faster and more frantic, the short spikes transforming into streaks of cold light, flashing before Remedios' eyes. A paladin without eyes would surely be even more adorable. Faced with the increasing speed of the attacks, Remedios' face grimaced. The opponent was too close, making it impossible for him to exploit the paladin's strengths. He was forced to retreat, creating distance. Inri couldn't follow their movements, only seeing 2 clumps of residual energy. Her voice faltered, "Stop fighting." But Remedios and Clementine simply ignored them. Inri felt a surge of pressure. If it were the captain, he could do it easily. Miss Tsueya might be able to do it, but she's a demi-human, and Inri knew that the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy deeply disliked demi-humans. Free will shouldn't be underestimated. Thinking of Miss Tsueya's reminder. You too? Inri gritted her teeth, grabbed the ordinary iron sword at her waist, and clasped it with both hands. Please stop. In an instant, Clementine and Remedios paused in their fighting and retreated in unison. While keeping an eye on their opponents, they glanced at Inri from the corner of their eyes. In addition, Pink Izadro, Captain Ian, and the others also looked at Inri solemnly. Everyone present had witnessed Inri slay a legendary undead soul eater with a single sword strike. Now, seeing this young woman draw her sword, even if they didn't perceive any threat, they subconsciously became wary. Captain has completed his research on the alchemical potion. Inri's chestnut blonde braids stood neatly across her chest. With a stern expression, she said, "Everyone, proceed to the castle." She knew they were frightened by her sword drawing. Even if it was a bit deceptive, the prestige of free will must not be tarnished. Even at the risk of her life. The battle was interrupted. And she was frightened by a weakling. Trash. TSK, that's all. Clementine's eyes shone with murderous madness. Just as she was about to call out trash, she suddenly realized Tang Zheng behind them, and snapped back to reality. Chapter 347. Thinking of that godlike monster. She had no intention of provoking him, and he was clearly much more reliable than the leader. Clementine put away her short axe, smiled sweetly at Remedios, and waved her hand gently. Then we play next time. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't care about his reaction. Clementine swung her slender waist, turned gracefully, and walked back into the castle. Captain. Pink Izadro quickly stepped forward and warned him. He was aware of his captain's impulsive personality. The previous leader, Tang, hadn't appeared. Captain Remedios was simmering with anger because of the Celian theocracy. Pink Izadro didn't mind if the captain clashed with the theocracy's members. Lord Quillet even secretly instructed him to indulge the captain's temper. As one of the vice-captains of the Paladins, encountering a leader who doesn't care about the job is quite stressful, and there's even more to consider. He couldn't create a clear conflict with the Celian theocracy, nor could he lose face for the nation. He also needed to maintain good relations with the Free Will Adventurer team. Secondly, he had to find a way to determine the results of the Celian theocracy's research on the potion and the reasons behind its emphasis, so as to secure the benefits that the nation deserved. The core of this whole matter. The key still lay with Captain Tang. In the eyes of Pink Izadro, Tang was a crucial figure who needed to be won over. The expected impulse didn't occur. Remedios, expressionless, lowered his holy sword, looked at Inri, who had stopped the fight, and slowly sheathed it at his waist. His boots tapped the ground. Remedios strode toward the castle, but suddenly stopped as he passed Henry. Henry. Captain Remedios? Henry's heart tightened, but her expression remained calm. Do you know that sword hanging from your waist? Remedios tilted his head, his short brown hair covering the tips of his ears. Although he spoke, his eyes never met Henry's. Regardless of status or strength, Remedios never felt that the peasant girl before him was qualified to speak to her on an equal footing. Henry instinctively glanced at the long sword hanging from Remedios' waist. Of course, she knew its origins. The captain had said it. It was the same legendary magical item wielded by Captain Lockhughes of the Blue Rose. Yes, Henry said instinctively. It's Saphirigia, one of the world-famous holy swords, Remedios said to himself, a hint of arrogance in his tone. This holy sword possesses immense power, and it's a testament to the successive paladin captains. What I'm saying is, I possess this sword not because of my status, but because I possess power far exceeding that of all previous paladin captains. Being obsessed with external power proves nothing. Remedios walked past Henry and left. Henry wasn't stupid. After all, Remedios' words were far from subtle or cryptic. Perhaps they could be described as direct. Miss Henry, the captain absolutely does not mean to look down on you. Following behind, Pink Izadro's face darkened. He quickly stepped forward to explain, a hint of doubt in his heart. When did the captain become so easy to talk to? So easily persuaded to stop fighting Clementine of the Celian theocracy? At this moment, Captain Ian of the theocracy was also somewhat baffled. He was also surprised that Clementine would stop fighting so easily. Stroke month, May 10th. The Celian theocracy. The divine capital. As the heart of the nation, it boasts a religious atmosphere far surpassing that of the Holy Kingdom and the prosperity of the Bahar's empire. Amidst this rich sacredness and solemnity, there was also a subtle sense of solemnity. Tang Zheng, Remedios, and the rest of the Holy Kingdom, a total of 11 people, led by a priest in a clerical robe, were walking along the wide, marble-paved central street. A group. With the exception of Tang Zheng and the absent-minded Remedios, who appeared calm, the rest of the Holy Kingdom was somewhat shocked by the prosperity and the pervasive religious atmosphere. Because of the Hill Demi people, the Holy Kingdom rarely interacted with other nations, let alone the Celian theocracy, with whom it had a less-than-friendly relationship, separated by the Aborian hills. Even Tang Zheng felt that the prosperity before him far surpassed that of the Bahar's empire, let alone the people of the Holy Kingdom. Magic lampposts lined the streets. Many pure white buildings stood out, as did a few Gothic-style temples with spires. Throughout the route, one could hear devout cries of "May God bless you and thank you." Tang Zheng's priestly attire, unlike the paladin-like attire of the Holy Kingdom's people, blended in easily with the surroundings and drew little attention. "You are all distinguished guests from our theocracy. Please come this way." Leading the way was a blond young man in his 20s, his face freckled with youth, yet his eyes were remarkably clear. "Okay." Tang Zheng nodded calmly, and followed at a leisurely pace. He didn't really like this place with such a strong religious atmosphere, let alone the fact that the so-called 6 great gods they worshipped were merely players. After the conflict between Remedios and Clementine ended, Tang Zheng met with the people from both sides for a brief rest before setting off without further delay. Neither side was foolish. This time, Tang Zheng had not brought Henry and the green leaf witch with him to the Holy Kingdom. What a pity! Tang Zheng observed his surroundings with a gentle expression. After setting off, with people from both countries accompanying him, he naturally couldn't secretly use teleportation magic to leave and gather experience or craft magic scrolls. Now that he was in the Holy Kingdom, this was even more so. After all, this place was different from the kingdom of Liestage and the Baha's empire. Tang Zheng needed to be cautious of the hidden powers. Using teleport rashly could result in discovery. I hope I won't waste too much time here. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. Currently, he had the following resources: 110 level 10 scrolls and 1 magic sealing crystal. Before, his magic power was insufficient. In addition to reserving a portion of his magic power for combat each day, he could basically craft 1 level 10 scroll. Now that his magic power had reached 918 points, he retained around 200 points for emergencies. He could cast level 10 papermaking 20 times, crafting 2 level 10 scrolls daily. We have to wait until we leave the theocracy before we can start working on it, Tang Zheng thought to himself. This is our country's most famous ancient building. Legend has it that the 6 great gods themselves named it John's Bell. Every day, countless believers come to pray. The young man leading the way spoke devoutly, recounting the history of the theocracy and some legendary stories. He was like a guide. No! He was the guide. John's Bell? When Tang Zheng heard the name, he remembered the bell tower of a cathedral in his past life. Players like the six great gods really like to name things after myths, legends, or classics. Pinkazadro narrowed his eyes, a little confused about the Scion Theocracy's intentions. He quickly stepped forward and stood beside Tang Zheng. Captain Tang. Captain Azadro, Tang Zheng replied with a smile. Captain Ian and his companions from the Theocracy's Sunlight Cannon have already left. This unknown young man is leading us. Is this too much of a disdain? Pinkazadro whispered, a hint of gentle anger in his tone. After all, they were all representatives of the Holy Kingdom. This young man's identity was unknown, but his status was certainly inferior to Captain Ian's. This disrespectful attitude made even the usually good-tempered Pinkazadro somewhat unable to suppress his inner anger. Dong, dong, dong. A crisp yet dull humming sound echoed with the swinging of the giant clock. When the lingering sound faded. Not necessarily, Vice Captain Azadro. Someone of higher status has arrived. Tang Zheng's gaze shifted forward, gazing at a blonde elder waiting directly in front of him, beneath the bell tower. He wore a loose-fitting clerical robe, his back slightly hunched. Most strikingly, the cuffs and hem of his robe were embellished with black stripes, distinguishing by color. That was the symbolic color of the Dark God, one of the six great gods. Pinkazadro, following Tang Zheng's reminder, also noticed the figure. The figure was plainly dressed, and standing amid the crowded crowd below the church's mezzanine, he could easily be overlooked. When he noticed the symbolic color of the Dark God, Pinkazadro's expression shifted slightly, and Tang Zheng clearly noticed that his expression had darkened even further. The blonde elder also noticed Tang Zheng, and the others being led along. His cloudy eyes swept over the Holy Kingdom's men, and he sighed imperceptibly. Don't you trust me anymore? That potion shouldn't have been snatched directly. With the arrival of the Holy Kingdom, those old guys should be the ones having a headache. The blonde old man muttered inwardly, a barely perceptible sneer flickering across his stern expression. He raised his feet, and slowly walked forward. Although the crowd beneath the church bell tower was dense, however, wherever the blonde old man passed, the crowded believers automatically made way for him, daring not to make any contact with him. From their demeanor, it was clear that they didn't recognize the blonde old man. Their fear wasn't his identity, but the tinge of black on his priestly robes. The young man leading Tang Zheng and the others stopped, turned, and said softly, "Please wait a moment." After saying this, the young man quickly approached the blonde elder. "Teacher." The young man respectfully approached the blonde elder, bowed, his face filled with admiration and awe. He quickly whispered, "I didn't observe anything about Captain Tang. He's also a high-level faith-based magic chanter, with a strong sense of magic. The member named Henry didn't come. I considered it for a moment, and didn't cast any magic to detect it. The Selian Theocracy boasts the strongest overall national strength among all human nations, with a total population of approximately 15 million, more than double that of the Kingdom of Riestais. A large population and a peaceful environment naturally attract more talented individuals. Therefore, the Theocracy adopts a household registration system, specifically registering those with special abilities such as innate supernatural powers to prevent the loss of these talents. Because of the uncertainty surrounding this exceptional gift, innate powers, the Selian Theocracy even developed magic specifically designed to detect them. The young man before him possessed this unique magic. His original mission was to investigate whether the girl from the Free Will team, who had slain the legendary undead soul devourer, possessed some powerful innate power. Unfortunately, the girl named Henry had not come along. The blonde elder nodded imperceptibly, his steps never pausing. The young man followed the blonde elder's movements, sidestepping with him, then trailing behind him, and whispered a warning again, "Teacher, the Holy Kingdom's paladin leader might do something drastic." "God hears everything," the blonde elder said softly. The young man bowed his head in awe again, silent. Following the blonde elder's lead, peach-color Azadro took a few steps back, allowing Remedios, the highest-ranking leader of the paladins, to stand at the front. "Welcome everyone to the Selian Theocracy." The blonde elder forced a smile across his aged face, raised his right hand to his chest, and prayed, "May God's light shine upon all. I am Gurid, the Chief Justice of the Theocracy." "Chief Justice?" Hearing the other person's position, Tang Zheng glanced at him imperceptibly, feeling a sense of surprise and astonishment. The Theocracy was a system of integrated politics and religion. The highest-ranking official was the High Priest, followed by the 6 High Priests. Slightly below them, also part of the ruling class, were the 3 heads of justice, administration, and legislation, as well as the head of the research institute responsible for magical development and other appropriate tasks, and the Grand Marshal, the highest-ranking official in the military. This blonde elder not only held a high position, but also served as the head of the judicial system. No matter how one analyzed it, he was unfit to be the greeter. Before Tang Zheng recovered from his surprise, he immediately noticed that, except for him, everyone in the Holy Kingdom turned slightly aside in front of Chief Justice Gulide, their expressions unpleasant. "You, old man, are a follower of the Dark God, right?" Remedios said bluntly. "Your Excellency, Chief Justice Gulide, please forgive our leader's temper. However, as a follower of the Dark God, it's not appropriate for you to bestow blessings on outsiders," Pinkazadro said with a sullen expression, stepping forward. Even so, Pinkazadro also raised his right hand to touch his shoulder, returning the greeting. Chapter 348. Neither Remedios nor Pinkazadro spoke politely, especially Remedios. The address of old man clearly lacked any respect. In a foreign country, such behavior could easily lead to a serious diplomatic incident, something Remedios, however foolish, recognized. Even the intellectual upbringing and influence of a top noble from childhood would not produce a true fool. Remedios wasn't good at thinking, but a dull mind didn't necessarily mean he was stupid. He dared to act this way not only because of the slain Theocris's previous theft of the potion, but also because of his status. The Chief Justice, Gurid, was indeed one of the most powerful figures in the Theocracy, but on a national level, his status was inferior to Remedios's. He was the leader of the Holy Kingdom's elite paladin corps, a supreme being who had entered the heroic realm, one of the Holy Queen's arms. His younger sister, Quirit, was the temple's highest priestess, a powerful figure who had also entered the heroic realm, and the Holy Queen's other arm. Status, reputation, talent. In every respect, Remedios was among the best. Within the Celian Theocracy, her status far surpassed that of the captains of the various Holy Scripture Corps, and wouldn't be much different from that of the High Priest. Not to mention, even after a series of subtle slights since entering the Celian Theocracy, Remedios had already shown some self-control without directly engaging in any action. You. The young man behind Chief Justice Gurid's mouth opened slightly, his ever-present smile frozen on his face, his fingers trembling with anger. This rude, arrogant woman. The Holy Kingdom would actually send such a person to lead this delegation. Death is the fate of all living beings. It is destiny, but also peace. Fear, disease, and death, these powers of the gods, have never yet ravaged this land. Just as Chief Gurid's eyes wrinkled with a smile as he scanned everyone, pausing briefly on Tang Zheng. He waved his hand at the young man behind him, stopping his disciples and saying, "Your Excellency Remedios and all of you, although I am a follower of the Dark God, this is also the abode of 6 great gods. The blessings and glory of the gods always illuminate the entire capital. Among the powers associated with the 6 gods touted by the Celian Theocracy, the Dark God corresponds to death. For the Dark God, a symbol of endless despair and death, powers like fear are naturally shunned by ordinary people. Blessings bestowed upon followers of the Dark God are even more taboo. This Chief Justice seems like a formidable figure." Tang Zheng formed an inward judgment after hearing what he said. First, he used the fact that the Dark God hadn't poisoned the land to prove that he wasn't an evil god. Then, using the phrase the abode of the 6 great gods, he indicated that the so-called blessing extended not only to the Dark God but also to the other 5 deities. However, Tang Zheng was indeed puzzled as to why the Celian Theocracy had sent him as a welcomer. The position of Chief Justice should be responsible for the laws of the Theocracy. The integration potion had caused such concern among the Theocracy, and he had been delayed in the hilly area for some time. Logically, the Theocracy should be extremely anxious. Now that he had arrived in the Theocracy, he hadn't felt the urgency he had expected. "Humph," Remedios snorted, but his expression softened considerably. As the Holy Kingdom's High Priestess, his younger sister, Quirit, had no difficulty understanding the meaning behind Chief Justice Gurid's words. "Captain Tang, welcome to the Celian Theocracy." Chief Justice Gurid looked at Tang Zheng kindly, and said softly, "You are a guest favored by the gods. May the gods guide us." "Blessed by the gods? It's my honor." Tang Zheng smiled and replied, "Thank you for your blessing, Chief Justice." Pinkazadro's eyes shifted. "If you don't mind, I will lead the way for you, how about that?" Chief Justice Gurid said with a smile, betraying none of the solemnity that comes with being the Chief Justice, in charge of a nation's highest legislative authority. At this moment, the Temple of the Wind God, one of the 6 great gods. The main color is green, and on the walls, or in the center of the curtains are emblazoned with spiraling clover-shaped emblems. An expressionless old man, wearing a tall hat, stood beneath the statue. Behind him stood a large number of priests. A scene filled with solemnity and sacredness. Muffled prayers echoed through the hall. Praise the god of wind. Dominic, the high priest of wind, bowed his head low and began in a chant. Inside the hall, at the same moment, a chorus of priests chanted in unison. After the prayer concluded, the priests, and ministers successively left the hall. Only Captain Ian remained. He respectfully stepped forward and stood behind Dominic, the high priest of wind. Head priest. Although the six-colored sacred scripture core names seemed to correspond to the 6 major temples, the individual core had no affiliation with their respective temples. All members are recruited from the nation's best. The most unique is the Dark Scripture, a completely independent entity. Captain Dominic, the wind god, was once the captain of the Sunlight Scripture and possesses considerable control over the unit. The Ian before him is a follower of the wind god. Silence. Captain Dominic chanted softly, and invisible, translucent energy rapidly spread. This magic indiscriminately eliminates all sound within a range, preventing eavesdropping and spying. Captain Ian's eyes flickered with disbelief and astonishment. He knew the high priest valued Captain Tang, the free will, but he hadn't expected such a degree of respect. Tell me about it, Captain Dominic said. Yes. Captain Ian bowed his head and explained the entire invitation process in detail. A brilliant young man. Wind Officer Dominic, upon hearing that the Holy Kingdom had actually come with them to the theocracy, shook his head. Among their adventurers, Henry and the demi-humans didn't come with them. This shows that Captain Tang is wary of us. This isn't suitable for further discussion. It would be fantastic if such a talented individual could join the theocracy. Wind Officer Dominic sighed softly, deciding that allaying their wariness was paramount. Who is the high priest sending us? A disciple of Chief Justice Goulide, Captain Ian replied honestly. At this, Wind Officer Dominic's face froze. He turned to look at Captain Ian, his voice rising. Who are you talking about? Justice Chief Goulide. Captain Ian felt a surge of pressure and gritted his teeth as he answered again. How could it be him? Who arranged this? Wind Lord Dominic's expression changed, a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. The High Priest? According to the original plan, the appropriate person to greet Tang Zheng would be a disciple of Water Lord Zinding, renowned for his knowledge and wisdom. Or perhaps a disciple of Earth Lord Raymond, a former member of the Dark Scripture and the host of the next meeting. This was proof of their utmost importance. The fusion potion that Captain Tang was researching also deserved this level of attention. But now, how could Justice Chief Goulide be involved in this matter? While Wind Lord Dominic was puzzled, most of the other high priests also expressed similar confusion and bewilderment. The high priest was the only one who could directly decide this matter, bypassing them. But why would he do this? Only Water Lord Zinding showed no sign of surprise, as if he had already anticipated it. Twilight Tranquility Pavilion. This is a temple-style VIP guest house, usually closed to the public. It's only occupied when welcoming important guests, such as foreign envoys. The interior of the VIP guest house is spacious and solemn. Deprived of any extravagant ornaments, it is primarily decorated with simple murals, dominated by a predominantly white palette. At intervals, pillars inlaid with obsidian provide support. Both sides are adorned with large expanses of transparent glass, allowing sunlight to filter in. The white stone bricks reflect turquoise ripples, like the sea. At this time, the Holy Kingdom's Remedios group had been stationed at the westernmost side of the VIP guest house. Only Tang Zheng, following Chief Justice Goulide, was heading towards the other side. Noticing Tang Zheng's attention being drawn to the light reflected from the glass on the floor, Chief Justice Goulide smiled amiably. Captain Tang, isn't that interesting? Isn't this glass? Tang Zheng asked. Yes, it's a special crystal polished by artisans. It doesn't contain any magic, but it reflects different colors depending on the angle of the sunlight. Chief Justice Goulide was very patient, explaining like an ordinary old man. Blue at dawn, red at noon, green at dusk, and dark brown at night. Tang Zheng observed Chief Justice Goulide, feigning surprise. This kind of glass, that reflected sunlight into different colors, reminded him of the rainbow-reflecting dispersion mirrors from his previous world. While this special crystal was a bit more magical, it wasn't exactly surprising. It echoes the colors white and black, perfectly corresponding to the 6 great gods. Tang Zheng explained in a timely manner. Everything in the church is indeed closely related to the 6 great gods. This country was founded by 6 great gods. For its people, no amount of worship, reverence, or gratitude is excessive. Just as Chief Goulide walked slowly, gently stroking the divine seal on his chest with his fingers. Then, he changed the subject. Captain Tang, How much do you know about the 6 great gods? Not much. Tang Zheng shook his head, answering bluntly. He could sense the Justice Chief was probing him again. This was further confirmed by separating him from Remedios and the others from the Holy Kingdom. The fact that the integration potion hadn't been mentioned thus far only reinforced the importance the theocracy placed on the potion. Justice Chief Gulide wasn't surprised. The Kingdom of Riestais wasn't a nation that worshipped the 6 great gods to begin with. So how much do you know about us humans? Justice Chief Gulide continued with a smile. That's a bit of a broad topic, Your Excellency. Tang Zheng shrugged. Just say whatever you want to say. My purpose for coming to the theocracy is the integration potion. I'm curious about the extent of research that everyone in the theocracy has conducted on the potion I crafted. Justice Chief Gulide paused, then gave a wry smile. Young man, you're really impatient. I don't know much about your potion. Currently, the only people who can truly satisfy your curiosity are probably the head priests. I probably see them tomorrow. Justice Chief Gulide was interrupted by Tang Zheng's sudden rebuke, but he quickly recovered. The only thing I know about the fusion potion you've concocted is that it has the potential to change the fate of humanity. At the end, Justice Chief Gulide's tone was filled with seriousness and earnestness. Change the fate of humanity? Tang Zheng didn't show the expected surprise or astonishment. Instead, he waved his hand and looked at his mouth casually. I don't think a bottle of potion can achieve that. This old guy. He wasn't going to follow his words after being flattered so much right off the bat. From the Chief Justice's words, Tang Zheng deduced that the fusion potion would likely exhibit even greater effects in the hands of the Celian theocracy, though he wasn't sure what those effects would be. The Celian theocracy possessed the legacies of the 6 gods, and perhaps something within them interacted with the potion, unleashing unexpected power. Tang Zheng's curiosity grew, but he didn't show it. Whatever the Celian theocracy had developed, one thing was unavoidable. As a producer, if the Celian theocracy had developed the fusion potion on their own, they wouldn't have turned to him. Chief Justice Gurid stared at Tang Zheng beside him, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes, and he was speechless for a moment. Though he had only briefly interacted with Team Leader Tang, from that brief exchange, he clearly realized he was a slippery character. No matter what he said, he wouldn't easily follow through, instead changing the subject, repeatedly disrupting his flow. The most troublesome part of this whole situation is actually the Holy Kingdom's gang. Their presence certainly wasn't simply to cause trouble. The Holy Kingdom clearly wants a piece of the enormous profits generated by the integration potion. In the past, the Holy Kingdom wouldn't have had even the slightest chance to intervene in such a matter. But now, with Tang Zheng as the potion's creator, the Celian theocracy has absolutely no say in this matter. Captain Tang, you haven't answered the question I asked earlier. How much do you know about us humans? Chief Justice Gurid's eyes flickered, and he inquired again, still in a friendly manner. Well, although I'm an adventurer, I haven't been to many places, and only know a few countries, Tang Zheng replied simply and formally. Chapter 349. On the spacious corridor. The obsidian pillars cast a faint shadow on the polished, neatly arranged stone slabs. Tang Zheng and Chief Justice Gulide walked along the marble slabs. From time to time, attendants would briefly salute as they passed by. Chief Justice Gulide spoke softly, his wrinkled cheeks lowering his eyes. Captain Tang, there are 7 nations in this land of humanity. In the center lies the Kingdom of Riestais, where Captain Tang is stationed, and the Baja's Empire opposite it. To the northwest is the Agrand Council, and to the northeast is the Kasana City Alliance. To the south are the Holy Kingdom of Lubel, our theocracy, and the Dragon Kingdom, all connected in a line. Tang Zheng nodded and smiled. Your Excellency, Chief Justice, you are very knowledgeable about each nation. Ordinary civilians might only know their own country, but how could an adventurer of Tang Zheng's caliber not know this kind of extensive information? The other party clearly wasn't simply trying to introduce the 7 nations. Justice Chief Gulide let out a faint, ageless chuckle. Instead of answering directly, he sighed, It's God's grace that we weak humans can survive on this land. Captain Tang, you should be aware of the council state bordering the Kingdom of Riestais. It's said that it's a nation primarily composed of demihumans, with a relatively small population, and the ruling class is powerful and terrifying creatures like dragons. As Tang was responding, he noticed Justice Chief Gulide's frown at the mention of the council state, and his eyes flickered. As a nation primarily composed of demihumans, the council state and the human supremacist theocracy of Slain could be described as hostile. Furthermore, the other party's sudden mention of the kingdom of the council of ministers suggests that the theocracy has already investigated his identity. The false identity Imina secretly created for him originated from a village on the border between the kingdom and the kingdom of the council of ministers. Tang Zheng placed this identity there because the conflict between the two countries prevented the Celian theocracy from conducting a detailed investigation. Of course, this has certain drawbacks. But Tang Zheng didn't need to be perfect. After the arrival of the great underground tomb of Nazarick in a few years, the authenticity of his identity would be meaningless. That's right. A look of worry flashed across Chief Justice Gurid's eyes. That was a country established 200 years ago, after the war between 13 heroes and the demon god. It practices a parliamentary system of governance and coordination. In addition to the counselors elected by each demi-human race, 5 Dragon Kings serve as lifelong supreme counselors. That sounds nice, but it's nothing more than a union of demi-human tribes under a different name. Here, Chief Justice Gurid snorted, seeming to express disdain and disgust for the system of the Pingy Kingdom. A strange look crossed Tang Ning's face. If anything, the parliamentary system is actually more advanced than the feudal systems and even theocratic systems of other countries. The council state is just an experimental base. This system clearly originated from players. Did the Platinum Dragon King experiment with such a system because he gained information from one of the 13 heroes? Tang Zheng couldn't help but think more. It was completely unknown how much information the Platinum Dragon King had gained from players, and since they were so evasive, no system can be mechanically copied. The emergence of the so-called lifelong counselors completely obliterated the progressive nature of the parliamentary system, but this was understandable. In the other world, strength reigns supreme. Dragon King. He is a being of an extraordinary level far beyond human imagination. Just as Chief Gulide sighed softly, no matter how much effort and wisdom humanity expends, we cannot make up for the disparity in power. Captain Tang, did you know that 200 years ago, in addition to the establishment of the council state, the Dragon Kingdom was also established? Tang Zheng's gaze narrowed slightly, and he turned his head to look at Justice Chief Gulide beside him, meeting his deep blue eyes. We've arrived at the room. Justice Chief Gulide paused, pointing to the white wooden door next to him. An old voice chuckled, "May the gods guide us." As Justice Chief Gulide, whose position in the church is second only to the high priest, and who holds the power of law, his attitude would shock believers outside. However, in the eyes of Chief Justice Gulide, Tang Zheng was not only a formidable figure who had entered the heroic realm, but also a supremely gifted alchemist among humanity. Such talent was extremely rare, even within the theocracy. With that, Chief Justice Gulide turned, his aged figure slightly hunched, and gradually departed down the long corridor. The room, filled with abundant wooden furniture, exuded a simple yet solemn air. Bookshelves lined the walls. Tang Zheng's eye caught the various tomes at a glance. He knew what they primarily contained without even needing to look. Still, should we adopt the strategy of righteousness? A faint smile played at the corners of Tang Zheng's mouth, and he felt a slight sense of relief. Justice Chief Gulide's repeated mentions of the Review Nation and the Dragon Kingdom were simply a way of telling him about humanity's predicament. This, like the other party's initial rhetoric about changing humanity's fate, was a bit of a compliment. However, changing humanity's fate was a bit frightening. The moment he heard it, Tang Zheng's heart began to tense. What if the fusion potion he accidentally crafted actually had this kind of effect? He was worried he'd be facing a world-class item, like the allure of a nation, compared to the Dragon King. So the actual effect should be within this range. Tang Zheng silently analyzed the subtle messages conveyed by Justice Chief Gulide during their conversation. "Come out," Tang Zheng said calmly, walking towards the sofa in the living room. Click! The guest room window suddenly opened. Clementine's nimble figure swung through the window and swooped in, like a nimble wild cat. "The room is quite nice." Clementine glanced around the room, her eyes narrowing. With a smile, she walked over to the sofa across the hall and sat down. "The theocracy values you very much. The Windflower Codex is keeping watch outside." Tang Zheng looked at him calmly. "The Windflower Codex? Don't you know?" Clementine, with an innocent look, licked her lips and waved a finger. "The theocracy has 6 colored codex forces. Besides the Sunlight Codex, you know, there are also the Fire Extinguishing Codex, the Water Bright Codex, the Windflower Codex, the Earth Dust Codex, and the most mysterious and terrifying, the Dark Codex. The Windflower Codex is primarily responsible for intelligence and infiltration." Clementine paused, her fair neck tilted forward, and she tilted her head to smile. "I'm a member of the Dark Codex. Although there are only 13 members, even the weakest have already entered the hero realm." After saying this, Clementine stared intently at Tang Zheng, noticing that he showed no hint of surprise, or other expected emotions. How boring. Clementine curled her lips, retracting her forward lean and slumping back into the sofa. A look of disappointment crossed her feral face. I almost forgot, you're a monster too. The hero realm is nothing to you. This information was clearly national-level intelligence, yet Clementine blurted it out all at once. A team composed of 13 hero realms, truly a magnificent lineup. Although Tang Zheng already knew this information, he still felt a sense of wonder about the Black Scripture. This is arguably humanity's strongest team. A nasty guy died a while ago, so there were originally 12 members, but a while ago, another one joined. This guy, nicknamed God's Bound Chain, wields chains. Clementine spoke unhappily, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with this person. Oh, really? Tang Zheng was a little surprised, and said calmly, judging from the name, he's a tough type. Funny brother was killed by him, so the Black Scripture was supposed to be missing a member. This God's Bound Chain was originally to replace the defecting Clementine. Unexpectedly, he has now replaced Funny's sister's brother. How's the information I asked you to gather? Tang Zheng asked. It's currently under lockdown. At least even 1,000 Miles Astrology doesn't know about it, which means the potion you created is extremely important, known only to high priests. Clementine looked at Tang Zheng with great curiosity, a mixture of awe and disbelief. She knew those priests were arrogant. In that case, there's no need to investigate further. Tang Zheng waved his hand, signaling Clementine to leave. You're such a heartless man, letting me go after you've used me. You're such a heartless man. Clementine said playfully, her long, round legs emerging from her black robe as she stood up, looking abandoned. Tang Zheng ignored Clementine's resentment and suddenly said, What do you think the chances are of you controlling the Dark Codex? Impossible. Clementine's voice suddenly sharpened, the feigned innocence vanishing as she looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief. She had previously revealed information about the Dark Scripture, and knowing that information, Tang Zheng still dared to ask such a question. Clementine suddenly realized that the man before her seemed even more insane than she was. Could it be? He had come to the Celian theocracy for more than just the potion? Clementine's mind raced with thoughts, and she didn't even notice the frenzied excitement on her wild face, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with her weapon. Clearly, she was also considering this possibility. It was far more intriguing and insane than destroying the theocracy. Impossible. Clementine added, her voice trembling, the power of a divine being is beyond mortal imagination. It's a power unattainable. If one truly could control the Dark Scripture, one could indirectly control or influence the entire Celian theocracy. Tang Zheng didn't speak, merely shrugged his shoulders with a smile, as if joking. Clementine's violet pupils dilated slightly, a possibility dawning on her mind. Could this man before her also be a godman? Thinking of his monstrous strength. Besides the terrifyingly gifted abnormal, this was another possibility. The next day, May 11th, the student of Chief Justice Cool-Eyed reappeared before Tang Zheng, leading him from the VIP guest house to a carriage, heading towards the central temple. In the carriage, Tang Zheng looked at the blonde young man sitting across from him. Puzzled, why aren't the people from the Holy Kingdom here? Sir Tang, the Holy Kingdom guests have been personally received by our teacher. The blonde young man quickly spoke respectfully. Is that so? Tang Zheng nodded, his gaze fixed on the scene outside the carriage. It seemed the theocracy didn't want the Holy Kingdom's people to participate in the upcoming events. But what would they do? Tang Zheng suddenly sensed this, and a barely perceptible smile played across his lips. The next moment, phew! The horses pulling the carriage suddenly neighed sharply, as if startled, and forcibly stopped moving forward, their hooves scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. The sudden pause caused the carriage to jolt violently, and the blonde youth inside, unable to react, collided with the door frame due to inertia, causing a dull thud and a cry of pain. What's going on? The blonde youth, clutching his head, awkwardly stood up, speaking to the carriage outside with a hint of shock and anger. This is the divine capital, and the carriage is adorned with the church's emblem. Who dares to stop it under such circumstances? Thinking of this, the blonde youth put his hand on the door frame and turned to look at Tang Zheng with apologetic eyes. This was the distinguished guest personally appointed by the teacher. If he were to be affected, it would likely hinder the subsequent meeting. The result? The youth noticed that Tang Zheng was still sitting firmly in the carriage, unaffected by the sudden stop. He then realized that he was a powerful figure in the hero realm. Are you not injured? Tang Zheng asked with concern. Excuse me, Your Excellency Tang. The youth's face flushed slightly, and he quickly waved his hand. He then stood up and walked out of the carriage, wanting to see who dared to stop it. Lift the carriage curtain. The youth immediately noticed a conspicuous black figure blocking the front of the carriage. The man wore a short black cape, a black bowler hat, and even a black mask covering his mouth and nose. This attire, completely different from that of the slain theocracy, instantly reminded the blonde youth that he was one of the Holy Kingdom's members. You? The blonde youth was about to say something when he was met with a pair of cold, piercing, terrifying gazes, like eagles. An invisible surge of murderous intent. The blonde froze in place, sweat breaking out on his forehead, as if any movement or words would be instantly killed. Pavel? Why are you here? Come aboard. A gentle chuckle emanated from the carriage, instantly dispelling the vague murderous intent that had enveloped the blonde youth. Chapter 350. The wheels began to turn, and the frightened horses, after being calmed, began to pull the carriage again. Grunt. Sizzle. The wheels made a subtle scraping sound as they met the ground. The blonde youth found the tiny sounds, previously unnoticed, somewhat jarring, and glanced at the other two people in the carriage with fear and nervousness. This place is so vast. I accidentally got lost, Tang. Black Pavel sat upright, his words somewhat formulaic. It was as if he was explaining something to Tang Zheng and the blonde youth. Lost? They could accurately locate this carriage and stop it. How could that be considered lost? The blonde youth's cheeks twitched. Any other time, he would have rebuked them, but the thought of the other man's terrifying, dangerous gaze made his lips purse. A single glance could frighten a well-trained horse, making it afraid to move. Even he, a believer chanter capable of using the third rank, felt a suffocating sense of death. This look and aura were definitely not something an ordinary warrior could cultivate. Is that so? Tang Zheng looked surprised. Then follow me, Pavel. The Genoa youth's expression changed upon hearing this. Unable to remain silent any longer, he spoke. Your Excellency Tang. I have been invited by the High Priest to discuss important matters. Mr. Pavel is not among those invited. Pavel's black mask obscured most of his face, making any emotion invisible. So it's something important. I wonder if you could lead me to our Holy Kingdom team. I'm not allowed to refuse. This kind of thing. The blonde youth met the narrow, sharp gazes, steeling himself, and put on a tough front. His current priority was leading Tang Zheng to the meeting location. How could he have the time to help him find the Holy Kingdom team? Then have Pavel wait in the carriage. Tang Zheng smiled at the blonde youth, then looked at Pavel. How do you think? All right. Black Pavel nodded. You left in a hurry after the last hill incident. What about your wife? Tang Zheng sighed softly and spoke soothingly. To sacrifice herself against the undead, as a paladin, is her destiny and her pride. Black Pavel shook his head, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. Seeing that he was completely unable to get a word in, the conversation was still focused on the great feat of the hill incident. The blonde youth opened his mouth, then fell silent. During his conversation with Pavel, Tang Zheng had also largely confirmed the Holy Kingdom's plans. Testing my intentions? Tang Zheng understood. Intercepting the carriage was likely a helpless move. On the territory of the Celian theocracy, the Holy Kingdom had few options. Black Pavel was familiar with him, and his purpose in sending him here was simply to further ascertain his stance. The answer would be whether Pavel was invited aboard the carriage. The carriage finally stopped at a church. The blonde youth lifted the curtain and respectfully led Tang Zheng down from the carriage, while Black Pavel remained aboard. This was a massive church temple. The first thing that caught my eye was a towering staircase, 2 stories high, each with 11 steps. Rice ears and flowers were placed on either side of the steps, and a striking brown diamond-shaped pattern with stripes dominated the pattern. This proved to be the temple of the Earth God, one of the 6 great gods. Sir Tang, my mission is to escort you here. I am not worthy to enter. The blonde youth bowed respectfully and said softly, next, they will lead the way. 2 priests, dressed in priestly robes and bearing brown divine seals on their chests, were already waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Thank you for your help, Tang Zheng said gently, gazing at the solemn and sacred church before him with a barely perceptible smile. For the achievements of the 6 great gods, the humans of the other world truly deserve long-term gratitude, especially the Celian theocracy, which inherited their legacy. Sir Tang. Our head priest is already waiting inside. One of the 2 priests spoke first. Although his voice was calm, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered. A mere adventurer, yet he made the chief priest wait in advance. Tang Zheng's smile remained unchanged. Let's go, both of you. Climbing the steps, he entered the temple. Along the way, Tang Zheng observed the temple's numerous images of shields, swords, ears of wheat, and the like. He had recently been catching up on his knowledge about the 6 great gods. The earth god enshrined in this temple, according to the powers promoted by the Celian theocracy, possessed a series of powers, including protection, forging, and harvest. This information itself meant little to Tang Zheng, but through these so-called powers, he could indirectly analyze the power structure of the 6 great gods. For example, the earth god player, one of the 6 great gods. Tang Zheng speculated that the other party might have a tank class build, or perhaps a blacksmithing class. The air inside the church hall was filled with a unique scent of incense, similar to beeswax, a sacred aura that had never ceased since the temple was built. The incense diffused in the air, blending with the sunlight outside the window and transforming into an ethereal amber color. 2 priests led the way, through the church hall, into a straight and spacious corridor, and then stopped in front of a heavy wooden door. The 2 priests stood on either side of the wooden door silent. "So your head priest is inside." Tang Zheng examined the patterned wooden door, as if he could see through it and see what was inside. A strange look flashed in his eyes. The presence of 3 people. There was also a very familiar surge of divine energy. Angel? The intensity of this energy surge was at least LV40. Ever since Tang Zheng acquired the Dragon Transcendent class, his perception abilities seemed to have received some boost from the Dragon King. Even with the wooden door blocking the way, he could still faintly hear breathing and a rich emanation of divine energy. One of them was approaching the main door. If combined with the ninjutsu detection, even more accurate magical detection information could be obtained. However, in this situation, detection methods could not be used rashly. Approaching. Click, click. The heavy, patterned wooden door, seemingly 3 meters tall, slid open easily, revealing a wide gap. Appearing head-on was a middle-aged man, with a pale complexion, wrapped in a rough black robe that stood out from the atmosphere of the temple. A loose black hat covered his forehead, and after a blank look at Tang Zheng, he said, "Come in." Heroic realm? The intense magical fluctuations that washed over him instantly confirmed the man's strength. Not only that, the invisible magical energy emanating from the middle-aged man was imbued with the power of the 4 common elements. He must be proficient in elemental magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such a strong 4-element energy. Tang Zheng possessed 2 professions that accorded bonuses to elemental magic, and he possessed a natural sensitivity to elemental energies. Heroic realm. Adept at 4-element magic. The Celian theocracy possessed the greatest overall strength, but the number of powerful individuals who had entered the heroic realm was limited, so it wasn't difficult to infer that this condition was met. The middle-aged man before him was likely the 3rd-place finisher in the Black Ceremony, codenamed 4 Elements. Tang Zheng entered the hall, and before he could recover from his speculation about the presence of the 4 Elements, a member of the Holy Ceremony, he saw a massive angel, over 4 meters tall, radiating a divine light. The Archangel of Majesty? Tang Zheng remained calm, feigning a stunned expression. He had long sensed a surge of powerful divine energy, so seeing the Archangel of Majesty wasn't surprising. However, as he entered the hall, 2 gazes turned towards him, and the 4 Elements, who had opened the door nearby, also stared at him. "May the light of God illuminate all." "Welcome, Captain Tang." An elderly, yet peaceful voice echoed. Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze from the Archangel of Majesty, and gazed at a round table in the center of the hall, where 2 figures in tall hats sat. "I didn't expect to see you 2 head priests." Tang Zheng continued to feign surprise, and quickly said, "My honor." "I'm afraid there was some misunderstanding in inviting Captain Tang. We apologize deeply, but for some serious reasons, we have to invite Captain Tang here." The elder priest who had spoken continued, "Captain Tang, please take a seat." "Well, I'm curious too." Tang Zheng shrugged and walked towards the round table in the center. As Tang Zheng sat down, the atmosphere in the hall darkened. A large glass panel lined the right wall, and bright sunlight filtered through the glass, falling directly onto the round table where everyone was seated. The 4 Elements stood silently behind the 2 head priests. Further behind them, the towering Archangel of Majesty hovered in midair. Tang Zheng sat directly across from the Celian theocracy, creating a strong sense of oppression. "My name is Zinding, and I serve as the High Priest of Water." He was a withered old man, his face sallow, as if one foot had stepped into a coffin. A faint glint of wisdom flickered in his slitted eyes. "He is the High Priest of Earth, Raymond. This territory is his, he." High Priest of Water, Zinding, spoke jokingly, breaking the solemn atmosphere. High Priest of Earth, Raymond, nodded calmly in response. The 2 High Priests before him. Their auras weren't overly strong. Water High Priest Zinding was likely a 4th-tier Faith-type magic chanter, while Earth High Priest Raymond, Tang Zheng observed, had a somewhat muscular build hidden beneath his loose robes. He was likely a warrior-type character, and Earth High Priest Raymond's aura was even stronger. "Greetings, Your Excellencies," Tang Zheng replied, his gaze glancing imperceptibly over Earth High Priest Raymond's fingers. There were noticeable calluses on his thumbs, but now, they were noticeably smoother, clearly indicating he hadn't held a weapon in a while. Of the two high priests, while Earth High Priest Raymond possessed a stronger aura, the truly threatening one was the affable Water High Priest Shi Niding. Also, the four elements standing behind the two were clearly acting as guards and vigilantes. Although that's a bit rude. Tang Zheng didn't intend to let the other party control the conversation, so he spoke first. "Could you please tell me directly why you invited me to the Holy Kingdom?" High Priest Shi Niding smiled softly at this. "Okay. Captain Tang, do you mind if I, taking advantage of my age, address you as Tang?" High Priest Shi Niding said with a smile. "Of course." Tang Zheng didn't mind the name. "Tang, I'm sure you understand that the reason we invited you to the Holy Kingdom is because of the fusion potion you concocted." High Priest Shi Niding didn't feel embarrassed because the fusion potion had been stolen from the Holy Kingdom. Instead, he spoke naturally. "We discovered that the effects of the integration potion have the potential to significantly enhance the power of the Church. No humanity." High Priest Shi Niding's voice gradually grew serious. "Ahem." High Priest Raymond coughed softly, leaned forward, and stared at Tang Zheng. "I'm sure Captain Tang has seen this Archangel of Glory behind us during the undead unrest in the Ablian Hills. Even you've experienced this power yourself, so you should understand how powerful this angel is." "Of course." Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, and glanced at the Archangel of Glory behind him. He suddenly noticed something strange. The Archangel of Glory was acting strangely, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Captain Tang can summon two angels, so he should be well aware of the angelic hierarchy. The Archangel of Majesty is not a power that humans can summon through normal means. Even with the capabilities of our theocracy, it would require the mobilization of the entire nation and special means to summon a highest-ranking angel with the power of a demon god. High Priest Raymond's voice subtly tinged with excitement. "Tang, how long do you think this powerful Archangel of Majesty has existed?" High Priest Shi Niding chuckled, interjecting. Before Tang Zheng could respond, High Priest Shi Niding replied, "It's been half a month since it was summoned." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly fell silent. Even the previously indifferent four elements subconsciously gave Tang Zheng a deep look. No matter how powerful an angel, it will eventually disappear after being summoned, and consuming vast amounts of resources to summon one is essentially a waste of resources. Half a month? Tang Zheng was a little taken aback. This time, his surprise was genuine, not feigned. He had experimented with the effects of the fusion potion many times, and knew that even in the fusion state, there was a time limit. Chapter 351. Tang Zheng's gaze radiated a brilliant aura upon the angel. Under the gaze of the outsiders, a look of solemnity and surprise crossed his face. The four elements stood to one side, their pale, cold eyes silently observing the exchange between the two head priests and the adventurer named Tang. The sunlight from the massive glass windows cast a shadow over the area, enveloping the three people seated at the round table. The Archangel of All emanated a powerful energy wave, permeating the entire conical hall. A faint, fluorescent white glow shone against the golden sunlight. The entire hall was filled with a sacred feeling. Perhaps I'm witnessing a historic moment. The thought suddenly flashed through the minds of the four elements, and they subconsciously glanced at Tang Zheng a few more times. So young. About the same age as the captain, with black hair, approaching this highest-ranking angel, possessing power comparable to that of a demon god. The four elements also felt a surge of pressure. Even as a member of the Black Ceremony, he maintained self-awareness. This was not a force he could contend with. This level of demon god could easily destroy a city. Excluding those gods and men who had transcended the realm of mortals, no more than two people in the entire Black Ceremony could stand against it. And yet, this adventurer before them had actually developed such a miraculous potion that could extend the existence of angels. No wonder the two high priests, in such a serious capacity, were conversing with an adventurer. It seems Captain Tang doesn't fully understand the true effects of his own fusion potion. Noticing the change in Tang Zheng's expression, Chief Priest Raymond spoke in a deep, earnest voice. Captain Tang has personally experienced the power of the Archangel of Majesty. With its power, he thwarted the conspiracy of Chironon, and even killed the leader of that evil secret society. Therefore, you should be more aware of the significance of the power of a highest-ranking angel if it can persist for a long time. Tang Zheng lowered his gaze to the two high priests before him. One remained smiling, the other serious. The maximum duration of this highest-ranking Archangel of Majesty isn't just 2 weeks, right? How long can it last? He now understood why the church was so serious, sending 2 of its highest-ranking high priests at once. No, it should be even more serious. The other high priest's absence was probably just a strategic move to seize the initiative. As expected of a genius alchemist capable of crafting such a potion, you grasp the essence of the matter. Head priest Zinding smiled, seemingly unconcealed. He raised his withered arm, and slowly extended a finger. A month? The 4 elements' hearts skipped a beat, a look of disbelief in their eyes. The biggest drawback of summoned creatures is their limited lifespan, especially the highest-ranking majestic archangel before them. Each summoning requires immense manpower and resources. This requires even greater expense, requiring the use of the oversized item demon sealing crystal for storage. If only it could survive for a month. It could be a truly powerful battlefield weapon. With the power of the Archangel of Majesty alone, it could easily dominate a war. A month? Tang Jing's eyes narrowed, a mixture of surprise and confusion as to how the theocracy had achieved this feat. He also understood that a summoned creature that could survive for a month was worthy of being used as a conventional weapon in warfare. This pairing of the theocracy, which possessed the grand magic ritual and could unleash higher-level summoning magic, could fully unleash the power of high-level angels. Is this some kind of special innate ability? Tang Jing pondered silently. With a population of over 10 million, it was not surprising that some humans possess special innate abilities. I don't know what number you're thinking of, but it's probably not the number I'm talking about. High Priest Zinding of Water continued to smile, but a chilling depth suddenly flashed in his eyes. Tang, it's not a month, nor 10 months, nor a year, but 10 years. Silence. The 4 elements' cheeks were gloomy and tense, their jaws slack, and an unnatural blush appeared on their faces. They even subconsciously took a step forward. Snap! The sole of their foot touched the smooth marble slab, making a soft sound that broke the sudden stillness in the air. This is definitely not the effect of my potion. Tang Jing, no longer in shock, stared intently at the 2 high priests across from him. How did you do it? The difference between a month and 10 years is more than just a matter of time. This represents the possibility of storing large quantities of high-level angels, much like how Bone King can create permanent undead from corpses from another world. A similar concept. This is of great significance. The Celian Theocracy's means are limited, and the angels they can summon are likely only 7th tier, perhaps 8th tier. But Tang Jing can summon 10th tier angels. When he first discovered that the fusion potion could extend the existence of summoned angels, he attempted to study it in depth, but the results were unsatisfactory. Tang Jing personally merged with the angels he summoned. While the angels didn't disappear after reaching their normal existence, they developed a growing sense of rejection over time. Tang Jing only lasted 3 hours before being forcibly expelled, and the summoned angels vanished. He tried several more times, with similar results. That's not the case, Captain Tang. Head Priest Raymond straightened his spine, his gaze blazing at Tang Jing. This is precisely the effect of your potion. It's just that you don't understand the true power of the fusion potion. This sharp, resilient man finished, his voice tinged with disappointment. Having developed such a magnificent, incredible potion, even the creator himself was unaware of its true effects. They even gave it to the Holy Kingdom without a care. What a waste! If it weren't for the disaster at Abe Lion Hills, they probably wouldn't have even discovered the existence of this potion. This is a huge loss for humanity. Compared to the slightly agitated High Priest Raymond of Earth, High Priest Zinding of Water gazed at Tang Jing with a shrewd gaze, a look of deep thought. Suddenly he said, Tang, since you are a faith magic chanter, do you have a primary god you believe in? Normal faith-based magic casters believe in a particular deity, or several simultaneously, and wear the corresponding divine seals. From just now on, High Priest Zinding had long noticed that Tang Jing didn't wear the usual divine seals. While this wasn't necessary, for a typical faith-based magic caster, the stronger their strength, the stronger their faith. Faith? Tang Jing spread his hands. Your Excellency, High Priest, you should know that the Kingdom of Riestais is a nation that values warrior culture. Faith matters. The 2 high priests before him were the highest ranking and most steadfast in their faith. Pretending to be a believer in front of them would be exposed in a matter of seconds. Different cultural systems have different corresponding professions. For example, in political religious systems, like the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy, faith-based magic casters tend to be more numerous. The Bahar's Empire has a higher number of magical casters, such as mystics, sorcerers, and magicians. The kingdom of Riestais has always had the fewest magic casters among all nations. No wonder. High Water Priest Zinding sighed softly and raised his hands in prayer. Alas! With your talent, if you had been born under the light of God, you would have achieved even greater accomplishments. Tang Zheng chuckled, neither responding nor expressing any other opinion. This is research data on the fusion potion. High Water Priest Zinding sighed again, took out the long-prepared materials, and placed them on the round table, pushing them across. This old fellow, after a long chatter, finally produced something substantial. Tang Zheng calmly picked up the information and began to read it. It wasn't very informative. The theocracy must have hidden some of it. The fact that they were able to produce this information indicated that the theocracy was incapable of producing the fusion potion he had concocted, and could only cooperate with him. Looking at the densely packed information, Tang Zheng's eyes twitched slightly, and he muttered expressionlessly, deciphering the magic. A pale blue magical glow enveloped the information in his hand. The understandable information flowed easily into his mind through his sight. The information is a bit dense, so I can understand it faster, Tang Zheng said nonchalantly. Second-tier magical magic? The four elements sensed the fluctuations of magical energy and glanced at Tang Zheng in surprise, not expecting him to use magical magic. Raymond, the High Priest of Earth, and Zinding, the High Priest of Water, were not surprised. Alchemist is a magic-based profession, and previous intelligence revealed that Tang Zheng could use low-level magic. High Water Priest, Shi Niding patiently explained, our experiments have found that summoners are more likely to merge with the angels they summon. Due to the limited availability of merging potions, we haven't collected much experimental data. But it's generally certain that once the angel's summoning time has expired, the merger will be affected by rejection. However, High Water Priest Shi Niding paused, allowing Tang Zheng, who was reading the information, to digest the information. He then continued, if the merging person is a devout believer, the rejection will be less severe. The more devout the believer, the less repulsive they will feel. Tang Zheng also saw this part of the experimental results, and a flash of realization crossed his eyes. So that's it. He had previously suspected that his repulsion with the angels might be related to his justice value. After all, his justice value was only 20, hardly within the realm of good. At best, it was chaotic neutral. The Celian theocracy had no shortage of believers, let alone devout believers. In the game's terms, those with high justice values were certainly not in the minority. Is this complete assimilation? Tang Zheng noted the information below. Indeed, everything has a price, except for the great gods. Chief Water Priest Zinding nodded, his voice a little lower. High Priest Raymond took over, his voice indifferent. According to our experiments, if a merger remains fused with an angel for a prolonged period, more than 2 days, they will gradually become completely fused with the angel. Even if the angel is forcibly destroyed, the merger will disappear along with it, even if the summoner dispels the spell. This is what the data refers to as complete fusion. Furthermore, this type of fused angel will have greatly increased resistance to dispel magic. Tang Zheng frowned. There wasn't much information on this subject, but from High Priest Raymond's words alone, he could tell that someone had already died as a result. It wasn't that he was unhappy about it. Rather, he had only given the Holy Kingdom 3 doses of the fusion potion, but the level of detail in the data in his hands didn't seem like something that could be developed with just 3 doses. There's probably more to it than that. Tang Zheng put down the information in his hand and tapped the table lightly with one hand. The most crucial information, Angel's lifespan, isn't mentioned above. Different strengths, different people integrated into it, the resulting lifespan can't all be the same. Head Priest Raymond of Earth was about to speak. Let me explain. Head Priest Shi Niding of Water sighed softly. That's the second price. The reason a summoned angel can exist longer is naturally because of some cost, and that cost is the lifespan of the person integrating it. In the spacious spiral-shaped hall, the bright light outside the glass suddenly dimmed. According to the information detected by magic, taking the highest level angel, the Archangel of Majesty, as an example, it consumes approximately 7 years of human lifespan to survive for 1 year. Head Priest Shi Niding of Water lowered his eyes and spoke slowly. Of course, this data isn't accurate. 7 years of lifespan? Tang Zheng looked at the 2 head priests sitting across from him, his expression changing, exposing the dark side of this matter so bluntly to him. These 2 old men. Wait! No! Tang Zheng's face turned cold, and he raised his arm, pointing at the Archangel of Majesty. You just said this angel could exist for 10 years. According to lifespan calculations, it would need 70 years, perhaps even longer. A normal devout believer or a skilled magic caster of faith would never be too young. No matter how you calculate, there's no way the Archangel of Majesty could exist for 10 years. And I only gave the Holy Kingdom 3 bottles of fusion potions. There's no way such data could be researched with just those 3 bottles. Questioning voices echoed throughout the empty hall. Raymond, the High Priest of Earth, suddenly frowned. He too had noticed something unusual and looked at Xinding, the High Priest of Water, beside him, in surprise. With his keen intuition, he also sensed something unusual. Because the body of this Archangel of Glory is a baby. And a baby only needs about 1/3 of the potion. The wrinkles on the face of Water Priest Xinding twitched slightly, and he spoke slowly, emotionless. The purest life resonates more deeply with angels than even the most devout believers. Bang! Tang Zheng slammed the table and stood up. His expression grim, he glared coldly at the 2 men across from him. You're actually experimenting on a baby. Almost simultaneously. Bang! The huge glass panes on the hall's wall suddenly shattered with a resounding roar. Who? The 4 elements immediately assumed a worried look, sternly staring in the direction of the shattered window. But the next moment, the 4 elements' gloomy expression froze. The last angel is here. A young girl, carrying a black scythe and with black and white hair tied in a ponytail, stood on the shattered window frame, tilting her head and muttering to herself. Chapter 352. Crack! Large shards of shattered glass flew through the air, crashing heavily onto the smooth marble floor like a torrential rain. Snap! Crack! A dense, piercing sound echoed. A girl with 2-tone ponytails squatted effortlessly on a glass frame barely thicker than a finger. She looked young, perhaps only in her teens. The sunlight from the window shone on the petite figure, casting a massive shadow over Tang Zheng and the others in the center of the hall, filled with a sacred atmosphere. The composure that had always been displayed by High Priest Xinding and High Priest Raymond vanished completely at this moment, a look of surprise and disbelief crossing their faces. Why is she here? A subtle flicker of fear flashed across High Priest Raymond's eyes, and he instinctively leaned back. As a former member of the Dark Scripture, High Priest Raymond was arguably one of the people who best understood the power and terror of this girl. High Priest Xinding's eyes, which had been narrowed until now, widened slightly, revealing a sense of inner turmoil. He was pondering the girl's words. The last angel is here. Could it be? Take the Archangel of Glory away. High Priest Xinding spoke quickly. They had brought the Archangel of Glory here to better demonstrate to Captain Tang the importance and significance of the integration potion. The 4 elements, closest to the angel, instinctively received the command and raised their hands to place them on the Archangel of Glory. Teleport. The 4 elements began to chant, preparing to activate the teleportation magic and take the Archangel of Glory away with them. Tang Ning's eyes flashed. I see. He had been somewhat puzzled by how such a massive Archangel of Majesty could appear in this temple. After all, the existence of this angel was supposed to be kept secret, and the normal movement of such a large and conspicuous Archangel of Majesty would undoubtedly cause a sensation. But, compared to this minor incident, why was Juesi Jueming here? Tang Zheng's face darkened slightly, his eyes wary, as he quickly scanned the changing emotions on the faces of the 2 head priests across from him. After realizing that the Celian theocracy could actually allow summoned angels to exist for around 10 years, Tang Zheng realized that things might be going beyond his initial expectations. A 7th-tier angel might not be much of a threat to Tang Zheng or a level 100 player, but to someone from another world, it was a demon god-level power. The 43 to 49 range was already comparable to the level of some dragon kings. Most importantly, this is a realm impossible for humans to reach. Even compared to cultivating a powerful heroic realm, summoning a long-lasting 7th-tier angel is far less expensive. No wonder the Celian theocracy is so serious about this. Jusajiming's sudden appearance made Tang Zheng suspect they were playing a double game, demonstrating their absolute strength if they couldn't reach an agreement. In the entire Celian theocracy, Tang Zheng feared only 2 things the most. One was the world-class item Alluring City. The other was Jusajiming. It wasn't Jusajiming's strength that he feared. With Tang Zheng's current level of strength and class structure, facing an enemy with a chaotic class structure like Jusajiming's was difficult. Even if the opponent's level was higher than his, Tang Zheng was confident he could repel them with his full force. His only fear of Jusajiming was his ability to leverage his innate abilities and cast Death's End. Tang Zheng had no resurrection items or rebirth spells. His only defense against Death's End was to seize the moment Jusajiming used another instant death spell. Use the Valkyrie's unclean impact shield to neutralize instant death spells. Death's End is a trump card for enhancing instant death skills, capable of strengthening them, and forcibly breaking through resistance, resulting in complete instant death. The skill's background setting states that it can kill even inanimate objects. However, there's a prerequisite for using Death's End. The user must first cast an instant death spell, allowing the opponent to be affected, much like placing a death mark on the opponent in a game. Combined with Death's End, the death mark can be forcibly triggered. An unclean shock shield can remove the death mark from the body, thus preventing Death's End from being triggered. Of course, this is just theory. In practice, it's far more dangerous, requiring the unclean shock shield to be activated at the exact moment the opponent activates instant death. With the advantage of intelligence, Tang Zheng only needs to be cautious and not worry about being caught. In fact, resisting the deadly death bell with caution is not difficult, but dealing with Bone King is more limited. Unclean shock shield can only be cast twice, while Bone King can use instant death spells without limit. As for overwhelming beauty, Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Leveraging the Golden Dragon King's passive, he had already expanded his perception to the maximum, keeping a constant eye on anyone approaching the temple. At the same time, a unique perspective appeared in Tang Zheng's sight, a bird's-eye view from above the temple. It wasn't the fifth-tier magic, clairvoyance. Considering various possibilities, the continuous clairvoyance type of detection magic was used. The Celian theocracy should have corresponding sensing and defense methods, so they adopted a different approach. At this moment, towards the spire, the highest point in the entire temple, a fist-sized, gray sparrow perched on the spire, occasionally turning its small head to survey the surroundings of the temple. A morning sparrow, a third-tier monster summon. Although this monster was a third-tier summon, it possessed no offensive capabilities, but it could share its vision with its user and emit a piercing, penetrating cry. Monster summon, compound element summon, and angel summon were the three types of summoning magic Tang Zheng mastered. However, Tang Zheng rarely used the other two summoning spells besides angel summon. After all, the power of an angel alone was enough. With the help of the morning bird's vision, and with the intelligence advantage, a fierce look flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes. If the old woman in the golden cheongsam dared to appear, he would unhesitatingly activate his passive skill, magic preparation. Without a moment's pause for chanting, he instantly cast the 10th level spell, Heat. It was enough to reduce the entire area to ash in an instant. Whoosh! Juesi Jueming's figure suddenly leaped into the air, a long strand of white hair streaking through the air, as her petite figure quickly landed behind the two head priests. Plop! The sound of footsteps landing smoothly echoed. High Priest of Water, Zinding, and High Priest of Earth, Raymond, both paled slightly. What are you doing? Jusajiming looked expressionlessly at the four elements. He paused as he prepared to cast the teleportation spell. The four elements, a gloomy-looking middle-aged man, was actually showing the awkwardness and panic of a child. Jusajiming was clearly more childlike. But at this moment, Jusajiming's calm tone and the four elements' nervousness were like a child caught doing something wrong, like a role reversal. Ha! You can't teleport a toy like this. Jusajiming lifted his left leg, pure black socks wrapped around his slender leg, revealing black boots with brown soles. The four elements stood there with a bitter expression. They watched helplessly as Jusajiming's left leg kicked forward. The movement was not fast. The four elements could easily dodge the attack, even using defensive magic to resist, but he didn't dare. He'd rather be hurt. If he resisted, he'd be met with a brutal beating. Bang! The brown sole of the shoe slammed into the four elements' chest, making a powerful, muffled sound. Ah! The four elements screamed, their waists bent like a roasted prawn as they were kicked back. Bang! The black figure slammed heavily against the opposite wall like a thrown sandbag. White and red vomit erupted from their mouths. The four elements fell from the wall, unconscious. Tang Zheng, watching this, paused briefly, glancing at the four elements from the corner of his eye. His head was turned away from him. His shoulders shifted slightly, his body twitching subconsciously, seemingly from the intense pain. Was he feigning unconsciousness? Tang Zheng's mind raced. Isn't this a double act? He noticed the two high priests' expressions seemed filled with surprise, but as one of the rulers of the Celian theocracy, he couldn't tell if they were truly acting. There's no shortage of sly villains in the other world. But Juesi Jueming probably doesn't possess such high-level acting skills. It's not fair to judge. After all, novels are novels. But to cripple a member of the Black Scripture from the heroic realm right off the bat is a bit too much for a double act. The strength Tang Zheng displayed was no more than this level. Nonsense! What are you doing? Get back immediately. High Priest Raymond slammed the table, suppressing his immense fear and speaking in a deep voice. Huh? Jusajiming ignored the Earth High Priest Raymond and looked up at the Archangel of Glory. A slight smile curved his lips. Why didn't you tell me about this interesting toy? As soon as he finished speaking, Jusajiming removed the scythe from his shoulder. It was a pitch-black, cross-lance-shaped war scythe, similar to a scythe, but with 3 blades. Stop! Water High Priest Zinding quickly stood up, seemingly guessing what Jusajiming was about to do, and spoke to stop him. Wow! The cross-lance war scythe transformed into a sharp black beam of light, slashing heavily at the Archangel of Glory. Boom! A loud crash echoed throughout the hall. The Archangel of Glory was repelled, and a finger-wide crack appeared on the silver-white armor on his chest, which emanated a faint sacred light. As the attack unfolded, the Archangel of Majesty, who had been motionless until then, suddenly flapped his wings, as if awakened. A vast mass of white feathers materialized from thin air, forming streams of divine energy that intensified the divine light emanating from the Archangel of Majesty. Swish! The golden scepter instantly condensed, tightly grasped by the Archangel of Majesty's hands. Then, it transformed into a vast mass of golden fragments that swirled around him. A terrifying energy surge filled the air. Not good. High Priest Raymond of Earth's expression drastically changed. He instantly rose from his spot and retreated backwards, slapping his palm against his chest. The magical item hidden within his white magic robe was activated, forming a holy barrier that enveloped his entire body. Magic Shield. Lower level, Holy Attribute Resistance. Shield Arm. High Priest Zinding of Water hurriedly left the table and retreated to the other side, continuously casting defensive spells. What the hell is going on? Tang Jing finally confirmed that this wasn't a double act and simultaneously retreated. Bang! Bang! A holy white light appeared. 2 angels of surveillance gathered in midair, blocking Tang Jing's path and simultaneously retreating. Jusajiming paid no attention to the actions of those around him. His lips curled upwards as he watched the increasingly intense, holy energy. Strike boost. Power increase. Superpower increase. Super slash. Jusajiming exerted force with his legs, leaping into the air and landing above the Archangel of Glorious Light. While the angel was still casting his spell, he swung his cross spear and scythe. Crack. Crack. The sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other, and a burst of fire. So all they could feel was a flash of black light before their eyes. The enormous Archangel of Majesty was actually cut in 2 by this black slash. Bang! The Archangel of Majesty's body split apart, its attack forcibly interrupted, and it dissipated in midair as a point of divine energy. A powerful angel possessing the power of a demon god was slain in a single blow. This horrifying scene unfolded before everyone, causing everyone's expressions to change. High Priest of Earth, Raymond, and High Priest of Water, Zinding, were shocked and furious. They didn't know how Jusajiming knew of the angel's existence, but now, their concerns went beyond this matter. The Archangel of Majesty was destroyed. The resources previously expended were completely wasted, and the plan to survive for 10 years and become the foundation of the theocracy was also destroyed. Not only that, Jusajiming's words about the last angel upon his appearance clearly indicated that the 2 other Archangels of Glory they had summoned earlier had also been destroyed. High Priest of Earth, Raymond's cheeks twitched, his eyes twitching. Intense pain and anger flushed his face. High Priest of Water, Zinding's face darkened, but even more than the losses, he was filled with shock and anger. Jusajiming, the theocracy's trump card. It was a secret that could never be known to any outsider, and now it had been exposed. And there were outsiders present. Destroying a highest-ranking angel with a single strike, such power was simply beyond human reach. High Priest of Water, Zinding, didn't think Captain Tang was stupid. He might have some speculation or suspicion about this. Nothing? Jusajiming's figure descended from the sky, his gaze scanning the direction where the Archangel of Glory had disappeared, as if searching for something. He found nothing. A trace of regret crossed Jusajiming's face, but he turned away calmly, seemingly unconcerned. Continued to ignore the 2 head priests. Jusajiming turned, his white and black ponytail flowing. His eyes, the same color as his hair, stared at Tang Jing, who had retreated a distance and hidden behind the 2 angels of surveillance. Chapter 353. Jusajiming's black and white eyes curiously gazed at the figure blocked behind him by the 2 surveillance angels. A pair of brown-soled black boots stomped onto the marble floor. High Priest Zinding of Water and High Priest Raymond of Earth were completely unaware of Jusajiming's movements. In an instant, Jusajiming passed over the two high priests and the round table in the center of the hall, appearing in front of the two surveillance angels as if teleporting. He raised his pitch-black cross spear sickle. Bang! Bang! The two surveillance angels suddenly transformed into white points of light and dissipated. The dark shadow of the weapon paused. Jusajiming grasped the end of the cross spear sickle with one hand, the 2-meter-long weapon held steady and upright in midair. The sharp silver and black tip of the cross spear war sickle radiated a chilling, icy light, barely 5 centimeters from Tang Ding's nose. Wait! Stop! The expressions of High Priest Shi Niding and High Priest Raymond changed drastically, frantically trying to stop them. The fusion potion Tang Zheng developed holds immense significance for the theocracy, no. For all of humanity. Although there are currently numerous limitations, if the timeline is extended over decades, perhaps even centuries, the effects of the fusion potion will undoubtedly elevate the foundation of humanity. Cold sweat broke out on the two high priests' foreheads, their nerves and anxiety pounding, fearing that Juesi Jueming would cause irreparable damage. Even so, High Priest Shi Niding and the other high priest simply stood still, daring not to make any unnecessary movements. The girl before them, seemingly only in her teens, was the most powerful being in the theocracy. The patron saint of humanity. Based on appearance alone, no one would believe it. This girl's true age was older than the two old men combined. To be precise, she had existed in the theocracy before they were even born. As one of the 6 high priests, she held the highest position in the theocracy. Officially, she was the girl's superior, but no one believed it. Facing this girl, even the high-ranking high priests needed a certain level of resolve. Even if they knew they wouldn't harm them, they still had to be mentally prepared to face a powerful carnivore. The cross spear scythe faltered in midair, the sharp tip of the spear faintly whirring as it rubbed against the air. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the sharp spear tip not far from his nose. He tilted his head back slightly, his expression both grim and calm. This weapon looked incredibly sharp, resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe. The barrel and 3 blades of varying sizes were primarily black, with a portion of the sharp blades being silver-white. The rest of the blades were entirely made of a special black metal covered in mysterious silver stripes. Exquisite, mysterious. The extraordinary nature of this weapon was obvious to anyone. It was, of course, a game item from Yggdrasil, and the weapon of the Dark God, one of the 6 great gods. However, Tang Zheng knew clearly that this warrior-like weapon was actually just a magic staff in the guise of a weapon. It was merely a cosplay item in the Yggdrasil game, not even the primary weapon of a Dark God player. The Dark God player's main weapon was likely seized by the 8 Desire Kings after his death. But even so, the sharpness displayed by this magic item far surpasses the strength of otherworldly magic items. Did you cancel the angel summons yourself? Jusajiming asked indifferently. Indeed. Tang Zheng responded, I don't think someone who can easily destroy a demon god-level power angel would be stopped by 2 surveillance angels. A very honest answer. Jusajiming remained completely emotionless. She had heard countless compliments, admiration, and praise. Did you make this interesting toy? Jusajiming asked curiously, staring at Tang Zheng's black hair. Toy? The highest level angel was actually being called a toy. A wry smile flashed across the face of the high priest Zinding, the water priest. Worry and nervousness filled her expression. The situation before him was completely beyond his plan. First, I only made the fusion potion. Second, it's not a toy. Tang Zheng leaned forward, his nose almost touching the tip of the cross spear scythe. His voice was low. Is this what your theocracy is after? What do you think of this potion? The tone wasn't anger, more disappointment. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly chilled. Huh? Juesi Jueming tooted softly, his eyes averted from Tang Zheng's black hair, and said maliciously, Strange. You don't seem afraid of me? You should be aware of the difference in power levels, yet you show no fear at all. What's your trump card? If you need to prepare, I can wait. Juesi Jueming spoke to herself, her lips curled upward, anticipation gleaming in her heterochromatic eyes. It had been ages since she felt such a lively presence. Only when someone joined the Black Scripture did she find something interesting. Those weaklings, having never seen her true strength, thought it was normal. But this one seemed different. No. Tang Zheng shook his head. He didn't want to clash with Jusajiming, at least not right now. Ordinary people cannot comprehend the power of those who enter the hero realm. Only those who reach this level understand the insurmountable chasm of power. Just like now, it's nothing more than a reversal of identities. Since resistance and escape are futile, why fear? According to the teachings of your dark god church, death is the ultimate fate of the living. What? Jusajiming looked away in disappointment. So you've given up resistance, a weakling who can't even offer a little pleasure. I don't even have the desire to attack. Click. Jusajiming bent his forearm, and as the blade of the cross spear scythe sliced through the air, a soft sound rang out, and he shouldered the weapon again. Seeing this, High Priest Xining of Water and High Priest Raymond of Earth felt a sense of relief. They wanted to speak, but swallowed back their words. They all have access to Juesi Jueming's personality analysis data. So it's clear. It's best not to speak at this time, otherwise it might trigger some unknown chain reaction. Continuing to discuss the next potion with Captain Tang might be even more troublesome. High Priest Xining of Water sighed deeply. He could probably sense the despair, confusion, and powerlessness Captain Tang felt in the face of such a powerful being as Jusajiming. Ah! What trouble? Jusajiming turned, weapon in hand, and muttered inexplicably. A strand of long white hair cascaded down from the gap between the black and white, nearly touching the ground. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. High Priest Raymond waved at the two high priests, his tone thick with pride. With a single step, he easily leaped onto the shattered window frame. With another leap, he vanished. Only the shattered glass and the fading archangel of aura bore witness to what had just happened. A brief silence fell in the hall. Captain Tang. High Priest Raymond of Earth began to speak. I refuse. Tang Zheng's tone was cold. Since the theocracy hides such a powerful being, why should we care about the potency of this potion? I am an adventurer. Whether I kill or use demi-human blood to refine potions, I am not a good person. But I will never use innocent babies for experiments. This is not a question of whether or not, right or wrong, or even good or bad. It is the bottom line of being a human being. After that, Tang Jing turned and walked towards the heavy, exquisite wooden door of the temple. As he walked, he said, if the two high priests wish to stop me from leaving, or if you wish to take action, please do so immediately. The Earth High Priest Raymond's mouth closed, his face changing. This is a clear sign of a complete failure in the negotiations. In addition, the unexpected appearance of Jusajiming, the theocracy's strongest force and humanity's patron saint, has created the possibility of an intelligence leak. The strategic deterrent of the Godman might be failing. The Platinum Dragon King of the Council Nation might use this as a test, potentially triggering an all-out war. A flood of thoughts flooded his mind. Head Priest Raymond's eyes grew cold, and he slowly raised his arm. He had no intention of killing Captain Tang. Rather, he wanted to imprison him, preventing Tang Zheng from leaving the theocracy. This would prevent any intelligence leaks and allow him to continue obtaining the fusion potion from them. Meanwhile, the four elements, who had just been knocked unconscious, had somehow risen and were watching the developments here. Wow! Head Priest Shi Niding's aged face wrinkled as he raised his arm to block the movement of Head Priest Raymond, halting his movements. Tang, we didn't mean to do that. What happened just now was an accident. High Priest Xining of Water said with a wry smile. Tang Zheng had already reached the wooden door, showing no sign of turning back. Click. The door closed with a muffled thud. Did you know? High Priest Raymond of Earth spoke in a low voice, suppressing his anger. The people of the Holy Kingdom are still in the theocracy. The other two members of the Free Will team did not follow them to the theocracy. High Priest Xining of Water spoke softly. One of these two possesses the power to kill the legendary undead, while the other has gradually gained control of most of the demi-human forces in the Ablion Hills. Silence. He anticipated the worst from the beginning. High Priest Raymond of Earth took a deep breath. High Priest Xining of Water shook his head, then nodded, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Tang is a wise man. Furthermore, anyone who witnesses her power will only be consumed by fear. Waving his arms. My two high priests, I will take my leave. The four elements bowed, one hand lightly covering their chest, chanting softly, teleport. Magic power surged, and the figure vanished. High Priest Raymond of Earth's face remained grim, his sharp gaze fixed on High Priest Xining of Water. Why are you hiding something so important? At the meeting 2 weeks ago, when High Priest Xining of Water submitted the experimental data for the fusion potion, he had noticed that the other party might be hiding something, but he hadn't paid it any mind. I didn't expect them to keep the infant integration secret. What good would it do if they knew? High Priest Xining said calmly, even if we had brought this up at the meeting, it would have only added to the unnecessary bickering. You and I both understand humanity's plight. We're constantly on the brink of extinction. If sacrificing a few infants can increase humanity's chances of survival, why not do it? The ultimate outcome will still be past. For us, Even sacrificing ourselves is worth it if it means ensuring humanity's survival. High Priest Raymond fell silent. This further underscored the importance of the integration potion. I think I know why the child is here, High Priest Raymond suddenly said. That child naturally refers to Juesi Jueming. The attack on the Earth God Temple hadn't caused any repercussions or disturbances. Night. In the VIP hotel. Tang Zheng sat on a soft, leather sofa, clearly high-end, with his eyes slightly closed, rapidly reflecting on the events of the day. What will the theocracy do next? Tang Zheng wasn't sure. Juesi Jueming's sudden appearance completely invalidated his previous deductions. Normally, with Juesi Jueming's status and influence, he would never appear before him. Has there been some kind of change within the theocracy? Those two head priests clearly weren't feigning surprise. He now wanted to ascertain some information from Clementine. Alas! Tang Zheng opened his eyes and scanned the walls to his left and right, leaving no trace. In the rooms to the left and right of this one, there were several individuals with a strong aura, roughly around level 25. Detection interference. Tang Zheng expressionlessly cast a spell that could hinder certain detection perceptions. Third-level papermaking. Magic power surged. A large amount of white paper appeared out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of sheets condensed before Tang Zheng. The low-level papermaking technique produced a vast amount of paper. It's been a long time since I seized the Orb of Death from Kajiat. Tang Zheng picked up sheets of paper, continuously creating magic scrolls. In a moment, dozens of third-level magic scrolls appeared on the table. Magic infusion. Third-level magic warcraft summoning. Tang Zheng expressionlessly poured the spell into each scroll. After creating a full 50 scrolls, Tang Zheng tore them into pieces. 1, 2, 3, 50 gray, fist-sized birds of morning appeared in the room. These birds were silent. Tang Zheng, however, felt dizzy. A flood of visual images continuously flooded into his mind, as if countless perspectives had appeared out of thin air. Chapter 354. It took some effort. Tang Zheng gradually adjusted to the multiple perspectives, but the dizziness still lingered. Close some first. With a simple command, he severed the visual connection with most of the harbingers, and the dizziness immediately eased. Looking at the numerous harbingers before him, Tang Zheng gently rubbed his temple to ease the dizziness caused by the multiple perspectives. He raised his palm and pointed it forward. Ninjutsu. Shadow Stealth. This jutsu allows short-distance movement from one shadow to another. It can be used not only on oneself but also on others. Whoosh. 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 One by one, the gray harbingers transformed into small black shadows, disappearing into the darkness under the cover of night. After transferring to the outside world. With the church's VIP guest house as the center, the numerous harbingers quickly dispersed, covering the entire area in their field of vision. As a third-tier summoned magical beast, the Herald Sparrow possesses a high degree of concealment, making it more difficult to detect. Of course, its weaknesses are also more pronounced, and its strength is comparable to that of a common sparrow. Ordinary people can easily kill it. Sure enough, there are more surveillance personnel outside. Tang Zheng observed more theocracy surveillance personnel by constantly switching the Herald Sparrow's perspective. His eyes narrowed like a knife. If he tries to leave normally, the theocracy will definitely stop him. The result was expected. Whether for its own benefit or from a human perspective, the theocracy would certainly not let him leave. Tang Zheng had indeed not expected the theocracy to fuse an infant with the fusion potion. The results were indeed quite astonishing. But this was definitely not what Tang Zheng wanted to see. In the smallest terms, this was humanity's bottom line. In the largest, even if the theocracy created more archangels of glory, their impact on the future arrival of the great underground tomb of Nazareth would be limited. Heh. Tang Zheng sneered. The two head priests didn't seem overly forceful, simply believing they had him in their grasp. But it's true. Anyone in the other world, upon witnessing the unparalleled and terrifying power displayed by Juesi Jueming, would likely surrender without even a thought of resistance. Others feared this power. Tang Zheng didn't care. If he truly wanted to leave, Juesi Jueming alone wouldn't be able to stop him unless the true Dragon King appeared. Based on previous events, Juesi Jueming should have destroyed all the archangels of glory he had created. Why did he do that? Tang Zheng didn't believe Juesi Jueming's answer of treating them as toys. Given Juesi Jueming's distaste for trouble, he probably wouldn't take the initiative to do something like this. Is this an internal conflict of ideologies? He shook his head. He wasn't interested in the factions within the church. Ever since arriving in the Celian theocracy, Tang Zheng had actually been observing. There were still more than 2 years until the Bone King's arrival. He needed to unite as much human power as possible. Controlling the Ablayan Hills was naturally the first step. The first was to support the breeding program. However, he had unexpectedly discovered a method for gaining experience points through rituals, so this plan had been put on hold for the time being. Breeding was obviously more complex. The second goal was to connect the Holy Kingdom, the Hills, and the Celian Theocracy to create a line of defense. As for the Dragon Kingdom, located on the same straight line, Tang Zheng hadn't included it in his plans. As Chief Justice Gulide mentioned, both the Council State and the Dragon Kingdom were established 200 years ago, during the 13 Heroes era. One is located in the northwest corner of the human region, the other in the southeast. Tang Zheng knew this very well. The Council State is merely a base for the Platinum Dragon King to manage and experiment with. Does this suggest that the Dragon Kingdom might also be a secret operation by the Seven-Colored Dragon King? The information about incorporating the potion did give me a heads up. The next step. A faint smile flashed across Tang Zheng's face. He knew that some parts of the information had been omitted, but as the potion's creator, he could definitely infer some information. It's time for me to take the initiative. I hope the Holy Kingdom's deputy leader can seize this opportunity. Tang Zheng suddenly closed his eyes, his vision focused on a morning bird. He saw Chief Justice Gulide, dressed in a priest's robe adorned with black insignia, walking alone toward the VIP guest house. Seeing him, Tang Zheng, lost in thought, reopened his eyes, and looked at the palatial desserts on the table. The crispy tart shell was drizzled with amber honey, its shape somewhat resembling a honeycomb, with white cream visible at the edges. Desserts are good. Tang Zheng picked up a piece of dessert, leaned back on the soft sofa, and brought it to his lips, quietly awaiting his arrival. Besides other aspects, the ambience of this VIP guest house, the food provided, and so on, showed the church's sincere commitment. He took a bite. A blend of crispy and sweet flavors. Tang Zheng frowned, set the bite back, picked up the pure white porcelain tea bowl on the table, and rinsed his mouth. It was too sweet. He preferred lighter flavors. This overly sweet dessert, loaded with ingredients, was too strong for Tang Zheng. When it comes to food, it seems the six gods haven't passed down any normal cuisine. Given the cyberpunk setting. Tang Zheng looked away from the dessert and muttered sarcastically, "It's not surprising, if you think about it. This overly loaded food might suit the tastes of this group of players." It didn't take long. The sound of footsteps in the hallway reached Tang Zheng's ears. Dang! Dang! A soft knock on the door. Tang Zheng suppressed his indifferent expression, feigned a cold demeanor, and stood up, walking towards the door. Click! Opening the door, Chief Justice Gulide, a scholarly-looking old man, stood smiling at the doorway. Captain Tang. Attention, Chief Justice Gulide, who saw Tang Zheng open the door, with a stern expression. He smiled broadly, and said softly, "Excuse me for disturbing you so late." "Your Excellency Chief Justice? If you're discussing what happened today, I don't think it's necessary." Tang Zheng looked surprised, then spoke bluntly. Attorney Gulide's smile faltered, as if he had just realized something. "So today's negotiations didn't go well? I don't know what happened, but I'm not in charge of negotiations. I came here today with a gift for Captain Tang." Chief Justice Gulide shook his head, and pulled a parchment scroll from his sleeve. The edges of the scroll were slightly blackened, giving it a very old, age-inspired look. A gift? Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with surprise and astonishment, and a sense of wariness rose in his heart. Giving him a gift out of nowhere, and considering it was an ancient artifact, Tang Zheng wasn't sure if this scroll contained any special magic. "It's just an ordinary parchment scroll." Chief Justice Gulide lifted his loose sleeves, grasped the parchment scroll with his bony hands, and placed it on a small wooden shelf near the door. "It's an ancient map. Although the contents aren't accurate, it's still a nice gift for a collection." Chief Justice Gulide smiled amiably, set the gift down, and without waiting for Tang Zheng to speak, he turned and walked down the corridor, until his figure disappeared into the hallway. The cold, defensive look on Tang Zheng's face vanished, and he stared expressionlessly at the scroll on the wooden shelf. There was indeed no magical fluctuation. It must be an ordinary parchment scroll. However, summon the first-tier angel. Tang Zheng cast his spell. A flash of white light appeared. An ordinary angel appeared and took up the parchment scroll from the wooden shelf. Click! The door closed. Tang Zheng turned and walked back to the living room. The ordinary angel, holding the parchment scroll, followed him in, hovering in midair. Open the scroll. The command was given. The ordinary angel reached out and pulled open the parchment scroll, unrolling a slightly larger area, making it look even more ancient. Seeing nothing happened, Tang Zheng had the ordinary angel hand over the scroll and released the angel summons. The ancient parchment scroll lay flat on the table, bearing a strange map, devoid of any mountain or terrain markings. There was a simple outline, seemingly casually sketched, completely uncharacteristic of a typical map. However, in the upper left corner of this simple map, a small area was specifically marked. Is this map a map of another world? Tang Zheng's pupil shrank slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. If anyone else had seen this, they might have simply mistaken it for a simple drawing, or perhaps compared the general outline of the map with maps of various human nations. But upon seeing the specially marked northwest corner, Tang Zheng realized that this map depicted not any particular human nation or region, but rather the entire other world. That isolated northwest corner, compared to the entire map, occupied only a tiny fraction. What a pity. This map is just a simple outline, more like a casual doodle drawn while listening to someone else's narration. It's of little use. Justice Minister. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered, his inner doubts intensifying. To be honest, he'd been puzzled from the beginning. Why would the theocracy send a Justice Minister to greet them? Justice Minister, baby. This is getting more and more interesting. Could the appearance of Jusijiming be the work of the other party? Tang Zheng's mind flickered, and his gaze quickly shifted to a morning bird outside the VIP guest house. Late at night? 10:55. Just as Chief Gulide walked along the wide street, slightly hunched. The perpetual lights on both sides of the main street made his shadow lengthen and shorten, shifting direction. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound vibrated the sky above. A morning bird flapped its wings gently, gliding high in the sky, moving silently, its dark eyes fixed on Justice Chief Gulide below. At this time, even in the capital of the theocracy, the streets were sparsely populated. While there was no legal curfew, religious doctrine meant few people would wander around at this time. Only patrols, as they passed, saw Justice Chief Gulide bow respectfully. Dong! The ancient bells in John echoed in the sky. Justice Gulide weighed, hands behind his back, finally stopped at the foot of the church's oldest building, the same spot where they had greeted Tang Zheng and the Holy Kingdom team. Moonlight pierced the thin clouds. The cold light scattered, casting a faint, cold, white glow on the bell tower atop the ancient church. Thank God. Justice Gulide stood at the bottom of the steps. After a moment's silence, he suddenly spoke devoutly. At some point, two figures suddenly appeared behind Justice Gulide. You were responsible for the child's appearance, a cold voice said. You've disrupted our original plan, don't you? You should be well aware of how important that child is. Any leak of information could lead to unpredictable consequences, even the destruction of the entire theocracy. An angry voice, thick with reprimands, echoed. Justice Chief Gulide didn't turn around, his hands clasped devoutly before his chest, silently praying, as if he hadn't heard. Earth Priest Raymond's eye twitched, and he was about to continue. Water Priest Zinding shook his head in a gesture of disbelief, his hands clasped behind his back, and they both gazed at the ancient church before them. Time ticked by. The prayer ended. Justice Chief Gulide finally lowered his hands from his chest, turned around, and looked at the two high priests behind him, who held higher status than him. Lord Raymond's temper is as fiery as ever, Justice Chief Gulide said calmly, then bowed respectfully to Water Priest Zinding, who sat beside him. Clearly, Justice Chief Gulide showed more respect for Water Priest Zinding than for Earth Priest Raymond. That child has his own ideas. I'm not qualified to offer any guidance, Chief Justice Gulide responded to the question. Head Priest Earth Raymond frowned deeply, unconvinced. Besides, Gulide was noticeably strange today. Is this your choice? Head Priest Water Zinding's ochre cheeks shrank slightly, and he spoke with a complex tone. Head Priest Gulide simply smiled and didn't respond. Instead, he asked, what are you going to do next? Will you use that divine relic? The two head priests naturally knew what they were asking. Humph. Chief Priest Earth Raymond snorted. There are some things you're not qualified to know. Not really. Head Priest Water Zinding shook his head. That divine relic was prepared to deal with the Dragon King of Destruction, breaking free from his seal in a few years. Once activated, it can only control one person. The previously controlled person will automatically be released. I see. Chief Justice Gulide nodded in understanding. Your Excellency signed in. Raymond, High Priest of Earth, was stunned. This was one of the Church's most secret secrets. No one except those of the High Priest rank was qualified to know. High Priest signed in of Water shouldn't have made a mistake in such matters. Your Excellency signed in. Do you think I can use the highest blessing of from Wova? Chief Justice Gulide chuckled. Chapter 355. Gemua? The rage that had just risen in High Priest Raymond was dashed like a bucket of cold water. Looking at High Priest Sinding, with his eyes cast down, and Chief Justice Ghoul-eyed, with a smile on his face and a calm and composed demeanor, he suddenly understood what had previously puzzled him. Having become one of the 6 high priests as a former member of the Black Scripture, High Priest Raymond was certainly no fool possessing only power. Gemua is a divine language passed down from the 6 great gods, originally thought to be a special mystical magic spell. Until later, on the eve of the great dark gods' battle against the 8 Desire Kings, the priests serving before him heard him mutter many Gemua to himself. Amid the devout weeping of the believers, they finally learned from the gods that it meant death. To this day, only those of high standing within the church and those who have made great contributions are bestowed with the honor of Gemua upon their death. Devout followers of the dark god seek eternal peace and have always considered this honor the highest of all. Silence fell. He, just as Chief Ghoul-eyed chuckled, his fingertips tracing the black divine seal on his chest, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Head Priest Raymond opened his mouth, his eyes complex. Your Excellency Ghoul-eyed, is it worth it? The deeper meaning of this, despite being the Justice Chief, being the diplomat welcoming Tang Zheng and the Holy Kingdom, finally became clear. As Justice Chief, I was unable to prevent the death of an innocent baby. This is my dereliction of duty and sin. It's fine if the 3 Archangels of Glory are destroyed by that child, but why should it be our human babies? Justice Chief Ghoul-eyed raised his head, his old, cloudy eyes gazing at the starry sky. The war between the theocracy and the elves has been going on for a long time. In terms of lifespan alone, apart from those dragons, no other race can possibly match the elves. At the mention of dragon, fear and deep dread flashed across the faces of the 2 high priests. I've had several encounters with Captain Tang and have studied his past in the Kingdom, Empire, and Holy Kingdom. Just as Chief Ghoul-eyed continued to gaze at the distant starry sky, his vision becoming increasingly blurry, his tone becoming calm and indifferent. Whether it's selling potions to civilians at low prices or participating in the Hill incident, Captain Tang can be considered a good person, yet he's not rigid and has a clear sense of the bigger picture. This meeting is doomed to fail. The other party won't accept the infant as integration material, even if it means destroying the 3 glorious archangels. The key is the integration potion. Witnessing the child's power will be enough to intimidate them. I've also used the broader situation of humanity as an influence. Our next strategy, using gentle means, will be enough to achieve cooperation. He finished. Chief Justice Guri glanced wistfully at the night sky, then turned his gaze to the 2 head priests before him. As we age, we tend to talk more. If we're using an elven infant, we need to consider the child's opinion. Haha, I'm sure you 6 head priests have already considered various strategies. Just treat this as some idle chatter. He shook his head. Ahem, ahem. Just as Chief Ghoul-eyed turned again, looking toward the ancient bell tower of the church. His long robe, embellished with black patterns, fluttered in the night breeze, seemingly wiping the ground. I shall now offer my morning prayers. May the gods guide me on my journey, despite the dark clouds tonight. The night sky was now starry, devoid of any cloud. Inside the VIP guest house, Tang Zheng opened his eyes, temporarily disconnecting the bird's vision sharing, his gaze returning to the crude map before him. The bird's vision sharing only allowed him to share vision, but it couldn't hear the conversation between the 3. However, looking at the map before him, he had a vague suspicion. Sure enough, I still don't like these theocrats. Tang Zheng leaned back on the sofa, muttering calmly. The next day. Dawn. Boom! 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 The humming sound of the holy bell pierced through the air, echoing throughout the entire church capital. Tang Zheng stood before the transparent glass, gazing out at the main thoroughfare outside. Within a short time, a large number of believers had gathered. This group of people poured out from all directions, heading towards the ancient church bell tower. It was clear that something major had happened. Dead? To be more precise, it should be suicide. Tang Zheng folded his arms over his chest, calmly observing the scene outside the window. With the shared vision of the morning sparrow, he naturally knew what had happened. If they didn't know what happened, other adventurers would probably be shocked or even overwhelmed. Even death is calculated. This was why Tang Zheng disliked these people from the church. The Holy Kingdom should be making some noise by now. This thought had just occurred to Tang Zheng. Boom! The roar of weapons clashing echoed in the courtyard below the VIP guest house. On the lush, neatly landscaped lawn, various sacred statues dotted the spacious courtyard, along with fountains, gardens, and meticulously laid cobblestone paths. At this moment, two factions were facing each other. Dozens of priests and clergy lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Clementine, clutching a short mace in both hands, stepped back, creating distance, and glared at the enraged Remedios across from her with a grin. "Get out of here, you lowly creature." Remedios' face was icy. "You sent someone of higher status from your theocracy to see me, or do you lack even the slightest understanding of basic etiquette? You're even trying to restrict our actions." "I'm sorry." Clementine shrugged. "A major incident has occurred here, so you can't leave the guest house for now. This is an order from higher up. I'm merely an executor. If the paladin and the young lady continue to clash unnecessarily, I'd be rude." Despite her words, Clementine's face flickered with eagerness. "Die!" Remedios had long wanted to teach this insane woman a lesson. He grasped his holy sword with both hands, ready to attack again. "Wait a moment, Captain. This is the capital of the Scion theocracy, after all." Pinkazadro stepped forward and quietly stopped Remedios. Then, looking across, he said, "Miss Clementine, could you please tell me what's going on?" "Oh, an elderly man of high status has passed away. My condolences. Could we meet the Attorney General, who was in contact with us as a diplomat?" "I'm sorry, that's the man who died," Clementine said innocently, licking her delicate lips. She found this rather amusing. But after all, she was in the theocracy, and many people were watching, so she couldn't appear all smiles. Pinkazadro froze, clearly unprepared for such a thing. Recalling some of the theocracy's regulations, his face darkened. "So then?" Clementine fiddled with a short spike in her hand, and spoke slowly again. "The death of such a high-ranking figure as the Attorney General, who had been in direct contact with you for a long time. As a precaution, no one is allowed to leave the VIP hotel right now." Pinkazadro's face darkened even further. "Yesterday, through Black Pavel's probing and contacts, as well as the intelligence he brought back about Captain Tang, negotiations with the theocracy might have collapsed." This made Pinkazadro happy for a while. The enemy's failed negotiations would naturally only benefit the Holy Kingdom. This time, they came, nominally to seek an explanation from the theocracy. Since Captain Tang's negotiations with the theocracy had collapsed, seeking an explanation was irrelevant. Leaving the theocracy with Captain Tang was the most important thing. And now, even if they wanted to leave, it was impossible. The negotiations had just collapsed yesterday, and this happened today. If it weren't for the extremely high position of Chief Justice Goulide, Pinkazadro would have suspected the theocracy of a deliberate plot. For a moment, the atmosphere in the arena became somewhat tense. The clatter of armor and the vibration of heavy boots on the ground echoed. Hundreds of theocracy soldiers rushed in from all directions, surrounding the Holy Kingdom. Each soldier stared at the Holy Kingdom's inhabitants with uncontrollable anger. Although Chief Justice Goulide presided over the theocracy's judiciary, his personal reputation and prestige were immense. Furthermore, his friendly and equal persona had left a strong impression on the ordinary citizens of the theocracy. Now, with Chief Justice Goulide's sudden death, how could the theocracy's soldiers have any good attitude towards the Holy Kingdom's forces? "That old man's death has nothing to do with us," Remedios said coldly. With these words, the hostility of the surrounding soldiers intensified. Clementine's lips curved upward in amusement, showing no intention of intervening. Instead, she hoped that foolish woman Remedios would directly confront the theocracy. That would be so interesting. Let these ordinary soldiers die, so be it. Pinkazadro and Black Pavel's expressions changed slightly. They stood in unison behind Remedios, taking a defensive stance. The soldiers nervously gripped their weapons. The three men before them were powerful warriors, who had entered the hero realm. If a conflict arose, not only their small number, but even an army of thousands would be utterly slaughtered. What a lively scene! A faint, gentle chuckle emanated from the VIP guest house. A figure in a white priest's robe emerged from the gate and gazed at the assembled crowd. "Are you planning to start a war between the two countries?" We were also surprised by the Attorney General's situation. "Everyone in the theocracy, please accept my condolences. I will do my best to assist you with anything you may need." Tangjin walked to a spot not far from Remedios, glanced at Clementine, who was secretly encouraging him, and said gently, "Captain Remedios, would you be interested in having a cup of tea with me?" Accepting the invitation. "Okay." The angry Remedios' expression improved considerably, regaining some of his pride, and he nodded. In the living room, Remedios and the other two sat on sofas on either side. Aside from Remedios, whose gaze wandered slightly, constantly surveying the spacious living room, Pinkazadro and Black Pavel frowned slightly, their brows furrowed in thought. Clearly, Today's events had made them aware of something unusual. Pure white porcelain teacups were placed on the table. The black tea provided by the theocracy is quite good. Perhaps you could ask for some when you leave. Tang Zheng chuckled, lifting the teapot from the table and tilting it. Amber tea flowed from the spout, emitting a lingering steam. It's indeed a top-quality black tea, but it's still a bit inferior to the premium black tea from our Holy Kingdom. Remedios raised his chin and said disparagingly, "It tastes a bit astringent. If you could combine our Holy Kingdom black tea with fruit slices, it would have a unique fruity aroma. If you like it, Captain Tang, I can give you some next time you visit our Holy Kingdom." "Really?" Tang Jing simply smiled at Remedios' words. Peachy Izadro sighed imperceptibly. He didn't care whether the tea was black or not right now. The situation before him was truly bizarre. "Captain Tang, is that Chief Justice, Lord Gulide, truly dead?" Pink Izadro's eyes were solemn, a faint cold glint flickering in them. He wondered if there was a trick. After all, he had only heard this from the Holy Kingdom, so his veracity was questionable. Perhaps it was just a ploy to keep them in check. It shouldn't be fake. Tang Jing put down the teapot, held the cup in front of him, and shook his head. Miss Clementine's words might have been false, but the behavior of those theocracy soldiers didn't seem to be. Pink Izadro recalled the hostile looks of those Holy Kingdom soldiers, and his heart sank. "Things are getting a little complicated, Captain Tang," Pink Izadro said sternly. "Given the current situation, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave the theocracy quickly." "Then let's fight," Remedios snorted, folding his arms across his chest. "With the strength of our 4 heroic realm experts, the theocracy can't stop us." Pink Izadro was stunned. He realized this was indeed a solution. Tang Jing didn't say anything, simply taking a sip of the black tea on the table, his expression calm and composed. The death of Chief Justice Gura deepened his understanding of the theocracy. "Oh, you're being too ambitious." Whether it was the future assassination of Gazef, or the long-held hope that the kingdom would shoulder the responsibility of humanity in that fertile land, or the experiment of retaining the demi-humans in the hilly areas and bringing them into conflict with the Holy Kingdom to intensify the Holy Kingdom's crisis, all of these things were very telling. The theocracy always seeks to achieve the greatest results at the lowest cost, or to plan more through one thing. To put it nicely, it's like trying to get fat all at once. Humanity in this world has only a 600-year history. The foundation is indeed vastly lacking, Tang Zheng sighed inwardly. Chapter 356. Pink Izadro noticed Tang Jing's calm demeanor and, likewise, picked up the tea on the table, lost in thought. The mission to the Celian theocracy was not complex. The most important task was to follow Lord Quirit's instructions and win over Captain Tang, who possessed the free will of the aluminum grade. However, through observation over the past few days, he had discovered that the theocracy seemed to value Captain Tang even more than Lord Quirit had anticipated. Especially after what happened today. This compelled Pink Izadro to reconsider further. From the perspective of the nation, causing conflict between the nation and the theocracy because of an adventurer was something that must be avoided at all costs. Pink Izadro had a fleeting thought of giving up on Captain Tang, even though he admired him equally. After all, he was both an adventurer and a member of the Riestai's kingdom. Even if he could win him over, the benefits would be very limited. "I don't care if that old man is truly dead or faked. The theocracy's actions now are merely forcibly restricting us, those self-righteous bastards." Remedios' face sulked, his voice irritated. "Captain." Pink Izadro's expression bitter, he quickly spoke to stop her. "Shut up." Remedios' eyes glared sharply at Pink Izadro. "Continuously tolerating will only make the theocracy more brazen." Having said that, Remedios turned, his fluffy brown hair rising slightly, as he looked at Tang Zheng with a fiery glare, his tone tinged with excitement. "How about we have a big fight, Tang? For example, let's capture that pesky Clementine and break her arms and legs. The theocracy knows I've clashed with her several times, after all. As long as I don't kill her, the theocracy can't do anything to me." Remedios spoke arrogantly. This wasn't arrogance, but a matter of fact. Given Remedios' status, the theocracy wouldn't escalate the matter unless Clementine was killed. "Captain!" Pink Izadro's expression changed drastically, and his voice became a little heavier. Such words might be said privately. Now, not only were they being spoken in front of outsiders, but the attitude revealed in the captain's words would also allow Captain Tang to better understand their stance, and even seize a certain degree of initiative. "For the honor of the Holy Kingdom," Remedios retorted bluntly. Pink Izadro opened his mouth. Tang was holding a cup of red tea, his eyes glancing at the silent black Pavel on the other side. Although these three were all 9 colors, Pavel's status was clearly the lowest. Remedios and Remedios, as the captain and vice-captain of the Paladins, were more familiar and close, and their status was similar. During their conversation, Black Pavel had no right to interrupt. His keen intuition allowed Black Pavel to immediately sense Tang Jing's gaze. Just as he was about to nod in response, his narrowed eyelids suddenly became terrifying. Bang! Who? Black Pavel abruptly stood up, his eyes as cold as a needle as he surveyed the entire hall. He then pulled a black short staff from his pocket. Life detection. The staff glowed with a faint green light. A magical wave, invisible to the naked eye, rapidly surveyed the surroundings. What's wrong? Remedios' face also froze. After a brief observation, Lord Remedios, I just noticed someone watching us. The light from the staff in Black Pavel's hand faded, and a look of confusion and hesitation crossed his face behind his mask. He then replied respectfully, It's just, I didn't notice anything. Perhaps it was an illusion. Remedios' expression softened slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across Tang Jing's eyes. Black Pavel, worthy of being a heroic-level guerrilla soldier, possessed a keen intuition. There weren't just 4 of them in the room right now. To be exact, there were 5. The skill ninjutsu, concealment, was discovered. It required the high-level class ninja. The current conditions were met. Does it cost 1 skill point to learn it? Tang Jing glanced at the attribute panel in front of him. He had already noticed it when he entered the room. Ninja class? If it weren't for Remedios' words just now, causing the hidden people to move, I'm afraid Black Pavel would never have discovered him. With such strength and class, the only ones who meet the requirements are the heaven and earth of the Jet Black scripture. He truly is valued by the theocracy. It's only been a short time, and he's already met several members of the Jet Black scripture. But this is actually a good thing for Tang Jing. The successive deployments of members of the Jet Black scripture actually demonstrate that the number of powerful heroes in the theocracy is similar to that shown in the original novel. This is theocracy territory, after all. Tang Jing feigned composure, placing his teacup on the table and smiling. We're under restrictions now, and we might be under surveillance. Tian Sham Dishur, hidden within the hall, cautiously retreated back, leaning closer to the wall. A hint of cold sweat appeared on his invisible forehead. We were almost discovered. Surveilling 4 powerful heroes is a tough job. The figure, dressed in a red and black ninja-like bodysuit, muttered to himself. The consequences of being discovered would be very troublesome. Besides, it's 1 against 4. Even with his strength, he couldn't afford to be careless. Tang, what do you think of my proposal? Remedios asked with renewed anticipation, his face full of eagerness. I'm a little unhappy, but this isn't a good suggestion. Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Actually, I have a better idea. Okay. Remedios was quite disappointed, but didn't insist. This attitude surprised Pink Izadro. He knew the captain's character very well. He was very persistent when it came to something he wanted to do. To put it bluntly, he was stubborn. When did he become so easy to talk to? If he said that, the response would definitely be it's an order or something, and he would have to spend some effort to dispel the captain's unreliable idea. Captain Tang, what are your thoughts? Pink Izadro suppressed his doubts and spoke solemnly. He didn't intend to let the captain respond. Otherwise, with the captain's wisdom, he could easily be led by the other party, resulting in unpredictable results. I'm sure everyone is curious about the real reason the slain theocracy invited me here. Tang Jing rested his palm lightly on the table, secretly observing the movements of the hidden heaven and earth as he continued, Remember the Archangel of Glory summoned by Captain Negan during the Ablian Hills incident. At these words, the faces of Remedios and the other 2 darkened. Such a powerful and terrifying angel would leave a lasting impression on anyone who saw it. Even Remedios, even if he was foolish, knew that it was a force they, humans, could not resist. Pink Izadro, upon hearing Tang Jing suddenly mention this angel possessing demonic power, suddenly thought more. Angels, as well as other summon monsters, all have time limits. This is one of the drawbacks of summoning magic. Tang Dang's voice suddenly dropped. The theocracy, using the fusion potion, has allowed angels and monsters to exist for even longer. He briefly shared the information on the theocracy's research. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Remedios, Pink Izadro, and Black Pavel's expressions completely changed, filled with solemnity and disbelief. Didn't stop them? Tang Jing observed that after he shared this information, heaven and earth showed no sign of stopping them. Just surveillance? Or simply to prevent the leak of information about Jusijuming? A few thoughts flashed through Tang Jing's mind. He glanced at the three men from the Holy Kingdom, and suddenly noticed that Pink Izadro's expression was grim. Remedios and Black Pobble were more surprised and incredulous. I see. Tang Zheng understood why the people from heaven and earth, or the theocracy, didn't care about him sharing information about the potion with the people of the Holy Kingdom. Your potion actually has such an effect. After his surprise, Remedios looked at Tang Zheng excitedly, his tone agitated. No wonder the theocracy, after failing to find you, stole the potion you gave us. What despicable people. That old man died just at the right time. They must have restricted us now to prevent you from leaving. Remedios learned to think in this moment. He stood up unconsciously and paced in place, his sharp gaze becoming more and more determined. We must not let such a precious potion fall into the hands of the theocracy. We should. No! A rather oppressive voice rang out. The usually calm Pink Izadro, for the first time displaying the courage of a paladin vice-captain, forcibly interrupted Remedios. I'm sorry, Captain Tang. This matter is too serious. We need to return to the Holy Kingdom and discuss it with His Highness and the ministers before we can make a decision. Pink Izadro also stood up, bowed slightly to Tang Zheng, and spoke apologetically. He clearly intended to cut ties with Tang Zheng. Pink Izadro's expression was tense, and a hint of fear flashed deep in his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't covet this power, but this benefit was already beyond the price their Holy Kingdom could afford. As a witness to the events at the hills, the power of the majestic archangel was clearly evident. If the theocracy harnessed the potion's power to create a long-lasting majestic archangel, even just one would crumble the entire Holy Kingdom's defenses. Even if the potion fell into the Holy Kingdom's hands, they lacked the theocracy's ability to summon the highest-ranking angels. No nation could possibly match its power. When benefits far outweigh the price, then benefits and greed become poison. Captain, we leave for now. Pink Izadro turned and addressed Remedios. To prevent the captain from getting carried away, he said sternly, this is what Lord Quirrell instructed us to do in advance. I have the final say. Remedios felt embarrassed. As his subordinate, he actually retorted to his superior, who do you think you're talking to? Seeing the situation before him. Ha. Tang Zheng relaxed against the sofa and suddenly laughed out loud. Is this the magnanimity of the Holy Kingdom? Remedios, Pink Izadro, and Black Pobble all glanced over. Captain Tang. Pink Izadro's face darkened. Sorry, I didn't mean to be sarcastic. Tang Zheng interrupted directly, his expression calm. Have you ever thought about why I invited you to come with me to the Holy Kingdom? Is it just to protect against the theocracy? He had never thought that the Holy Kingdom would confront the slain theocracy head-on just because of the potential he had shown. Ultimately, the interests of the nation come before all else. If the cost is greater than the return, even the most ordinary businessman knows what to do. Since Tang Zheng dared to come to the Celian theocracy, and even secretly planned to connect the two countries and the hilly region, he must have a trump card. And that trump card lies with the Holy Kingdom. Several people in the Holy Kingdom thought they didn't have equal conditions with the Celian theocracy, but they were completely wrong. This time, the Holy Kingdom actually had the upper hand, and exposing their strength and using forceful means to broker a deal. This was the worst option before the Great Tomb descended. He didn't want to be targeted before the Bone King appeared, and the only one who can fully exploit this advantage is me. Tang Gang's smile grew wider, and his gaze deepened as he turned towards the Holy Kingdom's men. Everyone, although I am an adventurer, I understand that to sit at the negotiating table and negotiate terms, one must possess equal qualifications. I'm not sure if you will believe what I say, but I only need your assistance. This negotiation will yield benefits far beyond your imagination. To be more precise, I possess a trump card that is completely equal to that of the Celian theocracy. Pink Izadro frowned deeply. He didn't believe what Tang Zheng said. How could the other party possibly understand the country's foundation and strength better than he did, even if he didn't want to admit it? Pink Izadro also knew that the Celian theocracy was more powerful than the Holy Kingdom. I believe you, Tang. What do we need to do next? Remedios said without hesitation. Captain! Pink Izadro's cheek twitched, and he suddenly felt powerless. Why did the Lord of Quillet arrange for the captain to come along? If he had known this, he would have arranged for another deputy captain to assist. Chapter 357. With a click, the door closed, and Remedios left with varying attitudes. Peachy Izadro remained skeptical from the beginning, not believing what Tang Zheng said, more of a wariness than anything else. Remedios is indeed easier to fool, though she's not actually fooling anyone. Tang Zheng wasn't surprised that the Holy Kingdom members ultimately didn't make a decision. Come to think of it, Remedios seems to have a somewhat peculiar attitude towards me. Is it because I saved their lives during the hill incident? Tang Zheng was slightly surprised. Never mind. Whether the Holy Kingdom agrees or not, there's no choice. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, gazing at the hall, which had returned to silence. The brown wooden floor was illuminated by the bright perpetual light. The bookshelves, furniture, and corners were darker. Since they've left, would you like to sit down and have some tea? Tang Zheng picked up an empty white porcelain cup, poured warm amber tea from the spout, and spoke with a smile. There was no response from the room. Since you're not coming out, forget it. Tang Zheng shook his head, unconcerned. Give my message to your head priest. If you want to integrate the potion, then we can discuss it. But this time, we have to include the Holy Kingdom. We must seize the initiative. Of course, we can't let the situation play into the hands of the theocracy. Rather than waiting until the theocracy is fully prepared and the Holy Kingdom's people are scared away, it's better to take the initiative. Contacting forces like this without revealing our strength is indeed troublesome. Tang Zheng grumbled inwardly. Time slipped by. Tang Zheng lazily leaned against the sofa, flipping through the books the church had deliberately placed on the bookshelf in his room. Phew, a breeze blew past the window where he had started. Tang Zheng paused, flipping through the pages. Left behind. This member of the Holy Codex must be here to monitor and prevent any information about Juesi Jueming from leaking to the Holy Kingdom. Heaven and earth? Huh, such a great reputation. Skill points. 137 becomes 136. Skill, Ninjutsu Concealment. Cost, 5 MP/MP, the more MP consumed, the better the effect. Description, after activating this skill, you eliminate your aura, becoming invisible and invisible. Once you attack, this state of mind will automatically be removed. Not a bad skill, much stronger than the invisibility skill in the tiered magic. I just wonder if the ninja skill can surpass the complete invisibility magic. An unexpected skill acquisition. Tang Zheng's recent irritation finally eased. Points. Most ninja skills increase in power based on mana consumption, making them comparable to some tiered spells. This is also the advantage of the thief class. Stroke month. May 15th. After 2 days of silence, the theocracy finally made a move. A conference room deep within the theocracy. Paved entirely with pristine white tiles and flooring, the hall was surrounded by 6 large glass windows, flooding the room with light, casting a shadow across 6 areas. The entire conference room was filled with solemnity and sacredness. There was also an invisible sense of oppression and inviolability. There wasn't a speck of dirt or dust. So clean it could perfectly reflect the dark brown conference table and the 6 figures seated upon it. These 6. They were the dignitaries of the Celian theocracy, a nation with a population exceeding 15 million. Unlike the usual solemnity of a 6-person meeting, the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Justice Chief Gulide, what a pity. Fire High Priest Ben Ice, the only female among the high priests, sighed softly, a flicker of sorrow crossing her plump cheeks. A brief silence followed. His contributions will be remembered by the church. Dark High Priest Maximilian spoke quietly, his round-framed glasses reflecting a faint glare. Justice Chief Gulide's death wasn't merely the responsibility for the baby's sin. His greatest contribution was to provide legitimate grounds for restraining Leader Tang and the Holy Kingdom's forces. The Holy Kingdom, of course, was fine. The potion that Captain Tang was researching was incredibly important. Unless absolutely necessary, they didn't want to use a harsh stance and create a rift with such a talented individual. Thank God for allowing us humans to survive today. High Priest Zinding of Water prayed softly. Then, let's end this serious discussion. High Priest Ion of Light, with his narrow eyes and bony cheeks, spoke with a sinister air. Let's discuss matters later. Captain Tang, who initiated the discussion about the potion, must have already made his choice. We're simply offering a corresponding promise. Indeed, such a brilliant alchemist will surely develop even more useful potions in the future. What about the Holy Kingdom? How dare the Holy Kingdom, a mere kingdom, interfere in this matter? That Miss Remedios? Well, I can't tell, but Pinkazadro is a wise man and knows the right choice. This Leader Tang wants to borrow the power of the Holy Kingdom. How could an adventurer understand that exchanges at the national level involve more than just dealing with a few monsters and completing a few quests? A single voice rang out, and the 6 head priests were extremely relaxed, believing the outcome was already determined. After witnessing the power of the divine beings and the attitude they displayed, if Leader Tang was a wise man, he would know the right choice. Suddenly, they're here. Dominic, the High Priest of Wind, said calmly. The discussion paused. 6 pairs of gazes, some calm, some gentle, some sharp, and some indifferent, silently gazed toward the conference door. A strong wind pressure echoed as the door opened. A clang. The metal fittings on either side of the door rubbed against each other. A bright light streamed out from the hall. Having just walked down a long corridor, the sudden burst of light could easily cause one to close their eyes. However, Tang Zheng and Peach Color Izadra were not at all affected by the glare. The first thing that caught their eyes was the 6 towering glass windows. The bright light streaming and cast a translucent glow over the white-tiled conference room. The 6 high priests were imbued with a sense of majesty and oppression. The loose white cuffs swayed slightly. It's an honor. Tang Zheng was unfazed by the invisible pressure. His vision easily captured the expressions of the 6 head priests, and he stepped into the hall with a smile. I'm surprised to see all of them at once. I thought I'd only be meeting the same 2 from before. The disrespectful voice echoed, shattering the sacred, solemn atmosphere. Several head priests frowned slightly. This disrespectful behavior made some of them resentful, but considering the other party's feeble struggle, their dissatisfaction was understandable. Pink Izadra's face remained expressionless. But the slight tension in his neck suggested he wasn't as relaxed as he imagined. What a headache. Pink Izadra thought to himself. He didn't want to attend this so-called meeting. Or rather, he had already intended to sever ties with Captain Tang on behalf of the Holy Kingdom, but faced with the invitation from the theocracy, he felt compelled to attend this meeting, which was destined to end. Seeing that the Holy Kingdom had only sent Pink Izadra, the 6 high priests smiled. This was enough to show that the Holy Kingdom had given up on supporting team leader Tang. Tap! Tap! Tang Zheng and the other man stepped on the smooth white stone slabs, each step echoing with a resonant sound. Their shadows grew longer and longer as they approached the light. However, as they drew closer to the conference table, their shadows, illuminated by the 6 tall glass windows, began to shrink rapidly. Eventually, only a faint trace remained, the soles of their feet. It was as if darkness had no place in the sacred room. As Tang Zheng and the other man took their seats, the room fell silent. Peachy Isadro, eyes downcast, maintained a noble demeanor as he sat on the council bench, its back adorned with pointed arches and relief carvings. He knew he was only there to make up the numbers, and he had no intention of speaking. Captain Tang. High Priest Xinding spoke gently. The 2 sides had met before, so he was the perfect person to open the conversation. First, let me make one thing clear. Tang Zheng interrupted him. I absolutely do not allow any infant to be used as material for integration. High Priest Xinding swallowed the words back. He wasn't angry at the interruption, but he hadn't expected Tang Zheng to be so direct. This matter is our responsibility. Justice Chief Gulide is also because of this. Well, anyway, Captain Tang, if you have any thoughts, feel free to speak up. High Priest Ben Ice, appearing grief-stricken, spoke softly and kindly, projecting the air of a loving mother. The other head priests nodded, their attitudes more amiable than expected. In reality, they didn't care about the babies being used as experimental subjects at all. Since team leader Tang was concerned, they naturally had to show it. As for what to do next, they wouldn't obey the orders of a mere adventurer. Seeing these head priests appearing so easygoing, if you're like that, everyone, I'm relieved. Tang Zheng let out an inexplicable chuckle. He could clearly sense the genuine tolerance of these head priests, and precisely because of this, he could even more clearly sense their arrogance. It was like a powerful being with absolute superiority patiently listening to the whispered pleas of a weaker being. A single word surfaced in Tang Zheng's mind. A performance of mercy. Come to think of it, I've inevitably exhibited some of this arrogance of the powerful towards the weak. Facing the 6 gentle faces, Tang Zheng let out a sincere smile. Thank you to everyone in the theocracy for your support in my research on the integration potion. I never imagined that this unexpectedly developed potion would have such a powerful effect. Lord Justice Gulide has given me a map. Only when I saw the map did I finally understand the crisis and predicament humanity finds itself in. If it can help increase humanity's strength, I will naturally do my utmost. Tang Zheng sighed deeply. Hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the 6 head priests widened. As far as I know, 7th-tier magic is already within the reach of a demon god. Tang Zheng leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. But it's impossible for a single human to perform. By the way, that gentleman wielding that strange weapon, the cross spear, must be a warrior, right? So, the only way for those of the theocracy to summon the highest-tier angels is through the technique known as the Grand Ritual. The smiles on the faces of the 6 high priests faded slightly. They hadn't expected Tang Zheng to mention the ultimate death under such circumstances. Also, There didn't seem to be the expected fear in the other party's words, and the message he conveyed was somewhat unclear. As a summoner, I'm also aware that without specialized class structures, each summoner can only summon one monster at a time. Tang Jing's smile widened. The integration potion does allow a monster to exist longer, but it also takes up a monster's quota. The atmosphere grew quieter. The six head priest's expressions didn't change much, except for Pink Azadro, who froze for a moment, as if lost in thought. TSK. This means the potion's true effect, under normal circumstances, might not be as useful as it appears. Tang Zheng lifted his arms from the table, leaning back in his chair, spreading his hands and smiling. Well, I personally think this term is somewhat appropriate. After all, a summoner's advantage is that if a summoned creature is destroyed, they can summon it again, further weakening the enemy. Even elite teams, like the Sunlight Scripture and the teachings, don't need to have long-lived summons occupy their quota, because each person can only summon one. So, Tang Jing's smile faded, becoming serious. He raised a finger and shook it. The potion's effect on higher-level angels is even more important. This is also what everyone in the theocracy values most. However, due to summoner limitations, even with the power of the grand ritual, only one highest-level angel can be controlled. Then, let me guess how to circumvent this problem. Tang Jing sat on a conference bench, pretending to ponder, then snapped his fingers. It's the demon sealing crystal used by Lord Negan during the Hills incident. My knowledge is limited, so I can't say how magic was infused into such an extraordinary item. But the basic method should be similar to creating a magic scroll or magic item. First, perform a grand ritual to activate 7th level magic, then use special means to infuse that magic into the magic sealing crystal. This way, you can circumvent the summoner's restrictions, right? But there aren't many such oversized items in the church, right? Tang Jing said to the high priest with a smile. Tang Jing actually knew the exact number of magic sealing crystals. There were only 4 in the entire church, and one was missing, now in his item box. Now there were only 3 left. How did he know? When he killed Funny Brother, he had extracted a lot of information about the 6 gods' legacy from him. At this moment, the 6 high priests' expressions gradually changed. Tang Zheng showed no sign of stopping, continuing with a smile. Even if we can use a supersized item like the demon sealing crystal to summon even more high-level angels, what about the people? But what about the people? I happen to know a piece of information. The basic requirement for initiating the grand ritual is that the core caster must be at least a 5th-tier magic caster. Only a hero-level magic caster can withstand the impact of the ritual. And to activate 7th-tier magic, the caster should be a 4th-tier caster? And a 4th-tier magic caster, using the grand ritual, would be crippled, if not killed. Chapter 358. Even if they don't die, they still be crippled? Tang Jing wasn't exaggerating. Using a higher level power with low level strength is inherently an extraordinary method. The most representative example is Brian, who, with the strength of a half-step hero, unleashed a strike close to level 40, causing physical collapse and death. And 7th-tier magic belongs to the 43rd to 49th level range, a full 14 levels below even the heroic realm. The magic ascension ritual alone raises 2 levels. In the paperback novel, all the priests of the entire Lizardman clan, combined, using this ritual, could only summon 2 3rd-tier wetland elemental spirits. Using a ritual to use higher-level magic. The difficulty lies not in the enormous mana consumption, but in exceeding the caster's own level, which puts immense pressure on the caster. At this moment, throughout the conference hall, only Tang Jing's voice echoed. The 6 head priests and Pink Azadro all stared in amazement at Tang Jing's eloquent speech, their eyes filled with surprise and astonishment. Gulp. Pink Azadro's Adam's apple twitched with difficulty, his breathing trembling as he desperately memorized every word Tang Jing said. This revealed so much information. Bang! He slammed his palm down on the table. Shut up. Head priest Dominic's gentle expression vanished, replaced by a look of irritation and anger. The other priests also had grim expressions or narrowed their eyes like knives. They had never expected Tang Zheng to be able to deduce so much information. That's right. The way they summon the Archangel of Majesty is to harness the power of a grand ritual, then infuse that magic into the magic sealing crystal. And expending such enormous expense and resources only to summon an angel possessing demonic power, wouldn't they? Not want to summon a higher level being? Obviously not. In the entire theocracy, there isn't a single magic caster who believes solely in the heroic realm. High Priest Xining glanced at Tang Zheng across from him, a glint of wisdom in his eyes, as he pondered the young man's motives. To demonstrate his value? That's unnecessary. The integration potion already earns the theocracy sufficient respect for him. To tell the people of the Holy Kingdom? High Priest Xining glanced at the tense pink Isadro from the corner of his eye. What's the point? The theocracy isn't so magnanimous as to do anything to the people of the Holy Kingdom simply because of the leak of this information. What? Is that wrong? Tang Jing seemed oblivious to the gradually chilling atmosphere. He smiled at Dominic, the High Priest of the Winds. Of course, I'm not from the theocracy, and there may be powers and methods I'm unfamiliar with. But one thing is certain. Summoning the Archangel of Majesty is extremely difficult, even in a short period of time. No, it's likely to take much longer. 1 month, 2 months? Or 6 months? Though Tang Jing said this, he was deeply certain. There were no faith-based magic casters in the heroic realm in the Black Scripture. The 6 priestesses, secretly used as tools, were all magical casters of the power type. This other world isn't a game like Yggdrasil. Believers require self-awareness and genuine devotion to a deity, but a Miko used as a tool doesn't meet these requirements. What made Tang Jing even more certain was that Captain Nigan of the Sunlight Scripture was only at the level of a 4th-tier believer. Even including the reserves, his entire team numbered less than 100. The 6 head priests had different expressions at this moment, glancing at each other obscurely. This was completely predicted. The 4th-tier magic caster, unable to withstand the power of the grand ritual, fell near death after using it once. This wasn't a simple injury. It was a mental decline, a damage, and even some other negative influence they couldn't identify. Captain Nigan, who had lost his magic sealing crystal and was dismissed from his position, was one of them, and was currently in a coma. It's not that there's no way to resolve this anomaly. The direct solution is to kill them, and then use resurrection magic to revive them, but that's undoubtedly a temporary solution. It would be better to wait for them to recover slowly. According to their plan, the theocracy will focus on training faith-based magic casters capable of summoning angels. In at least 20 years, they should be able to cultivate a significant number of outstanding talents. If the timeline stretches out to decades, or even centuries, the power of the fusion potion can be truly unleashed. This is why, despite their high regard for Tang Jing, they haven't shown any signs of excessive urgency. After all, this involves planning that will take decades or even longer. While it might be useful in the short term, it's not enough to immediately change anything. Captain Tang, what are you trying to say? Volunteer Ben Ice clasped her hands together on the conference table, a smile suddenly radiating like spring snow. High Priest Maximilian looked up, his round glasses gleaming faintly, his face expressionless. Don't forget, the purpose of this meeting is to discuss the integration potion. Captain Tang, what you've said is strayed from the main topic. Indeed, it's meaningless. From the Holy Kingdom, it's now our theocracy's turn to speak with Captain Tang. Please leave the meeting room. A series of flat, emotionless voices echoed. Pink Isadro's face darkened. Such a blunt expulsion filled him with rage, but even more so, a sense of powerlessness. All right, I take my leave. Pink Isadro took a deep breath, stood, and left. But the next moment, Pa! Tang Jing placed his palm on Pink Isadro's shoulder and shook his head helplessly at the 6 head priests. Your Excellencies, head priests, it seems you don't fully understand what I mean. Tang Jing sighed, retracted his palm, and said seriously, I said from the beginning that the map given to me by Lord Justice Goulide made me deeply aware of the precarious situation we humans face. Incorporating the potion can enhance human power, so I will naturally do my best. Don't forget, Captain Quirit of the Holy Kingdom is a true faith-based magic caster who has truly entered the hero realm. Although she isn't skilled at summoning angels, with Captain Quirit's talent, mastering angel summoning won't be difficult. In an instant, a bright light shone in Isadro's pink eyes. The 6 head priests were all stunned, their expressions uncertain. Tang Jing stared at them, sneering inwardly. Are you constantly claiming to be working for humanity? Then how about teaching the grand ritual to the Holy Kingdom? The grand ritual is a method only nation-states can employ, and among all human nations, only the Celian theocracy possesses it. If Floodor had possessed the grand ritual, the immortality magic ritual he unleashed would have been completely different. There was a brief silence. Tang Jing knew that this alone wasn't enough to bring the Holy Kingdom to parity with the Celian theocracy. Without using his own power, he could easily leave the Celian theocracy and even later, invisibly influence both countries, without anyone noticing. That requires bringing the Holy Kingdom to the same level as the Celian theocracy. When the benefits offered are great enough, even the 6 high priests, including the Celian theocracy, will compromise. Deputy Captain Isadro. Tang Jing tilted his head and suddenly spoke. Captain Tang. Your Excellency Tang, please. Pinkazadro unconsciously changed his address, adding a touch of respect to his words. He suddenly realized that what Your Excellency Tang had said the previous night wasn't empty talk. He actually cared about the Holy Kingdom. This Your Excellency Tang. Pinkazadro's eyes were filled with awe, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. How long does it take for your country's national treasure, the crown of the Holy King, to activate again? Tang Jing asked. Information of this magnitude is a state secret, and must be kept secret at any time, even under threat of death. Pinkazadro was convinced he would defend state secrets with his life. But at that moment, everyone present seemed to have a sudden thought. Half a month. It can be used about once every half a month. Pinkazadro unconsciously clenched his fists, his voice trembling with emotion. The head priests, who had been relatively calm just moments ago, now had a completely changed expression. They stared at each other with equal agitation, as if wanting to discuss something. Oh, half a month? Tang Jung nodded, a look of reminiscence on his face. During the hill incident, the magic item crown of the Holy King was quite impressive. If I remember correctly, it can summon 128 guardian angels, 64 archangels of fire, and 32 angels of tranquility at once, for a total of 224. Here he went. Tang Jung paused, glancing at the others present. If these summoned angels use my fusion potion, they will be able to. We can create 448 angels per month. In a year, we can create. He wasn't finished yet. 5,376 angels. In a year, we can create 3,072 guardian angels, 1,536 archangels of fire, and 768 angels of tranquility. High Priest of Light Island's face was shrunken with emotion. He clenched his fists tightly, and quickly spouted out a series of numbers. Clang! A trembling emotion permeated the entire conference table. The high priests, oblivious to the Holy Kingdom's presence, quickly began to chat in hushed tones, their excitement unspoken. Ever since entering the conference hall, Isadro, who had always maintained a low profile, his eyelids drooping, not even wanting to speak, straightened his spine at this moment. Tang Jung could even notice the veins throbbing unconsciously on his arms. Isadro's eyes seemed to burn with fire, even hinting at a bloodthirsty glint and madness. The first impression he gave was that he was ready to fight to the death. Isadro stared at the 6 high priests across from him, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He truly intended to fight to the death. 5,376 angels capable of permanent existence, a force powerful enough to completely destroy an entire nation. And this was only temporary. This number of angels could be created annually, if they could obtain the grand ritual techniques mastered by the Celian cult. With the cooperation of Lord Quirit, their holy kingdom could also create powerful angels, like the Archangel of Majesty. Only over 5,000 angels? A hint of disdain reached everyone's ears. Their thoughts froze. They all stared at Tang Jung with wide eyes, as if to say, "Do you understand what this power represents? You know, even in the Baja's Empire, the most powerful military, the average level of soldiers in the elite legions is only around level 7 to 10. The cost of summoning an angel is incomparable to the time and resources required to train an elite soldier." Tang Jung was indeed somewhat disdainful. These low-level angels would be completely useless against the Bone King in the future. However, for the humans of the other world, they had indeed added a powerful force out of thin air. Tang, this matter. The High Priest Xinding spoke softly, with a gentler tone than usual. The current situation had already exceeded their expectations. The Holy Kingdom, which had been neglected, unexpectedly possessed such great potential. If this had happened in any other country, the first thought would have been to seize the Holy Kingdom's national treasure, but this happened to be the human supremacist-slain theocracy. Things are not as simple as you think. Tang Jung interrupted again, nonchalantly. But this time, the 6 high priests and Pinkazadro showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, they all looked at Tang Jung quietly, waiting for what was to come. The angels summoned by the magical item crown of the Holy King were different from ordinary angels. Simply put, the caster can freely control angels summoned normally or using magic scrolls. The angels summoned by this item are neutral monsters. If they persist for a long time, you will need to consider how to control them. Tang Jung spoke calmly, reminding the excited crowd. Also, regarding the integrators, have you considered this? There are thousands of angels. The 6 high priests paused briefly, their expressions varying. Some looked thoughtful, while others acted completely indifferent. I've already said this before. Absolutely no babies can be used. Tang Jing's smile faded, and he spoke again, as if warning. This time, the 6 high priests lost their previous indifference. With a click, Tang Zheng pulled out a magnified potion bottle from the magic belt at his waist and slammed it on the conference table. Everyone's eyes turned to the translucent potion bottle, which contained translucent, light green eggs, each the size of a fingernail. This is an unexpected find I made in the hilly area. They are the eggs of the subhuman frogmen, Tang Zheng explained, facing the crowd's puzzled gazes. Chapter 359. Everyone present was intelligent, instantly understanding the significance of the frogmen eggs Tang Zheng had brought out. Using frogmen eggs to replace babies? Whether it would work or not was a question for now. The message behind this bottle of frogmen eggs. The newly excited head priests and Pinky Azadro were filled with an uncontrollable sense of disbelief and alarm. These frogmen eggs clearly couldn't have been prepared on the spur of the moment. This meant that team leader Tang had already prepared them before arriving in the theocracy. Could this mean that the other side had anticipated the current situation from the very beginning? Could their research on the fusion potion really be as inadequate as team leader Tang had initially indicated, revealing a lack of understanding of its true effects? A series of questions and speculations arose. The 6 head priests' faces were solemn, each suppressing their inner contempt, their eyes gleaming with an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. They suddenly realized. Perhaps we underestimated Captain Tang from the very beginning. High Priest Zinding of Water, High Priest Ion of Light, and High Priest Maximilian of Darkness, these 3 renowned for their wisdom, were instantly overwhelmed with thoughts, their foreheads unnoticed as a thick layer of sweat broke out. If we speculate based on this premise, then, when Captain Tang handed the fusion potion to the Holy Kingdom, did he anticipate that their church would seize it? This, in turn, led to the current series of events. No! The other party's plan may have been more advanced. This incident was sparked by the Hill incident. Captain Tang may have already begun planning the situation the moment he offered the fusion potion. What's the purpose? What's the purpose? Dark High Priest Maximilian's breathing quickened, and he subconsciously raised his hand to push his eye sockets. This little gesture. He hadn't done it since he became High Priest. He couldn't immediately figure out what benefits the other party could gain. Let's analyze the current situation. Would the Church and the Holy Kingdom benefit the most? Even the other party's country, the Kingdom of Riestais, wouldn't benefit from this, let alone Captain Tang, who was orchestrating everything. In the 6 sacred scriptures, there's a description of believers of the dawn, who bathe in the glory of God, dedicating their all to God and humanity, asking nothing in return. But how could this be possible? He raised his head slightly. Looking across at the very young, gentle, and calm young man, Dark High Priest Maximilian's pupils involuntarily constricted. He suddenly sensed an inscrutable, terrifying aura from the other person. This meeting, hosted by the theocracy, had already unknowingly let the other side seize the initiative. It seems everyone has already guessed the purpose of these frogmen eggs. Tang Zheng saw that after he took out the frogmen eggs, the silence fell, and he nodded. As expected, there's no need to explain too much when talking to a wise person. Speaking of which, these frogmen eggs didn't come from the hilly area, but from the vast wetlands north of the top forest. In any case, there are many subhuman races in the hilly area, so even if that were the case, the theocracy would have no way of investigating. He hadn't prepared in advance, but instead had read the theocracy's research data on the fusion potion and discovered that angels could actually fuse with infants. He suddenly remembered the frogmen eggs he'd been tossing in the corner of his toolbox. These were the leftover materials from Tang Zheng's research on artificial monster frogmen eggs. Tang Zheng had already mastered the research on artificial monsters, but it wasn't very effective. In theory, it involved using magic and special alchemical techniques to forcibly ripen frogmen eggs, turning them into adult frogmen. However, the artificial frogmen created only lasted about an hour, similar to summoning monsters. For those in the other world, it was a useful additional tool. But for Tang Zheng, it was a waste of time. I haven't experimented with these frogmen eggs. Your Excellencies, the head priests, will probably need to send someone to study them. Tang Zheng pushed the vial of frogmen eggs before him forward. I know you may not care about what I'm saying, but I have to remind you. The base material for the fusion potion, as you should all know, is a special alchemical potion derived from demi-human blood. This blood comes from a unique species with very few members, and the amount available is extremely limited. Thousands of angels need to be fused, and the potion is definitely not enough. If frogmen eggs can be used for fusion, the amount of potion required for each frogmen egg will be minimal. Having said that, Tang Zheng's eyes swept over the expressions on everyone present. He didn't see any useful information, but he didn't care. The message was clear. Whether or not you wanted to use frogman eggs as the fusion material, you had to use them because the potion was insufficient. La! The arched chairs in the conference room scraped against the floor, making a faint, rasping sound. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Tang Zheng stood up and casually waved his hand. I've said everything I wanted to say. Now it's your turn. Turning around, he walked out of the hall without hesitation. As he left the central conference table, bright light shone on his back, and his shadow began to lengthen rapidly. Tap! Tap! The sound of his footsteps echoed along the smooth floor. At this moment, neither the 6 high-ranking priests nor the Pinkazadro, the Holy Kingdom representative, made any attempt to intervene. This meeting had long been dominated by this leader, Tang, and had even deviated from its original direction. Evidently the weakest force. Tang Zheng, seemingly the easiest to control, had now become the most difficult to control. The 6 high priests and Pinkazadro's gazes crossed across the conference table. Such a huge stake. The 2 countries will absolutely not compromise, and Tang Zheng, as a potion maker, becomes a figure walking between them, a figure who must be courted with all his might. This situation. If it were the kingdom of Riestais and the Baja's empire, it wouldn't be difficult to resolve. However, it is precisely the Celian theocracy. To preserve humanity's strength and prevent losses from internal strife, it adheres to the principle of maximally avoiding the possibility of war with any nation. Only from the perspective of humanity, as a whole, will the Celian theocracy compromise. Our country annually exchanges a portion of its angels for special magical rituals, like the Great Ceremony. Don't be ridiculous. You simply don't understand the power of the grand ritual. Humph. Our Holy Kingdom is certainly not as powerful as the Celian theocracy, but don't underestimate us. We can invite His Excellency Quirit to make a normal annual visit to the Celian theocracy. Please forgive me for declining this unreasonable proposal. With a bang, the conference room door slammed shut, shutting out the arguing within. A faint smile played on Tang Zheng's lips. He only needed to act as a leader. The Celian theocracy and the Holy Kingdom would work out how to divide the benefits. 5,000 angels per year. And the right to distribute several 7th-tier archangels of glory, and even 8th-tier angels. This power. Even for the mighty Celian theocracy, it held an irresistible allure, let alone the Holy Kingdom. The 2 sides will probably need to argue for a while. And now, the theocracy no longer has the ability to impose so-called restrictions. A hint of relief crossed Tang Zheng's brow. Without relying on overwhelming military force, simply by offering benefits, he could guide the 2 countries according to his plan. This felt quite good indeed. Most importantly, he could use this opportunity to continue hiding behind the scenes and secretly manipulate the 2 countries. The next plan is to investigate the theocracy. Tang Zheng, pondering, walked out of the church when his gaze suddenly paused. And there he was. At the church's main entrance. A young woman was leaning against the wall in the shadows, her black cross-shaped spear and scythe casually placed beside her, also against the wall. A subtle crackling sound came from the girl's hands. Jusajiming. Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected to see her again. You're out. Jusajiming still kept his head down, fiddling with a strange toy cube, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the cube. It was a standard hexahedron, each side composed of a precise number of small cubes, each painted a different color. As Jusajiming's fingers flipped it, each cube seemed to be able to shift positions at will. Seeing this toy, Tang Zheng's mind flashed to the name Magic Cube. This was certainly not a product of another world. It must be an artifact left behind by the 6 gods. He wasn't sure if it was a magical item or just a common one. If it's just one side, it's fine. Getting both sides is difficult. Jusajiming twirled his fingers rapidly for a moment, muttering softly to himself. He seemed to know he couldn't flip it out anytime soon. Jusajiming paused and looked up at Tang Zheng, his eyes, one black and one white, gleaming with curiosity. You're the first person who isn't a member of the theocracy to be taken seriously by those 6 guys. Tang Zheng paused for a moment, then introduced himself. Free Will Tang. I know. It was a terse response, devoid of any attempt to introduce himself. Perhaps out of disdain, perhaps out of indifference. I'm here to deliver the props. Jusajiming's voice remained calm, his words and facial expression devoid of the rich emotions of a normal human. Like a magic trick. Jusajiming held the Rubik's Cube in one hand and flipped his other hand, revealing a crude-looking necklace in the shape of a bronze feather. It dangled between his fingers, dangling in midair. The stream of magical energy flowing through the bronze feather, though crude, gave it a sense of immense value. Tang Jing's gaze shifted, easily discerning the familiar inscriptions on the bronze feather. Is this runes? There are only two possibilities for items containing runes. One is a rune item crafted by the dwarves, and the other is an Yggdrasil game item, with the runes on it serving merely as a decorative element. But that won't work now. Jusajiming, as if joking, put away the bronze feather necklace. You don't look like you stay in the church. Tang Zheng was stunned, finally understanding the reason for this inexplicable behavior. What a pity. Tang Zheng gave Jusajiming a helpless smile. It must be a very precious magic item. As the second strongest extra story in the Black Scripture, Jusajiming serves as a guardian, responsible for protecting the sanctuary where the equipment of the six gods rests. The item personally delivered by the other party is most likely the legacy of the six gods. Before the meeting, the six chief priests clearly believed that the outcome would not change, so they presented the precious item. It was a gift to him to join the church and win over the people. What is that cube in your hand? Is it also a tool? Tang Zheng asked with feigned curiosity, looking at the Rubik's Cube. No. Jusajiming's Rubik's Cube's palm retracted, looking quite concerned. Is that so? Tang Zheng looked thoughtful. It looks like a very sophisticated structure. Perhaps you could try selecting a colored block in the middle first, then flipping the blocks of the same color over to the back, and repeating the same operation. Tang Zheng explained some simple rules and techniques to Jusajiming. Ha! Jusajiming's eyes grew cold, and he stared at Tang Zheng for a moment, then his hands began to spin the Rubik's Cube rapidly. Time slipped by. Inside the church, aside from the occasional arguments emanating from the conference hall further in, the only sound was the clicking of the Rubik's Cube spinning before him. Tang Zheng's eye twitched a few times. He realized that Jusajiming was not suited to playing with this kind of toy. Even with his previous physical examination and instructions, he still felt confused. The Rubik's Cube, a puzzle toy he had often played with in his previous life, was a little complicated at first, but once he mastered the technique, he could quickly flip all six sides over. It took about 20 minutes. With the final turn of the cube, Jusajiming's slender fingers perfectly aligned the colors of the six sides of the Rubik's Cube. The six-colored Rubik's Cube came to rest in Jusajiming's tiny palm. A barely perceptible smile played at the corner of Jusajiming's mouth, and then his eyes suddenly grew even colder. Whoosh! With one hand, he grabbed the cross-spear scythe leaning against the wall. Jusajiming grasped the end of the scythe, and, in a flash, was in front of Tang Zheng, the sharp blade pressed against his neck. Hey, I just helped you. Tang Zheng had thought that by helping Jusajiming flip the six sides of the Rubik's Cube, he would improve his favor, but he hadn't expected the other person to suddenly turn against him. This personality is truly unpredictable. Oh, so what? Jusajiming replied coldly. This toy is no longer valuable to me. So how are you going to compensate me? With your life? Chapter 360. Looking at the young human before her, Jusajiming's striking, heterochromatic eyes took on a gloomy, uncertain, and angry air. Restoring the complex and chaotic Rubik's Cube. This was a scene Jusajiming had always imagined. Perhaps this Rubik's Cube, shared by the six gods, was indeed difficult to restore. This had indirectly become a toy for her to pass the time. And now, that toy to pass the time was gone. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're valued now. Jusajiming raised her wrist, bringing the sharp blade of the cross spear scythe closer to Tang Ding's skin. It's only natural that the weak should be trampled upon. A heavy sense of oppression washed over her. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees, the pressure thickening the air. For an ordinary person in this situation, breathing would become uncontrollable, and their brain would likely fall unconscious from lack of oxygen. Tang Zheng remained stiff. Okay, if it's just to pass the time, perhaps I can make you a few similar toys. Laughed. You're certainly not afraid of me. Jusajiming stared at Tang Zheng's face, the coldness slowly fading as his lips curved ever more sharply. It was the same last time, not the unable to escape, so I simply gave up struggling, as you say. At this point, Jusajiming's head suddenly tilted forward, his delicate nose twitching as if he were sniffing something. At such close range, Tang Zheng could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from Jusajiming, like the delicate green leaves and buds of a natural jungle. You have a unique scent. Jusajiming tilted his head back, thinking for a moment. Never mind, I can't remember. I've always felt like there was something wrong with you. I can't quite put my finger on it, but... Jusajiming's eyes grew colder. As she said, the human before him was somewhat different from most humans he met before, perhaps even from all humans. Even the proud, Self-assured individuals within the Black Scripture had never given her the same inexplicable strange feeling as the adventurer named Tang before her. Smell? A flicker of surprise flashed in Tang Jing's eyes. The unique smell Jusijiming mentioned couldn't refer to superficial odors. Now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Looking at Jusijiming, who was already brimming with murderous intent, "You're not human, are you?" Tang Jing realized he needed to change his approach. Otherwise, given the other party's temperament, he might actually attack. Facing the world-class item overwhelming beauty, he had no way to deal with it now. As far as I know, the strongest among humans is probably Lord Flutter, the deviant of the Bahar's Empire. But compared to your strength, Tang Jing shook his head. I'm afraid he's not even worthy enough to carry your shoes. This isn't meant to insult any legendary being, but rather to state an unbelievable fact. He transcends the realm of heroes, transcends the leader of deviant beings, and even transcends the realm of demon gods. This power cannot possibly be wielded by humans. You're not human at all, are you? Tang Gang's voice boomed, his gaze fixed on the pair of heterochromatic black and white pupils. Juesi Jueming's eyes narrowed. It wasn't shock at having her secret discovered, but she didn't sense any strangeness in the other person's gaze. Half-blooded bastard. In a trance, a woman's resentful voice echoed in my ears, followed by the lashes of a whip and fists. My whole body burned with pain. Fear, terror. My cries and pleas brought no respite. All I felt was empty despair and powerlessness. Resentment? That woman was long dead. Even if I wanted to vent my anger, I couldn't find anyone. Besides, it was only natural for the weak to be trampled and ravaged by the strong. To prevent this, I had to become stronger. A hint of a smile appeared on Juesi Jueming's cold, pale face, but it was only a smile, if it could be called one. The atmosphere grew even colder. The theocracy, always claiming to uphold human supremacy, actually has non-pure-blooded humans. But I can sense your unique status from those head priests. What a strange situation. Tang Jing spoke frankly, fearlessly. Seeing the increasingly icy expression on Juesi Jueming's face, he changed the subject. If the legendary Lord Flutter is the patron saint of the Bahar's Empire, then, with your status, there's only one possibility for you to hold such a unique position in the Celian theocracy, the patron saint of the Celian theocracy. No! Rather, the patron saint of all humanity. Tang Gang's voice rose noticeably, as he said the word patron saint. If that's the case, how can I, a human being, be afraid? The smile on Juesi Jueming's face remained unchanged, but the chill that had chilled the air suddenly vanished. So what? Jusijiming spoke casually and condescendingly. He seemed unconcerned with what Tang Jing had said. However, the slight curl of his lips, and the fact that he spoke again showed that Jusijiming wasn't as indifferent as he appeared. As expected, Tang Jing was certain that, despite having only met Jusijiming twice, he had a good grasp of his character. To put it nicely, it was naive. This was probably due to his living environment. As a divine being and the strongest combat force, Jusijiming had always been hidden by the church as a deterrent. Even at over 100 years old, the number of people he could interact with was still very limited, and the church deliberately lacked emotional education. This resulted in Jusijiming suffering from severe psychological defects and a lack of self-identity. I have a few demi-human friends. One is a troll known as War King Go Jin, who has been in the Bahar's Empire for over 10 years. The other is my fellow adventurer. Tang Jing stepped back, away from the blade pressing against his throat. Seeing that Jusijiming didn't react, he smiled faintly and said, "What I mean is, I share the same stance on protecting humanity. I might be able to assist you," Tang Jing said softly and calmly. Huh? Jusijiming raised his wrist, heaving the cross spear scythe over his shoulder, and taunted, "You're the one? You'd better help those old guys." He watched Jusijiming sheath his weapon. Even the murderous intent vanished. A smile flickered across Tang Jing's face. He didn't argue, nor did he need to. What satisfied him most was that with this incident as a foundation, future communication with Jusijiming would be much easier. Jusijiming, carrying a black cross-shaped spear and scythe, had regained his composure. He glanced at Tang Jing indifferently, feeling unusually good-humored. She was born with an almost impossible probability of being a hybrid. She possessed distinct elven traits, namely her ears, hidden beneath her hair. In the Celian theocracy, which espoused human supremacy, even an absolutely powerful figure like Jusijiming was influenced by this, hiding his ears beneath his hair. "By the way, what's the name of that girl in your adventurer team?" Jusijiming asked without warning. "Inri," Tang Jing began. "Oh, from what I understand, she was probably just an ordinary village girl. How did you discover her talent?" Jusajiming asked doubtfully, seeming to have some understanding of free will. Under the gaze of the heterochromic eyes, Tang Zheng shook his head and gave a surprising answer. I'm not sure she has the talent. I probably just thought she could do it. So far, she's doing better than I expected. Tang Zheng smiled and shrugged. Jusajiming was silent for a moment, then turned and headed out of the church. As he walked out the doorway of the church hall, don't forget the toy that resembled a Rubik's Cube you mentioned. I don't like people bragging. Jusajiming spoke coldly, not even turning back, and tossed his arm behind him. A bronze object was tossed past. Tang Zheng reached out and took it. It was the bronze feather necklace that Jusajiming had just taken out. Night. Inside the VIP room, Tang Zheng stared at the bronze feather necklace in his hand, his eyes gleaming slightly. It might appear crude, but overall it possesses a refined quality unlike those found in magical items crafted in other worlds. Yggdrasil game item. I never expected such a surprise, but it's actually surprising that the 6 priests haven't taken it back yet. Tang Zheng toyed with the bronze feather necklace in his hand, thoughtfully asking, is it because of Juesi Jueming, or is it a gesture of goodwill? But the value of this item isn't particularly high. It's only a level above the magical items from other worlds. Item, Hilmi's Messenger. Level, Advanced, 31 to 40, Restrictions, Summoning Magic Caster. Gift of Summoning. While the summoned creature exists, gain a shield equal to 10% of the summoned monster's health. Phase Shift. The wearer instantly swaps positions with any summoned monster, 30-second cooldown. Description. The messenger's feet never truly set foot on a single place. It will reside solely within its substitute. A high-level magic item. Although its level is low, its effects are exceptionally good. As expected of a game item, its abilities are quite practical. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly as he gazed at the bronze feather pendant in his hand. This was his first encounter with actual game equipment in Yggdrasil. He immediately noticed the difference between game items and magic items crafted in another world. Simply put, the effects of game equipment are more distinct. Some magic items crafted in another world have more ambiguous effects, and the abilities of some items can even vary depending on who uses them. Besides that, the information about the restrictions on the game items was also more clearly stated. The effects of this magic item are clearly intended for me by the theocracy. Tang Zheng thought to himself. He had just examined the item and found no hidden magical markings. Crack. The bronze feather necklace swayed slightly. Tang Zheng didn't hesitate and put it on around his neck. He currently only had 2 items that could be considered equipment. Heaven and Earth didn't conduct surveillance this time. Tang Zheng's smile deepened. Thanks to his leadership, the Celian theocracy's biggest headache had become the Holy Kingdom. A tug-of-war between the two sides was inevitable for the pursuit of maximum advantage. Shadow Clone. Tang Zheng activated his ninja skill. The shadows squirmed under the perpetual light. A figure identical to Tang Zheng emerged from the shadows and stood aside. Go. Tang Zheng waved his hand. Ninjutsu. Concealment. The shadow clone vanished in a flash, its entire body rapidly disappearing, as if blending into the air. Ninjutsu. Stealth. In Tang Zheng's perception, the shadow clone transformed into a flowing shadow, swiftly moving outside the VIP hotel and heading deeper into the Celian theocracy. While the theocracy's attention was currently distracted from him, Tang Zheng needed to quickly investigate the exact location of the legacy of the 6 gods. Unfortunately, Clementine didn't know. Perhaps only the theocracy's highest echelons and the guardian, Juesi Jueming, knew. Over the next few days, the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy engaged in constant consultations. Remedios and his companions visited Tang Zheng periodically to discuss matters, and both sides reached a complete agreement on cooperation. Stroke month. May 18th. 3 days passed, and the division of interests between the Holy Kingdom and the Celian theocracy was essentially settled. Through his shadow clone's continuous investigations, Tang Zheng had roughly identified several mysterious locations within the Celian theocracy, but he wasn't sure which one held the 6 gods' legacy. It was possible that none of them were. Tang Zheng didn't act rashly. These mysterious locations were heavily guarded, with who knows how many magical defenses were hidden within. Most importantly, even after Tang Zheng had determined the location of the 6 gods' legacy, he had no intention of immediately robbing it. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window pane. Clementine, arms folded across her chest, looked at Tang Zheng with a mixture of surprise and curiosity as he sat on the sofa, fiddling with a strange, chain-like object made of metal. Sir, you've actually come into contact with that monster twice? Clementine's purple eyes shone with disbelief. That was a terrifying being beyond human comprehension. Clementine felt a surge of anger, and even more fear at the thought of how it had treated her like a toy and tossed her around. Even now, just a glance at it made Clementine tremble uncontrollably. Monster? Considering its strength alone, it's not wrong to call it that. Tang Zheng examined the metal chain-like object in his hand. It was the Rubik's Cube-like toy he'd been crafting lately. But personality-wise, it's quite approachable. If you were someone from your previous life, you'd be very familiar with this strange object with 9 spiraling metal structures. It was the educational toy called the 9 Rings. Tang Zheng had slightly modified it, making it look more like the style of this world.